Sports check-in, football system fervor. Congratulations on checking in at camp. Knew you have acquired Ronaldo's unparalleled speed. Congratulations on checking in at the Bernabéu. You have gained Zidane's exquisite touch. Congratulations on checking in at Siro. You have obtained Inzaghi's innate goal-scoring instincts. Congratulations on checking in at Workers' Stadium. You have unlocked the skill of national curses. There is no mention of the national team. Please do not enter if you are displeased. Chapter 1. Ronaldo's absolute speed, February 28, 2021. Spain. Camp Nou Stadium. FC Barcelona faces the visiting newly promoted team, Huesca. Huesca, last year's Segunda Division champions, has recently ascended to La Liga. Currently, Huesca's performance is dismal, languishing at the bottom of the league table. Everyone expected this match to be a mere formality. However, astonishingly, as the second half reaches its 35th minute, with only 10 minutes remaining, the score stands at 0-2. The home team, Barcelona, is being outplayed by the relegation strugglers. Barcelona's forwards appear to have forgotten their shooting boots. Antoine Griezmann, who transferred from Atletico Madrid 2 years prior, has been utterly ineffective. The promising young Spaniard, Pedri, flails about the pitch like a headless fly. Lionel Messi, the team's talisman, is equally lackluster today. Having endured a tumultuous transfer saga last season, he is now emotionally drained. The once enchanting Messi of Camp Nou is a shadow of his former self. The entire Barcelona squad is sinking into despair. The fans in the stands have fallen silent. In the UEFA Champions League, Barcelona has already been eliminated. In the Copa del Rey, they have long since conceded defeat. Only the league remains, and Barcelona has played 25 matches, securing 16 victories, 5 draws, and 4 losses, accumulating 53 points, placing them second. Real Madrid trails closely in third with 52 points from 16 wins, 4 draws, and 4 losses, having played 1 fewer match. At the top, Atletico Madrid stands with 55 points from 17 wins, 4 draws, and 2 losses, having played 2 fewer matches. With only a handful of matches left, if Barcelona wishes to avoid a season devoid of trophies, every forthcoming match is crucial. Yet, in this must-win encounter, Barcelona seems poised for catastrophe. Lee, you had just 1 minute to warm up. Barcelona's coach, the Dutchman Ronald Koeman, crossed his arms and, with a grim expression, whispered fiercely. Substitute Lee Mingyu sprang up like a coiled spring and began his warm-up routine on the sidelines. The broadcast camera quickly focused on Lee Mingyu. After all, with Barcelona trailing by 2 goals, everyone was eager to see how Koeman would respond. In previous instances of falling behind, Koeman had made quick adjustments, but to little effect. This final substitution would be Koeman's last chance. Lee, he appears to be of Chinese descent. If the reports are accurate, he is a young talent promoted from the La Masia Academy. I sense Koeman is taking a considerable risk by introducing such an inexperienced player in this dire situation. What impact will he have on the team? The Camp Nou commentator's tone was tinged with despair for the past 2 years. Barcelona has been mired in turmoil. 2 years ago, an incident that all Barcelona supporters wish to forget. In the Champions League, Barcelona faced a resurgent Bayern Munich, suffering a humiliating 82 defeat that stripped away their last vestiges of pride. The coach resigned, Messi found himself in a crisis of confidence, and the entire team was thrown into disarray. Now, Barcelona cannot endure any further turmoil. If they fail to secure victory against the bottom-place team, Koeman could very well face dismissal. With no cards left to play, Koeman has pinned his hopes on a mere 19-year-old Chinese prodigy. Lee Mingyu's heart race to join Barcelona's first team at such a young age is a supreme honor. He never imagined that just yesterday he was promoted to the first team, and today he would have the opportunity to play. As the saying goes, the fearless young bull knows no fear of tigers. While warming up, Lee Mingyu attentively observed every movement on the field. The Barcelona players seemed to lack spirit. One careless pass from Messi was intercepted by the opposition, prompting Messi to pull down the opponent in a desperate attempt to halt their counterattack. A deep silence enveloped Camp Nou. Messi felt a chill run down his spine, burying his face in his hands in despair as he gazed at the referee. Earlier in the half, he had already received a yellow card for a push from behind. And now, referee Novella showed no leniency, promptly brandishing another yellow card from his pocket towards Messi, followed by a glaring red card that sent him off into the distance. In an instant, the morale of the entire Barcelona squad plummeted. Typically, players would protest such decisions. This time, however, Barcelona's players stood frozen, unwilling to move. With resignation, Messi removed his captain's armband and tossed it to Griezmann before trudging off the pitch. Even Koeman stood in shock at the edge of the field. Messi passed by him like a ghost, and there was no exchange of glances or gestures between them. Coach, Koeman, as if jolted from a nightmare, turned stiffly to see Lee Mingyu speaking. Lee Mingyu's fervent gaze seemed to ignite a spark in Koeman, who solemnly instructed, "Lee, once you step onto the pitch, by any means necessary, get that damned ball into the opponent's goal." Lee Mingyu's expression sharpened, and he declared, "Rest assured, Coach, I will make it happen." As Lee Mingyu's voice echoed, Messi glanced back toward the locker room, a bittersweet smile crossing his face at the sight of Lee Mingyu's retreating figure. Ah, youth is truly a blessing. Born in 1987, Messi, still shy of 34 years, already feels the weight of a fading hero. Koeman has played his last card, opting to bring on number 36, Lee Mingyu, in place of the midfielder De Jong, number 21. This is a gamble of desperation. As De Jong departed, he shared a brief embrace with Lee Mingyu before returning to the bench with a stoic expression. Lee Mingyu was overwhelmed with excitement. This was his debut in La Liga, his first official match in the senior ranks. The moment Lee Mingyu's right foot touched the grass, a notification chimed. Stadium check-in system successfully bound, please sign in. Pausing briefly, Lee Mingyu observed the opponents had already begun play and silently declared, "Check-in," before lunging towards the ball like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Congratulations, host check-in at Camp Nou is successful. You have acquired the passive talent, Ronaldo's absolute speed. Chapter 2. The pendulum dribble. Ronaldo, often referred to as the alien, was renowned for his extraordinary speed, which allowed him to effortlessly glide past defenders during his youth, leaving them unable to grasp him. Suddenly, Lee Mingyu felt as if his legs were electrified, and as he sprinted, they appeared to leave behind after images. The players of Huesca, complacent with a 2-goal lead, seemed indifferent. With 8 minutes remaining, it was evident that the Barcelona players had lost their fighting spirit. Upon witnessing Huesca's players controlling the ball in midfield, Barcelona's midfielders merely retreated 2 steps, showing no intention to press. This lackadaisical defensive attitude incited discontent among the fans at Camp Nou, resulting in a chorus of boos. Garcia, Huesca's midfielder, wore a smug smile, having contributed a goal and an assist to secure his team's victory against a formidable Barcelona. He pondered whether he might be able to transfer to a more prestigious club, thinking of a potential increase in his weekly wage and where to celebrate later. In the midst of his daydreams, he failed to notice a yellow flash approaching from behind. Number 17, Rick, stood nearby and shouted, "Watch out behind you." Garcia was momentarily stunned, realizing someone had darted past him. Looking down, he was shocked to find the ball had vanished from his feet. He gazed at Lee Mingyu, who surged forward like a wild beast, frozen in disbelief. Who is he? How can he be so fast? While Garcia was immobilized, the other Huesca players reacted, their defense crumbling into chaos as they shouted for each other to defend. However, they were taken aback as Lee Mingyu charged at them like a race car with the accelerator fully pressed. At that moment, Barcelona's earlier complacency was evident, as even Huesca's players had let their guard down. With the explosive speed reminiscent of Ronaldo, Lee Mingyu tore into the space between defenders in the opponent's penalty area. Seeing that the defenders had failed to impede his pace, goalkeeper Fernandez rushed out to confront Lee Mingyu, aiming to narrow the shooting angle. Lee Mingyu had been selected for Barcelona's first team due to his remarkable ability to seize opportunities in front of goal. As the opposing goalkeeper advanced, Lee Mingyu instinctively executed 2 quick feints. Fernandez's weight shifted with each deception, and before he knew it, he found himself sitting on the ground, watching as Lee Mingyu gracefully glided past him with the ball. Good heavens, what did I just witness? Such lightning speed. The pendulum dribble. Could it be that another alien has been born? The commentator exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. After bypassing the goalkeeper, Lee Mingyu calmly pushed the ball into the empty net with a precise strike. Although exhilarated, he quickly retrieved the ball and sprinted toward the center circle. At that moment, Fernandez stared at him in astonishment, realizing he had been outwitted by Lee Mingyu's pendulum dribble. The Barcelona players stood still, failing to join in the celebration following Lee Mingyu's interception. The first reason was their lack of spirit. The second was that Lee Mingyu's speed was simply too overwhelming, and by the time they reacted, the ball was already in the net. From interception to goal, Lee Mingyu had taken merely 6 or 7 seconds. As he returned, clutching the ball with vigor, Barcelona's players finally snapped out of their stupor and rushed toward him. Good job. Impresiva. Lee. You startled me. Lee. How do you possess such speed? Even Barcelona's goalkeeper, Ter Stegen, sprinted over, excitedly embracing Lee Mingyu. Frustration had been mounting for Ter Stegen, having conceded 2 goals, which he considered a disgrace. With Barcelona's front line lacking energy and determination, he contemplated whether it was time to leave the club for a new team. Yet, unexpectedly, this newcomer displayed such remarkable skill. Although he was too far away to gauge Lee Mingyu's true speed, the fact that he scored made him a hero. Lee Mingyu shota. Now is not the time to celebrate. We are Barcelona, and we must win. Hearing his words, the Barcelona players fell silent, realizing, yes, we are Barcelona, we must win. Lee Mingyu's passionate speech rekindled their spirit. Standing on the sidelines, Koeman felt his hands tremble. He had not anticipated that this young man would score upon entering the match. And a proud smile spread across his face as he heard Lee Mingyu's rallying cry. Once again, the game resumed from the center circle. Huesca's players were momentarily stunned by the recent goal, unaware that they were now facing a revitalized Barcelona. One team was invigorated, while the other was left bewildered. One was prepared for battle, while the other was uncertain whether to continue attacking or bolster their defense. This was the current state of Huesca. Inexperienced. A careless backward pass slowly rolled toward Garcia. Still haunted by the memory of his earlier interception, he failed to advance and receive the ball. Noticing the apprehensive looks from his teammates, a familiar sensation sent chills down Garcia's spine. Damn, that familiar figure has once again intercepted the ball. It was at number 36 again. This time, Garcia did not freeze. He immediately initiated a counterattack as soon as the ball was taken from him. Drawing on his experience, he reached out to grab Lee Mingyu's shirt. He was aware that if he allowed Lee Mingyu to accelerate, he would be left in the dust. However, the moment Garcia's hand grasped Lee Mingyu, he felt nothing but air as Lee Mingyu surged forward with incredible speed. Garcia stumbled and fell, bewildered as he watched Lee Mingyu race past him once more. Standing at 185 meters tall, Lee Mingyu charged toward Huesca's defense like a meteor. This time, Huesca's backline was relatively stable, as they had not yet advanced following the kickoff. 2 defenders closed in on Lee Mingyu, while another center back provided support. Lee over here. Chapter 3. Alien? A red and blue figure emerged in the midfield, none other than Barcelona's other attacking star, Griezmann. The moment Lee Mingyu intercepted the ball, Griezmann sprinted forward, astonished to realize that his off-the-ball run matched Lee Mingyu's dribbling speed almost perfectly. As he noticed Lee Mingyu attracting the attention of 3 defenders, he quickly shouted out, preparing to support him. Griezmann's call caused the other center back, who was about to approach, to hesitate momentarily. The 2 defenders surrounding Lee Mingyu heightened their vigilance. Glancing towards the center, Lee Mingyu recognized that Griezmann had a promising opportunity. The opponents were about to pass the ball. This realization altered the mindset of the 2 defenders. Lee Mingyu, with keen perception, noticed their pressing movements had lost their conviction. Taking a deep breath, he deftly pushed the ball forward and squeezed between the 2 towering defenders. Despite their imposing stature, Lee Mingyu found no advantage. The seasoned duo recognized his intent and, with a slight smirk, braced their shoulders together. This would at most result in a blocking foul, and if the referee were lenient, no yellow card would be issued. Besides, they were still about 10 meters from the penalty area, in a relatively safe position where even a free kick would pose little threat. Griezmann, observing Lee Mingyu's actions, couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. The young man was far too audacious. Pass the ball. How could he be so reckless? Lee Mingyu intercepted the ball again, brilliantly. His speed left the opponents in the dust. The 2 defenders from Huesca closed in on him. Griezmann anticipated that Lee Mingyu would pass. What? Lee Mingyu chose to break through instead. Alas, it seemed the defenders were determined to use their bodies to halt his advance. It was a pity. He should have passed. My goodness, what am I witnessing? Lee Mingyu just squeezed through the 2 defenders. An alien, indeed. This was reminiscent of Ronaldo's spectacular performances in his prime. The commentators, in disbelief, clutched their heads as they watched the unfolding scene. The 2 defenders were nearly shoulder to shoulder, while Lee Mingyu surged through like a woolling van, forcing his way between them. The defenders stumbled and fell to the ground. But in the eyes of everyone, it appeared that Lee Mingyu had pushed the ball forward and bulldozed his way past the 2, showcasing the brutal beauty of football. The fans at Camp Nou felt a surge of exhilaration. Some veteran supporters were brought to tears, as the alien they once adored had returned. With a mesmerizing dribble and a forceful acceleration, everyone was transported back 30 years to the La Liga pitch, reminiscing about that omnipotent extraterrestrial. This time, goalkeeper Fernandez was cautious as he advanced. Being faked once was forgivable, but a second time would make him a laughingstock. Thus, he lowered his center of gravity and focused intently on the ball at Lee Mingyu's feet. Yet, instead of a pendulum-like maneuver, Lee Mingyu executed a gentle flick, sending the ball on a beautiful arc that sailed over the despairing Fernandez and into the net. Fernandez helplessly reached out, but it was futile. He could only kneel and watch as the ball nestled into the goal. A figure dashed past him, seizing the ball and retreating from the penalty area. As Fernandez gazed at Lee Mingyu's departing silhouette, a profound fear enveloped him. Griezmann, brimming with excitement, clapped Lee Mingyu on the shoulder as they sprinted back. "Holly, that was incredible. I thought you were going to get stopped." All the Barcelona players surrounded Lee Mingyu like stars orbiting a planet. Having just returned to the locker room, Messi heard the deafening applause and, glancing at the television screen showing Lee Mingyu running back with the ball, was astonished. In the brief time it took him to leave the pitch and reach the locker room, Barcelona had scored twice to equalize. Watching Lee Mingyu embraced by his teammates, Messi's smile gradually faded, his deep-set eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation. Head coach Koeman, elated by Lee Mingyu's goal, executed a celebratory slide across the ground. His miraculous substitutions had led to 2 quick goals that leveled the score. Koeman envisioned the headlines for tomorrow's newspapers. Lee Mingyu, brushing off the friendly pats and cheers from his teammates, promptly placed the ball at the center circle and stood at the halfway line, exuding the demeanor of a fierce tiger ready to pounce. His 2 goals had ignited the fervor of Camp Nou. Some fans had begun to leave, but were compelled to return to their seats, roaring in support of their team due to Lee Mingyu's commanding performance. The stadium, rejuvenated, erupted with immense energy. The Huesca players, having been struck by Lee Mingyu's consecutive goals, were left bewildered. They regarded him with the apprehensive gaze of an innocent maiden facing a wolf, particularly Garke, who had been intercepted twice. Observing the determined Lee Mingyu, Garke felt his legs weaken. With ghostly speed and uncanny interceptions, Lee Mingyu instilled a psychological dread in Garke. As the referee's whistle blew, Lee Mingyu burst forth like a racehorse, dashing towards the ball at the feet of the opposing player. "Why is he running towards me?" Garke pondered, perplexed. Meanwhile, his Huesca teammates were on the verge of madness. Had Garke lost focus? Although he had been stripped of the ball twice, he was the team's core and was meant to orchestrate play upon the restart. Little did he know that in his moment of distraction, when the ball was played to him, his eyes were fixated on Lee Mingyu. By the time Garke realized, Lee Mingyu had already extended his leg. Snatching the ball right from under him, Garke felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his eyes reddening with indignation. This was crossing the line. Chapter 4. The arm is broken. Apologies, but a red card awaits you after intercepting the ball. Lee Mingyu showed no signs of slowing down and glided past Garke. With bloodshot eyes, Garke, consumed by fury, lost all restraint and swung a fist at the back of Lee Mingyu's head. The towering Garke, fueled by rage, aimed a punch that could potentially cause a concussion or worse. The referee was startled by Garke's action and was about to blow the whistle. Yet, Garke had forgotten he had already been outmaneuvered twice. In his attempt to grab Lee Mingyu, he failed to make contact. This time he had swung a punch which, as everyone knew, was significantly slower than an outstretched hand. Everyone was astonished to witness Garcia deliver a remarkably stylish right-hand punch, striking the air with force as Lee Mingyu had already distanced himself by about a meter. The powerful momentum caused Garcia to spin in midair, ultimately leading him to tumble to the ground. The main referee, taking his whistle from his lips, gestured forward with both hands, as if heralding a grand offensive for Barcelona. Griezmann and Pedri, akin to fierce tigers descending the mountain, swiftly followed in pursuit of Lee Mingyu. However, to their dismay, they discovered that despite their frantic movements, they could not keep pace with the ball-carrying Lee Mingyu. The most despairing, however, were the defenders of Huesca. Lee Mingyu approached their defensive line with the ball, and the 2 center-backs, sensing impending danger, retreated cautiously, employing their considerable experience to position themselves strategically. Yet in their anxiety, they nearly forgot they were defending on the edge of the penalty area, retreating into the box itself. Li Mingyu found himself near the arc of the penalty area, with no defenders within 3 meters. The Huesca goalkeeper shouted for them to close in. At that moment, the two center-backs realized they had nearly retreated into the 6-yard box. Such a blunder is rare among defenders. Before they could even attempt to close in, Li Mingyu firmly planted his left foot on the penalty line, swiftly swinging his other foot like a whip to strike the ball. This was as effortless as a practice shot. The ball soared like a cannonball, tracing a graceful arc towards the upper right corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Fernandez waved his hand in despair, realizing he was far too close to react in time. The entire Camp Nou erupted in jubilation. In the 88th minute of the second half, within a mere 8 minutes, he had scored 3 goals, completing a hat trick. Li Mingyu had risen to fame in a single match. After the referee confirmed the goal, he quickly made his way to the center of the field. Since falling, Garcia had yet to rise. The force of his earlier punch had exhausted him, and he had struck nothing but air. When he fell, he was unprepared and without protection, causing his elbow to crash into the ground. Dislocated, Garcia clutched his right arm, drenched in sweat and unable to move in pain. This was a genuine injury. Typically, players who roll on the ground in agony are merely feigning, but those who lie still, terrified to move, are truly hurt. The referee approached Garcia, inspecting his arm closely, confirming the dislocation before signaling for the team doctor to enter the field. The Huesca team physician rushed in, aware that this player was crucial to their squad. After examining him, the doctor shook his head at the coach, indicating that Garcia's dislocation was quite severe and required immediate treatment, ruling him out for the remainder of the match. Frustration washed over the Huesca coach, who kicked a nearby water bottle in anger. Turning around, he pointed at the next substitute, instructing him to prepare to enter the game. The situation for Garcia was indeed serious. The doctor first stabilized his arm with a bandage before assisting him off the pitch. Yet, the referee suddenly stepped before Garcia, his expression stern as he retrieved a red card from his shorts pocket, brandishing it at Garcia. Garcia, drenched in sweat and agony, exclaimed at the referee in fervent protest. Other Huesca players quickly gathered, demanding justice from the referee. With an impassive expression, the referee stated that Garcia's punch had been an act of retaliatory violence, necessitating a red card according to the rules. Garcia argued that he had not even struck his opponent, but had only injured himself. A flicker of disdain crossed the referee's eyes as he replied that Garcia's action was indeed retaliatory, and he should consider himself fortunate that he had not harmed his opponent. He added that Garcia's behavior and attitude would be noted in the post-match report, which would lead to appropriate disciplinary action. Garcia was nearly driven to madness. Having suffered so much, he was dismayed to find the referee pouring salt on his wounds. Observing the referee's unyielding demeanor, the newly promoted team lacked the confidence to dispute his decision. On the sidelines, the Huesca coach, upon seeing the red card issued to Garcia, was on the verge of a cerebral hemorrhage, akin to a lion charging towards the fourth official in protest of the card. Meanwhile, the warming-up substitute returned to the bench, looking aggrieved and filled with gloom. The fourth official attempted to explain the reasoning behind the red card to the Huesca coach. However, witnessing their opportunity slip away was akin to a cooked duck taking flight while slapping them in the face. The Huesca coach lost all interest in explanations, unleashing a torrent of colorful Spanish expletives at the referee. The fourth official was taken aback. He had never before heard such vulgar language. Angered, he summoned the main referee. Upon seeing his colleague being disrespected, the referee rushed over and handed the still unreturned red card to the furious Huesca coach. The coach, pulled back by his assistant, grumbled as he retreated to the locker room. They had suffered both a defeat and a loss of dignity. The remainder of the match held little excitement. After realizing he had narrowly avoided a punch to the back of his head, Li Mingyu decided to temper his enthusiasm. 3 goals in 8 minutes were sufficient. Should he provoke any opponent further, risking injury would be a foolish trade-off. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. Barcelona triumphed with a score of 3-2 at home. Camp Nou erupted in celebration. Chapter 5. Recognition from Idol. Lee, you are incredible. Lee, that was beautiful. Lee, well done. Lee, thank you. As soon as the match concluded, Li Mingyu was encircled by his teammates and coaching staff, with hands playfully ruffling his hair and shoulders, and some audaciously taking the opportunity to pat his backside. Li Mingyu, lacking the earlier confidence he displayed on the field, felt as vulnerable as a girl surrounded by wolves. Using every ounce of strength, he broke free from the crowd, darting towards the locker room like a startled rabbit. He hardly noticed the beautiful reporter waiting to interview him. Oh, our little hero just zipped past our lovely Miranda with the same speed he displayed on the pitch, chuckled the commentator in the studio. The beautiful reporter from the World Sports Journal, Miranda, had prepared a plethora of questions to interview this young star who had turned the tide of the game. However, Lee Mingyu remained oblivious to her beauty, leaving Miranda, who was poised to speak, in an awkward silence. It seemed our little hero was rather shy. Although Miranda felt a twinge of annoyance, she managed to smile professionally for the camera. Lee Mingyu swiftly made his way to the changing room, standing before his locker, ready to don his training attire. Lee. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the changing room, startling Lee Mingyu, who turned around in surprise. Messi was seated in a corner, gazing at him with a profound expression. Lee Mingyu quickly turned back, his eyes filled with admiration as he excitedly exclaimed, "Mr. Messi, hello." Messi, noticing Lee Mingyu's flustered demeanor, revealed a hint of warmth in his eyes as he smiled and said, "Lee, your performance today was outstanding. I am truly impressed. Thank you for saving the team." Hearing Messi's praise left Lee Mingyu nearly speechless with excitement. As a devoted Barcelona fan, he had grown up watching Messi play. In 2004, at the age of 17, Messi made his debut for Barcelona against Espanyol. That year, Lee Mingyu was just 2 years old. In 2007, a 20-year-old Messi replicated Maradona's legendary goal against Getafe in the Copa del Rey semifinals. Lee Mingyu, then 5, witnessed this moment live with his father. Marking the day, he chose Messi as his sole idol. Aspiring to emulate Messi has always been a dream for Lee Mingyu. From Barcelona's youth teams to the reserve squad, he consistently excelled, becoming an indispensable part of the team. Due to an abundance of injuries among the forwards, head coach Koeman promoted Lee Mingyu from the reserve team. When he first encountered Messi up close, his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. Messi merely nodded politely. Yet that gesture filled Lee Mingyu with immense joy. Today, Messi's commendation felt surreal to him. "Mr. Messi, you're the greatest player of Barcelona. It is an honor to play alongside you." Messi, upon hearing Lee Mingyu's words, smiled gently and replied, "We are teammates now, so you need not be so formal. Just call me Leo from now on." Lee Mingyu nodded, understanding Messi's acceptance. After getting dressed, Messi approached Lee Mingyu, patted his shoulder, and earnestly said, "Keep up the hard work." With that, Messi exited the changing room to attend the post-match press conference. Although Lee Mingyu was the star of the day, Koeman chose not to bring him to the conference, prioritizing his protection. After all, being young, he might inadvertently say something inappropriate under the influence of the press. Lee Mingyu, too, departed the changing room before the others returned. Back in his dormitory, he could no longer contain his ecstatic feelings. Upon arriving at any stadium for a match, the host may check in. Checking in grants the host skills and talents of legendary players associated with that stadium. Only one check-in is allowed per day, but the stadium can be checked in repeatedly. The host may bind to a stadium, ensuring they're always in peak condition during matches held there, with immunity to injuries. Lee Mingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. This was incredible. As long as he continued to play with the team, he could acquire the talents of legendary players. Pelé, Maradona, Cruyff, Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, Zidane. If he could obtain the abilities of these icons, would he not become invincible? Binding to the stadium would mean he could always be in peak condition and never suffer injuries. How remarkable. Binding to Camp Nou successful. 19-year-old Chinese prodigy shines at Camp Nou, scoring a hat-trick in 8 minutes to single-handedly save the day. The following day, European news was flooded with this announcement. Although La Liga may no longer have the same allure it once did, Barcelona, with Messi, remains a darling of the media. Moreover, the emergence of a superstar is a perpetual focal point in the world of football. Our young superstar is currently preparing for today's training at the Camp Nou training facility. Lee Mingyu resides in the players' dormitory at the training base, being the first to arrive at the pitch each day. He commenced with several sets of shuttle runs, reveling in his explosive speed. It was exhilarating. Lee Mingyu had always been known for his speed in the youth and reserve teams, alongside his exceptional finishing ability, which is why the coach promoted him to the first team. Therefore, despite his dazzling performance yesterday, the team viewed it as merely an extraordinary display. Gradually, Barcelona players trickled into the training facility. However, a few appeared noticeably lethargic, likely having indulged in drink the previous night. Koeman arrived early and, upon seeing Lee Mingyu diligently practicing on the field, wore a pleased smile. Such diligent young talent is a rarity. However, when his gaze fell upon the several lethargic players, his expression soured. Training commenced. Any professional athlete's training can be monotonous, filled with repetitive motions and commands, akin to conditioning animals, allowing players to develop reflexive muscle memory. After an hour of training, it was time for small-sided games. With Messi sidelined due to a red card for the next match, Lee Mingyu donned the yellow bib representing the starting lineup. He was thrilled, as this meant he would have the opportunity to play as a starter in the upcoming match. With the sound of the whistle, the intra-squad match began. Chapter 6, I was nutmegged. As the whistle blew, a peculiar expression crossed Lee Mingyu's face. Congratulations, host. You have checked in at La Masia training base, acquiring Iniesta's signature skill. Checking in at the training base? Lee Mingyu was ecstatic. This was an excellent opportunity. La Masia training base is a unique check-in and cannot be repeated. Ugh, how disappointing. He had hoped to check in here daily. What a stingy system. Lee, receive the pass. Midfielder De Jong delivered a precise ground pass, and Lee Mingyu deftly controlled the ball, launching into a sprint, leaving the defenders behind in a flash. A splendid dribble. Coach Koeman on the sidelines watched in admiration. Such fluidity in his movements was a joy to behold. However, yesterday's performance had raised the alertness of the opposing players. As soon as they saw Lee Mingyu's successful breakthrough, two players rushed forward to intercept him. Observing a meticulously layered defense, it is evident that if Lee Mingyu dares to confront his opponents head-on, he will undoubtedly be thwarted by the players behind him. Today, Koeman has incorporated Lee Mingyu into the starting lineup, having executed a thorough defensive strategy against the opposing team, eager to witness Lee Mingyu's true capabilities. However, yesterday's match lacked conviction for Koeman. A young man, fierce as a wolf, faced a weary team that had already played for 80 minutes. Employing an almost sneaky tactic that left the opponents momentarily dazed, Huesca, caught off guard, did not react. The primary reason lies in Huesca's complete ignorance of Lee Mingyu, leading to a chaotic flurry of punches that left them on the ground. Although the sequence was exhilarating, it lacked persuasive power. Lee Mingyu still needs to demonstrate that he possesses the ability to conquer and seize victory. After all, the next match will pit him against the currently formidable Sevilla, who trailed Barcelona by 5 points despite having played 2 fewer games. Nonetheless, there is good news for Barcelona. In a match yesterday, Real Madrid faced Real Sociedad, and after scoring first, they allowed their opponents to equalize just before the end of the second half, resulting in a disappointing draw. This outcome prevented Real Madrid from closing the gap on Barcelona, leaving them 3 points behind, albeit with 1 game in hand. Presently, Lee Mingyu has captured the attention of all teams in La Liga, and Sevilla will undoubtedly assign a dedicated defender to monitor him, as his recently revealed speed is relatively manageable. Huesca was left bewildered, and their midfield general's disrupted mindset contributed to Lee Mingyu's hat trick. As Lee Mingyu faced a well-structured defense, a secretive smile crept upon his lips. Had he encountered such a defense yesterday, he would likely have been forced to drift toward the sidelines or pass to a teammate. However, today, equipped with Iniesta's signature finesse, Lee Mingyu had devised a plan. Charging towards the defenders with great strides, Koeman furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Lee, you are still too young." The defensive midfielder, Fernandez, felt a twinge of annoyance as Lee Mingyu barreled toward him recklessly. "Kid, while your performance yesterday was impressive, it does not grant you the right to underestimate me, Fernandez." Fernandez shifted his body slightly, fixating intently on the football at Lee Mingyu's feet, awaiting the moment of contact. As Lee Mingyu approached, he eschewed feints, preparing to glide past Fernandez in a single motion. Just what I was waiting for. Fernandez, seasoned and astute, positioned himself to block Lee Mingyu's path, aiming to use his body to reduce Lee Mingyu's momentum while coordinating with a teammate to intercept the ball. Fernandez envisioned the scenario perfectly. Should he succeed in winning the ball, he would nonchalantly wag his finger at Lee Mingyu, taunting, "Youngster, you'll need to wait a few more years to surpass me." The thought alone thrilled him. Perhaps the coach would notice his spectacular tackle and grant him an opportunity to play in the next match. As Fernandez prepared to close in on Lee Mingyu, the latter suddenly accelerated, surging past Fernandez like a gust of wind. Fernandez found himself leaning against nothingness, stumbling to the ground. Such speed. Koeman, observing from the sidelines, buried his face in his hands, exclaiming in disbelief at the foolishness of it all, recalling how the unfortunate Garcia had dislocated his shoulder just yesterday. Having slipped past Fernandez, center back Umtiti was already on high alert. The ball rolled between Lee Mingyu and Umtiti, dangerously close to the latter. Although Fernandez failed to halt Lee Mingyu, the defensive system remained intact, akin to an unbreakable chain. Poised to intercept the ball as it approached Umtiti. With a smirk of disdain, Umtiti thought to himself, "The path has narrowed, young man. Do you believe I am one of Huesca's inept defenders? Allow me to teach you a lesson." Rather than remaining stationary, Umtiti had already taken 2 steps forward as Lee Mingyu bypassed Fernandez. As the ball neared him, Umtiti extended his right foot, ready to clear it away. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. Koeman's eyes widened in disbelief, and a string of Spanish curses escaped his lips. Umtiti's movements seemed sluggish, while Lee Mingyu's were rapid, the distance between them and the ball diminishing rapidly. Initially, the ball was closer to Umtiti, but just as he prepared to make contact, he was astounded to see Lee Mingyu already in front of the ball. What extraordinary speed! Umtiti felt his foot grazing the ball and steadied himself, thinking, "Damn, that startled me. I thought I was about to falter." "Your speed is impressive, but it still falls short by a hair's breadth." Lee Mingyu, pushing his speed to the maximum, managed to extend his left foot just enough to make contact with the ball. Umtiti, in disbelief, watched as the ball slipped past his foot. Lee Mingyu's right foot swiftly followed, lightly tapping the ball, which then glided between Umtiti's legs. Chapter 7. The exquisite finesse of Iniesta. My goodness, did I really just witness that? Not only did Coach Koeman cover his forehead in disbelief, but even the players on the field stood frozen, especially those who had once fought alongside Iniesta, their eyes filled with astonishment. The elegance of Lee Mingyu's maneuver, likening his legs to chopsticks and the ball to a delicacy, evoked vivid imagery. This technique, though utilized by many players, is essentially a simple yet effective 2-footed dribble that requires impeccable ball control, honed through countless repetitions until it becomes muscle memory, allowing for such fluid execution. Lee Mingyu's actions mirrored those of the legendary Iniesta, devoid of any flamboyance, flowing seamlessly as if traversing a tranquil morning street, effortlessly bypassing Umtiti. Umtiti felt a chill beneath him, hastily retracting his right foot, but his mind was ahead of his body, leading him to clumsily sit down on the ground. What a remarkable debut for Lee Mingyu. With a single touch, he had danced past 3 defenders, leaving the entire Barcelona bench in disarray. After surpassing Umtiti, Lee Mingyu found himself face to face with the goalkeeper, as the 3-man defense failed to impede his advance. The other defenders were left dumbfounded, unable to return in time to defend. Substitute goalkeeper Neto, filled with trepidation, recalled the impression left by the Huesca goalkeeper the previous day. Like a divine warrior descending from the heavens, Lee Mingyu swiftly approached the edge of the penalty area. Neto, realizing he could not simply remain in goal, braced himself and ventured out to narrow the angle of the impending shot. With a delicate touch, Lee Mingyu's right foot grazed the ball, causing Neto to instinctively adjust his weight, only to quickly realize it was a feint. Oh no! Lee Mingyu unleashed a pendulum-like dribbling maneuver once more. Although Neto's mind recognized the ruse, his body betrayed him. In his mind, "Don't move, it's just a feint." While his body retorted, "I know, but I can't help myself." With an internal cry of despair, Neto found himself seated on the ground, watching as Lee Mingyu gracefully glided past him and scored into an open net. What a formidable opponent. After scoring, Lee Mingyu quickly turned and extended his hand to help Neto up, a hint of shyness on his face as he apologized. "Sorry about that." Neto could only muster a wry smile, replying, "It's all right." On the sidelines, Koeman beamed like a blooming flower, exclaiming, "This is quite the hidden talent. I like it." Substitute Messi rushed over, astonished by Lee Mingyu's skill, saying, "Lee, I didn't expect you to have such finesse." In truth, Messi possessed the same technique, executed with equal finesse. Yet somehow it lacked the ethereal quality that characterized Iniesta's style. To describe it in martial arts terms, Iniesta's finesse had reached a transcendent level. Receiving praise from his idol, Lee Mingyu couldn't hide his delight, scratching his head and saying, "I don't know, it just came out." Such modesty was truly charming. As the training match resumed, Lee Mingyu's formidable impact on the substitute defense was evident. However, Due to the collective effort of the defenders, his previous onslaught was curtailed. With all defensive focus directed at Lee Mingyu, Griezmann and Dembélé reveled in the opportunity, scoring effortlessly and leaving Neto in tears. Damn it! Are you two targeting me? No one is defending against them. It's all one-on-one. After the training match concluded, Coach Koeman delivered a stern reprimand to the entire substitute defense. In that moment, every player recognized Lee Mingyu's prowess. This was Barcelona. Even the substitute lineup could rival the first strings of certain teams. Yet, against Lee Mingyu's relentless force, they were rendered powerless. Following his critique of the substitutes, Koeman offered Lee Mingyu only a pat on the shoulder in encouragement, cautioning, "Young man, do not let the praise go to your head. It can lead to complacency." Watching the spirited Lee Mingyu, Messi felt a surge of excitement. Deep down, he contemplated leaving Barcelona, observing the club's gradual descent into turmoil as he transitioned from being the club's darling savior to a perceived liability. If Messi were not sold, Barcelona's rebuilding would stall. Such sentiments were rampant, causing Messi considerable distress. Since he was 13, he harbored a secret desire to spend his entire career at Barcelona. It could be said that without the club, the illustrious Messi would not exist today. However, the emergence of Lee Mingyu reignited a glimmer of hope within him. Perhaps he could still fight for his place, willing to play a supporting role akin to Ronaldinho in his prime, provided Lee Mingyu could consistently demonstrate his worth. After training, as everyone departed the facility, only Lee Mingyu remained, residing in the dormitory behind the training base. Once the others had left, he ventured to the gym to engage in specialized training. Host, Lee Mingyu attacking ability, 80-85, ball control, 80-85, dribbling, 75-90, speed, 88-99, shooting, 85-90, passing, 70-75, heading, 70-75, explosiveness, 80-85, strength, 75-80, physicality, 70-80, stamina, 70-75, defensive ability, 40-50, tackling, 50-60, gazing at his attribute panel. Lee Mingyu's milat finally. Such attributes position him among the upper echelons of the forward line in La Liga. His greatest asset was speed, despite possessing Ronaldo's extraordinary velocity. His physicality limited his ability to fully harness such extraterrestrial speed, necessitating extensive training. His weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Dribbling, passing, strength, and stamina were all areas requiring enhancement. While he had acquired Iniesta's finesse, it merely bolstered his capability to evade defenders in tight spaces. The most significant limitation remained his stamina, with a rating of 70. He could not endure an entire match without faltering. Without addressing this issue, his position as a starter would remain precarious. For no coach would entrust a starting role to a player capable of only half a match's worth of performance. In the upcoming match, Barcelona would face Sevilla. Although Sevilla's goal tally did not compare to the top three teams, they ranked second to last in goals conceded, just 2 more than the league leaders, Atletico Madrid. This was a team renowned for its staunch defense. This match would serve as Lee Mingyu's true test of mettle. Chapter 8. The terrifying header of Ivan the Ram in Santiago Bernabéu Stadium, filled to capacity with 500 spectators, buzzed with anticipation. Sevilla welcomed the formidable opponents, Barcelona. However, the Sevilla fans rejoiced, for the most lethal striker in Barcelona, Messi, was absent due to a red card received in the previous match. Currently, Sevilla trailed Barcelona by only 5 points, having played 2 fewer matches. A victory in this game could see them surpass Barcelona, a tantalizing prospect. The atmosphere within Sevilla's camp was harmonious, buoyed by their recent momentum, with no fear in their hearts. They faced a Barcelona side hampered by the absence of their star player. Coach Lopetegui outlined the game plan, emphasizing a counter-attacking strategy, a hallmark of their tradition. However, today they could afford to be more aggressive, applying greater pressure on the Barcelona defense. Once the ball crossed into the attacking zone, it would be entrusted to Jordan to manage. Inzaghi, I require your striking prowess to deliver a fatal blow to Barcelona's frail defense. Typically, Sevilla employs a 4-2-3-1 formation. However, with Messi absent today, Lopetegui has opted for a different lineup. The 4-4-2 formation is a classic balance of offense and defense. Yet for Sevilla, it signifies an offensive strategy, reflecting their ambition to seize victory against a Barcelona side whose form is in question. Furthermore, should their number 36 take the field. Be vigilant of his speed. Moreno and Fernando, it is imperative that you keep him in check, ensuring he understands that the Ram in Santiago Bernabéu North Stadium is no place for his audacity. Lopetegui remains cautious regarding Lee Mingyu's pace, though he does not overly fixate on it. After all, many young talents have risen to fame through sheer fortune, and it is clear to any discerning eye that Lee Mingyu's goal was a stroke of luck. While it appears fervent and spirited for these coaches, it is but another day at the office. In the visitors' dressing room, the Barcelona players wear solemn expressions. Our lineup remains unchanged, and the defense must be wary of Inzaghi's incursions, preventing him from gaining possession near the penalty area. In midfield, De Jong must maintain control, denying the opposition any ease in their passing. Pressing must be swift and fierce. Griezmann, as the central forward, remember to drop back for the ball. Demel and Lee will stretch the field for you. Lee, unleash your speed to tear through their defense, just as you did against our own. Do not hold back. Lee Mingyu clenches his fist and strikes his chest emphatically, declaring, "Rest assured, coach." Koeman smiles in satisfaction, for football thrives on passion and fervor. The previous Barcelona lacked this essential spirit. Today, Messi cannot participate, so he has taken his seat in the stands, bypassing the dressing room. As both teams enter the pitch, Lee Mingyu, brimming with excitement, joins his teammates in the player tunnel. A blonde girl stands beside him, placing her small hand in his. Together, they follow their teammates onto the field for the exchange of flags, handshakes, and the coin toss. Lee stands at the center circle, poised like a coiled cheetah, awaiting the referee's whistle to charge into the opponent's territory. The referee glances at his watch, and when the moment arrives, the whistle sounds, unleashing a deafening roar from the PSGN stadium. The match is officially underway. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at the PSGN stadium, earning the sharp header skill of a legendary star, Zamorano. Zamorano, a former Chilean football icon, began his La Liga journey with Sevilla. Although he played only 59 matches here, he netted 21 goals, a remarkable scoring efficiency for that era. He was dubbed Terrifying IVN by fans, as his full name is IVN Zamorano. His playing style is incisive, excelling in long-range shots, close-range strikes, and headers. Notably, despite his modest height, Zamorano's elusive positioning often places him in prime spots to score with his head. One famous story about Zamorano centers on the number 18. When at Inter, Ronaldo desired the number 9 jersey, but Zamorano, attached to it, refused. Consequently, Ronaldo wore the number 10 shirt initially. Later, when Baggio arrived, he was keen on the 10, while Ronaldo had no interest. However, he proposed that if Baggio wanted the 10, he must take the 9. Thus, Zamorano relinquished his number 9 jersey for the 18. Yet between the 1 and 8 lay the sacred 9, an emblem of a forward's faith. Upon acquiring Zamorano's sharp header skill, Lee Mingyu's heading a tribute soared from 70, 75 to 85, 90, and his shooting attribute ascended from 85, 90 to 87, 92. Even his attacking ability rose from 80, 85 to 83, 90. This remarkable enhancement transforms Lee Mingyu into an exceptional aerial threat, a divine gift for someone who has historically struggled with headers. Lee De Jong delivers a low ground pass to Lee Mingyu, who is already under the watchful eye of Moreno. The seasoned Moreno steps forward, making contact with the ball. Yet, instead of clearing it, the ball bounces high. In the past, Lee Mingyu would have been at a loss on how to approach the situation, but with his newfound skill, he instinctively moved to position himself defensively against Moreno's header attempt. Moreno, taken aback by Lee Mingyu's swift reaction and savvy positioning, discreetly nudges Lee Mingyu's waist before quickly retracting his hand, signaling that no foul was committed, such as the wisdom of an experienced defender. As Lee Mingyu prepares to leap and control the ball with his chest, he feels a sudden push from behind. Although lacking in strength, he struggles to maintain his balance. However, from the corner of his eye, he spots a flash of green, and in a moment of inspiration, he exerts force from his waist mid-air, executing a lion's head but to direct the ball toward that direction. Chapter 9. A slow motion from left to right. Griezmann, having observed the ball intended for Lee Mingyu being intercepted, promptly halts his forward movement and begins to retreat. Even the Sevilla players assume Barcelona's attack has come to an end. Transitioning into defense, the Sevilla players inch forward, awaiting Moreno to secure the ball and initiate their offensive break. Unexpectedly, the ball transforms into a half-chance high ball, and a young Chinese player from Barcelona seizes a favorable position. Sevilla's defender Fernando rushes forward, ready to assist Moreno in reclaiming possession. Griezmann, noticing this vulnerability, instinctively darts towards the gap left by the left back. Lee Mingyu catches a glimpse of green flashing in his peripheral vision and performs a lion's headbutt, sending the ball soaring towards Griezmann. The ball swiftly glides over Moreno and the approaching Fernando's heads. Fernando feels a tingling in his scalp and quickly stops, preparing to turn back and chase. However, inertia is not easily overcome. By the time Fernando pivots, he sees Griezmann charging down the sideline like a runaway stallion. The ball at his feet, racing toward the baseline. As Fernando prepared to rush forward for defense, he suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep past him. A green shadow, like a bolt of lightning, surged into the center of the field. It was Lee Mingyu, after executing a lion's header. He landed and sprang up as if his feet were equipped with springs, swiftly immersing himself in the offensive play. Moreno and Fernando could only helplessly chase after him. But the distance between them and Lee Mingyu not only failed to close, but gradually widened. De Jong, Demel, and Lee Mingyu advanced like three sharp blades, swiftly penetrating the heart of Sevilla's defense. In response, Sevilla's three defenders trembled in fear. Center-back Gomez, noticing Griezmann's intent to cut inside, had no choice but to step forward to block him. With a 4-on-3 attack and Sevilla's defensive line compressed into a single line, lacking depth, it was as fragile as paper. If Griezmann could deliver a precise pass, the three players in the center would have a substantial chance to score. Griezmann kept observing the situation in the center, and upon seeing Lee Mingyu's rapid surge, his eyes lit up as he made a discreet back pass. However, the experienced Gomez anticipated this possibility, and as he struggled to adjust his center of gravity, he extended his right foot backward and made contact with the ball. Feeling the ball graze his heel, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and turned to look toward the center. Griezmann's powerful pass, though deflected off Gomez's heel, zipped towards the center with great speed, transforming from a ground ball into a half-high trajectory, heading toward the penalty area. The ball reached a height approximately at chest level, making it challenging to control. The two Sevilla defenders, already nearing the penalty area, could only watch in despair. Lee Mingyu arrived just in time. With a powerful push from his feet, he soared into the air like a whale leaping out of the ocean, meeting the incoming ball with his forehead. The already fast-moving ball, with this added force, shot towards the upper right corner of the goal like a cannonball. Sevilla's goalkeeper Bono, aghast, watched as the ball sailed past him into the net, standing there like a statue, merely waving his arm and turning his head mechanically. The previously roaring Pizju End Stadium fell into a profound silence, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Upon landing, Lee Mingyu lightly braced himself with his hands and immediately jumped up, bursting with excitement as he dashed towards the stunned Griezmann near the goal line. This goal was simply electrifying. What is the aesthetic of violence? This is the aesthetic of violence. On the sidelines, Koeman couldn't help but cover his forehead, amazed by this young talent who continually surprised him. Messi, seated in the stands, wore a look of astonishment. This goal was truly magnificent. For the shorter Messi, heading had always been a weakness, but his agility with the ball made everyone overlook his inability to score with his head. However, such a visually stunning leap and header would make anyone rise to applaud. Sevilla's defenders felt a chill down their spines as they saw the young man who had just leaped onto Griezmann's back. Lee Mingyu was overjoyed. This was his first goal as a starter, and a beautiful one at that, thanks to the terrifying Ivan. The match resumed. Within less than 5 minutes of the restart, Sevilla had already conceded such a spectacular goal, a devastating blow to their morale. Yet, the timely encouragement from their coach on the sidelines helped calm their spirits somewhat. Meanwhile, the Barcelona players, invigorated by the previous goal, relentlessly pressed Sevilla in midfield. Sevilla's players began to panic, hesitating in their actions, and their coordinated plays fell apart. Lee Mingyu utilized his speed to initiate pressure in Sevilla's backline. Indeed, a mistake occurred. A defender's transition pass to the midfield was overhit, allowing De Jong, positioned nearby, to intercept it directly. Upon seeing De Jong regain possession, the three forwards swiftly transitioned from defense to attack, splitting into 3 routes as they surged forward. De Jong executed a graceful maneuver to evade the approaching defender, lifted his head, and delivered a stunning lofted pass to the advancing Griezmann. Griezmann, effortlessly controlling the high ball as if it were glued to his foot, faced two approaching center backs, yet chose not to be greedy. With a delicate flick of his right foot's outer edge, he set up Lee Mingyu, who was now one-on-one with the goalkeeper, as Bono lunged forward like an enraged lion. Attempting to block Lee Mingyu's shooting angle, a classic scene unfolded. Following Lee Mingyu's movements, Bono performed a slow-motion dance, first to the left then to the right, before ending up sitting on the ground. The substitute Neto quickly covered his eyes, feeling sympathetic for the goalkeeper. Facing an open goal, Lee Mingyu struck with precision. Chapter 10. A man must not say he cannot. Oh, he is coming, approaching with a pendulum-like movement, a beautiful pendulum dribble. And Bono resembled a jester being toyed with. This was the second goalkeeper to fall prey to Lee Mingyu after the one from Huesca. To the goalkeepers of La Liga, may you find your footing against Lee. If Lee could outmaneuver all the goalkeepers in La Liga once, what a marvelous sight that would be. Now that you mention it, I am no longer sleepy. This scene has already played out of my mind. In less than 10 minutes into the match, Sevilla, playing at home, had conceded 2 goals to Barcelona. All Sevilla players were left bewildered. Wasn't it said that this year Barcelona was riddled with internal conflicts? Wasn't it claimed that without Messi, victory was within reach? Deceivers, you are all deceivers. Sevilla's coach Lopetegui turned pale, taken aback by the unexpected strength of the number 36. Seizing the moment before the next kickoff, he hastily gathered his captain and several defenders to impart frantic instructions. It must be noted that Sevilla's ability to adjust is truly commendable. Once the match resumed, the confusion on Sevilla players' faces dissipated, replaced by a solemn focus, and their passing became steadier. After a few rounds of frantic pressing by Barcelona, the players realized it was ineffective and gradually retreated to their half, as such relentless pressing was quite exhausting. Around the 15-minute mark, Lee Mingyu was already drenched in sweat, having been the most active in the recent tussles, revealing the toll of fatigue. Oh, it seems our Barcelona's Lee is not as enduring as he appears. Indeed, possessing such swiftness is remarkable, yet if one's stamina is lacking, it becomes quite unrealistic. The coaches of both teams have likely discerned this issue. It remains to be seen how they will strategize. Certainly, both coaches have recognized Lee Mingyu's shortcomings. Koeman's expression darkened, taken aback by Lee Mingyu's evident fatigue after merely 10 minutes of play. How can this be tolerated? My dear lad, good looks are of no consequence if one lacks physical endurance. On the other hand, Lopetegui wore a cunning smile as he approached the sidelines, directing his team to focus their offensive efforts towards Lee Mingyu's side. Although Lee Mingyu was not required to defend, the pressure of the attack compelled him to retreat. After several exchanges of offense and defense, Lee Mingyu felt as though his lungs were about to burst. As a newcomer just promoted from the reserves, he struggled to adapt to the brisk pace of the top-tier league. In the reserve matches, a stamina level of 70 sufficed for the entire game. However, in the first division, the tempo of play escalated dramatically, rendering that same level barely adequate for a half. With a brief halftime respite, he could manage only another 10 to 15 minutes in the second half before succumbing to exhaustion. Typically, first-team players need a stamina level of at least 80 to sustain themselves for the full 80 minutes, while only those boasting over 90 can endure an entire match. This season, Barcelona's defense has indeed been problematic, with the highest number of goals conceded among the top 5 in the league. Initially, Sevilla's strategy was sound, aiming to exploit a Messi-less Barcelona through a robust offense. It was primarily due to 2 early opportunities that Barcelona capitalized on, scoring twice in quick succession. As Lee Mingyu's stamina waned and he lost his attacking impact on Sevilla's defense, Sevilla's offensive onslaught surged toward Barcelona like a relentless tide. Recognizing his physical limitations, Lee Mingyu, under Koeman's guidance, abandoned his defensive duties and began to jog in an effort to regain his breath. This effectively left Barcelona a man down. Almost immediately, Barcelona's defense was in disarray, with Sevilla pressing them into a confined 30-meter zone, leaving them immobilized. Lee Mingyu remained near the center circle, while Griezmann and Dembélé had retreated to defend. Sevilla remained vigilant, with 2 central defenders lagging behind to prevent Barcelona from launching a counterattack to find Lee Mingyu. Witnessing his team's goal under constant threat, Lee Mingyu pounded his thigh in frustration. Building stamina became his immediate objective. Perched in the stands, Messi shook his head in disappointment, realizing that Lee Mingyu's physical condition was insufficient for a starting role in the first team. The road ahead is fraught with challenges. Koeman's expression was grave. This match was crucial to secure victory, as Messi would return for the next game, restoring the team's attacking line. Lee Mingyu could be deployed as a surprise element in the second half, addressing his stamina issues while providing the team with an additional offensive option. In the 30th minute, Barcelona's defense faltered, allowing Sevilla's midfielder Jordan to execute a covert through ball. Forward Inzaghi surged in from the flank, penetrating Barcelona's penalty area. The defenders raised their hands, signaling for offside, but the linesman did not respond. Inzaghi, undoubtedly Sevilla's top scorer, delivered a composed low shot that pierced ter Stegen's grasp. Sevilla, playing at home, had equalized. Standing near the center circle, Lee Mingyu sighed heavily. With the absence of their key defender Piku due to injury, Barcelona's defense was utterly disjointed. The previous offside attempt failed because the right back lingered behind, allowing Inzaghi to easily reach the penalty area and score. Barcelona's captain, midfielder Busquets, clapped his hands vigorously and urged everyone focus. We are Barcelona. We must win. Lee Mingyu's earlier spontaneous remark had become a rallying cry among the players. Ter Stegen retrieved the ball from the net and threw it forcefully toward the front, shaking his head. Observing Sheffield jubilant celebration, de Jong gestured for Lee Mingyu, Griezmann, and Dembélé to join him. The entire Ram and stadium erupted in euphoria as Sevilla's fans rejoiced, witnessing their team dominate Barcelona in attack, a sight unseen in over a decade. Just one Messi had once instilled fear in Sevilla's ranks. Chapter 11. A foul outside the penalty area. Upon resuming play, Barcelona did not unleash a rapid assault, but instead engaged in a patient build-up in midfield. For many years, this method had established Barcelona's supremacy in football. However, the current Barcelona lacked the formidable control they once held under Guardiola, although their passing was swift. It lacked the decisive forward ball that could break through defenses. Barcelona's offensive efforts concentrated on the left flank, while Lee Mingyu lingered on the right, awaiting his moment. Although Sevilla had assigned 2 players to closely mark him, Lee Mingyu's earlier breathtaking performance left a lasting impression, compelling them to remain vigilant. This was Barcelona's tactic, to utilize Lee Mingyu as a diversion, drawing defenders away and creating space elsewhere. Indeed, Sevilla's defensive formation began to shift towards their right flank, leaving only Moreno beside Lee Mingyu. The previous 2 goals weighed heavily on Moreno's conscience. Having gained a first-hand understanding of Lee Mingyu's speed, he knew he must prevent any opportunity for acceleration, even if it meant fouling. Lee Mingyu had been jogging for about 5 to 6 minutes, feeling his stamina gradually returning, and thus began to make his move. Moreno, recognizing the shift, closely followed Lee Mingyu, keeping a watchful eye on the surrounding situation. In football, prolonged engagements on one side of the pitch are impractical, given its limited width. After several unsuccessful attempts to penetrate the left flank, the ball was played back to De Jong in the center. However, as most Sevilla players anticipated a continuation of the attack on the left, De Jong had already spotted Lee Mingyu, who was signaling for the ball. The opportunity had arrived. De Jong executed a feint to the left, causing Sevilla's defensive focus to shift once more. With a deft flick of his left ankle, he delivered a cleverly disguised through ball directed towards the open right flank. Alarm bells rang within Sevilla's ranks as they simultaneously turned their gaze to the left flank. What met their eyes was none other than Lee Mingyu, sprinting towards the ball, with Moreno desperately attempting to keep pace. Yet, it was evident that the distance between them was widening. Moreno quickly realized that in terms of speed, he was no match for Lee Mingyu. With a determined grit, he extended his hand, attempting to grasp Lee Mingyu's jersey. However, it was too late. The moment Moreno's fingers brushed against the fabric, Lee Mingyu had already surged forward, leaving Moreno grasping at nothing but air. As Lee Mingyu focused on the ball ahead, he glanced at the situation in the center, noting that the opposing defenders had begun to retreat, with both the fullback and center back preparing to close in on him. Griezmann and Dembélé rapidly advanced, drawing away other defenders. Faced with the approaching defenders, Lee Mingyu hesitated not a moment. He deftly nudged the ball with his right foot, preparing to glide past them. The fullback, Navas, a seasoned veteran at 35, found himself at a loss against the speedster Lee Mingyu, and could only watch as he sped past, managing merely a light shove as Lee Mingyu flew by. This slight contact caused Lee Mingyu to stumble, a testament to the veteran's experience, for he understood that behind him was the young center back Count. At merely 22, Count displayed promising defensive awareness and skill. If he could momentarily impede Lee Mingyu, Count would certainly be able to thwart the play. Count did not disappoint Navis, sprinting towards the ball with fervor. At that moment, it was a race between Lee Mingyu and Count, each vying for possession. However, Lee Mingyu's speed had diminished slightly due to the collision with Navis, giving Count the advantage to reach the ball first, a smile creeping onto his face as he sensed victory. As Count prepared to pressure Lee Mingyu, he feigned a powerful kick, hoping to intimidate him. Yet, Lee Mingyu remained unfazed, advancing to intercept the ball. Count, taken aback by Lee Mingyu's relentless approach, found himself flustered. What had intended to be a feint became a desperate attempt to clear the ball with a powerful kick. In a split second, Count misfired under Lee Mingyu's pressure, the ball eluding him as Lee Mingyu seized it. In a swift motion, Lee Mingyu danced the ball between his feet, effortlessly slipping it through Count's legs. He surged past Count, who, feeling humiliated, grabbed hold of Lee Mingyu's jersey and brought him crashing to the ground. The sharp whistle of the referee snapped Count back to reality. Realizing where Lee Mingyu had fallen, within the penalty area, Count's face contorted with anguish as he glanced at the referee, who pointed decisively towards the penalty spot. A penalty! Count sprang up and rushed to the referee, asserting that he had pulled Lee Mingyu down outside the box, insisting it should be a free kick instead. The referee remained unmoved, producing a yellow card from his pocket. Displaying it to Count, the Sevilla players surrounded the referee, pleading for a reversal. However, the referee had clearly observed the incident, although Count's position was outside the box. Lee Mingyu's feet had already crossed the line when Count had grabbed him from behind. Furthermore, had Lee Mingyu been allowed to proceed, he would have faced the goalkeeper one-on-one, warranting a potential red card for Count as the last defender. Impatient, the referee gestured for the Sevilla players to disperse. Meanwhile, Lee Mingyu was enveloped by his Barcelona teammates, celebrating with friendly pats and playful nudges, causing him to shyly retreat. Chapter 12. Timely defense in the absence of Messi. Barcelona's designated penalty taker was Griezmann. Having gone 3 matches without scoring, Griezmann hoped to break his drought with this penalty. Yet, with Lee Mingyu already having netted 2 goals, there was a tantalizing prospect of him achieving a hat-trick. A newcomer scoring consecutive hat-tricks in 2 matches would surely be a record. However, to everyone's surprise, when Griezmann handed the ball to Lee Mingyu, he declined. "Antoine, the coach designated you to take the penalty," Griezmann exclaimed, noticing Lee Mingyu's puzzled expression. "If you take this penalty, you could achieve your hat trick." Lee Mingyu blinked and waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I prefer not to complete a hat trick in this manner. You take it." Griezmann felt a surge of excitement, realizing he indeed needed a goal to solidify his position, and thus he acquiesced. Lee Mingyu stood just outside the penalty area, observing Griezmann positioning the ball, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. What did he mean by not liking this method of scoring? Wasn't a goal still a goal? Penalties were a golden opportunity. If one were to inquire with the coach of Barcelona's youth team, the reason would likely become apparent. In his youth, Lee Mingyu had been the first-choice penalty taker. Yet during a match against Real Madrid's youth team, the opposing goalkeeper had saved 3 of his penalties. Since then, Lee Mingyu had shied away from taking them. Even in training, his penalty attempts lacked power and precision. In the heat of play, he could be a fierce tiger, but at the penalty spot, he felt like a timid lamb. The penalty had become a psychological burden for him. With a sharp whistle, Griezmann feigned a kick, deceiving the goalkeeper and scoring effortlessly. The score was now 1-3, and the home team Sevilla found themselves trailing by 2 goals. Rather than demoralizing Sevilla, this goal ignited their fury. As the game resumed, Sevilla launched a fierce assault on Barcelona. With a 2-goal lead, Barcelona remained composed, retreating as a unit, while Lee Mingyu lingered near the center circle, preventing Sevilla from fully committing to their attack. The first half concluded after Sevilla's long-range effort soared over the crossbar. Lee Mingyu and his teammates walked off the pitch, heading towards the locker room. Upon arrival, Koeman inquired about Lee Mingyu's fitness. Lee Mingyu nodded, replying, "Coach, I can still hold on." Koeman regarded him with pride, advising, "In the second half, manage your energy wisely. Refrain from defensive duties. I need you to draw the opponent's attention in the midfield." Lee Mingyu listened intently, nodding in agreement. Koeman remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, the performance in the first half was commendable. Let us carry this momentum into the second half. The opposing team's offensive tactics are rather simplistic, We merely need to focus on disrupting the link between Jordan and Inzaghi. In the second half, we must sever the connections between these two players. As we commence, let us bolster our defense. For I firmly believe the opposition will attempt a sudden strike right from the kickoff. Everyone must heighten their vigilance. 15 minutes slipped by swiftly, and the second half was about to commence. Lee Mingyu stood near the center line, observing as the two players from the opposing team whispered amongst themselves at the center circle. A whistle pierced the air. Jordan gently nudged the ball, and Inzaghi darted forward like a spring-loaded rabbit, rapidly advancing down the left side of the center. Despite Koeman's earlier warning during the break about a possible surprise attack at the start of the second half, the players seem to have forgotten. In football, it is common for teams to score at the onset of both halves, often due to the opposing side's lapse in concentration, resulting in a surprise goal. This time was no exception, as Inzaghi slipped past the midfield defense and was now directly confronting Barcelona's backline. Goalkeeper Ter Stegen shouted loudly, urging the defenders to remain alert, to step up and protect. Noticing a slight gap in Barcelona's defense, Inzaghi immediately cut inside, preparing to advance toward the center. Should he reach the middle unimpeded, with the defense weakened and devoid of holding midfield protection, he would find himself face-to-face with the goal. Although defenders remained, a well-placed long-range shot could prove insurmountable. Just as Inzaghi executed his cut, Jordan's warning cry echoed behind him. Watch out. As Inzaghi prepared to unleash a powerful shot, he felt a green figure glide past him, intercepting the ball and redirecting it toward the back line. The center back quickly gained control of the football, and the goalkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow. That position had been perilously dangerous, akin to training for a long-range strike, where 1S defenders offered no cover and could potentially obstruct 1S view. The savior was none other than Lee Mingyu. Upon the kickoff, he had noted Jordan and Inzaghi whispering and recalled Koeman's words during the halftime break. Therefore, instead of advancing into the opponent's half, he retreated to his own. His instincts proved correct as Inzaghi charged toward Barcelona's core. Lee Mingyu hastened back, ultimately thwarting the attack just before the opponent could shoot. After disrupting the play, Lee Mingyu did not pause. He pivoted and sprinted back into the opponent's half. Alba passed the ball to the midfield, finding Busquets, who delivered a short pass to the team's engine, De Jong. De Jong executed a through ball, sending it to the swiftly advancing Demel, who tore down the left flank like a galloping steed, directly targeting the opponent's byline. This string of exquisite coordination tore through Sevilla's defense. Sevilla's backline began to fray. Demel executed a flamboyant bicycle kick to evade the opposing defender, followed by a precise cross. The quality of the ball sent chaos rippling through Sevilla's penalty area. Griezmann surged forward, drawing two defenders with him, yet the ball slipped past his head. A gaping void appeared at the far post. Chapter 13. A Quadruple Delight. The crowd stands Demel delivered an exquisitely crafted cross. Griezmann failed to make contact. My heavens, at the far post, Lee Mingyu soared like a majestic eagle, leaping high into the air unmarked. With perfect timing, he positioned his body, unleashed a powerful header, and directed the ball into the net's corner. Sevilla's goalkeeper stretched his body in a futile attempt to reach the ball, but by the time his fingers grazed it, the ball had already nestled in the back of the net. The entire PSG's stadium fell into an eerie silence, akin to a graveyard. All fans gazed in astonishment at the young man, celebrating wildly. Lee, unbelievable. I've never seen such a remarkable newcomer. He had completed a hat-trick in consecutive matches, a truly formidable young talent. Lee Mingyu was soon enveloped by his Barcelona teammates, who affectionately patted his head, shoulders, and even playfully kicked his backside. Hey, watch where you kick, he exclaimed. On the sidelines, the contrasting expressions of the coaches were stark. Barcelona's coach, Koeman, celebrated as if it were his own goal, executing a stylish slide on his knees. Fortune had favored him with such a talented player. Even during Messi and Ronaldo's debut seasons, their scoring efficiency had not been this terrifying. Meanwhile, Sevilla's coach, Lopetegui, had lost all semblance of composure, resembling an enraged lion. Despite his repeated admonitions during the break to pay special attention to the number 36 player, they had allowed such an easy opportunity for the opposition. Watching Lee Mingyu surrounded by his jubilant teammates, Lopetegui could only manage a rueful smile. Damn it, Barcelona has been favored once more by the heavens. Are they about to dominate La Liga again? Sevilla now trailed by 3 goals at home. After the initial shock, the fans in the PSGN stadium rallied to support their team, embodying the true spirit of fans, unwavering in victory or defeat. Yet in their eyes, that number 36 player from Barcelona was undeniably terrifying. Hat tricks are rare. Many players spend their entire careers without achieving one. Yet this young man had accomplished 2 in just 2 matches, a truly frightening feat. Upon resuming play, Sevilla unleashed a fervent offensive, having nothing left to lose with a 3-goal deficit. However, Barcelona's strategy for the second half was to defend and counter. Thus, Sevilla's onslaught played directly into Barcelona's hands. Time and again, their efforts resulted in futility, their hasty long-range attempts betraying the disarray within their ranks. In the 75th minute of the second half, observing that Lee Mingyu was fatigued, the coach signaled for Pedri to warm up, preparing to substitute him. Lee Mingyu, noticing the impending change, anticipated stepping off the field during the next stoppage. Just then, Sevilla made a mistake in their forward play, handing the ball directly to a Barcelona player. In an instant, the tide shifted from defense to attack, as nearly all Sevilla players surged forward. Lee Mingyu stood at the center circle, and upon witnessing the unfolding situation, inspiration struck him, prompting him to accelerate. At that very moment, as he surged forward, De Jong, receiving the ball near his own goal, executed a remarkable 180-degree turn, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. The ball, akin to a specter, was dispatched directly into the opponent's half. All eyes were fixated on the football. The Sevilla team's half was devoid of defenders, and like a wild stallion released from its restraints, Lee Mingyu raced towards the descending ball, while the Sevilla defenders despaired in their pursuit behind him. Although Lee Mingyu was nearing exhaustion, fueled by sheer willpower, his legs continued to propel him forward, leaving the defenders in his wake, lamenting their inability to catch up. The opposing goalkeeper had advanced well outside the penalty area, pressed forward, but now faced a dilemma: to rush forward and intercept the ball, or retreat to the goal line, awaiting the defender's arrival to safeguard the net. Just as the goalkeeper found himself torn, Lee Mingyu made the decision for him. In the instant he reached the ball, he executed a deft lob, sending the football soaring over the goalkeeper's head and into the goal. The goalkeeper collapsed onto the ground in defeat. "Thank you for relieving my dilemma," exclaimed Lee Mingyu, utterly spent from those few strides. Upon seeing the ball nestling into the net, he felt a sudden cramp in his calf, collapsing onto his back. Griezmann, nearest to him, rushed over, concerned. "Lee, are you all right?" Lee Mingyu grimaced, "Just a cramp." Griezmann, witnessing Lee Mingyu's discomfort, felt relieved. The team could ill afford any injuries, especially not to a player of Lee Mingyu's caliber, capable of such remarkable feats. On the sidelines, Coach Koeman nearly lost his composure upon seeing Lee Mingyu fall. Without waiting for the referee's permission, he waved his hand, summoning the team doctor to the field at once. A false alarm. Conveniently, a substitution was imminent. As Lee Mingyu was carried off on a stretcher, the one silent PSGN stadium erupted in scattered applause, which gradually intensified until the entire crowd stood, spontaneously applauding Lee Mingyu. They were in awe. This was a complete surrender to his prowess. A flawless 4-goal performance. Even legends like Messi and Ronaldo had never achieved such heights at the PSGN stadium. Today, the 19-year-old Chinese prodigy Lee Mingyu received a hero's welcome at this hallowed ground. Sitting in the stands, Messi remained silent, yet his eyes burned with a flicker of hope. Despite Lee Mingyu's physical fatigue, within this limited time frame, he had scored 4 goals single-handedly, conquering the PSGN stadium. Lee Mingyu, taken aback by the deafening applause, felt like a child being praised, shyly lowering his head. As he leaned on the team doctor's arm and slowly rose, he straightened himself at the edge of the field and respectfully bowed to the audience, embodying the sentiment: respect begets respect. Chapter 14. An annual salary of €500 if the hat trick in the first match was due to the opponent's weakness and a stroke of fortune. The subsequent 4-goal performance in the second match sent shockwaves throughout Europe and the global football community. Never before had a newcomer displayed such terrifying scoring efficiency. 7 goals in 2 matches, with only 85 minutes played, averaging a goal every 12 minutes, which was genuinely astonishing. Barcelona's upper management dared not delay and immediately contacted Lee Mingyu's agent at the conclusion of the match. His agent, Andrew, a third-rate representative, primarily managed emerging talents like Lee Mingyu. Upon learning of Lee Mingyu's hat trick in his debut La Liga match, Andrew realized his prospects had brightened. He promptly drove to Barcelona. Although Andrew was merely a third-rate agent, he understood the principles of negotiation and refrained from directly approaching Barcelona's management about Lee Mingyu's contract. Instead, he took a moment to reach out to Lee Mingyu. He first congratulated him on his hat trick, then engaged in casual conversation before advising Lee Mingyu to continue his efforts and to deliver an outstanding performance in the next match to leave a positive impression on the management. As for the contract, Andrew believed that as long as Lee Mingyu could replicate his previous performance, there was no need to rush. Indeed, once the match concluded, Andrew's phone rang. He turned off the television with a smile and answered the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Andrew?" "Yes, who is this?" "I am Braida, the manager of FC Barcelona. If you are available, I would like to invite you to my office to discuss Lee Mingyu's contract." After hanging up, Andrew excitedly waved his arms, revealing a confident smile. Following the match, Lee Mingyu boarded the return flight with his team. On the plane, he sat beside Messi. "Lee, your speed is impressive and your ability to seize opportunities is remarkable, but your stamina is lacking. This will impact your performance, especially if you aspire to be an exceptional footballer. If you cannot endure an entire match, your achievements will undoubtedly be limited." Koeman, sitting in the front row, overheard their conversation and turned to say, "Lee, upon our return, I will enhance your conditioning training. However, given that we are nearing the end of the season, the results may not be immediate. After the season concludes, I will devise a tailored fitness regimen for you." Lee Mingyu acknowledged his weaknesses and nodded affirmatively. While his recent performances were indeed stellar, his vulnerabilities had been starkly exposed before all. Upon returning to Barcelona, Lee Mingyu received a call from his agent, Andrew. "Lee, I'm at your house. Could you come back?" Andrew's voice was cheerful. Lee Mingyu shrugged, stowed his personal belongings in the player's dormitory, and departed from the training base. Outside the training facility, he pulled out his phone to call for a ride. A red Ferrari pulled up beside him, and Griezmann lowered his sunglasses, asking, "Hey, need a hand? Is this your home? Wow, it's a restaurant. I must come and dine here sometime." Griezmann remarked in astonishment at the sign of Lee's family restaurant. Lee Mingyu smiled. "In a couple of days, I'll treat everyone to an authentic Chinese feast." Griezmann drove off in his Ferrari, off to enjoy his evening. As Lee Mingyu entered the restaurant, he was met with a surprising scene. "My goodness, who do I see? Wow, it's Lee. It's really Lee." Upon stepping inside, several patrons recognized him, erupting in excited shouts. Lee Mingyu, somewhat taken aback, nodded at everyone. Several familiar patrons greeted him with joy, as he had previously played for both the youth and reserve teams of Barcelona. Thus, some diehard Barcelona fans were quite well acquainted with him. However, aside from a few neighbors, not many knew that this restaurant was owned by Lee Mingyu's family. So, a robust Hispanic woman approached him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Lee Mingyu returned the hug with enthusiasm, laughing, "Mom, you look more beautiful than ever." Sonia, a truly Spanish woman, though appearing stout, still bore traces of her youthful charm. Undoubtedly a beauty. However, it is common for European women to gain weight as they age, especially considering she married a Chinese chef. Li Zhenfei, the Chinese chef, had met the lovely Sonia during a trip to Spain, fell in love, and chose to stay in Spain as he had no relatives left in China. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Zhenfei emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing Lee Mingyu, a glimmer of pride crossed his eyes. "You brat, you finally decided to come back," he said with mock severity. Lee Mingyu quickly responded with a grin, "Dad, I'm back, aren't I?" Li Zhenfei shot him a glare before returning to his culinary duties. "Lee, come here." Andrew beckoned from the doorway of a private room. "Sonia nuja Lee Mingyu isha shulde," saying, "Go on, you must properly thank Andrew this time." Although Lee Mingyu suspected it had to do with a contract negotiation, he was puzzled as to why he needed to thank Andrew. Entering the room, he closed the door behind him. The two sat across from each other. As Andrew retrieved a contract from his bag and placed it on the table, sliding it toward Lee Mingyu with a broad smile. "Lee, take a look." With a heart full of excitement, Lee Mingyu opened the contract. Indeed, it was his official player contract with FC Barcelona. He quickly glanced at the most crucial details. Contract duration, 4 years. Annual salary, 500,000 euros. Lee Mingyu stared in astonishment at his salary. 500,000 euros was quite substantial. Andrew, brimming with pride, remarked, "While this salary may seem modest at Barcelona, for a newcomer, it is indeed an exceptional figure." Chapter 15. The art of ball control at Barcelona's training facility. The head coach, Koeman, addressed the team with a serious expression. We have 11 matches remaining, and currently, we trail Atletico Madrid by 5 points, having played one more match than them. However, we have a crucial 6-point match against Atletico coming up, but for now, we must focus on the present and win every match. Despite Barcelona's recent 2 victories, they still found themselves 5 points behind Atletico, who had been remarkably stable on both offense and defense this season, particularly in defense, with only one team, Atletico, conceding fewer than 20 goals. Although Atletico had lost their most formidable striker, Griezmann, they had gained a top striker from Barcelona, Suarez. Initially, Barcelona believed Suarez had aged and lacked competitiveness, which led them to part ways with him. However, witnessing Suarez's performance at Atletico, it was likely that the Barcelona hierarchy regretted their decision. Currently, Suarez ranked second on the scoring list with 16 goals, while Barcelona's Messi held the top spot, only 3 goals ahead. Allowing such a prolific scorer to leave was a calamity for Barcelona, particularly as they were vying for the La Liga title against Atletico, which was a severe blow to the club. The competitiveness of La Liga had indeed diminished significantly, as evidenced by the scoring charts. Among the unexpected names appearing on the list was Lee Mingyu, positioned 14th with 7 goals. In just 2 matches, he had catapulted himself into the top 20 of the scoring charts. Should he score again, he would ascend to 11th place, and with 2 more goals, he would land in the top 10. While others took an entire season to reach the top 10, Lee Mingyu might achieve it in merely 3 matches. In the upcoming match, Barcelona would face Osasuna at home. Although Osasuna was currently mid-table, they too sought a victory to distance themselves from the relegation zone, making this match more challenging than anticipated. Observing his teammates' relaxed demeanor, Koeman furrowed his brow, sternly reminding them, it has only been a few days since the Huesca match. Have you forgotten? If not for Lies's hat trick, we will be the laughingstock of all Spain. Feeling the sudden attention on him, Lee Mingyu smiled sheepishly. Noticing the shift in the team's energy, Koeman expressed satisfaction, announcing tomorrow's lineup will see Messi return to the starting 11, and Lee, you will be on the bench. Lee Mingyu felt a twinge of disappointment, but acquiesced. Koeman smirked slightly, thinking it was normal for a young player to have such feelings. However, as the coach of Barcelona, starting Lee Mingyu in the previous match was merely a temporary measure. It was impractical to sideline a group of high-salaried forwards in favor of a newly signed player. If Lee Mingyu could replicate his previous performances, it would be beneficial, but if he faltered, it would not bode well for himself, the team, or Lee Mingyu. Young players must learn to wait for their opportunities. Despite not being in the starting lineup, Lee Mingyu applied himself diligently during training, demonstrating his commitment. As a substitute, he forced the starting defenders to experience the intensity of Huesca and Sevilla's defenses. Yet, this sensation was not unfamiliar to them, as Real Madrid had a speedster in their ranks, Bale. Years ago, Barcelona had fallen victim to Bale's prowess. In the 2013-2014 Copa del Rey final, Bale's explosive pace allowed him to surpass Barcelona's center-back and score a dramatic late goal, sealing Barcelona's fate. Bale was once a formidable force, causing all teams facing Real Madrid to keep a keen eye on him. Now, however, a young Chinese player had taken the mantle, racing across the La Liga pitch. On March 7, 2021, at 10 p.m. local time in Spain, Camp Nou was filled to capacity, the stands transformed into a vibrant sea of red and blue. The resounding victories in these 2 matches have rekindled the hopes of Barcelona fans for the possibility of clinching the league title, as passion once again enveloped the Camp Nou. Lee Mingyu sat on the bench, his expression one of discontent. Koeman, standing at the sidelines, crossed his arms, wearing a look of profound concern. With the sound of the whistle, the match commenced. Osasuna's total goals amounted to merely 23, whereas Messi alone had netted 19, highlighting the stark disparity in attacking prowess between the 2 teams. Consequently, Osasuna resolutely adopted a defensive posture from the outset. However, Barcelona, well acquainted with such a bus-like defensive setup, found it easy to navigate through. After serving a suspension, Messi exhibited a fierce desire to attack, and within just 5 minutes of the match, he had already attempted 2 impressive long-range shots, albeit of subpar quality. The opposing goalkeeper, seasoned and astute, grew increasingly vexed, recognizing that Messi was merely calibrating his touch. Should the Argentine be allowed another chance or 2, a goal would likely follow. Osasuna struggled to mount any semblance of an effective attack against Barcelona. Following a goal conceded, Barcelona swiftly initiated a counterpress, leaving Osasuna in a precarious position. Often, Osasuna would not retain possession for more than 10 seconds before the ball was back in Barcelona's control. With a possession time of 81-19, it was an overwhelming display of dominance. Yet, in football, it is not merely the length of possession that determines victory. Ultimately, one must score. Barcelona tirelessly maneuvered within Osasuna's 30-meter zone, beginning from the left flank, compressing the opponent's defense before shifting the ball through midfield to the right side, effectively utilizing the width of the pitch and exhausting Osasuna's players. Over time, even the most resolute defense is bound to reveal a crack. For years, Barcelona has relied on this fluid, relentless attacking style to dominate matches. Chapter 16. Messi's mastery in assists and goals in the 20th minute, influenced by Barcelona's tempo. Osasuna's players began to shift in mindset. After all, they were playing at Barcelona's home ground, where the resounding jeers of the home fans, particularly those behind the goal, made Osasuna's players feel as though they were sitting on needles, pricked by thorns, and choking on bones. When De Jong delivered the ball to Messi, he inadvertently sent it slightly too far ahead. Messi, attempting to control the ball, found it just a tad distant from his body. Sensing an opportunity amidst the complacency induced by Barcelona's passing game, Osasuna's midfielder Toro surged forward, ready to intercept. Toro's impulsive action drew a dark expression from Osasuna's coach, Arte, on the sidelines. Such a reckless challenge posed a significant risk. Should Toro fail, a small vacuum would emerge in the defense, necessitating someone to fill the gap, thereby disrupting their formation entirely. Indeed, Messi was luring him in. Noticing Toro's advance, Messi delicately nudged the ball with his toe, allowing it to slip between Toro's legs. In an instant, Messi accelerated past Toro, who was gripped by a chilling realization of his untimely decision to challenge. This was a hallmark of Barcelona's renowned style of possession play. Despite the coach's myriad admonitions to avoid being deceived and to maintain positional awareness, when faced with Barcelona's audacious passing and movement, players often succumb to altered mental states. It has been said that Barcelona's football is akin to a form of hypnosis, capable not only of mesmerizing viewers at home, but also of entrancing opposing players. Toro's moment of folly was a direct result of 20 minutes of relentless possession, which dulled his cognitive faculties and led him to forget his coach's words, compelling him instead to act on instinct. Regrettably for him, Messi had breached Toro's defense and was now confronting Osasuna's backline. Osasuna's formation was resolute, arranged in a 5-4-1 setup, almost resembling a 5-5-0, with their solitary forward stationed approximately 40 meters away, actively moving. From a bird's-eye view, one could see only Ter Stegen idly positioned at the edge of the penalty area, while a solitary defender, Umtiti, patrolled near the center circle, guarding against any potential counterattacks. In stark contrast, Osasuna's half, particularly within the 30-meter vicinity of the goal, felt overcrowded. As Messi evaded Toro, the entire Osasuna formation swiftly converged upon him. No team dares to underestimate Messi. With his feet dancing like a butterfly flitting among flowers, Messi deftly maneuvered to evade the advancing fullback. Although he had surpassed one defender, several others were still on his tail. Suddenly, two center-backs rushed to close in on him, only to be alarmed when they realized they had vacated the central area. A sly smile crept across Messi's face as he flicked a cutting-through ball between the defenders. Griezmann ghosted in from behind, meeting the ball without pause and delivering a precise shot. The opposing goalkeeper, having stretched his body in anticipation, was helpless against the close range and acute angle, left to merely lament as the ball arched beautifully into the net. With 20 minutes elapsed in the first half, Barcelona led Osasuna 1-0, igniting an eruption of sound akin to a volcanic explosion within Camp Nou. After 20 minutes of staunch defense, Osasuna's goal finally succumbed. The subsequent match dynamics shifted as Osasuna was compelled to attack. After all, a scoreline of 1-0 held the same weight as 10-0 for them. Yet, the game had settled into Barcelona's rhythm, leaving Osasuna's players divided in their intentions. Should they continue to defend, counterattack, or go all out? Even Arte, standing on the sidelines, wore a grave expression. Before he could issue any directives, Messi executed a quick interception in the attacking third, cutting in from the flank. Upon reaching the edge of the penalty area, he glanced at the goalkeeper's position and unleashed a high-quality long-range shot that curled into the far corner. The goalkeeper's view was obstructed, and by the time he registered the ball's presence, it was too late, leaving him to watch as it traced a beautiful arc into the net. At just 25 minutes in the first half, Barcelona had already established a 2-goal lead. Arte, still wrestling with whether to press forward, suddenly appeared shaken from his reverie, signaling for his captain amidst Barcelona's celebration to relay strategic instructions to the team. As the captain gathered all the players together during the celebration, he unified their mindset, focus on counterattacking while prioritizing defense, ensuring that Barcelona could not score easily again. Following the kickoff, Barcelona swiftly regained control of the ball. Osasuna displayed a remarkable sense of awareness, retreating all players to their half, exuding an air of challenge. However, once the Barcelona players encroached upon the opponent's 40-meter zone, they suddenly sensed a marked intensification in Osasuna's defensive fortitude. This was Osasuna's strategy. Acknowledging the difficulty of scoring, they resolved to ensure that Barcelona would not find the net either, unless they were willing to risk unnecessary injuries. Indeed, under the formidable and somewhat malicious defensive maneuvers of the opposition, Barcelona's offensive efforts came to a standstill. The Barcelona players exchanged passes from 40 meters out, yet Osasuna's players exhibited a disinterest, indifferent to their attempts as long as they did not advance. This prompted a chorus of boos from the crowd, a clear expression of disdain for Osasuna's negative play. Of course, it was also directed at the Barcelona players. Messi attempted several breakthroughs, yet each time he was thwarted by the opposing defender's physicality. Frustrated, Messi sat on the ground, gesturing in disbelief, but the referee signaled that no yellow card would be issued. With a resigned flick of his hand, Messi returned to the fray as the first half slowly ticked away. Barcelona's offense had completely stalled. As the clock struck the 45th minute, the fourth official indicated 2 minutes of stoppage time. The Barcelona players felt both physically and mentally exhausted. This possession play not only troubled their opponents, but also posed a significant test for them. Alba's casual cross lacked vigor, and Busquets, preparing to receive, noticed a figure rapidly charging from Osasuna's half. Chapter 17. Barra provokes. At Camp Nou, a wave of alarm surged through Camp Nou as Osasuna's number 11, Barra, akin to a lion spotting its prey, surged forward, deftly poking the ball past Busquets. Ahead lay open space, and, apart from Ter Stegen, there was no one else in Barcelona's half. Barra sprinted forward, while Barcelona's defense scrambled desperately to recover. Yet, the hasty retreat of the defenders was no match for Barra's preemptive acceleration. Although not renowned for his speed, the rare opportunity to face Barcelona's goalkeeper sent adrenaline coursing through him, creating an illusion of chasing after a swift player. Ter Stegen, cursing under his breath, retreated to the small box. It was not yet the time to charge out. Covering the 40 meters from midfield to the penalty area, Barra remarkably made it to the edge of the box in less than 5 seconds, with the nearest defender, Alba, still 2 to 3 meters away. Seemingly powerless to thwart his impending shot, Ter Stegen dashed out of the small box, attempting to close off Barra's angle of attack. Barra's expression remained resolute, unfazed by Ter Stegen's advance, his footing steady as he executed a low shot that pierced through Ter Stegen's defenses. "Why is it always me getting hurt?" Ter Stegen lamented, glancing back to see the ball rolling obediently into the net. A cacophony of boos erupted from the stands. To concede a goal at home in such a manner was a profound disgrace. Following the goal, Barra exuberantly sprinted to the sidelines, gesturing for the Barcelona fans to quiet down, igniting a fury throughout Camp Nou. The fans closest to the field, incensed, threatened to breach the barriers and confront Barra, who hurriedly retreated. Feeling offended by Barra's provocations, the Barcelona players surged toward him, encircling the provocateur. Naturally, Osasuna's players rushed to defend their teammate, and the tension escalated as both sides appeared ready to clash. The referee stood nearby, observing with a detached demeanor, whistling in an attempt to restore calm. Nevertheless, the players remained composed, resorting only to verbal exchanges of familial insults, hands clasped behind their backs, wary of potential theatrics. Observers from the northeastern regions of Huaxia would undoubtedly regard the scene with disdain, remarking that with faces so close, they should have engaged in a proper brawl. Noticing that neither side showed signs of actual confrontation, the referee intervened, separating the players and sending them back to their respective halves. Ultimately, The provocateur Bar received a yellow card, while the impulsive Alba, having initially shoved Bar, was similarly penalized. Both sides were reprimanded. As the match resumed, Barcelona launched a fervent assault on Osasuna's half, but barely took a step before the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. Messi, visibly dissatisfied, approached the referee to express his grievances. However, the referee shook his head, clutching the ball as he departed the pitch alongside the assistant referees. The stoppage time had exceeded 2 minutes. Although the recent chaos had consumed some of that time, the referee had the discretion to add more if desired. And with no grounds for contention, he opted to conclude the half without further ado. Return to the locker room and take a moment to collect yourselves. However, Bar A's provocation left a bitter taste in the mouths of the Barcelona players. How dare such a disrespectful individual flaunt his audacity at Camp Nou? Upon returning to the locker room, the Barcelona players wore grim expressions, having conceded a goal just before the half's conclusion, compounded by the humiliation of being taunted on home turf. This was intolerable. Even Lee Mingyu, seated on the bench, was visibly incensed. Coach Koeman entered the locker room with a stoic demeanor, casting a cold gaze upon the frustrated players. I feel ashamed. The entire Camp Nou has been insulted. In the second half, I expect nothing less than to return the humiliation they inflicted upon us. With that declaration, Koeman exited. Yet as he stepped out, the roar of anger from the locker room brought a hint of satisfaction to his expression. Messi stood up, silencing the room with his presence, as all eyes turned to the diminutive yet commanding figure of the bearded maestro. Gentlemen, in the second half, I need each one of you to expend every ounce of energy in assaulting their defense, so they understand the consequences of insulting our Barcelona. Barcelona shall not be humiliated. Barcelona shall not be humiliated. Barcelona shall not be humiliated. Feeling the fervor within the locker room, Lee Mingyu could not contain himself, rising to join the chant. The halftime interlude passed swiftly, and both teams re-emerged onto the pitch. The deafening boos that resonated through Camp Nou were unequivocally directed at Osasuna's players, particularly Bar A. Every time Bar touched the ball, or when Barcelona managed to evade him, a wave of disapproval surged from the stands. Bar A, in hindsight, regretted his earlier exuberance that led to such provocations following his goal in the first half. Although upon returning to the locker room, no words were exchanged, Barya sensed the lingering doubts in the gazes of his teammates. Brother, have you lost your mind? Why would you make such a gesture at Camp Nou? Do you think they are still asleep, and that you need to wake them in such a manner? It's unnecessary. A ship is not merely a vessel. You call a fleet. Waves are not just waves. You refer to them as surges. Barya's heart was filled with discontent. As the second half commenced, he felt the intense scrutiny from Barcelona. Whenever he dared to seize the ball, at least 2 Barcelona players would converge upon him, leaving his Osasuna teammates hesitant to pass. Particularly, Alba was like a shadow, sticking to him relentlessly. The blunders of the first half weighed heavily on Alba, so he dedicated himself to marking Barya as the second half began. Barya was already the sole focal point in Osasuna's attack. With this focal point neutralized, Osasuna could only retreat into a defensive shell. Chapter 18. Ronaldinho's magical move with the opposition's key player subdued, Barcelona's offensive onslaught grew increasingly audacious. Messi displayed an insatiable desire to attack today, persistently driving forward with the ball, attempting to tear through the opponent's defenses. However, after adjusting their defensive mindset, Osasuna's backline exhibited commendable coherence. 10 minutes elapsed in the second half without any change in the score. Barcelona maintained a slender lead of 2-1. Yet, the flames of aggression simmering within the Barcelona players had yet to be unleashed, and waves of attacks relentlessly crashed against Osasuna's defense. Coach Koeman stood on the sidelines, his brow furrowed. He knew that if this continued, a breakthrough was inevitable, yet he was unwilling to let the match drag on. Lee, prepare to warm up. After waiting for so long, Lee Mingyu finally heard the call. Like a spring released, he leapt from the bench, a joyful expression illuminating his face as he began his warm-up. Ah, Lee is warming up. It seems Koeman is planning to adjust the lineup. Osasuna's defense had indeed been commendable, with no lapses in the second half. It appeared that Coach Koeman intended for Lee to stir things up against the opponent's backline. I am eagerly anticipating Lee's performance. Osasuna's head coach, Arte, felt a wave of concern upon seeing Lee Mingyu start to warm up. This is the essence of a strong team, he mused. Such an outstanding young talent, who would undoubtedly be a starter in any other team, is relegated to the bench at Barcelona. What a waste. However, Arte had devised a plan for Lee's entry. After all, Lee Mingyu was now well known for his speed and dribbling abilities, having showcased his ball control skills, yet against such a formidable defensive setup. His speed advantage would be significantly diminished. After a failed attack that resulted in the ball going out of play, Barcelona began to make substitutions. Lee Mingyu, wearing number 36, replaced the lackluster Dem L. Dem L hastily descended, exchanging a brief embrace with Lee Mingyu, encouraging him to give it your all. As Lee Mingyu stepped onto the hallowed grounds of Camp Nou, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. Successful check-in at Camp Nou. You have obtained Ronaldinho's signature move, the Elastico. Upon arriving at the Bound Stadium, Camp Nou, you are granted full stamina and resistance to injuries. A glimmer of ecstatic joy sparkled in Lee Mingyu's eyes. The Elastico was a magical dribbling technique, a move that many players had attempted, even the legendary Ronaldo. Yet it was Ronaldinho's Elastico that left an indelible impression. Ronaldinho, the Brazilian footballing genius, possessed a talent that evoked envy and admiration. It seemed every part of his being, save for his arms, was made to play football. His terrifying ball control and lethal instincts were unmatched, and few could elicit applause from the crowd at the Santiago Bernabéu. Ronaldinho was one of the rare exceptions. In terms of offense, Ronaldinho was a player devoid of weaknesses, a true polymath. His prowess in shooting from within the box, long-range strikes, headers, free kicks, dribbling, and passing were all beyond the reach of ordinary players. After acquiring the Elastico skill, Lee Mingyu's offensive capabilities surged from 83/90 to 85/92, and his dribbling skills improved from 75/90 to 80/92. Lee Mingyu's entrance was met with resounding cheers from the Camp Nou faithful. Scoring 7 goals across 2 matches was undoubtedly a divine gift to Barcelona, especially as Lee Mingyu hailed from their youth academy, endearing him further to the supporters. Our own child. As soon as Lee Mingyu took to the pitch, he commenced running tirelessly, invigorated by his fresh entry. Messi was acutely aware of Lee Mingyu's movements. Whenever Lee found a promising position, the ball swiftly found its way to him. Lee Mingyu sought to exploit his speed against the opponent's defense. However, they had retreated to within 30 meters of their goal, thereby restricting any potential breakthroughs. With no other options, Lee Mingyu was compelled to veer towards the sideline. The opposing defenders, cautious and vigilant, closely shadowed him without daring to attempt a reckless challenge. As the two players approached the edge of the field, Lee Mingyu contemplated cross. Yet, in such a scenario, every position was tightly marked, the penalty area congested with defenders, leaving Barcelona's players unable to penetrate. Moreover, with a passing skill of only 70/75, his ability to deliver a spectacular cross was considerably limited. Noticing the opposing defender closing in, Lee Mingyu feigned a move. Standing face-to-face with him, Coach Koeman furrowed his brow. When facing a tightly packed defense, the worst course of action was to bring the ball to the sideline, as it left no room for maneuvering. All of Lee Mingyu's supporting players were marked, and the penalty area was filled with defenders. With a gentle touch on the ball, Lee Mingyu surged toward the defender. This was a moment of intent to break through. However, such an attempt was fraught with peril, for the opposing backline had formed a solid wall. Getting past the first defender meant facing the second and third right behind. As Lee Mingyu approached the fullback Sanchez, he feigned a bicycle kick, but the defender remained unfazed. Although the opponent did not bite, Lee Mingyu began to move his feet. Sensing the defender's weight shifting, he deftly nudged the ball with the outside of his right foot, feigning a right-side breakthrough while preparing to cut inside. As Sanchez observed that Lee Mingyu had already nudged the ball away with his foot, he realized this was no mere feint. His center of gravity swiftly shifted, his body instinctively following suit. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Lee Mingyu had not actually used his foot to push the ball aside. Instead, his foot remained glued to the soccer ball. Just as Sanchez's weight shifted, an astonishing sight nearly caused his eyes to pop out. The soccer ball, as if performing a magic trick, suddenly zipped from the right side back to the left. The infamous cow-tail maneuver. Ronaldinho. Chapter 19. Another hat trick the soccer ball, like an illusionist trick, was drawn back to the left by Lee Mingyu. Sanchez's center of gravity began to drift toward his left, but upon witnessing the ball's unexpected movement, his muscle memory compelled him to make a defensive move, even as his body refused to comply, resulting in Sanchez crashing to the ground. Nevertheless, Lee Mingyu's deft maneuver had already brought the ball close to the goal line, where center-back Garcia had closed in. The earlier spectacle that had left Sanchez flabbergasted had also startled Garcia. Although his view was partially obstructed, he caught a glimpse of the beautiful cow tail maneuver. Garcia, aware of Lee Mingyu's slender physique, intended to use his body to block him, knowing that either dribbling or accelerating would be futile. However, situated in the penalty area, he dared not make any significant movements, fearing a potential foul. Garcia understood that he must not allow Lee Mingyu to advance toward the goal line, as that would grant him too many options for shooting or passing. Thus, he pressured Lee Mingyu to the edge of the field, believing that conceding a corner was preferable to allowing him to penetrate further. Garcia leaned in, refraining from attempting to tackle the ball, wary of unexpected outcomes. Lee Mingyu feigned a breakthrough toward the goal line, causing Garcia to momentarily sway. But what he did not anticipate was that Lee Mingyu would deftly maneuver back toward the baseline. Garcia, however, wore a smug smile, convinced that Lee Mingyu's position was perilously close to the edge and that a simple touch would send the ball out of play. But the subsequent action from Lee Mingyu sent a chill down Garcia's spine, as Lee Mingyu executed a splendid deep fried ball move. While his right foot trapped the ball, his left foot deftly placed itself on the path of the ball, keeping it in play just inside the line. With Garcia having slowed his pace, Lee Mingyu seized the opportunity, sprinting into the small penalty area. At this moment, Osasuna's defense fell into disarray, and the goalkeeper was forced to rush out, attempting to block Lee Mingyu's angle for a shot. Yet, Lee Mingyu was not greedy. The angle was simply too narrow as he found himself at the baseline. Glancing toward the center, he noticed that Messi, Griezmann, and De Jong had all surged into the large penalty area, creating chaos within the opposing defense. As the goalkeeper lunged towards him, Lee Mingyu gently flicked the ball with the top of his right foot, delivering a beautiful backward triangle pass that slipped past the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers to the center. The goalkeeper, in despair, turned to see Griezmann emerging from the crowd, who then dispatched the ball into the net with a swift shot. 3-1. Barcelona regained a 2-goal lead, and this goal shattered Osasuna's morale entirely. Lee Mingyu had toyed with their entire defense, reminiscent of the unstoppable Messi in his prime, effortlessly maneuvering past all Osasuna players, leaving them bewildered. How formidable! Is this the essence of Barcelona? Standing on the sidelines, Osasuna's coach, Arte, bore a wry smile. Alas, when will the dawn break in La Liga? Initially believing that with Ronaldo's departure to Serie A and Messi's decline, La Liga would usher in a new era, he was taken aback by the emergence of such a prodigious talent in Lee Mingyu, akin to the Messi of yesteryear. As the match resumed, amid the deafening cheers at Camp Nou, Osasuna succumbed entirely. In the 65th minute, Lee Mingyu received a precise through ball from Messi, gliding past an opposing defender, executing his signature pendulum move to outwit the goalkeeper and scoring into an empty net. 4-1. In the 75th minute, from a corner taken by De Jong, Lee Mingyu outjumped the opposing defender, delivering a powerful lion's head but that once again breached the goalkeeper's defenses. 5-1. In the 83rd minute, seizing the opportunity as the opposing team pushed forward, Busquets intercepted the ball and delivered a precise pass. Lee Mingyu, accelerating past the defenders, sprinted nearly 50 meters, culminating in a delicate lob that left the advancing goalkeeper kneeling in submission. 6-1. In the 90th minute, Lee Mingyu dashed down the right flank, returning the ball to Messi, who arrived just in time to unleash a powerful left-footed strike that found the back corner of the net. 7-1. As the final whistle blew, Camp Nou erupted into a frenzy of celebration. Osasuna's players, heads bowed, hurried into the visitors' dressing room. Coach Arte exchanged a frosty handshake with Koeman before swiftly departing this sight of sorrow. Meanwhile, Messi led all the players in a lap of appreciation around the pitch, thanking the fans for their support and soaking in their adulation. Another hat trick. In 3 matches, 2 hat tricks, and 1 remarkable 4-goal haul. Since official records began, it is unlikely any player has achieved such feats in Europe's top 5 leagues shortly after joining the first team. Unprecedented, likely unmatched. 3 matches, 10 goals, and 2 assists. Such scoring efficiency left Koeman grinning from ear to ear, knowing he had secured a true gem. At the post-match press conference, Koeman, wishing to protect Lee Mingyu, did not bring him along, opting instead for Messi. Consequently, the attending journalists expressed their discontent as their questions revolved solely around Lee Mingyu, leaving Barcelona's darling Messi wearing a rueful smile. When did I become a supporting character? Yet within, Messi felt immense joy. Lee Mingyu's remarkable growth astonished him, as if this young man possessed an inexhaustible treasure trove of talent. Cheetah-like speed, Ronaldo's pendulum, Iniesta's deep-fried ball, Ronaldinho's cowtail, and exceptional heading prowess. Such abilities, embodied in a mere 19-year-old, truly render him a treasure boy. The Chinese star Lee Mingyu shone brightly at Camp Nou, recording 3 matches and entering the top 10 of La Liga's scoring charts. Indeed, Lee Mingyu now ranks 8th in the La Liga scoring leaderboard with 10 goals. His formidable scoring efficiency has made him the focal point of attention among all elite clubs across Europe. In the FC Barcelona manager's office, the manager Braida, with a serious expression, hung up the phone and rubbed his aching temples. Just after the match concluded, he had received inquiries from major clubs regarding Lee Mingyu's price. However, as the transfer window is currently closed, the major clubs are merely testing the waters. Chapter 20. The staggering release clause. Joan Laporta, recently elected president of Barcelona, immediately contacted Braida, instructing him to raise Lee Mingyu's release clause. Presently, Lee's release clause stands at a mere 5,000. Given Lee's current trajectory of development, it is likely that numerous clubs will be willing to pay this amount to acquire him come summer. Although Lee Mingyu was nurtured by Barcelona, it is improbable that the club would rely solely on his affection for them. Thus, increasing Lee's release clause has become an imperative. However, to raise the release clause, Lee's salary must also be elevated. A salary of 500 is insignificant in Barcelona's eyes. Yet how much of an increase would be sufficient to persuade Lee to accept such a high release fee? 300 million. Indeed, Laporta proposed a release clause of 300 million. Currently, in Barcelona's squad, Messi's release clause is also 300 million, as is that of the main center-back, Lenglet. However, the Frenchman has been a source of frustration for Barcelona, having consistently underperformed last year, conceding penalties and squandering advantageous positions. Today, a 300 million release clause has become a laughingstock. Nonetheless, Laporta is willing to gamble on Lee Mingyu's talent. Yet, Lenglet's salary is merely 570, and Lee would certainly not accept such an offer. Even if he were amenable, his agent would vehemently oppose it. "Hello, Mr. Andrew." "Hello, Mr. Braida." In Braida's office, Andrew sat across from him. Lee Mingyu's remarkable performance has brought Andrew a sense of triumph. "Mr. Braida, may I inquire as to the purpose of my visit today?" While Andrew is not particularly renowned, he possesses a keen instinct and has already sensed some stirring in the air, feigning ignorance of the situation. Braida smiled slightly and said, "First and foremost, we must express our gratitude to Lee for his tremendous contributions to Barcelona." Andrew smiled modestly and nodded slightly. Braida then retrieved a contract from the side and slid it across the table toward Andrew, saying, "Our president has personally stated that the previous contract no longer reflects Lee's performance, so I've drafted a new one for your review." Andrew discreetly picked up the contract. The initial content was largely unchanged, but as he glanced through it, his attention was drawn to the latter part. Contract duration, 5 years. Salary, 800 euros. Andrew's eyes brightened. Barcelona is indeed generous. 3 goals, each valued at 100 euros. A satisfied smile appeared on Andrew's face, but upon glancing further down, the smile vanished. "Mr. Braida, I must ask, this release clause is not a jest, is it?" Braida smiled gently and replied, "What seems to be the issue?" Andrew straightened his posture, his expression serious as he said, "This release clause is excessively high and inappropriate. If I recall correctly, only Messi and Lenglet in the Barcelona squad have such elevated release clauses." Braida nodded, affirming, "Yes, this reflects our team's sincerity. Lee is an exceptional player, emerging from our esteemed La Masia Academy. We hope he remains with Barcelona. Although this release clause is high, it signifies our intention to regard him as a cornerstone player akin to Messi." Andrew shook his head, stating, No, this is not the same concept. While my player harbors great affection for Barcelona and is a product of La Masia, it does not imply he must remain at Barcelona for life. Such a release clause is detrimental to my player, not protective. The two engaged in a series of verbal sparring within the office. Andrew absolutely could not accept such a high release clause. For agents, a player's transfer fee is one of their primary sources of income. If Lee Ming-yu were to sign this contract, it would effectively bind him to Barcelona for 5 years, resulting in Andrew losing out on commission from potential transfer fees. While it is not guaranteed that Lee Ming-yu would transfer, the inability to control such freedom would undermine Andrew's role as an agent. Typically, a release clause is 10 times the annual salary. However, this is merely a customary practice without formal regulation. Thus, Andrew consistently emphasized that if Lee's salary is set at €800, the release clause should not exceed €800. In the current inflated football market, €800 is hardly significant. If Lee truly exhibits dominance comparable to Messi, €800 would be laughable, though the two could not reach a consensus. They amicably decided to wait and see. Laporta received Breda's call and, after a prolonged silence, stated, "Let us watch a few more matches. Inform Koeman that I need to see Lee's potential." Andrew deliberately sought out Lee Ming-yu to relay this matter. Although Lee harbors deep affection for Barcelona, he is not naive enough to endure personal loss. Thus, he thoroughly supports Andrew's approach. Lee harbors no intention of leaving Barcelona. Playing alongside Messi has been his childhood dream, now realized. Yet, having yet to achieve sufficient honors with Messi, how could he possibly leave? If Barcelona's higher-ups were aware of Lee Ming-yu's sentiments, they would likely not rush to renew his contract. After all, if a player is unwilling to leave, a release clause is rendered meaningless. Lee Ming-yu also remembered the earlier agreement and, taking advantage of today's resounding victory, invited his teammates to his family's restaurant to sample the true essence of Chinese cuisine. As fervent Barcelona fans, Lee Ming-yu's family was overjoyed by the visit of the players. Li Jinfei showcased his culinary skills, preparing a lavish array of Shandong dishes that left these foreigners, who had never tasted authentic Chinese cuisine, thoroughly impressed and praising the meal. Consequently, Lee's restaurant became an instant sensation. The new darling of Camp Nou, Lee Ming-yu's family restaurant quickly transformed into a popular hotspot for Barcelona fans. Chapter 21. Barcelona returns to the top of La Liga the following day. A momentous announcement invigorated everyone at Barcelona. Atletico Madrid had once again encountered a draw, this time against their city rivals, Real Madrid, with each team scoring a goal, resulting in a stalemate. Naturally, the happiest party was Barcelona. The clash between the first and third place teams ended in mutual depletion. Atletico Madrid, after 27 matches, with 20 victories, 5 draws, and 2 losses, accumulated 65 points, momentarily holding the top position. Barcelona, after 28 matches, boasts an impressive record of 19 victories, 5 draws, and 4 defeats, accumulating 62 points and securing the second position in the league. Real Madrid, with 28 matches played, has achieved 17 wins, 7 draws, and 4 losses, amassing 58 points, placing them third. Barcelona, having played 1 more match, trails the league leaders, Atletico Madrid, by a mere 3 points. With both teams set to face each other in a crucial upcoming encounter, a prime opportunity for Barcelona to close the gap. Meanwhile, Real Madrid has shown signs of fatigue, managing only 1 win and 3 draws in their last 4 matches, effectively withdrawing from the title race. However, this may prove beneficial for Madrid, allowing them to focus entirely on the UEFA Champions League round of 16. Atletico Madrid, too, has its own Champions League commitments. Currently, only Barcelona is singularly focused on clinching the league title, especially after being eliminated from both the Champions League and the Copa del Rey. This week, Atletico Madrid will begin their Champions League fixtures, while in the weekend's league match, they will visit Sevilla, currently 4th in the standings, at the intimidating Ram in Sánchez Pizjuán Stadium. Sevilla has been in formidable form, having only lost to Barcelona, and now sits just 4 points behind Real Madrid, harboring hopes of breaking into the top 3. With their current momentum, a further ascent would be a significant achievement for the team. Initially, Sevilla had no grand aspirations, but with Real Madrid faltering, their morale has surged. They stand a solid chance of securing a victory in the upcoming match. As the midweek Champions League draws near, Atletico Madrid faces Chelsea. In their previous encounter, Atletico succumbed to Chelsea at home with a score of 0-1, with Chelsea netting a crucial away goal. Now, Chelsea simply needs to maintain a clean sheet to advance to the quarterfinals. However, Atletico will not go down without a fight, and this match promises to be fiercely contested. After 90 intense minutes, the score stands at 1-2, allowing Atletico Madrid to eliminate Chelsea on the basis of away goals. Unfortunately, during the match, Atletico's right-wing speedster, Llorente, sustained an injury during a challenging play and could not continue. Post-match evaluations revealed a minor concussion, leaving his participation in the weekend's match uncertain. Atletico Madrid faces a grueling schedule, with 4 matches to play within a mere 12 days, an unreasonable demand for any leading team. The club's executives have expressed disdain towards the Federation's scheduling decisions. As the weekend arrives, Atletico Madrid arrives at the PSGN Stadium. A pre-match update reveals that Llorente has not traveled with the squad, presenting a significant challenge for Atletico, as they lose an offensive asset. In the hostile environment of the PSGN, Sevilla assaults the fatigued Atletico side with relentless vigor. The final score, 2-0, sees Sevilla triumph, scoring 2 goals and overwhelming their visitors. In a heartbeat, the PSGN Stadium erupts into a jubilant celebration, successfully thwarting the league leaders, a delightful accomplishment. In San Sebastián, the Barcelona squad, preparing for their match, learns of Sevilla's victory, igniting their excitement as if they have already clinched the La Liga title. Even Lee Mingyu expresses his exhilaration with clenched fists, celebrating the news. With 28 matches completed, Barcelona trails Atletico Madrid by only 3 points, an achievable margin. Notably, both teams still have a direct encounter ahead. Maintaining their current momentum could lead to victory over Atletico, potentially allowing Barcelona to claim the championship based on goal difference. In this upcoming match, Barcelona faces Real Sociedad away, and the players appear revitalized, embarking on an offensive onslaught at the Anoeta Stadium. Lee Mingyu substitutes in at the 75th minute. Congratulations to the host, successful sign-in at Anoeta Stadium, gaining the precise long pass skill from the legendary Xabi Alonso of Real Sociedad. This skill elevates Lee Mingyu's passing attribute from 70-75 to 80-85. On the pitch, Lee Mingyu perceives numerous passing lanes unfolding before him. In the dying moments, he receives the ball near midfield and delivers a precise 35-meter lob that finds the accelerating Messi, allowing him to complete his hat trick. Although Lee Mingyu does not score, his long pass astonishes manager Koeman. Truly a treasure of a player, what skill does he lack? Following the goal, Messi dashes to the center circle and lifts Lee Mingyu in celebration, remarking that the pass was perfectly weighted and timed, something he hasn't experienced since Xavi and Iniesta departed from Barcelona. This match sees Messi in exceptional form, contributing 1 assist and 3 goals, leading the team to a resounding 6-0 victory over Real Sociedad. Consequently, Barcelona returns to the pinnacle of La Liga. With 1 additional match played, Barcelona reclaims the top spot due to goal difference. Over 4 matches, they have scored an astonishing 21 goals, showcasing a fearsome goal-scoring efficiency. The formidable Barcelona is back. With 9 matches remaining, anything is possible. The upcoming fixtures include facing relegation-threatened Valladolid at home, challenging 8th-placed Athletic Bilbao away, hosting Getafe, who sit just 2 points above Valladolid, visiting mid-table Valencia, the national derby against Real Madrid away, welcoming Villarreal, who are 7th, challenging Levante in an away match, and the direct encounter with Atletico Madrid in the penultimate round. In the final match, Barcelona will host Eibar, who are entrenched in the relegation zone. In this week, despite Lee Mingyu's absence from the score sheet in the last match, his long pass did not garner the recognition it deserved. The spotlight has shifted to the Champions League round of 16. In the first leg, having secured an away goal with a 0-1 loss, Real Madrid returned to their home ground and decisively scored 3 goals against Atlanta, advancing smoothly to the quarterfinals. The Elite 8 teams, Porto, Dortmund, Paris Saint-Germain, Liverpool, Manchester City, Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, and Bayern Munich, are set to engage in fierce competition. With the Champions League no longer a concern, Barcelona may emerge as the ultimate beneficiary in the league. The weekend arrives, free from the constraints of European competition. Barcelona hosted Valladolid, who found themselves perilously close to the relegation zone. However, facing the formidable force of Barcelona on their home turf, Valladolid likely harbored no illusions of securing victory. Their utmost aspiration was to cling to a draw and secure a single point. Yet, this desire was dashed within merely 10 minutes of the match's commencement. Messi, in possession of the ball 30 meters from goal, deftly maneuvered past 3 defenders and unleashed a powerful strike, shattering the dreams of the Valladolid team. With the first goal conceded, Valladolid found themselves at a loss, rendered futile in their defensive efforts. Barcelona, adept at capitalizing on early leads, executed their strategy with finesse. The halftime score read a decisive 3-0, a stark testament displayed on the grand screen, plunging the entire Camp Nou into euphoric celebration. Koeman made tactical adjustments during halftime, introducing Lee Mingyu to replace the lackluster Dem L. Congratulations to the host, successfully signing at Camp Nou, earning a bicycle kick for Barcelona legend Ronaldo. Lee Mingyu's shooting attributes had now reached the threshold of elite stardom. On the left flank, he surged forward like a nimble sports car, continually challenging the Valladolid defense. With Griezmann in the center and Messi on the right, Barcelona's attacking trident was once again in full bloom, exposing vulnerabilities in Valladolid's backline. The left side had transformed into Lee Mingyu's stage, showcasing an array of dazzling skills, nutmegs, step-overs, and an assortment of feints that left the opposing right flank bewildered. Eventually, with a particularly exquisite move, Lee Mingyu cleanly outmaneuvered the right back, charging into the opponent's penalty area. Griezmann, sensing an opportunity, feigned to his defender, creating a significant opening. Lee Mingyu deftly tapped the ball toward the center and sprinted into the box. Griezmann, seizing the moment, struck a delicate pass over the heads of 2 defenders. However, the delivery was slightly too high and lacked pace, necessitating considerable aerial strength from Lee Mingyu to convert. As the opposing defenders and goalkeeper advanced, it appeared that Lee Mingyu's chance to score was slipping away. Just as the attack seemed destined to falter, Lee Mingyu, with his back to goal, expertly chested the ball, propelling himself into the air. In a moment of sheer brilliance, he executed a powerful overhead kick. The ball rocketed past the astonished goalkeeper, akin to a cannonball, as the stadium held its breath for 2 suspended seconds. Then, as Lee Mingyu leapt up and raced to the sidelines in exuberant celebration, the atmosphere in Camp Nou erupted into a frenzy. It was a goal of breathtaking beauty, an artistic overhead kick. In the midst of his jubilant celebration, Lee Mingyu became the recipient of affectionate gestures from his teammates, rubbing his hair, patting his back, and playful nudges. Messi, overwhelmed with excitement, leapt onto Lee Mingyu's back to express his joy. Below, Koeman released his pent-up emotions with a stylish slide on his knees. Laporta, the president of Barcelona, offered a gentle applause, apologizing to the Valladolid president beside him. Suarez, the Valladolid president, managed a wry smile, his eyes filled with envy at Lee Mingyu's performance. Yet, he understood that attracting such talent was beyond his team's reach. As Laporta observed Lee Mingyu adjusting his attire on the pitch, a resolute glimmer appeared in his eyes. With a score of 4-0, Valladolid was thoroughly demoralized, unable to mount any semblance of a defense. Lee Mingyu's relentless pace continually breached their lines, and at the 75th minute, the right back could no longer contain himself, bringing Lee Mingyu down from behind. In slow motion, as Lee Mingyu navigated past the defender, he felt a sharp pain in his left Achilles, accompanied by a cry as he was forcefully propelled away. The entire stadium was left in shock, including the Valladolid players, stunned by the severity of the foul in Barcelona's sanctuary. After committing the foul, the defender stood in bewilderment, gazing at the fallen Lee Mingyu, clutching his ankle. A flurry of frantic whistles echoed through the air. The crowd was distraught, having witnessed their prodigious talent nearly incapacitated. The nature of the foul left no room for debate. Laporta, in a fit of rage, smashed his wine glass onto the ground, the shards scattering while the red wine splattered onto the stunned face of the Valladolid president, who remained unresponsive. This was a calamity. In the midst of this turmoil, the referee was equally alarmed. Concerned about how such a reprehensible act could occur in a match he officiated, jeopardizing his professional standing. However, upon witnessing the Barcelona player's charge at the Valladolid right back, the referee hurriedly blew his whistle to prevent an escalation. Remain calm. We must avoid conflict. Though Valladolid's players recognized their wrongdoing, they could not stand idly by while their teammate was assaulted, rushing to intervene, albeit with words rather than fists. Barcelona's players, however, were on the brink of madness. Lee Mingyu, not only accepted for his skills, but also having treated the team to a meal, had become part of the Barcelona family. As a product of their youth academy, he was enveloped in a protective aura. This was akin to witnessing one's own child being cruelly knocked down. Even a most patient parent would be incensed. Messi, rather than joining the charge against the opponent, knelt beside Lee Mingyu, concern etched across his face, asking, "Lee, how do you feel?" Messi found his inquiry somewhat superfluous. All players understood the implications of a foul delivered to the supporting leg from behind. The Achilles tendon has undoubtedly ruptured. One can only hope it does not jeopardize his professional career. This is the silent wish of Messi. This season, Barcelona has been on an upward trajectory, and it's such a crucial moment, in a match deemed unnecessary. A key substitute, one might even say a faux substitute who is truly a mainstay, sustains a serious injury. The psychological toll on the team is immeasurable. On the sidelines, Koeman appeared stunned. When he witnessed Lee Mingyu being brought down, he did not erupt in fury, but slowly cradled his head in despair. A look of hopelessness evident on his face. The team doctor, without waiting for Koeman or the referee's signal, rushed onto the field with a medical kit. Lee Mingyu felt a sharp pain in his heel. As a professional athlete, he was acutely aware of the nature of the foul inflicted upon him and the potential consequences it could entail. However, he found it peculiar that while lying on the ground and touching the Achilles tendon of his left foot, he could still feel his ankle moving freely. "How are you feeling?" asked Sandro, the team doctor, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. As he approached, he slipped and fell flat on the ground. Undeterred, he scrambled to Lee Mingyu's side, asking anxiously, "Are you all right?" Lee Mingyu replied in a muffled voice, "It hurts a bit." Sandro's eyes widened with concern as he gently supported Lee Mingyu's left foot, carefully examining it alongside an assistant. Meanwhile, chaos loomed on the pitch. Security personnel mobilized to the stands, attempting to dissuade fans from rushing onto the field. O stood at the back, his face etched with guilt and unease, fully aware of the severity of his actions. In a moment of impulsiveness, having been dribbled past too many times, he lost his rationality and executed a reprehensible tackle. "Messi, I need you to calm your players immediately. We cannot allow further conflict." The referee, Cruz, approached Messi with a serious demeanor, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Though Messi's eyes burned with resentment, he understood the precarious position of the team. If a large-scale brawl erupted, not only would Lee Mingyu suffer, but other players could also face disciplinary action from the federation, jeopardizing their chances of winning the league. Suppressing his frustration, Messi stepped forward to intervene with his teammates. Under the captain's mediation, both sides retreated to their respective halves. Messi then descended to the stands, urging the frenzied fans to regain their composure. All eyes were fixed on the motionless Lee Mingyu. After an extensive examination, the doctor and his assistant exchanged bewildered glances. "Incredible. It's merely a minor abrasion. Did that tackle only graze his supporting foot?" They were perplexed. Everyone had witnessed Lee Mingyu being sent flying by O's tackle. Once the situation stabilized, the referee issued a red card to O and sent him to the locker room, while verbally warning the outraged Barcelona players. O's punishment would undoubtedly extend beyond this solitary red card. Such an egregious foul, especially against a rising star, would not go unpunished by the federation. "Lee, are you all right?" Sandro asked incredulously. Lee Mingyu, still a bit dazed from the tackle, began to realize after a brief pause that perhaps he was truly unscathed. It was the system. Lee Mingyu suddenly comprehended. The host has bound itself to Camp Nou. While competing here, my condition is perpetually at peak levels, and my resilience against injuries is maximized. No wonder he performed so well at home, and a full resilience rating meant he was virtually immune to injuries during home matches. The tackle that could have ended a typical player's career had merely resulted in a slight bruise for Lee Mingyu. Nevertheless, the team doctor opted to transport him on a stretcher for safety. On the sidelines, a frantic Koeman hurried over, inquiring about Lee Mingyu's condition. Sandro stammered, unsure how to respond. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lee Mingyu stood up from the stretcher and jumped twice on the ground. Instantly, the Camp Nou erupted in joyous applause for the remarkably fortunate Lee Mingyu. However, a visibly shaken Koeman promptly substituted him out. Chapter 24. A battle of vengeance. Messi seemed to channel his earlier fury into a relentless assault on the opposing goal. He netted 5 goals, showcasing the prowess of a formidable striker. Griezmann added 2 more, along with Lee Mingyu's acrobatic finish. Ultimately, the undermanned Valladolid team succumbed to a staggering 8 goals from an enraged Barcelona. However, the following day's headlines did not celebrate Messi's 5 goals or Griezmann's brace, nor did they highlight Barcelona's resounding victory. Instead, the focus remained on the shocking foul. The sheer audacity of the tackle left everyone astounded. How could Lee Mingyu's Achilles tendon withstand such force? Post-match, Barcelona swiftly transported Lee Mingyu to the hospital for precautionary checks, anxious about potential complications. When the results confirmed he was unharmed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the team. Yet, as they learned of the news, the players regarded Lee Mingyu with bewildered expressions. The foul had been scrutinized from every conceivable angle, with commentators and interviewed players alike expressing disbelief at his miraculous escape from injury. The force of the tackle was evident. It was not a mere graze, but a direct strike to Lee Mingyu's Achilles tendon, propelling him across the field. Such a spine-chilling foul ignited outrage online, with many questioning how such brutality could exist in football. It was tantamount to attempted murder. Despite exhaustive analysis, no rational explanation emerged for Lee Mingyu's fortunate outcome, ultimately attributing it to sheer luck. Perhaps the goddess of fortune had smiled upon the dashing Lee Mingyu, sparing him from calamity. Although Lee Mingyu managed to evade this calamity, Valladolid's right back AO quickly received the disciplinary action from the Football Association, a 5-match suspension and a personal fine of €100,000. While the monetary penalty may seem trivial, the 5-match ban effectively sentences Valladolid to a grim fate for the season. The team, deprived of their primary fullback, will find a relegation battle increasingly arduous. However, neither Valladolid nor AO opted to appeal the decision. The 5-match suspension could be considered lenient, perhaps due to the fact that Lee Mingyu did not suffer severe injuries, thus resulting in a relatively light punishment. Had Lee Mingyu been seriously incapacitated, the pressure from Barcelona might have escalated the suspension to record-breaking lengths. Following this match, Lee Mingyu learned a valuable lesson. He recognized that during the previous game, his audacious dribbling had incited frustration in his opponents, leading to their violent retaliation. Youthful exuberance had led him astray. With newfound dribbling skills at his disposal, he was eager to showcase them in matches, yet he miscalibrated his approach and nearly faced dire consequences. It is essential to understand that even legendary figures like Ronaldo or Ronaldinho, renowned for their flamboyant techniques, seldom faced malicious fouls, as they expertly navigated the balance between flair and practicality. Dribbling is meant for progression, not mere exhibition. This principle is exemplified by Neymar, who, since departing Barcelona, often attracts undue attention and malicious fouls from opponents. While some may argue that such reactions stem from envy, Neymar's undeniable talent is occasionally overshadowed by unnecessary embellishments in his dribbling, which can squander promising opportunities during crucial attacks. Similarly, during his tenure at Manchester United, Ronaldo was celebrated for his dazzling footwork but frequently became a target for defenders. Under Sir Alex Ferguson's guidance, he gradually learned to eliminate superfluous flourishes in favor of efficiency, ultimately achieving remarkable success. Thus, the essence of dribbling lies not in ostentation, but in functionality. Lee Mingyu began to streamline his dribbling techniques during training matches, focusing on swift ball distribution. This adjustment further vexed opposing defenders. Koeman, recognizing Lee Mingyu's growth, smiled approvingly. Time flew by, and once again the weekend arrived. The entire Barcelona squad boarded a plane to the iconic San Mamés Stadium, a renowned fortress in La Liga. Athletic Bilbao, one of Spain's most distinguished teams, boasts a rich history dating back to its founding in 1898, making it the second oldest club in Spain. Despite the prevalent practice of recruiting players from various regions, Athletic Bilbao adheres to an age-old principle. They exclusively recruit talent from the Basque region to preserve the purity of their team's lineage. While this stubbornness has diminished their chances of winning titles, it has fostered unparalleled unity within the team, garnering unwavering support from fans who remain loyal even during challenging times. Athletic Bilbao is known for its formidable presence in La Liga, often dubbed the Giant Killers, as even the most illustrious players falter on their turf. The upcoming match is perceived as a battle for vengeance, as just 2 months prior, Barcelona faced Athletic Bilbao in the Supercopa de España final. In that encounter, Barcelona led twice, only to be thwarted by a resilient opponent who ultimately triumphed in extra time, depriving them of their first trophy of the year. The match also garnered attention from Messi receiving his first red card while playing for Barcelona. As the teams prepare to face each other once more, the question lingered: how would Messi respond? Chapter 25. Messi's spectacular strike. Athletic Bilbao, a uniquely distinguished team in Spain, welcomed the formidable Barcelona squad to the San Mamés Stadium, which boasts a capacity of 39,750. The stadium was filled to capacity. As one of Europe's most celebrated fortresses, the fans of Athletic Bilbao fear no opponent. Even against the recently formidable Barcelona, their chants echoed with unwavering resolve. Inside the visitors' locker room, Lee felt an electrifying surge as the thunderous songs and cheers reverberated outside, affirming the stadium's legendary status. However, the other players maintained their composure. Accustomed to such an atmosphere, they visit this ground at least once a year, and being Barcelona, they were resolute in not being intimidated by the spectacle. Messi stepped forward, his gaze resolute as he declared, 2 months ago, right here, we lost our first title of the year. They snatched away the honor that rightfully belonged to us. And I acknowledge my part in that. Looking around at my teammates, I can feel the fire in my eyes, as if it could ignite the world. This time, as we step onto the San Mamés pitch once more, we shall prove that Barcelona cannot stumble in the same place twice. We shall not be dishonored. All the players rose, their spirits ignited, enthusiastically chanting, Barcelona shall not be dishonored. Lee too, joined in, his heart racing as he raised his fist in solidarity. Outside the door, Koeman beamed with satisfaction, sensing that the morale of his team was high and their spirits unwavering. Once the noise subsided, Koeman gently opened the locker room door and entered with his assistant. Today's lineup remains unchanged, and our tactics follow what we've previously discussed. I have little more to say. Warriors, go reclaim what you have lost. With a clap to rally their spirits, he inspired an atmosphere of camaraderie among the players. At 2000 hours, with the referee's whistle, the highly anticipated match commenced. Sitting on the bench, Lee nervously chewed his fingernails, exhilarated by the unfolding drama on the pitch. Athletic Bilbao's strategy was straightforward yet aggressive. They immediately retreated into their half, forming a resolute defensive wall. Given their current position in the league, ranked 8th and vying for a spot in European competitions, their determination was palpable. However, when faced with Barcelona, they remained exceedingly cautious, not allowing the previous victory in the Spanish Super Cup to instill a false sense of confidence. Nevertheless, their defense against Barcelona's star player, Messi, was still rather rudimentary and blunt. In the last match, Messi had succumbed to provocation, making a regrettable decision that led to the team's defeat. This time, however, Messi maintained a tranquil demeanor, seldom lingering on the ball, opting instead for swift passes that deprived the opposition of any opportunity to ensnare him. This left Athletic Bilbao's defense somewhat bewildered, as fouls committed while in possession differ greatly from those made off the ball. Messi roamed the opponent's half, creating chaos within their defensive line without holding onto the ball for long, merely transitioning it with a single touch. Such a scenario rendered Bilbao's defense unfocused. Indeed, just 10 minutes into the match, Messi withdrew to receive a pass, prompting the defensive midfielder, Garcia, to hastily pursue him. Suddenly, Messi returned the ball and executed a clever run, effortlessly evading Garcia. Caught off guard by Messi's unexpected burst of aggression, Garcia fumbled in his response. Barcelona's offense ignited. De Jong received Messi's back pass and delivered a precise lob over Garcia's head, perfectly setting up Messi, who deftly controlled the ball with a flick of his foot. As Garcia turned to chase, Messi had already surged forward, charging towards Athletic Bilbao's defensive line, leaving the midfield vulnerable. This was the most daunting situation on the pitch. Without a defensive midfielder, the backline faced direct confrontation from the opposing attackers. The two central defenders, witnessing Messi's rapid advance, were compelled to engage. Valenciaga shouted, "In, easy. You go. Force him to the right, do not let him cut inside." Everyone knew Messi's left foot was unparalleled, so containing him to the right would significantly bolster their defensive efforts. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, after receiving the ball, Messi took a step towards the center and, from nearly 40 meters away from the goal, unleashed a strike. Valenciaga and NEZ heard a thunderous crack as the ball soared past them. In a moment of panic, they turned, only to see their goalkeeper standing in shock as the ball thundered into the net, sending a plume of white spray into the air. The stadium fell silent, all eyes fixated on Messi, who stood tall, fists clenched, roaring in triumph. A spectacular long-range shot. Messi's strike unleashed 2 months of pent-up frustration. Barcelona's players, overwhelmed with joy, rushed towards Messi, enveloping him in celebration, though their gestures were more affectionate than the boisterous antics reserved for Lee Mingyu. On the bench, Lee Mingyu had risen the moment Messi made his move, sensing intuitively that a goal was imminent. Indeed, Messi's world-class strike ignited the entire stadium. Lee Mingyu, Auxilarata, waved his fists, exclaiming incoherent praises. Incredible. Wow. Messi, you're phenomenal. From the outset, Messi had delivered a stern warning to Athletic Bilbao. With renewed vigor, he re-entered the fray, ready to dominate the opponent's half once more. Chapter 26. Messi's hat trick in the 15th minute after receiving a pass. Messi executed a breakthrough that left the defending fullback, Kappa, helpless, who resorted to pulling him down. The referee, showing no hesitation, promptly brandished a yellow card. Within just 15 minutes, a primary defender had accrued a caution, exacerbating an already precarious defensive situation. On the football pitch, mercy is a rare commodity. Following Kappa's booking, Messi activated his offensive prowess, relentlessly assaulting the opposing defense. With a yellow card hanging over him, Kappa's aggression waned, leading to a complete breakdown in defense on that flank. On the sidelines, Athletic Bilbao's coach, Marcelino, furrowed his brow, observing his backline teetering on the brink of collapse, fearing an imminent goal for Barcelona. He turned to Marcos, instructing him to warm up for a substitution. However, before he could finish, the sounds of alarmed shouts erupted from the stands. Marcelino's heart raced as he turned to see a flurry of chaos in his penalty area, dimly perceiving a Barcelona player seemingly fallen within the box. He dashed towards the fourth official, disregarding the circumstances, and shouted, "Diving. It's a dive. It must be a dive." The fourth official gestured for calm, stating, "Mr. Marcelino, whether it's a dive or not is for the referee to determine. Please return to your position." Marcelino continued to shout while glancing towards his goal. The referee's whistle had sounded, and the ball had crossed the line. But was it foul? The referee, having been poorly positioned, found the area crowded. Feedback through his earpiece indicated the assistant referee had also been unable to discern the details. However, due to the intense disputes, the referee signaled his intent to review the situation. He jogged to the video assistant referee, donned headphones, and began scrutinizing the replay. Demel, on the left, executed a brilliant dribble, evading the opposing fullback before delivering a low cross that slipped between the defender and the goalkeeper. The central defender failed to make contact, and the keeper, rooted to the line, watched the ball pass by. However, the trailing fullback, Kappa, inadvertently stepped on Messi's heel during his run, causing Messi to tumble within a box. The ball sailed past unimpeded. After watching the replay twice, the referee reached a definitive conclusion. He pointed decisively to the penalty spot. Barcelona's players erupted in jubilant celebration. Furthermore, the referee approached Kappa, producing 2 cards. A yellow card, swiftly upgraded to a red, sending Kappa off to the dressing room. The atmosphere among Athletic Bilbao's ranks turned chaotic. 15 minutes into the match, the principal right-back received a red card, coupled with a penalty. Had it been converted, the score would have stood at 2-0, leaving little room for any tactical play. Yet, the referee remained unfazed, signaling the Athletic Bilbao players to maintain their composure and exit swiftly. Witnessing the referee's hand gesture towards the yellow card, the players of Athletic Bilbao could only grumble as they departed. A slight yet triumphant smile graced Messi's face, a poetic justice indeed. While the prior red card was not directly due to Kappa, the animosity was directed at the entire Athletic Bilbao squad. Positioned at the penalty spot, Messi meticulously placed the ball, stepped back, and fixed his unwavering gaze upon the opposing goalkeeper. The Bilbao goalkeeper, Simon, began performing an array of theatrics on the goal line, hoping to distract Messi. However, the seasoned Messi was not easily swayed by such rudimentary tactics. With a sharp whistle, Messi charged toward the ball, his left ankle executing a delicate flick, leaving Simon to leap in vain to one side. In midair, Simon regretted his decision as Messi executed a panenka. The ball gracefully arced into the net as Simon landed, a testament to Messi's unwavering composure amid a moment laden with vengeful anticipation. On the sidelines, Lee Mingyu erupted in excitement, his admiration for Messi's penalty-taking mentality palpable. For Lee Mingyu, penalties were a haunting specter, one he pondered overcoming someday. As the game resumed at the center circle, Athletic Bilbao was caught off guard by a barrage of strikes. Their already fragile defense was further compromised by the absence of a defender. Messi was granted total freedom, gallivanting within the opponent's 30-meter zone, mercilessly dismantling their defensive line. By the 30th minute, Barcelona's attacking trident executed a masterful collaboration. Griezmann, positioned at the attacking midfield, delivered a precise through ball to Dembélé, who had evaded the clutches of the defenders. Dembélé dazzled with a series of step-overs, sending a defender tumbling to the ground before facing the goalkeeper. Rather than seeking personal glory, Dembélé selflessly provided a backward pass to the swiftly advancing Messi. Messi, ever appreciative of Dembélé's generosity, responded with a deft shot that pierced through the opponent's net. Upon scoring, Messi leapt onto Dembélé's back, who carried him triumphantly towards the visiting fans, reminiscent of a king surveying his realm. Though fewer than 1,000 Barcelona supporters graced the stands of Athletic Bilbao's home ground, their joy was palpable. Witnessing their king, Messi, net 3 goals in the span of 30 minutes, they expressed their adoration with gestures of reverence. Everyone understood the significance of this match for Messi. Even the rebellious Dembélé, in a moment of clarity, opted to pass the ball back to Messi during a prime scoring opportunity, allowing Messi to revel in an exhilarating performance. As the first half concluded, the score settled at 3-0. Though Athletic Bilbao was down a man, their relentless defensive efforts and indomitable spirit kept Barcelona at bay for the ensuing minutes. Lee Mingyu was particularly astonished by the unwavering support from the fans, whose chants never faltered even as their team faced dire straits. What kind of team was this? Typically, other La Liga teams would capitulate under such circumstances. Yet, for Athletic Bilbao, no matter how many goals were conceded, they would still take a bite out of their opponents. In the locker room, Koeman urged the players to temper their intensity for the second half. Given the previous match's rough treatment of Lee Mingyu, Koeman was understandably apprehensive. With the current scoreline and game dynamics, victory seemed secured, eliminating the need for further exertion. Messi had vented his frustrations, scoring 3 goals and prompting the expulsion of an opponent, leaving him at ease. The 15-minute intermission passed swiftly, and with the referee's whistle, the second half commenced. It was evident that Barcelona's offensive vigor had waned. However, Athletic Bilbao remained undeterred, their defense growing increasingly aggressive. The Barcelona players, confronted with this newfound hostility, found themselves struggling to mount an effective offensive strategy. Even Dembélé, who had shone brightly in the first half, was stifled after 2 attempts to break through, suffering a harsh tackle that dampened his resolve. Koeman, observing the unfolding situation, furrowed his brow. With Dembélé silenced, Messi sensed his isolation and, after several thwarted attempts, began to resort to long-range shots in frustration. Yet, such spectacular strikes are not easily achieved. After one particularly ambitious attempt sailed over the crossbar, Messi vented his frustration by kicking the grass and spitting onto the ground. In the 70th minute of the second half, Koeman made his first substitution, bringing in Lee Mingyu to replace the demoralized Dembélé on the left flank. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully checked in at San Mamés Stadium, gaining the wing skills of Athletic Bilbao legend Lizarazu. Offensive ability, 85, 92, 86, 93, ball control, 80, 85, 82, 87, dribbling, 80, 92, 82, 93, speed, 88, 99, 89, 99, passing, 80, 85, 82, 87, explosiveness, 80, 85, 82, 87, physicality, 70, 80, 73, 82, strength, 75, 80, 77, 83, stamina, 70, 75, 75, 80, defensive ability, 40, 50, 60, 80, tackling, 50, 60, 60, 75. This time, the acquired skills have become remarkably comprehensive. After all, Lizarazu is inherently a versatile player. Lizarazu, a Frenchman, has long held the position of left-back for the French national team, being one of the finest left-backs in the world at that time, and a player who has achieved a grand slam in football. Although Lizarazu is French, his presence in Athletic Bilbao is not the result of the team abandoning its principles, but rather because Lizarazu himself is of Basque descent. Born in Saint-Jean-de-Luz, he is merely a 20-minute drive from the Basque region of Spain. This explains why a Frenchman like Lizarazu finds himself in Athletic Bilbao. In the past, Lee Mingyu, whether in the youth team or the reserve squad, was primarily a center forward. However, upon joining the first team of Barcelona, the central positions were firmly occupied by Griezmann and Messi, leaving him to roam the flanks. Still, he preferred to cut into the center, lacking the qualities of a winger and often overlapping with his teammates. However, after acquiring Lizarazu's techniques for wing play, a golden path suddenly unfolded beneath his feet. Upon entering the field, Lee Mingyu received a pass from midfielder De Jong. Due to the team's hesitance to attack against the opponent's defense, Messi returned to his familiar right flank, leaving the center open for Griezmann. Observing Lee Mingyu with the ball, Griezmann drifted over, ready to support. Yet, Lee Mingyu sensed the opposing fullback had relaxed his guard, having already communicated to Barcelona through his robust defense that this approach would not succeed. Little did they know, Lee Mingyu, like a young calf, feared no tiger. Having sat on the bench for 70 minutes, Lee Mingyu felt as if he were turning to wood. As soon as he stepped onto the pitch, he took the ball and began to challenge the opponent's defense. Athletic Bilbao's right back, Recu, was taken aback by Lee Mingyu's audacity to confront him head-on and sneered, preparing to teach him a lesson about the futility of his approach. Before the match, Recu was aware he had to contend with two opposing players, Demel and the potentially incoming Lee Mingyu. Both were quick, but Recu felt that despite Lee Mingyu's growing reputation, Dem-I was evidently the more formidable challenge, given his all-around skill set. Recu understood Lee Mingyu's typical attacking route quite well. He often preferred to cut inside, with few attempts to go wide, and his passing technique could only be described as average. Thus, Recu positioned himself to block Lee Mingyu's inward run, aiming to force him towards the sideline and wait for an opportunity to intercept. Chapter 28. A double hat trick. A successful revenge. Lee Mingyu gazed incredulously at Recu, who was blocking his cutting path, and revealed a hint of disdainful amusement. Before him lay an expansive, unobstructed lane along the flank. To his surprise, the opponent had arrogantly opened the entire wing to him. Lee Mingyu decided against any feints, accelerating directly and pushing the ball ahead, striding confidently after it. Husu, seeing Lee Mingyu's movement, smirked and closed the distance, preparing to greet him with a shoulder check, welcoming him to San Mamés Stadium. Realizing Recu's intent as he approached, Lee Mingyu adjusted his running path, veering towards his left front. Recu felt his shoulder nearing Lee Mingyu and bore a sinister grin, ready to use his strength to knock the slender young man off balance. However, as he exerted himself, he was horrified to find Lee Mingyu moving away from him, not forward, but to the left. Recu's collision merely grazed Lee Mingyu's shoulder, failing to land a solid hit. Lee Mingyu stumbled slightly, yet continued his powerful advance. Meanwhile, Recu, having expended all his energy, found himself crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. On the sidelines, Dem-El leapt from the bench, animatedly celebrating. "Look at you now. Lee Mingyu, truly my good brother, stepped onto the pitch and avenged me." Not only Dem-El, but the entire Barcelona bench erupted in laughter. This had become a signature event for Barcelona. Whenever Lee Mingyu took the field, at least one defender or goalkeeper would invariably find themselves a casualty of his skill, tumbling to the ground. With Recu's defense eliminated, the path before Lee Mingyu widened considerably. No one could impede his inward cut now. With a deft flick of his right foot's outer instep, he surged towards Athletic Bilbao's flank. Griezmann and Messi began to sprint, drawing defenders away. Athletic's center back, Balenciaga, rushed forward, but his positioning was poor, having been a late addition to the defense. Lee Mingyu feigned a move to cut inside, prompting Balenciaga to shift his weight towards the center. Seizing the moment, Lee Mingyu executed a stylish flick, pulling the ball back, stepping forward with his left foot to shield the returning ball. The combination of the flick and a deft turn left Balenciaga stumbling, yet his strong base kept him upright. Nevertheless, Lee Mingyu had already slipped past him and charged into the penalty area. Now, only the goalkeeper, Simon, stood between Lee Mingyu and the goal. Simon shouted as he rushed out, attempting to close off Lee Mingyu's shooting angle. A familiar scene unfolded. Lee Mingyu's legs danced over the ball, swaying as if pendulums. Simon could not react in time and found himself sitting helplessly on the ground, watching as Lee Mingyu glided past him effortlessly. A swift and decisive finish. This marks Lee Mingyu's 5th appearance in La Liga, except for the previous match against Real Sociedad, where he failed to deceive the opposing goalkeeper. The other 4 matches have seen 4 goalkeepers fall victim to his prowess. His pendulum-like feint proves to be a formidable weapon. When faced with a goalkeeper, they're often left guessing. Even if they anticipate the deception, muscle memory compels them to make erroneous judgments, resulting in them sitting on the ground, gazing skyward. In his heyday, Ronaldo employed this very tactic, leaving countless goalkeepers to rue the day. Lee Mingyu's spectacular goals inevitably attract affectionate gestures from his teammates, ranging from tousled hair and pats on the back to playful kicks on the backside. However, Lee Mingyu often finds it impossible to identify the culprit responsible for these mischievous kicks, even when reviewing match footage afterward. The score stands at 0-4, with Athletic Bilbao suffering another devastating blow. This blow has significantly shattered their morale. The most disheartening experience is not despair itself, but rather the cruel act of having hope dangled before you, only to have it snatched away. Such was the plight of Athletic Bilbao. At the start of the second half, they perceived a moment of weakness from Barcelona, igniting a flicker of hope for an equalizer. However, Lee Mingyu's solo run, deftly bypassing 2 defenders, left the goalkeeper utterly befuddled as he slotted the ball into an empty net. It was as if he had trampled on the faces of the entire Athletic Bilbao squad. As the match resumed, Barcelona's players could palpably feel the diminishing spirit of their opponents. Even their defensive actions lacked the previous aggressiveness. In the realm of football, kindness is a rare commodity. With Lee Mingyu as a fresh force, the entire right flank of Athletic Bilbao's defense became virtually non-existent. Requejo, having just sustained an injury, was substituted for treatment. The newly introduced defender, Martinez, though tall, was slow to pivot, rendering him a target for Lee Mingyu's advances. In the 80th minute of the second half, Lee Mingyu executed a rapid straight-line acceleration, breaching Martinez's defense, cutting inside, and unleashed a curling shot with the inside of his foot. The ball soared over the toes of 2 central defenders and slipped past goalkeeper Simon's fingertips, striking the inner side of the post before ricocheting into the net. The score now reads 0-5, with Barcelona leading by 5 goals away from home. This goal utterly extinguished any remaining hope for Athletic Bilbao, whose focus waned, and collaborative defense crumbled. In the 87th minute, Messi delivered a penetrating pass that sliced through 5 defenders, tearing apart Athletic Bilbao's backline. Lee Mingyu surged in from the flank to receive the ball within the penalty area. Simon, the goalkeeper, showed no intention of advancing. He believed that remaining stationary would thwart any attempt to deceive him. Upon receiving the pass, Lee Mingyu struck with a powerful shot, shattering Simon's goal. The score now stood at 0-6, with both Messi and Lee Mingyu completing hat-tricks, successfully exacting revenge. Chapter 29. Signing a new contract again, this match brought immense satisfaction to Messi. He had long forgotten the last time he experienced such a thrilling game. 2 hat-tricks in a single match set a historic precedent in La Liga. However, once again, the spotlight shone brighter on the 19-year-old Lee Mingyu than on Messi. Following the conclusion of the match, Lee Mingyu's name prominently graced the front pages of major news outlets. With 6 matches played, he had scored 14 goals and provided 3 assists, his brilliance shining through. Upon learning about Lee Mingyu's contract with Barcelona, nearly every top club in Europe sensed an opportunity akin to sharks smelling blood in the water. Lee Mingyu's agent became the busiest person in the room. Barcelona's president, Laporta, issued a stern directive to manager Braida, insisting on retaining Lee Mingyu at all costs. Lee Mingyu's performance no longer required scrutiny. His scoring efficiency placed him in a league of his own among the top 5 leagues. Even Bayern Munich's goal-scoring machine, Lewandowski, could not match Lee Mingyu's scoring efficiency, despite Lewandowski having played significantly more matches. Those 6 matches may not seem overwhelmingly convincing. Such scoring efficiency was enough to entice elite teams. After a series of negotiations and confirming Lee Mingyu's stance, his agent, Andrew, re-signed a contract with Barcelona. The terms were as follows: contract duration, 5 years annual salary, 10 million buyout clause, 1. 8 billion goal bonus, 100,000 per goal assist bonus, 20,000 per assist league championship bonus, 5 million Kings Cup championship bonus, 2 million Spanish Super Cup championship bonus, 2 million Europa League championship bonus, 3 million Champions League championship bonus, 10 million accompanied by a plethora of additional details. This contract radiated sincerity, prompting Andrew to finally acquiesce. This contract guaranteed Andrew an annual commission of over €1 million, coupled with Lee Mingyu's advertising revenue. His yearly income could reach 3 to 4 million euros. Naturally, to secure Lee Mingyu's agreement to sign, Barcelona also provided Andrew with a substantial inducement. Andrew once again visited the Lee family restaurant, presenting this hefty contract to Lee Mingyu in front of his parents. Observing their proud gazes, Lee Mingyu solemnly affixed his signature to the document. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he anticipated a 5-year tenure with Barcelona. Andrew cheerfully remarked, "Lee, according to the reward mechanism of this contract, your previous goals and assists are already accounted for in this incentive. Every month when salaries are disbursed, they will be credited in a lump sum to your salary card." Singing a cheerful Spanish folk tune, Andrew left the Lee family restaurant with a spring in his step. Sonia snatched the contract from Lee Junfei's hands, scrutinizing it closely, and exclaimed in disbelief, "My goodness, son, 100,000 per goal. How many goals have you scored now?" Lee Junfei chuckled. "In 6 matches, 14 goals and 3 assists. That totals 146 million. Sonia gasped, covered her mouth. "Oh, my son, you are incredible." With that, she embraced Lee Mingyu and planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Lee Mingyu grinned. "Mom, how about we close the restaurant for a while? You two deserve a break. How about a world tour?" Excitement sparkled in Sonia's eyes as she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Yes, it's settled." However, Sonia shook her head and said, "The restaurant cannot close. We should take a proper trip for 2 months. Since our marriage, we have yet to leave Spain. Your father often speaks of the beauty of Huaxia, a place I have never visited. This time, we must explore it thoroughly." Li Junfei nodded in agreement, stating, "The restaurant cannot close. It is my passion. If it does, what will I do? Should I immediately slip into retirement? I cannot bear that thought. It is settled then. The restaurant will be closed for 2 months for renovations." Thus, a delightful decision was made. Upon returning to the training base, Lee Mingyu commenced his training. Although he acknowledged significant progress in his attributes, his stamina remained lacking. Unable to endure even a single match. Did he intend to be a perpetual substitute? Gritting his teeth, Lee Mingyu embarked on an intense training regimen. Soon, the weekend arrived. Lee Mingyu's parents had already departed Spain and were likely in France by now. Their itinerary involved traversing Europe before heading to the United States and finally to the beautiful Huaxia. In this match, FC Barcelona was set to host Getafe at the iconic Camp Nou. Getafe, the youngest team in La Liga, was established in 1983 and currently stands as the 3rd top-tier team from the Madrid region, following Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid. Presently, they were only 5 points above the relegation zone, fiercely battling for survival. Facing the formidable Barcelona, Getafe struggled to withstand their relentless offense. It was not until the 70th minute that Lee Mingyu was substituted onto the field, replacing Messi, who had made 1 assist and 1 goal. Messi had requested to be substituted after feeling a slight discomfort during the match. Following an examination by the team doctor, it was determined that he merely exhibited signs of muscle fatigue and nothing more serious. The score stood at 2-0 in favor of Barcelona. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at Camp Nou. As you have completed 3 home sign-ins, the maximum number for this season has been reached. Any subsequent home sign-ins will not grant you star talent skills, but will instead provide special equipment. Congratulations, host, you have received Ronaldinho's lucky wristband. Lee Mingyu suddenly felt a blue wristband materialize on his wrist. Ronaldinho's lucky wristband. Imbued with luck attributes, it will slightly influence the player's luck value on the field. Lee Mingyu did not perceive any immediate effect from the wristband and shrugged before dashing onto the field. Barcelona was preparing for a corner kick. Chapter 30. Ronaldinho's lucky wristband. Lee Mingyu's heading ability, enhanced by acquiring Samorano's sharp heading skill, had become formidable. However, due to his slender build, he refrained from rushing into the penalty area initially. Instead, he positioned himself near the arc of the penalty area, attentively observing the opposing defense. With a whistle, De Jong executed the corner kick. Lee Mingyu took a step forward, realizing the ball was directed towards the back post. He halted, retreating a couple of steps to stand just outside the arc. This position offered both offensive and defensive options, providing a clear view of the play. Barcelona lacked strong aerial players, resulting in their inability to contest the ball, which was instead headed away by a Getafe player. However, the Getafe defender did not clear it far, but sent it straight up and down, creating an awkward position for the goalkeeper, who hesitated to rush out, instead directing his defenders to maintain their formation. Getafe's defenders, tall and robust, had no issue with such a ball. One of their center backs leaped high, executing a lion's head, but that directed the ball right towards Lee Mingyu. Due to the pressure on Getafe's defense, Lee Mingyu found himself unmarked. With ease, he controlled the ball with his chest, then shifted his body and delivered a powerful volley towards the right side of the goal. The goalkeeper, in a swift motion, executed an impressive dive, feeling the tips of his fingers graze the ball, momentarily elated. Then, the goalkeeper heard the resounding thud of the ball striking the post. He had successfully blocked it. As he landed and prepared to turn and locate the ball, he felt as if something had struck the back of his head, followed by a deafening gasp from the crowd. In the astonished eyes of the fans and players alike, it was revealed that Lee Mingyu's shot, having been slightly redirected by the goalkeeper's fingertips, struck the post and rebounded back, fortuitously colliding with the goalkeeper's head and rolling into the net. Rubbing his head, the goalkeeper glared at the ball nestled in the goal, nearly exclaiming in frustration. Such luck was extraordinary. Lee Mingyu felt incredibly fortunate regarding the outcome. After receiving a series of playful pats on the head, backslaps, and playful nudges from his teammates, he adjusted his disheveled hair, glancing at his mischievous companions with a feigned frown. Humph! Woe betide the one who dares to strike my backside. I shall return the favor. Lee Mingyu touched the lucky wristband on his wrist. Could it truly be the source of his good fortune? The game resumed. Getafe faced Barcelona's high press with no viable strategy, passing the ball toward the left flank. Seeing the ball come his way, Lee Mingyu swiftly advanced to apply pressure. Having acquired Lizarazu's wing play skills, which encompassed both offensive tactics and defensive tips, Lee Mingyu's defensive and interception abilities were commendable among forward players. As the opposing winger attempted a feint to evade him, Lee Mingyu, having anticipated the move, executed a precise tackle, dispossessing the ball with ease and causing the opponent to stumble, unable to defend himself. Seizing the ball, Lee Mingyu surged forward, his long strides propelling him swiftly down the field. His interception in the attacking zone proved devastating. Getafe's defense was swiftly breached as Griezmann and Dembélé advanced like sharp blades into their territory, rendering the three defenders hesitant to act. As Lee Mingyu neared the penalty area, the opposing center-back rushed in to impede his progress. Lee Mingyu feigned a move towards the baseline, drawing the defender's weight down, then swiftly cut inside with a deft flick of his ankle. Lee Mingyu predominantly favors his right foot, yet his left foot is not lacking in skill. After deftly maneuvering past the defender, he unleashed a shot from the edge of the penalty area. Griezmann remained silent, pressing forward, eager to seize any opportunity for a rebound. On the opposite flank, Dembélé, confident in his position, raised his hand, displaying a countenance of dissatisfaction. The shot was directed toward the far corner of the goal. This time, the goalkeeper was acutely focused. As soon as he saw Lee Mingyu strike, he began to move toward the far post. Indeed, the ball was heading toward that very corner. The goalkeeper, wearing a smug smile, sprang into the air, his body extending gracefully. He envisioned executing a spectacular one-handed save to deflect the ball away. He had already prepared a furious shout for his defenders. Mark him closely. Do not allow him another shot. However, as his body leapt into the air, a flicker of terror crossed his face as he glanced toward the near post. The center-back, whom Lee Mingyu had outmaneuvered, upon witnessing the shot, desperately attempted a backheel kick, extending his right foot in front of the ball. Fortune favored the brave, and he indeed made contact with the ball. Yet, before the smile could fully form on his lips, he was horrified to see the ball, having struck his heel, carve a bizarre arc and, to the astonishment of all, find its way into the near corner of the goal. The goalkeeper, foolishly executing a diving motion, became the most ludicrous backdrop to the scene. Another stroke of luck? Lee Mingyu glanced at the lucky bracelet on his wrist, his expression one of disbelief. How extraordinary! The Barcelona players, indifferent to such musings, swarmed around Lee Mingyu, showering him with exuberant congratulations, ruffling his hair, patting his back, and playfully kicking his rear. Who could it be? Each time, the mobbing obscured individual actions, rendering it impossible for Lee Mingyu to discern who precisely had kicked him. Frustrated, he glared at his overly enthusiastic teammates, questioning why everyone appeared like a perpetrator. Chapter 31. The diligent Lee Mingyu 2 bizarre goals had utterly demoralized the Getafe players. The goddess of fortune clearly favored the opposition. How could they possibly compete? In the subsequent match, Lee Mingyu assisted Griezmann in scoring the final goal, leading to a resounding 5-0 victory for Barcelona at home. Following 32 rounds of play, Barcelona stood second in the league with a record of 23 wins, 5 draws, and 4 losses, accumulating 74 points. Atletico Madrid led the standings with 24 wins, 5 draws, and 3 losses, totaling 77 points. Meanwhile, Real Madrid trailed Barcelona by only 4 points, not entirely out of contention for second place. With 6 matches remaining, each encounter with a battle for survival, no one wished to falter at the last moment. Fortunately for Barcelona, both Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid had their sights set on Champions League commitments. In the quarterfinals, Real Madrid faced the Premier League's Liverpool, while Atletico Madrid encountered the French giants Paris Saint-Germain. The preparation for the Champions League would undoubtedly impact both teams. Having exited the Champions League early, Barcelona could only take solace in this small advantage. Lee Mingyu continued to reside in the Barcelona player dormitory, much to everyone's surprise. His current salary was among the highest at Barcelona, earning a net of 10 million euros, though it could not compare to the legendary Messi's earnings. It certainly placed him in the top 10. Presently, Lee Mingyu's weekly earnings approached 200,000 euros, making it reasonable for him to purchase a home. However, he believed it was not yet time for such indulgences. The dormitory offered a pleasant environment, and most importantly, it was conveniently located near the training facility, allowing him ample time to enhance his training. Despite possessing extraordinary star-like talents, these abilities required diligent reinforcement. His potential value was remarkably high, and according to the system's feedback, neglecting training would result in a decrease in this potential, a decline that was irreversible. Once diminished, even acquiring extraordinary abilities from renowned stars would not compensate for the loss. Thus, Lee Mingyu dared not let his guard down for a single day. Each training session, he was the first to arrive and the last to leave. This unwavering commitment to training greatly pleased Coach Koeman, who noted the contrasting laxity of some players, which remained etched in his mind. During Thursday's training session, Lee Mingyu arrived early at the training base and began his warm-up laps. Acknowledging that his stamina was the weakest, running laps was an essential part of his regimen. After completing 10,000 meters, the others gradually trickled in. Messi, smiling at the drenched in sweat Lee Mingyu, praised him. "Lee, you are truly impressive. I hope you maintain this dedication." Lee Mingyu nodded, thrilled to receive accolades from his idol. As the others gathered, Koeman prepared to commence the day's training. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, and a disheveled figure stumbled into view. Koeman's expression darkened. Once again, it was him, Demel, appearing unkempt and still under the influence of the previous night's revelry, yawned and waved at Coach Koeman, saying, "Sorry, I was caught in traffic." One might have thought this was akin to drunk driving. Without Koeman's consent, Demel returned to the group, inciting an angry reprimand from Koeman. "Mr. Demel, if you're not interested in playing, you are welcome to stay away." Demel remained silent, mumbling something in his native dialect, possibly a greeting to Koeman's family. Nearby, Lee Mingyu furrowed his brow. Demel, relying on his status as an indispensable starter at Barcelona, approached training with a lackadaisical attitude, perpetually seeking to cut corners, devoid of any sense of professional ethics. Moreover, with Demel's contract set to expire next June, his hopes of securing a lucrative extension with Barcelona had already been dismissed. Yet, Demel seemed unconcerned, as Barcelona's attacking front was severely lacking. Lee Mingyu's stamina was well known. Despite his astonishing goal-scoring efficiency, he could not sustain a full match, his most significant flaw. However, following the revelation of Lee Mingyu's contract, Barcelona's stance had begun to unsettle Demel. The player's agent had repeatedly requested the resumption of contract negotiations, yet Barcelona had remained unresponsive, stating that the season's critical phase required focus on the team, and all contract discussions would have to wait until the season concluded. Until the end of the season, Demel feels that Barcelona is merely toying with him. Lee Mingyu's greatest flaw lies in his stamina. Yet summer is ample time for him to rectify this issue. By then, Lee Mingyu will undoubtedly be supported by Koeman, while Demel is likely to find himself cast aside, perhaps even dismissed entirely. Last night, I was quite disheartened and indulged excessively in drink. Upon awakening, he arrived at the training ground in a daze, consequently being late, which incensed the head coach and drew the ire of many teammates. However, as training commenced, Dem L's demeanor transformed, and Koeman's dissatisfaction gradually dissipated. After all, the left flank of Barcelona still relies heavily on Dem L to breach defenses, especially with the highly anticipated El Clásico against their arch-rivals Real Madrid looming at the Santiago Bernabéu Stadium, followed by a potentially decisive match against the current league leaders Atletico Madrid. During such critical times, Koeman is averse to any disruptions within the team, as unforeseen changes could yield unpredictable repercussions. Dem L is no fool. He realizes that opposing Koeman would likely lead to unfavorable consequences, especially with his contract year approaching. Without noteworthy goal contributions, his market value may plummet. After completing today's training session, the players departed the field in small groups. Lee Mingyu continued to engage in additional practice. Koeman observed Lee Mingyu's silhouette with an approving gaze. How could such a diligent young talent not be admired, particularly one he himself had discovered? Koeman hastily jotted down some notes before exiting the training pitch. Chapter 32. Stamina no longer a hindrance in this match. FC Barcelona would venture to Valencia's Mestalla Stadium to confront the formidable La Liga side, Valencia. Valencia has historically been a powerful team, having clinched numerous league titles. However, this year, they're beset by injuries, resulting in a disappointing position of 11th in the standings, far from their traditional prowess. While relegation is not an immediate threat, their aspirations for a top-6 finish and European qualification seem bleak. Consequently, the atmosphere within the Valencia camp is fraught with conflict. Some are eager to fight, while others feel it is futile. The head coach has already been replaced, and the current manager, Gracia, appears at a loss. As they faced the resurgent Barcelona, Valencia's internal morale was severely tested. At 2000 hours local time, the match commenced with the referee's whistle. Dressed in their away yellow kits, Barcelona initiated the attack. Lee Mingyu remained on the bench, anxiously observing the unfolding events. Messi, who had been in stellar form in the previous match, continued to impress, relentlessly challenging Valencia's defense. The Valencia backline, aware of the threat, fortified their positions in a bid to counteract the assault. In the 10th minute of the first half, Messi delivered a precise through ball, slicing through Valencia's defense. Dem L surged forward, confronted the goalkeeper, and inexplicably sent the ball soaring into the stands. Witnessing such a near miss, Dem I could not seize the opportunity, prompting Koeman to angrily kick a nearby water bottle. With Lee Mingyu's emergence, Dem L's situation had become increasingly precarious. For years prior, Dem I had transferred to Barcelona for a staggering 130 million, laden with expectations. Yet, he has failed to deliver performances commensurate with his price tag. With his contract expiring next June, negotiations for renewal have stalled due to disagreements. Lee Mingyu's rise has left Dem L feeling forsaken by the club. Indeed, apart from stamina, Lee Mingyu excels in all aspects, and his goal-scoring efficiency far surpasses Dem L's. With such promising talent emerging, who would still desire Dem L's lackluster contributions? Dem L must prove his worth in the matches where he is still a starter. Otherwise, his market value and salary will inevitably decline. However, haste does not yield fruitful results. He longs to showcase his abilities on the pitch, yet the desire for immediate success can be counterproductive. Messi, who shares a good rapport with Dem L, strives to assist him, continuously feeding Dem L passes. Messi's efforts are met with disappointment as Dem L repeatedly squanders opportunities. Within 20 minutes, Dem L attempted 4 shots, 3 on target and 1 off. The opposing goalkeeper, seemingly invincible, thwarted each of Dem L's attempts with remarkable saves. From the substitutes bench, Lee Mingyu stood multiple times, yearning to celebrate a goal, only to return to his seat in dismay after each miss. Koeman's patience was wearing thin, and Dem L's lackluster performance gradually eroded it further. Yet, as the first half neared its conclusion, Koeman restrained his impulse to substitute Dem L, recognizing that such a move would severely bruise his pride. With the sound of the whistle, Dem L's shot narrowly missing the post signaled the end of the first half. The statistics revealed Barcelona's dominance, possession at 79-21, with 12 shots compared to Valencia's none, and 7 on target without a single goal scored. It was not that Valencia's defense was particularly formidable. Rather, Dem L's 6 failed attempts had merely elevated the goalkeeper's performance. Jasper Cillessen, a reasonably reliable keeper, had conceded 40 goals over 30 matches, neither a remarkable nor a poor record. However, today, Célestin was in exceptional form, denying Dembél's efforts as well as several attempts from Griezmann and Messi. As Koeman observed the jubilant Célestin surrounded by teammates and the dejected Dembélé, he frowned and retreated to the locker room. In the away dressing room, Koeman entered to find a heavy atmosphere. The inability to convert numerous attacking opportunities into goals had severely impacted Barcelona's morale. Messi, not one for rallying cries, preferred to inspire through action. After a moment of silence, Koeman declared, in the second half, Lee Mingyu will replace Dembélé. As his words echoed, Dembélé abruptly rose from his seat, kicked aside an obstructive chair, and stormed out of the dressing room. Koeman's face darkened, taken aback by Dembélé's audacity to defy him. He coldly stated, the tactics for the second half remain unchanged. Messi, Griezmann, Lee, and De Jong, I require you to adopt a more aggressive approach, striving to create rapid breakthroughs to dismantle the opponent's defense. Lee Mingyu shouted enthusiastically, understood. However, upon finishing his exclamation, he realized he was the only one responding and sheepishly scratched his head. The sight of Lee Mingyu's endearing confusion elicited laughter from everyone, reinvigorating the atmosphere in the locker room. Koeman, witnessing such obedience from Lee Mingyu, couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. Yet his expression fluctuated again as he recalled Dembélé's earlier insubordination. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Mestalla Stadium and acquired the iron will and long-range shooting ability of Valencia legend Gaizka Mendieta. As Lee Mingyu stepped onto the pitch, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Offensive ability, 86-93, 88-93, shooting, 87-92, 88-92, ball control, 82-87, 84-88, dribbling, 82-93, 83-93, passing, 82-87, 84-89, explosiveness, 82-87, 84-88, physicality, 73, 82, 78, 90, strength, 77, 83, 80, 90, stamina, 75, 80, 80, 90, defensive ability, 60, 80, 75, 85, tackling, 60, 75, 70, 80, Lee Mingyu's attributes underwent a comprehensive enhancement. What thrilled him the most was that his stamina attribute finally surpassed the threshold for the first team. Gaizka Mendieta was undeniably one of the primary witnesses and architects of Valencia's resurgence in the 1990s, serving as the core around which both club and national team revolved during his peak. However, his transfer to Lazio in the summer of 2001 was deemed one of Spain's rare, significant transfer failures, as he unexpectedly became a mere spectator in the Italian league. Nevertheless, his iron-like will and exceptional midfield command left a lasting impression on all. Chapter 33. The ball meets the player, a brilliant through pass for 1,000 collections. More updates. With the sound of the whistle, the second half commenced. Valencia initiated their offensive. Barcelona's players applied immediate pressure, compelling Valencia to clear the ball forward with a long kick. The possession shifted. De Jong took possession in the center, passing to the retreating Messi, who delivered a horizontal pass to Griezmann in the middle. Griezmann, shielding against the defender behind him, laid the ball back to the approaching De Jong. The opposing defense was compact, leaving little room for through balls or lofted passes. De Jong found himself with limited options, continuing to pass in hopes that Valencia's players would advance. Yet, many teams in La Liga had long adapted to such tactics against Barcelona. Stay in your den. If you have the skill, feel free to pass it around outside. As long as you don't come over, neither will I. After all, the label of a passive game cannot be pinned on our defense. Moreover, securing even a single point against Barcelona would be akin to a windfall for Valencia. Lee Mingyu roamed the flank, closely followed by opposing fullback Gay. Nowadays, no team dared to underestimate him. His terrifying goal-scoring efficiency had rendered him a nightmare for coaches across La Liga. Coupled with the already formidable Messi, the dual threat posed by such a fearsome goalscorer was indeed a source of consternation for every team. Having retreated to near midfield to collect the ball, Gay could not afford to follow. The current Lee Mingyu bore no resemblance to his earlier self. The attributes bestowed by Lizarazu and Mendieta transformed him from a mere forward into a multifaceted player. The gifts from these stars not only enhanced his attributes, but imparted invaluable footballing philosophies, unwavering determination, and a broader vision. Previously limited to roaming the central and wide areas, Lee Mingyu was now aware of the expansive realm awaiting him in midfield. Upon receiving the ball, he quickly scanned the field, analyzing the situation before executing a short pass to the supporting De Jong. Simultaneously, he sprinted into a small gap. De Jong's eyes lit up as he swiftly delivered a low pass to Lee Mingyu's feet. Lee Mingyu's pass and movement went unnoticed by anyone except De Jong. Yet, in that brief moment, he executed a through pass that pierced Valencia's defensive line, landing at Griezmann's feet. Griezmann had merely spotted an opening and tentatively surged forward. To his astonishment, the ball arrived just as he began his run. The phrase "the ball meets the player" encapsulates the longing of every forward. Upon seeing the gap, he ran, and as long as he made the effort, the ball would arrive. This delightful sensation allowed Griezmann to avoid adjustment. After taking a single step, he unleashed a powerful left-footed shot that shattered the goalkeeper's hopes. The Valencia goalkeeper, who had performed admirably in the first half, could only pound the turf in frustration, cursing under his breath. Although Griezmann was credited with the goal, the cameras focused on Lee Mingyu, who stood 40 meters away from the goal, raising his arms in jubilant celebration. His earlier pass had been a stroke of brilliance. After retreating, he surged forward, pulling the opposing defensive midfielder out of position and exposing a chink in their defense. Moreover, Griezmann's timing was impeccable. An earlier pass would have been intercepted by the goalkeeper, while a later one would have left Griezmann offside. After scoring, Griezmann turned back to point at Lee Mingyu, excitedly jogging over to embrace him. "Lee, that pass was exceptional." As the others joined in the celebration, Lee Mingyu sensed a hint of mischief in their gestures. "Hey, I didn't score." They tousled his hair, patted his back, and playfully kicked his backside in a fluid sequence of celebration. "Darn it. One day, I'll uncover who instigated this. I shall ensure their backside pays the price." With Barcelona scoring first, Valencia's ironclad defense lost its significance. The once resolute defensive formation began to show signs of discord. Valencia's coach, Gracia, looked enviously at Lee Mingyu, who was busy adjusting his hairstyle. This young man was truly remarkable. The growth of this young player is truly astonishing. After only a few matches, he has already emerged as an exceptional attacker, with his passing becoming remarkably incisive. It is utterly impressive. On the sidelines, Koeman feels an overwhelming sense of happiness. Having lost hope, he unexpectedly discovers such a gem from the reserve team, not only salvaging his career, but also enhancing its brilliance. As the game resumes, Lee Mingyu retreats to receive the ball, but this time, Valencia is not willing to let him have it so easily. The South Korean midfielder, Lee Kang-in, presses forward. This marks the first encounter for Lee Mingyu with an Asian player on the field. Seeing the opponent charge at him like a predator, he has no time for pleasantries. With a swift 180-degree turn, he leaves Lee Kang-in behind. Lee Kang-in, embodying the tenacious spirit of South Korean players, continually pulls at Lee Mingyu's jersey, employing subtle tactics to disrupt his movements. However, he is seasoned. Every time he tugs, he quickly releases as soon as he senses any impact on Lee Mingyu's actions. Not only does he use his hands, but his feet also seek to pry the ball away. With defenders ahead, Lee Mingyu finds it difficult to accelerate, becoming increasingly agitated as Lee Kang-in clings to him. In a discreet maneuver, he nudges the ball with his heel to De Jong and leisurely moves towards the flank. Seeing Lee Mingyu pass the ball, Lee Kang-in feels a sense of triumph, believing he has successfully defended. Yet, he stays glued to Lee Mingyu's side, refusing to yield an inch. De Jong sends the ball across to Messi. At this moment, all eyes turn to Messi, including Lee Kang-in, who cannot help but steal a glance at the Argentine maestro. Suddenly, a gust of wind passes by. Alarmed, Lee Kang-in realizes that the hand he had resting on Lee Mingyu is now empty. Turning around, he sees Lee Mingyu sprinting down the sideline towards the baseline, unchallenged by any defenders. Valencia's wing-backs, Gabriel and Correa, are positioned more centrally, drawn in by the ball on the opposite side. While Lee Kang-in keeps a watchful eye on Lee Mingyu, he feels relatively secure. However, with a sudden burst of speed, Lee Mingyu breaks through Lee Kang-in's defense, catching Valencia's backline off guard. Messi, positioned on the other side with a wide field of vision, spots Lee Mingyu's advance and delivers a long pass that lands perfectly at Lee Mingyu's feet. Lee Mingyu effortlessly controls the ball, maintaining his momentum as he begins to cut inside. At this moment, Lee Kang-in is hot on his heels, with the two wingbacks closing in. If Lee Mingyu pushes further inside, he risks becoming ensnared in a triangle of defenders. Yet, for Lee Mingyu, the only defenders to consider are the two wingbacks. He dismisses Lee Kang-in's presence behind him. Assessing the defensive positions of the wingbacks, Lee Mingyu hesitates, not for a second, using the outside of his foot to propel himself forward. Such audacity! The Valencia defense seethes with indignation. Korea, tightly marking Lee Mingyu's path, prepares to coordinate with Gabriel to corner him and reclaim the ball. In a moment of high-speed dribbling, Lee Mingyu suddenly halts, throwing Korea off balance. However, Lee Kang-in is now perilously close, unflinchingly charging from behind. In a flash, Lee Mingyu accelerates again, deftly maneuvering with the inside of his right foot as he advances towards the baseline. Lee Kang-in misses his tackle, and Korea, now steady, is unable to make a second defensive move. This brief stop-and-go technique causes both defenders to lose their positioning. Even Lee Mingyu feels a slight weakness in his legs. The abrupt stop placed considerable strain on his knees. Such movements should be minimized. Just witness how Ronaldo's knees suffered. Next, Lee Mingyu faces Gabriel, the opposing wingback, and with a simple feint, he sends Gabriel stumbling. Using the outside of his foot, he surges into the penalty area. The opposing center-backs are preoccupied with Griezmann and Messi, leaving no one available to defend against him. Once again, Lee Mingyu comes face-to-face with the goalkeeper. The Valencia keeper, cursing, rushes out, only to find himself helpless as Lee Mingyu executes a shot, sealing his disastrous fate. Beneath Lee Mingyu's football boots lies yet another goalkeeper spirit, howling in vain. As his teammates swarm in celebration, Lee Mingyu feels a wave of dread. He wishes to avoid the exuberance of celebration. He turns to flee, but Griezmann, heedless of his intentions, lunges forward, grasping him tightly. "Let me go. I crave freedom." "No, my backside." Indeed, surrounded by his teammates, Lee Mingyu endures a relentless barrage of hair ruffles, back pats, and playful nudges. Messi, the most exuberant, tousles Lee Mingyu's stylish hair into disarray, chuckling, "Well done, Lee. Another keeper left in your wake. Are you aiming to bewilder every goalkeeper you encounter?" Ter Stegen, the Barca keeper, remains too far to join the celebration, instead entertaining himself with a dance in front of the goal. Suddenly, he feels a chill run down his spine. Who is plotting against me? He wonders. Observing the opposing goalkeeper from a distance, he cannot discern his expression, but senses a strange urge to laugh. All the goalkeepers of La Liga watching the live broadcast grimace. Damn it, this magician of goalkeepers is at it again. Each keeper knows that when Lee Mingyu breaks through alone, he will attempt to deceive you. Yet, knowing this does little to prepare them. In that moment, their bodies and minds operate independently. Lee Mingyu's goal utterly demoralizes Valencia. He pierces through their entire right flank with ease. Lee Kang-in watches Lee Mingyu's retreating figure, frustration etched across his face, spitting in exasperation. So close, yet so far. In the ensuing match, Barcelona plays with newfound confidence. Nevertheless, the now liberated Valencia finally showcases their prowess as one of La Liga's top teams, engaging in a fierce exchange with Barre. In the 82nd minute, Valencia's defense sends a long pass directly to Lee Kang-in. Lee Kang-in skillfully controlled the football approximately 35 meters from a goal. At that moment, he found himself in an open expanse, presenting a prime opportunity for a counterattack. He surged forward with remarkable speed, dribbling the ball while surveying the positions of his teammates in the center. Lee Mingyu was still in Valencia's half, unable to return in time, relying solely on the strength of his defensive line. However, Barcelona's back line, which had not faced significant challenges throughout the match, appeared somewhat complacent. With a swift burst of acceleration, Lee Kang-in effortlessly bypassed Alba. In the center, 3 Valencia players surged into the penalty area in a well-coordinated attack. Lee Kang-in delivered a perfectly timed pass. Valencia's striker, Maxi Gomez, soared like a great eagle, overpowering Piku, and executed a powerful header that sent the ball hurtling towards a goal. Ter Stegen extended his arm but failed to reach the ball, watching helplessly as it flew toward the net behind him. As Lee Kang-in made the pass, Lee Mingyu felt a surge of anxiety. Witnessing the opposing striker winning the header and threatening the goal compelled him to clench his right fist tightly. The lucky bracelet on his wrist emitted a faint blue-red glow. Unnoticed by anyone, a thunderous sound erupted. Chapter 35. the swiftness of joy and sorrow in life. The football struck the junction of the goalpost and crossbar with the force of a cannonball, rebounding outwards. The crowd of fans let out a collective sigh of utter disappointment, while Barcelona's defenders broke into a cold sweat. Piku, unable to adjust his defensive position in time, executed an acrobatic clearance, sending the ball away with great force. First, clear the danger. Remarkably, Piku's clearance was executed with such finesse that it sailed over the Valencia players rushing in from the center, landing directly in the path of Lee Mingyu on the left flank. What a sudden twist of fortune. Just moments ago, it seemed they were on the verge of conceding a goal. In the blink of an eye, the ball was at his feet. Lee Mingyu deftly hooked the ball with his foot, swiftly turning and launching it into the opposing half. However, at that moment, only the goalkeeper stood at the edge of the small penalty area. Who was this ball intended for? Was it a mistake? Suddenly, a figure appeared on the screen, Lee Mingyu sprinting toward the ball. It dawned on everyone. This was no blunder. He was passing to his future self, 5 seconds ahead. Enough watching, you won't grasp it. As Lee Mingyu's kick was directed not toward the center, the goalkeeper hesitated, remaining in the small penalty area, nervously watching Lee Mingyu on the flank. The Valencia players, still recovering from their earlier shot hitting the post, were caught off guard by Lee Mingyu's sudden counterattack. The defenders began a frantic chase. Lee Mingyu on the flank and the defenders in the center. Between the two, the straight line was the shortest. Logically, the defenders should have returned to defensive positions faster than Lee Mingyu. Yet, his speed conveyed a vital lesson. The shortest distance between 2 points does not necessarily mean the quickest. In less than 2 seconds, without needing 5, Lee Mingyu caught up to the ball he had kicked over 10 meters away, skillfully pushing it forward with his right foot as he charged toward the goal. Starting from midfield, he outpaced the nearest defender, who was still 3 meters from the penalty area by the time Lee Mingyu reached the edge. This distance was insufficient to prevent him from confronting the goalkeeper. Once again, the goalkeeper charged out, claws drawn, attempting to intimidate Lee Mingyu. In truth, the goalkeeper's thoughts were, "Brother, if you're going to score, just do it. Don't embarrass me by dancing around." Lee Mingyu seemed to sense the goalkeeper's inner turmoil. Upon seeing the goalkeeper rushing out, he deftly executed a delicate chip shot with his right foot, sending the ball soaring gracefully over the goalkeeper's head and into the net. The goalkeeper, in despair, stretched out his hand but could not reach the ball, helplessly watching as it sailed past him. 0-3. The Mestalla Stadium in Valencia fell into an eerie silence akin to a graveyard. The defenders, who had sprinted back, collapsed to the ground, disheartened by the sight of the goal. Damn it, I ran my heart out and couldn't catch up, only to watch them score. You can imagine how that feels. This time, Lee Mingyu did not receive the affectionate pats of his teammates, as he had dashed too quickly. Griezmann and Messi had barely crossed half the field, leaving Lee Mingyu alone in Valencia's half. Meanwhile, all the Barcelona players gathered around the central defender Piku, celebrating exuberantly. From a distance, Piku shamelessly proclaimed, "My assist. I passed it specifically to Lee, and indeed, he did not disappoint me by wasting such a brilliant assist." How shameless! The Barcelona players were filled with indignation, vying for recognition. However, after experiencing a psychological roller coaster from the brink of conceding to scoring in less than 10 seconds, they paid little heed to Piku's audacity, surrounding him and showering him with the same treatment they reserved for Lee Mingyu. Once everyone moved away from Piku, he appeared as if he had been trampled by a herd of giants. Rubbing his backside, he grumbled, "Who kicked my butt?" Stepped forward. Yet, everyone merely laughed and dispersed. Piku, still massaging his rear, grumbled as he returned to his position. Lee Mingyu, wide-eyed, realized he had not even noticed who had kicked Piku. Damn, this butt-kicking maniac is quite stealthy. Just you wait. One day, I will catch you. When that day comes, I shall ensure your backside feels the brunt. Oh, why is everyone rushing toward me again? No, Lee Mingyu thought he had escaped unscathed. However, as he returned to his half, Messi and Griezmann beckoned, and a group of burly men approached with benevolent smiles. They tousled his hair, patted his back, and kicked his rear. Lee Mingyu, amidst the crowd, wore a face of detached indifference. There was no strength to resist, only silent endurance. Today's patience would lead to tomorrow's explosion. If tomorrow does not bring forth an explosion, he would continue to endure, knowing one day he would unleash it. That day was not far off. The Barcelona players experienced a tumultuous journey from despair to elation, while the Valencia players sat beneath this emotional roller coaster. Initially euphoric, they were on the verge of scoring, only to have the goal denied by the post. To make matters worse, the rebound led to a swift counterattack from the opposition, resulting in a dramatic reversal in less than 10 seconds. The players of Valencia are consumed by an overwhelming desire to retreat to the locker room. Is this truly their home ground? Looking back, that goal must be dismantled and replaced. In the 90th minute of the match, Valencia, in a frenzy to attack, made a passing error in the front line, which Barcelona seized upon. A long pass from 35 meters away directly found the rapid Lee Mingyu. In a race against the opposing midfielder, Lee Kongren, who was returning to defend, Lee Mingyu, despite trailing by 2 positions, managed to outpace him at the moment the ball landed. Just as Lee Kongren extended his foot to intercept, Lee Mingyu deftly leaned forward, narrowly avoiding Kongren's foot, and skillfully controlled the ball ahead of him. With no chance to thwart Lee Mingyu's advance, Kongren was rendered powerless. Before Lee Mingyu lay an open path. His high-speed sprint evoked a visual impact reminiscent of a gallant steed, though not particularly robust in stature. His long legs moved with an elegance akin to the legendary João Zilon. Chapter 36. The National Derby arrives. Valencia's goalkeeper, once again, erupted in frustration. However, this time, Lee Mingyu did not allow him to dwell on it for long. Upon entering the penalty area, a low shot with his right foot found the dead corner of the goal, securing yet another score. 0. For he completed a hat trick once more. The referee subsequently blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. 8 games, 4 hat tricks, and 1 remarkable quadruple. Such terror. Teams across Europe envied Barcelona's fortuitousness. The entire squad seemed to be gradually sinking into despair, and the most intriguing question regarding Messi's potential departure for Barcelona was anticipated to have an answer soon. In the summer of 2020, a shocking event rocked the football world as Messi formally issued an ultimatum to Barcelona regarding his departure. Messi and Ronaldo have been the superstars dominating the football scene for over a decade. The World Footballer of the Year accolade, which began in 1991, has been synonymous with the pinnacle of football talent. In 2008, Ronaldo, then playing for Manchester United, first received this honor. In 2009, it was Messi of Barcelona who claimed the title. By 2010, the World Footballer of the Year and the Ballon d'Or merged to become the FIFA Ballon d'Or. Between 2010 and 2015, Messi claimed 4 of the 6 Ballon d'Or awards, while Ronaldo secured the other 2. Thus, they were hailed as equals in the world of football. Beginning in 2016, the FIFA once again took charge of the World Footballer of the Year selection. In 2016 and 2017, Ronaldo edged out Messi to claim the title twice in succession, leveling their accolades. In the following 3 years, only Messi managed to win the title again in 2019, while the other 2 were awarded to Modric in the World Cup year and the phenomenal Lewandowski in 2020. Today, although Ronaldo and Messi remain at the pinnacle of football, a plethora of emerging talents has rekindled the competitive spirit reminiscent of the past. Indeed, following this match, news broke that Messi's agent, his father, had arrived at Barcelona to resume negotiations for Messi's contract renewal. This development brought a sense of calm to the anxious Barcelona camp, as their next opponent would be their fierce rivals, Real Madrid. Since parting ways with their star player Ronaldo, Real Madrid's form has become increasingly erratic. Currently, among the top 20 scorers, only Benzema features, with a mere 15 goals. Meanwhile, Messi, invigorated by Lee Mingyu's arrival, has been scoring prolifically, amassing 33 goals. A remarkable leap from the 19 he had before Mingyu joined. After a red card and a suspension, he netted 14 goals in the subsequent 6 matches, including 2 hat tricks and a staggering 5-goal game. Lee Mingyu's dazzling scoring efficiency has overshadowed Messi, the insatiable predator, who is poised to unleash his lethal prowess. Ranking second on the scoring list is Lee Mingyu, with 19 goals in 8 matches, surpassing Suarez's 18 goals. Messi required 25 matches to score 19 goals, while Lee Mingyu accomplished this in a mere 8. Such is the terror. This week's training sessions for Barcelona have been conducted in secrecy, with no information leaking to the outside world, as this match holds immense significance. They are set to challenge Real Madrid at the iconic Santiago Bernabéu Stadium. Currently, Real Madrid trails Barcelona by only 4 points. A defeat would not only widen the gap at the top, but also invite the threat of being overtaken by Real Madrid. This match is undeniably crucial for both teams. The Spanish national derby has, in recent years, become the most captivating fixture in the football world, often dubbed the Century Derby. Each encounter between these two teams draws the gaze of the entire globe to Spain, fixating on the clash of these footballing titans. The atmosphere at Real Madrid is particularly tense, as they not only face Barcelona this weekend, but also have a Champions League quarterfinal against the Premier League's Liverpool, who currently languish in 8th place, 10 points adrift of the 4th. With only 6 matches left, their hopes of breaking into the top appear bleak. Thus, their sole ambition is to conquer the UEFA Champions League, as this is their only avenue to qualify for the next season's tournament. Consequently, Real Madrid will face a desperate Liverpool, promising a fierce contest. Were the opponent not Barcelona, Real Madrid might consider conserving their key players for the midweek Champions League clash. However, facing Barcelona, they're determined not to suffer defeat on home soil. Thus, this match will also be a fierce battle for Barcelona. On April 11th, at 3:00 p.m. local time, the Santiago Bernabéu Stadium hosted the marquee event of the 2020-2021 La Liga season, the National Derby. The stadium, with a capacity of 81,044, was filled to capacity, with countless fans outside watching the large screens, passionately singing their team's anthems in support. This is the National Derby, the Century Derby, a confrontation between the two most successful clubs in football history, marking a significant day in the world of football. Since 1902, the two teams have engaged in 276 national derbies, with Barcelona currently leading with 115 victories, 61 draws, and 100 defeats. Among active players, Messi stands out, having scored 26 goals in 43 derbies against Real Madrid, far ahead of his peers. He has achieved 2 hat-tricks against them. In the rich history of over a century of national derbies, only once, in 1935, did Barcelona's Martí Vinola record a remarkable 4-goal haul. The stage is set for an epic confrontation. Chapter 37. The National Derby, a tense prelude. Lee Mingyu sat on the team bus, gazing out the window. A 5-year-old girl, perched on her father's shoulders, waved a red and blue Barcelona scarf with innocent enthusiasm while her father captured the moment on his phone, singing Barcelona's anthem at the top of his lungs. Surrounding fans, akin to pilgrims, gathered beside the bus, expressing their admiration and hopes to the players within. Observing the excitement, Messi offered a faint smile. Upon reaching the away team's locker room, Lee Mingyu chuckled at its cramped and rudimentary setup. It seemed an unwritten rule that regardless of a team's greatness, the away locker room remained stark and unadorned. This, indeed, is the essence of football. Simple benches resembling those at a bus stop, with space beneath for football boots and gear, and uniforms draped across makeshift hangars, conditions that hardly surpass those of a public bath. Yet, what could be expected when one is the visiting team? Dressed in training gear, Lee Mingyu joined his teammates on the field to acclimatize. The morning drizzle had left the pitch slightly slippery. Entering the Grand Bernabéu Stadium, Lee Mingyu felt a surge of exhilaration. To represent Barcelona in a match against Real Madrid at this iconic venue was a dream come true, the ultimate aspiration for every Barcelona supporter. With a heart full of anticipation, he stepped onto the pitch. Messi, as if on a leisurely stroll, dribbled the ball, seeking his rhythm for the impending match. Griezmann practiced juggling the ball, warming up his body. The Barcelona players gradually warmed up in their half. However, the pre-match cameras seemed to capture only the 19-year-old Chinese prodigy, Lee Mingyu. He dashed across the field with astonishing speed, drawing gasps from the crowd reminiscent of the legendary Gareth Bale, a once formidable force for Real Madrid, who had been loaned back to Tottenham last year. Now in decent form with 10 goals and 3 assists, Bale helped Tottenham maintain hopes of a Champions League spot. After a few laps, Lee Mingyu felt invigorated, eager for the match to commence. Following a disrespectful incident involving Dem L and Coach Koeman in the previous game, the latter had decisively stripped Dem L of his starting position. In front of everyone, he warned Dem L that unless he adhered to the team's strategies, his place in the squad would be forfeit for the rest of the season. Dem L, alarmed at the prospect of being sidelined, quickly apologized to Koeman, vowing to comply with his directives. Had it been 8 games prior, Koeman would never have had the audacity to confront his star winger so boldly. The confidence from an exhilarating 8-game winning streak had straightened Koeman's back, embodying the demeanor of a top-tier coach. After warming up, the Barcelona players returned to the away locker room in small groups. The coach, having prepared thoroughly for this match throughout the week, did not feel the need for lengthy speeches. With a commanding wave of his hand, he declared, "Gentlemen, the eyes of the world are upon us. Let us defeat Real Madrid and take the 3 points home. We are Barcelona. We are Barcelona. We are Barcelona." The players roared in response, their spirits soaring to new heights. The recent string of victories had imbued them with overwhelming confidence. In the first national derby of the season, Barcelona had suffered a loss at home to Real Madrid. Yet, witnessing the exuberant and vivacious Lee Mingyu, the team exchanged glances of reassurance. With Lee, Real Madrid should be wary. Courtois, be cautious. You might be left in the dust by our Lee. In the players' tunnel, the teams held the hands of young ball boys, waiting to enter the field. Lee Mingyu observed the Real Madrid players, who were attentively sizing him up: Valverde, Vázquez, and Varane, the defensive stalwart stationed on the right flank, directly facing Lee Mingyu's attacking zone. Noticing his somewhat slender physique, a hint of curiosity flickered across their faces. As the players entered the pitch, the deafening cheers of the crowd engulfed them. The moment they stepped out of the tunnel felt as though they were entering a different realm. Fans on either side of the stands shouted fervently at the Barcelona players, undeterred by the presence of the young ball boys. The referee, leading the charge, stepped onto the field with a match ball. The players lined up in formation, exchanging handshakes before dispersing to their respective halves, leaving only the 4 referees and the team captains, Barcelona's Messi and Real Madrid's Ramos, at the center. These 2 men are the most seasoned participants in national derbies, with Messi now at 44 appearances and Ramos slightly ahead with 45, the highest in derby history. For Lee Mingyu, this was his inaugural national derby. Stepping onto the field, he felt a slight tremor in his hands and feet, not out of fear, but excitement. He could hardly wait to sprint across the hallowed grounds of the Bernabéu. As the coin toss concluded, the referees took their positions and the coaches emerged from the tunnel, engaged in conversation. Zinedine Zidane, the current head coach of Real Madrid, is also a celebrated player and coach of the club, and his journey with Real Madrid is nothing short of legendary. Chapter 38. How dare you tear my shirt? The referee glanced at his watch. Precisely on time, a whistle blew, marking the commencement of the highly anticipated Spanish El Clásico. Greetings, everyone. This is 10 Cent Sports bringing you the 34th round of La Liga, where Real Madrid is hosting Barcelona in a match of monumental significance. As we are all aware, Barcelona is currently in exceptional form, propelled by the rise of the young talent Lee Mingyu, who has invigorated the entire attacking unit of Barcelona. Meanwhile, Real Madrid has also seen a resurgence in their performance, having secured a last-minute victory against Elche in their previous match, thanks to a goal from Benzema. However, with Real Madrid set to face Liverpool in the Champions League quarterfinals next week, this forthcoming match may somewhat influence their performance today. Both teams have now entered the field, and I will introduce today's starting lineups. Real Madrid is fielding a familiar 4-3-3 formation, with goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois and the defensive line featuring Marcelo, who has made a swift recovery, alongside center-backs Rafa, Varane and Sergio Ramos, and right-back Lucas Vázquez. The midfield trio consists of Isco, Casemiro, and Federico Valverde, while the attacking front includes Benzema, Rodrigo, and Vinicius. On the other hand, Barcelona has deployed an equally aggressive 4-3-3 formation, with goalkeeper Marc-Andre ter Stegen. The defensive lineup includes CL Mint Lenglet and Gerard Piqué as center-backs, with Samuel Umtiti and Jordi Alba as full-backs. The midfield features Sergio Busquets, Pedri, and Frenkie de Jong, with Lee Mingyu making another starting appearance, a testament to his impressive performances that have undoubtedly won over coach Ronald Koeman. The other 2 forwards are the familiar faces of Antoine Griezmann and Lionel Messi. With the referee's whistle, Messi passed the ball to de Jong, and thus the El Clásico officially began. Congratulations, host. Successfully signed in at the Bernabéu Stadium, receiving the absolute ball-sense talent of Real Madrid legend Zinedine Zidane. Lee Mingyu's offensive capabilities were significantly enhanced, showcasing a remarkable all-around improvement, allowing him to reach the potential of a top-tier player. With continued training, his dream of becoming a superstar like Messi is well within reach. As Lee Mingyu glanced towards the home team substitutes, he noticed a gleaming bald head engaged in conversation with an assistant coach. Receiving de Jong's pass in midfield, Lee Mingyu saw Valverde rushing towards him, aiming to intercept his advance. No team dares to underestimate Lee Mingyu now. His threat level has reached a point where he can be compared to Messi in Real Madrid's tactical considerations. The announcement of the starting lineups caught Zidane off guard, particularly with Lee Mingyu's inclusion. Given his prior performances, everyone knew that Lee Mingyu's primary weakness was his stamina, especially against a counter-attacking team like Real Madrid, which would likely amplify his energy expenditure. Thus, Zidane initially planned to start Ousmane Dembélé on Barcelona's left wing. However, upon learning of Lee Mingyu's starting position, Zidane quickly adjusted his tactical strategy, focusing his attacks on Barcelona's left flank where Lee Mingyu resided. If Lee Mingyu refrained from defending, they would exploit that side. If he participated in defense, it would play right into Zidane's hands. As for Lee Mingyu's speed, Zidane was not overly concerned. After all, when Gareth Bale was on the team, Real Madrid players had often found themselves outpaced. Nevertheless, the intelligence they had on Lee Mingyu was outdated. He was no longer the naive player relying solely on speed. Especially after acquiring Zidane's absolute ball sense, Lee Mingyu felt as if his legs could compose a symphony. Receiving a pass from De Jong, Lee Mingyu noticed Valverde charging in to challenge him. With a deft touch, he executed a subtle feint, spinning gracefully past Valverde. The crowd at the Bernabéu erupted in a cacophony of boos, causing Zidane, deep in discussion with his assistant, to look up in confusion, wondering if a goal had already been scored. However, when he realized the ball was still in midfield, he blinked in bewilderment at the peculiar reactions of the fans. Lee Mingyu had just performed a Marseille turn, an exquisite skill that Zidane himself had mastered, using his body to shield the ball as he glided past Valverde with effortless grace. He moved like an artist, and had he donned a white jersey, one might easily mistake him for Zidane himself, unless, of course, he chose to shave his head. After eluding Valverde, Lee Mingyu accelerated down the flank, leaving the defender stunned, as if he were witnessing a dazzling dance. Realizing what had transpired, Valverde quickly turned to pursue him. Vizquez, the right back, rushed over to intercept, but Lee Mingyu paid him no mind, delivering a perfectly timed pass to himself. Vizquez, left with no choice, could only curse as he reached out to tug on Lee Mingyu's shirt. However, Lee Mingyu's current speed, explosiveness, and strength were unparalleled. Although Vizquez managed to grasp the fabric, Lee Mingyu twisted his waist, causing the defender to stumble and fall. On the ground, Vizquez stared at the torn piece of his jersey, his worldview shaken. The quality of Barcelona's jerseys was among the best in the world, and yet, with a mere tug, he had rendered it in tatters, while Lee Mingyu had easily slipped past him. What monster! Chapter 39. Lee Mingyu's solo adventure. Lee Mingyu heard the sound of tearing fabric, but was too focused on the goal ahead to dwell on it. All that occupied his mind was the desire to score. Defender Varane, witnessing Vizquez fall, rushed over to provide support, preparing to defend against the oncoming Lee Mingyu. However, the unstoppable Lee Mingyu, having already gained momentum, was beyond anyone's ability to hinder, unless one resorted to foul play. Yet, Lee Mingyu had already stepped into the penalty area, and Varane, apprehensive of the repercussions, dared not commit a foul, opting instead to maintain his defensive stance. In a display of unyielding speed, Lee Mingyu showed no intention of slowing down. With a deft flick of his right foot, he executed a cold shot that flew past Varane's legs, tracing a beautiful arc straight towards a goal. Courtois, his view obstructed by Varane, had no time to react as the ball entered the net behind him. 0-1. At the Santiago Bernabéu Stadium, Barcelona took the lead. In the third minute of the match, Lee Mingyu had single-handedly breached the defenses, scoring his first goal in the El Clásico. The atmosphere among Real Madrid supporters fell silent in an instant. Moments prior, after Lee Mingyu had skillfully maneuvered past Valverde with a Marseille turn, the jeers from the Madrid crowd had been incessant, aimed at influencing him through their cacophony. Yet, undeterred by external distractions, Lee Mingyu remained fixated solely on scoring against Real Madrid. With a burst of acceleration, he deftly evaded the approaching fullback, and upon entering the penalty area, he took a swift shot without hesitation, piercing through Real Madrid's goal. The entire sequence from receiving the ball to scoring transpired in less than 10 seconds, a display of sheer brilliance. However, the Bernabéu fell silent for less than 3 seconds before erupting once more, the deafening boos echoing through the night, prompting viewers back in China to hastily lower their television volume. After scoring, Lee Mingyu stood momentarily dazed, struggling to grasp the reality of having breached Real Madrid's defenses. Despite having netted 19 goals prior, This particular strike filled him with a profound sense of joy. Scoring in the El Clásico, a match under the gaze of the world, enveloped him in elation. As a Barcelona player, what could be more exhilarating than scoring against Real Madrid? Before he could prepare to celebrate with a roar, he felt a tremendous force from behind. Accompanied by Griezmann's excited shout, "Lee, you're incredible." Griezmann, having followed closely after Lee Mingyu's dribble past midfield, along with Messi, watched in awe as Lee Mingyu, akin to a deity descending upon the field, delivered a goal worthy of the annals of El Clásico. Griezmann, like a child, exuberantly sprinted to Lee Mingyu, leaping onto his back in exuberant celebration. The Barcelona players surged from their half, joining in the jubilant revelry. Even Ter Stegen, who had yet to touch the ball, ran from afar, raising his foot as if to playfully kick Lee Mingyu's backside. Surrounded by his teammates, Lee Mingyu had already endured the customary antics of celebration. When the crowd finally dispersed, he felt a sudden gust of wind at his rear. With a psychological reflex, he leapt aside, narrowly avoiding Ter Stegen's playful kick. Turning to the airborne keeper, he inquired, "Where you up to?" Ter Stegen, momentarily taken aback, lifted his foot and playfully replied, "Lee, what do you think of my shoes? Are they stylish?" After receiving a fierce glare from Lee Mingyu, Ter Stegen awkwardly retreated to his half. Witnessing the audacity of Barcelona players in their home stadium, the Bernabéu crowd was incensed, their boos resonating like thunder. The Real Madrid players, faces etched with fury, stood at the center circle, awaiting the return of their opponents to resume play. However, the referee approached Lee Mingyu, gesturing for him to exit the field. Upon inspection, Lee Mingyu discovered a significant tear in his jersey. Reluctantly, he made his way to the sidelines to don a spare kit. As a whistle blew, Real Madrid launched into a fierce offensive. Indeed, after a pass back, the ball found Valverde's feet. Today, Real Madrid's primary attacking focus was the right flank. Valverde, casting a wary glance at Lee Mingyu, bore a somewhat unfriendly expression. He felt partially responsible for the previous goal conceded. As the first line of defense against Lee Mingyu, he had allowed the latter to bypass him too easily, leaving Vasquez poorly positioned. Valverde observed Lee Mingyu, who was poised and ready, a smirk of disdain flickering across his lips. Feigning a move towards the flank, Valverde attempted to mislead Lee Mingyu, but the latter remained unfazed, as though he had seen through Valverde's intentions. Seizing the moment, Valverde made a decisive move, intending to glide past Lee Mingyu. While Lee Mingyu's defensive prowess was average at best, he quickly discerned Valverde's clumsy approach. As Valverde slipped past him, the ball was intercepted by Lee Mingyu's outstretched foot. Transitioning from defense to offense, Lee Mingyu seized the opportunity and propelled the ball into the opponent's half. Real Madrid had not anticipated such an effortless loss of possession by Valverde. Lee Mingyu's counterattack surged forward, but the Madrid defenders swiftly closed in, 3 players converging to thwart him. This time, Lee Mingyu found it challenging to breach their defenses, as he was cornered by 2 defenders against the sideline. Leaning against Verny, he skillfully maneuvered the ball with his right foot, eluding their attempts to reclaim possession. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a player in a yellow jersey nearby. Disregarding all else, he executed a clever back heel pass, sending the ball through Verny's legs. Griezmann dribbled the ball, causing Real Madrid's defense to lose its balance. Too many players had gravitated towards the flanks, leaving the center somewhat vacant. Griezmann swiftly penetrated from his side. He lifted his foot as Ramos rushed forward, ready to block. To my astonishment, it was not a shot but a pass. With a deft flick of his ankle, Griezmann executed a back pass to Lee Mingyu. It was Lee Mingyu. When did he manage to slip through the clutches of Real Madrid? Verny was behind him, attempting to reach out and grab him, but Lee Mingyu's speed was beyond Verny's grasp. Lee Mingyu received the ball and, in a single stride, entered the penalty area. Now, the only obstacle left was Real Madrid's goalkeeper, Courtois. Courtois dashed out, preparing to narrow the angle for Lee Mingyu's shot. Lee Mingyu feigned a cross. A deceptive move that caught Courtois off guard. With unparalleled finesse, Lee Mingyu executed a delicate push with his left foot, scoring his second goal. Lee Mingyu had struck twice at the Santiago Bernabéu, showcasing his extraordinary talent. The commentator from Tencent Sports could no longer contain his excitement, exclaiming a phrase that thrilled the fans of Huaxia. After scoring, Lee Mingyu displayed none of the bewilderment he had felt after his first goal. Instead, he sprinted towards the stands of the visiting supporters, leaping slightly and pointing his thumbs towards his name emblazoned on his jersey. Lee, Lee, Lee. The 2,000 die-hard Barcelona fans erupted in cheers, rivaling the shouts of tens of thousands of Real Madrid supporters. Lee Mingyu expressed his gratitude to the fans who had traveled to support the team. Just then, Griezmann's imposing figure reappeared before Lee Mingyu, leaping to tackle him to the ground. Lee Mingyu was taken aback, attempting to rise, but found himself overwhelmed. He felt the mounting weight of the ecstatic Barcelona players piling on top of him, and, as the one at the bottom, he bore a burden far beyond his youthful years. Ultimately, it was Captain Messi who came to his rescue. Though Lee Mingyu felt sore and crushed, he suddenly sensed a peculiar thrill. Perhaps this way, no one could kick him in the backside. Lee Mingyu found himself in a bizarre dilemma: to be buried beneath the pile or to face the risk of being kicked. In less than 10 minutes, Real Madrid's home ground was subjected to 2 humiliating goals, driving the fans at the Bernabéu to the brink of madness, especially against their arch-rivals, Barcelona. Not only were they rivals in the national derby, but they also currently overshadowed Real Madrid in the league standings. If Barcelona triumphed in this match, it would spell doom for Real Madrid's hopes of clinching the league title this year. The Real Madrid players, fueled by frustration, unleashed a barrage of attacks after the kickoff, igniting a frantic exchange on both ends. However, Barcelona remained steadfast in their tactical approach, maintaining their composure amidst Real Madrid's impatience. The match evolved into a tense battle of offense and defense. As Real Madrid's actions grew more aggressive, Barcelona's frustrations began to surface. The referee became the focal point of the game, frequently halting play to issue stern verbal warnings to both teams. Yet, for these seasoned players, such warnings were merely bluster. As expected, during one of Lee Mingyu's dribbles, Valverde executed a sneaky foul from behind, igniting the first significant scuffle on the pitch. Captain Messi was quick to intervene, positioning himself protectively in front of the fallen Lee Mingyu. As a veteran of Barcelona, Messi understood the underhanded tactics Real Madrid players employed during the national derby. He pushed away those Real Madrid players attempting to close in on Lee Mingyu, gesturing animatedly in their direction. The referee rushed onto the scene to separate the players. After all, this was a national derby, a hallmark of Spanish football. The players were well aware that minor skirmishes were inevitable. Yet they also understood that escalating tensions were undesirable. The referee brandished a yellow card toward Valverde for instigating the conflict, and then directed another towards Marcelo, who had been particularly aggressive with Messi. Lastly, the referee approached Messi, issuing him a warning as well. Messi merely shrugged it off. It was just a yellow card, a minor matter. However, witnessing Messi receive a card left Lee Mingyu dissatisfied. He hurried to the referee, anxiously arguing his case. Lee Mingyu had observed Messi's protective stance and held deep respect for his elder brother. Nonetheless, the referee remained resolute in his decision, signaling for Barcelona to resume play and urging the match to continue. Lee Mingyu, watching the referee's hand delve into his pocket, spat in frustration and approached the ball. Positioned 35 meters from the goal, this free kick was perfectly suited for Messi's left foot. Real Madrid's wall consisted of 5 players, staunchly guarding the near post. Courtois was equally vigilant, meticulously directing his teammates' positions. At this moment, instead of waiting in the penalty area as expected, Lee Mingyu positioned himself alongside Messi at the ball. Chapter 41. The youngest hat-trick in national derby history. Messi, intrigued, assumed Lee Mingyu was preparing to provide cover, gesturing for him to move ahead in case of a second opportunity. Lee Mingyu, with his back to the defenders, murmured something softly. Messi's eyes widened in surprise, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. With a subtle nod, he stepped back a few paces. The Real Madrid defenders heightened their vigilance, well aware of Messi's free-kick prowess, which undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 in the football world. However, due to Messi's spectacular goals in open play, his free-kick brilliance often went unnoticed. To the bemusement of Real Madrid players, Lee Mingyu stood directly over the ball, almost too close to execute a proper shot without a significant burst of leg power. Typically, only during indirect free kicks would a player position themselves so close to the ball, with 2 others aiding in the setup. Thus, Real Madrid players were not overly concerned about Lee Mingyu, focusing their attention entirely on the determined Messi. Messi, as usual, kept his head slightly lowered, his eyes scanning the opposing wall of defenders like a hawk. However, what the players of Real Madrid failed to realize was that Messi's positioning this time was a full meter farther than his typical distance when taking free kicks. It is well known that most players maintain a consistent distance from the ball during penalty or free kicks. They must stand at their most familiar spot to strike the ball comfortably. Despite Real Madrid's meticulous analysis of Messi, such subtle details are often overlooked in moments of high tension. With the referee's whistle signaling the start of the free kick, all defensive players and the goalkeeper in the wall became intensely focused on the jogging Messi. With a sudden thud, the players of Real Madrid, including the goalkeeper, were left bewildered as the ball sailed past the wall and into the near corner of the net. The wall remained immobile, and the goalkeeper did not react. Meanwhile, Messi was still in motion, still about 2 meters from the penalty spot. Yet the ball was already in the goal. Let us examine this free kick. Though it was slightly off to the side, it was an excellent position for Messi, who is predominantly left-footed. Lee Mingyu also stood in front of the ball, seemingly preparing to provide cover for Messi, but his proximity might have interfered with Messi's execution. The referee blew the whistle again, and Messi began his run. But wait, how did the ball find its way in? Goodness, it was Lee Mingyu. He executed a surprise attack akin to Pearl Harbor against Real Madrid. Let us review the replay. My word, this shot was exquisite. Lee Mingyu generated power from a standstill, and the ball traced a beautiful arc, gliding past Ramos's ear. Observing Ramos's expression was amusing. He looked utterly astonished as he watched the ball slip by him, kissing the post as it entered the net, leaving goalkeeper Courtois utterly dumbfounded. Lee Mingyu's strike was cunning, exploiting the oversight of the Real Madrid players who had focused all their attention on Messi, allowing him to score an opportunistic goal. Yet, one cannot deny the beauty of that goal. At the 40-minute mark of the first half, Lee Mingyu scored a free kick, completing his hat trick. If I recall correctly, Lee Mingyu is currently just 19 years, 3 months, and 23 days old, breaking the record for the youngest player to achieve a hat trick in a national derby. Perhaps some may remember that Messi accomplished his hat trick at the age of 19 years, 8 months, and 26 days. However, the record for the youngest player was set long ago, over a century ago, in 1916, when Barcelona drew 6-6 with Real Madrid, and the legendary Allianz Tara completed a hat trick at the tender age of 19 years, 6 months, and 7 days. Today, this century-old record has finally been shattered by none other than Lee Mingyu. The formidable Lee Mingyu, a cold-blooded assassin, seized upon Real Madrid's underestimation, executing a splendid free kick that plunged Real Madrid into despair. After scoring, Lee Mingyu did not celebrate exuberantly, but instead raised his arms high, casting a commanding gaze over the Real Madrid supporters. The atmosphere in the Bernabéu fell silent as they beheld this audacious young man celebrating on their home ground, causing a pang of bitterness among the fans. If only our Ronaldo were still here. How could you be so brazen? Meanwhile, Real Madrid's president, Florentino, sat in the box, coldly observing the jubilant Barcelona players below. Next to him, Barcelona's president, Laporta, subtly raised his wine glass in acknowledgement. Florentino forced a smile as he watched Lee Mingyu being celebrated by his teammates, receiving pats on the back and playful nudges, revealing a determined glint in his eyes. Laporta sensed Florentino's resolve, feeling a tinge of unease. And $1.8 billion buyout clause was trivial for Florentino, especially for a player snatched from their arch-rival Barcelona, simultaneously weakening them while strengthening his own squad. After weighing the exchange, he deemed the investment worthwhile. Florentino, resolved, planned to approach Lee Mingyu after the match, intending to present him with an irresistible contract. The departure of Ronaldo had subjected Florentino to intense scrutiny, yet earlier this year, he had announced plans alongside coach Zidane to bring Erling Haaland from Borussia Dortmund to the Bernabéu. Erling Haaland, a Norwegian currently playing for the Bundesliga Giants, recently topped the list of the youngest players to score 20 goals in Champions League history at just 20 years and 226 days old. In the recently concluded round of 16, Haaland scored 2 goals across both legs, leading his team to victory over Sevilla, becoming the 7th player since the Champions League's restructuring to score at least 4 goals in a 2-legged tie. Had it not been for Lee Mingyu's meteoric rise, Haaland would currently be the most sought-after rookie in football. Chapter 42. Angels and demons. The players of Real Madrid were left somewhat dazed, having conceded 3 goals in the first half to a mere 19-year-old, leaving their pride bruised. In the final 5 minutes of the first half, Real Madrid launched a frenzied offensive against Barcelona's goal. Yet, after conceding 3 goals, The seasoned Barcelona squad understood that Real Madrid would be eager to score quickly to narrow the deficit. Thus, after the celebrations subsided, Messi instructed everyone to adopt a full defensive stance. Real Madrid's relentless onslaught met with Barcelona's rock-solid defense, which proved impenetrable. Following Benzema's long-range shot from 35 meters that soared into the stands, the referee signaled the end of the first half. Barcelona, thanks to the exceptional hat-trick by the superstar Lee Mingyu, led Real Madrid 3-0 as they retreated to the locker room. Although the Barcelona locker room was small, it had transformed into a sea of joy. Every player was excitedly greeting Lee Mingyu, their method of camaraderie manifesting in playful hair ruffles and backpats. Due to Lee Mingyu's vigilance, those attempting to playfully kick him could only withdraw their feet sheepishly. Koeman entered, his face alight with joy at the jubilant atmosphere. But he quickly composed himself, clearing his throat and stating, "Gentlemen, this is not the time for celebration. We are at the Bernabéu. We mustn't let our guard down. I am certain Real Madrid will regroup during halftime. The second half will be a true test of our mettle." The Barcelona players fell silent in the locker room. After a series of victories, Koeman's authority had grown, and they had become markedly obedient in his presence. Koeman was exceedingly pleased with everyone's performance. Looking at Lee Mingyu, his eyes sparkled with indescribable joy as he said, "Lee, your performance in the first half was truly outstanding." However, Lee Mingyu, devoid of his usual assertiveness on the field, could only manage a sheepish grin while ruffling his hair. Yet, Koeman's expression shifted, and he inquired, "But how much longer can your stamina hold up?" Lee Mingyu wished to boast that he could play for 10 players, or rather, the entire match, but he was acutely aware of his previous physical limitations. If he suddenly claimed he could endure the full duration, it might lead to unnecessary complications. After some contemplation, he nodded and replied, "Coach, I believe I can last at least another 30 minutes. Koeman nodded in approval and stated, "Excellent. I would like you to continue applying pressure on Real Madrid's defense in the second half, ensuring they're not too quick to push forward." Addressing everyone, Koeman continued, "In the second half, we will adjust our tactics, focusing primarily on defense. I anticipate Real Madrid will aggressively push forward in the opening 10 minutes, striving to quickly close the gap in the score. I hope our defense can withstand the pressure and not allow them to pass the ball easily." He turned to Griezmann and Messi, instructing them to intensify their intercepting efforts in midfield. "Busquets, ensure to protect the area near the penalty arc peak. You must take charge in the back line. We cannot afford any disarray." Finally, Koeman looked at Lee Mingyu with hopeful eyes and said, "Your task in the second half is to focus on the offense. Even if they attempt to breach your side with fervor, remain steadfast in midfield. That alone will deter Real Madrid's defense from easily crossing the halfway line." Lee Mingyu solemnly nodded, assuring, "Coach, you can count on me." After Koeman concluded his remarks, he departed the locker room with the assistant coach, leaving the players time to discuss amongst themselves. Meanwhile, in the lavish home locker room of Real Madrid, which was 1,000 times more luxurious than that of the visitors, each player had their own private locker adorned with a large poster of themselves in the club's iconic white kit, exuding elegance. Yet, the atmosphere within the locker room was notably somber. It is not a pleasant experience for any team to concede 3 goals in the first half, particularly in their home ground. Zidane was absent, engaged in discussions with his assistant coach nearby regarding strategies for the second half. The oppressive silence was shattered by Benzema, the sole reliable attacker following Ronaldo's departure. Angrily slamming his shin guards, he exclaimed, "Aren't you all embarrassed? Getting scored on by a 19-year-old kid? How many more goals do you intend to concede?" His comments were directed at the defenders. Though Benzema had scored frequently and had considerable seniority, Real Madrid was inherently a multi-faction team. As soon as he voiced his concerns, defender Vázquez retorted sarcastically, "After all this, didn't you fail to score in the first half as well? With so many chances, did you capitalize on any? You either got intercepted or shot over." Benzema glared back and replied, "Shall I also bear the blame for your defensive errors? I may not have scored, but I will undoubtedly find a net in the second half. Do you dare to say you can stop that Chinese kid?" Ramos, who had been silent until now, calmly interjected, "Benzema, focus on your own duties. Leave the defense to us." Benzema hesitated, aware that while he could challenge Vázquez, provoking Ramos, the captain and one of the club's most seasoned veterans, was a different matter altogether. With a dismissive huff, he turned away, opting for silence. Ramos then addressed his defensive teammates, stating seriously, "Our defensive efforts in the first half were insufficient. We did not give Lee the attention he deserved, allowing him opportunities. I expect everyone to sharpen their focus in the second half and deny him any further chances to break through." A sinister expression crossed Ramos' face as he added, "If he dares to be so arrogant again, I won't hesitate to teach him a lesson he won't forget." A chill ran through the Real Madrid players. Ramos was a blend of angel and devil. To Real Madrid, he was an angel, but to other teams, he was even more fearsome than a devil. Chapter 43. The spectacular quadruple in the National Derby, the halftime break swiftly passed, and the players emerged from the locker room onto the pitch. In the players' tunnel, Lee Mingyu jogged eagerly, impatient to get onto the field. "Hey kid," a voice called out, piquing Lee Mingyu's curiosity. He turned to see Ramos smiling at him. Looking around, he pointed to himself and asked, "Are you calling me?" Ramos approached Lee Mingyu and whispered in his ear, "Yellow-skinned monkey, pay attention in the second half. Don't be too flashy." With that, Ramos flashed a disdainful smile and strode out of the players' tunnel. Lee Mingyu seethed with anger at the derogatory remark. Although he now held Spanish nationality, he took great pride in his Asian heritage, influenced by his father, and his fluency in Mandarin made it evident he had no linguistic flaws. Watching Ramos's retreating figure, a fierce smile crept across Lee Mingyu's face. It was the first time in his 19 years that he had developed such a strong dislike for someone. As Messi walked past Lee Mingyu, he noticed a change in his demeanor and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Lee? Are you feeling unwell?" Lee Mingyu waved his hand, saying, "Captain," in the second half. "I want to." Upon hearing Lee Mingyu's words, Messi's expression turned to one of astonishment. He scrutinized Lee Mingyu seriously before bursting into laughter, saying, "Lee, go for it. I've got your back." The reassurance of having Messi by his side warmed Lee Mingyu's heart. He felt incredibly fortunate to have such a humble big brother in the Barcelona environment. Returning to the field, the referee's whistle signaled the start of the second half. Benzema kicked the ball back, stepping into Barcelona's half, initiating Real Madrid's first attack of the half. Real Madrid's strategy was clear. They needed to intensify their offense. For trailing by 3 goals left them little choice. To neglect their attacking efforts will be tantamount to awaiting demise. Following a series of passes, the ball returned to Real Madrid's right flank. A beautiful 1-2 combination between Valverde and Isco left Lee Mingyu grasping at thin air as he attempted to intercept. Lee Mingyu halted his pursuit and gradually shifted toward the center line. This positioning caused Ramos, who was ready to surge forward, to pause and furrow his brow at Lee Mingyu. The intensity of Barcelona's defense was significant, and Real Madrid's offense was cautious, without a clear opportunity. They quickly passed the ball, refraining from advancing it recklessly. Such a steady and composed team. After several missteps, Barcelona's defense revealed a slight vulnerability, which Isco seized upon. Receiving a lateral pass from Casemiro, he created space and unleashed a high-quality long-range shot from 30 meters out, sending the ball soaring towards the top corner of the net. Just as the fans of Real Madrid prepared to celebrate, an enormous hand appeared out of nowhere. Barcelona's goalkeeper, Ter Stegen, leapt into the air, stretching his body to its limits, and with one hand, he deflected the shot onto the crossbar. Rising to his feet, Ter Stegen let out a loud roar, urging his defenders to remain focused. Piku, drenched in cold sweat, realized that his attention had momentarily wavered due to Benzema's sudden advance, preventing him from blocking the shot in time. Had it not been for Ter Stegen's unwavering concentration, Barcelona would have conceded a goal right at the start of the second half. Isco felt incredibly frustrated. He was convinced that his shot would find the net and was already preparing to celebrate when it was thwarted by the goalkeeper. A corner kick for Real Madrid followed. Isco positioned himself at the corner flag, ready to take the first corner of the second half. Ramos, spotting the opportunity, sprinted into Barcelona's penalty area, engaging with the defending players. Known for his powerful heading ability, Ramos had already scored 3 goals this season from corner kicks. In response, Barcelona sent Busquets to assist in marking him. Isco signaled for a corner tactic, delivering a beautifully arced ball straight into Barcelona's penalty area. Instantly, chaos ensued within the box as players tangled together. Ramos's eyes lit up as the ball fell perfectly within his reach. He sprinted a couple of steps to shake off Busquets' marking. The talented performer from La Masia, Busquets, was unyielding. He countered Ramos's arm extension with his own, and their arms became entangled. The ball soared above their heads, and neither managed to jump to contest it. Both players fell to the ground simultaneously, emitting pain groans. However, at that moment, the ball was headed away by Umtiti at the back post. As Messi received the ball, just outside the penalty area, he made no adjustments, delivering a diagonal pass to the already accelerating Lim Mingyu. In front of him stood only Varane. Confronted with Varane's defense, Lim Mingyu accelerated, striking the ball with force, deftly evading Varane's attempt to obstruct him. Lim Mingyu sprinted forward, retrieving the ball he had passed to himself, cutting inward and charging towards a goal. One-on-one. Courtois remained calm, observing Lim Mingyu's movements. As Lim Mingyu entered the penalty area, Courtois sprang forward like a tiger, breaking free from its cage, lowering his center of gravity to block Lim Mingyu's shooting angle. Unfazed, Lim Mingyu, with an impassive expression, executed his signature move, the iconic Ronaldo step-over. With Lim Mingyu's enhanced strength and athleticism, the maneuver became even more exaggerated. Courtois could not escape the situation, diving to one side as he watched Lim Mingyu glide past him, effortlessly slotting the ball into the back of the net. The score was now 0-4. Lim Mingyu had completed his first hat-trick in a national derby at the Bernabéu Stadium. The entire arena fell into a grave silence. Longtime fans, witnessing Lim Mingyu's remarkable feat, were moved to tears, reminiscing about the days when Real Madrid boasted a superstar who often humiliated visiting goalkeepers with the same step-over. Who would have thought that the tides would turn, and it would now be Real Madrid facing the humiliation? Chapter 44. Is Messi injured? After scoring, Lim Mingyu refrained from celebrating, having noticed that Real Madrid's players were all gathered in Barcelona's penalty area, seemingly ready to brawl. The referee, after signaling that the goal was valid, quickly sprinted back towards Barcelona's half. The referee muttered to himself, "Is this what I signed up for? Always dealing with trouble." As he crossed into Barcelona's half, he noticed the commotion in the penalty area, where Ramos and Busquets were dramatically clutching their arms on the ground. To an untrained eye, it would appear that both had suffered serious injuries. However, the experienced referee quickly discerned that they were merely acting. Meanwhile, Real Madrid's players surrounded Messi, accusing him of continuing the attack instead of kicking the ball out when they saw someone injured. Messi, dismissive of their frantic accusations, shook his head. "We scored. The referee has validated the goal. Is there any point in discussing this now? Besides, it's not just your player who is down. Our players are on the ground too. Fair play. I'm attacking, and that is perfectly legitimate." Upon understanding the situation, the referee signaled for both teams' medical staff to enter the field and assess the two players' injuries before they miraculously recovered. Busquets, of course, was unharmed, as he was the defending player and had exerted himself in the process. Ramos, however, bore some discomfort. Although his arm was not broken, it had been twisted painfully. When Ramos learned that the referee had not called a foul against Barcelona nor awarded a penalty, and that Real Madrid had conceded a quick counterattack leading to a goal, he erupted in fury. Ignoring the medical staff's warnings, Ramos stormed towards the referee, raising his arm and exclaiming, "That was a penalty. It's a miracle that Busquets didn't break my arm. Look at this, I implore you. It's absolutely a penalty." The referee remained unfazed, gesturing for Ramos to calm down, stating, "I hope you can remain composed. The video assistant referee hasn't alerted me to any issues, so there's no problem with the goal." Seeing Ramos continue to argue, the referee placed his hand over his chest pocket, signaling with his eyes that further insistence would not be taken lightly. Realizing that continued protest could lead to a yellow card, Ramos reluctantly waved his hand in frustration and turned away. At that moment, Lim Mingyu jogged back to his half. Ramos approached Lim Mingyu menacingly, covering his mouth with his hand, and whispered, "You little rascal, it seems you're not playing fair at all. Be careful. Don't give me any opportunities." Lim Mingyu furrowed his brow, casting a cold gaze at him, and said lightly, "I have taken note of your words." As the two engaged in a verbal spat, the players from Barcelona rushed to protect their young comrade. Ramos, too, quickly loosened his arms, retreating from Barcelona's half. Although the earlier incident had not injured him, the twist to his arm still caused considerable pain. Upon seeing Lim Mingyu return, the Barcelona players swiftly surrounded him, erupting in wild celebration. Even Messi, during his 17-year tenure at Barcelona, had never scored 4 goals against Real Madrid. This was unprecedented throughout the illustrious history of the El Clasico. Only Martí Ventura of Barcelona had once achieved such a feat in 1935. Now, Lee Mingyu had joined the ranks of this honored distinction. With a perplexed expression, Lee Mingyu ruffled his hair and touched his sore backside, casting a resentful glance at each Barcelona player, pondering who the culprit behind the kick was. As the game resumed, Real Madrid's morale plummeted. Having failed to score, they found themselves unexpectedly ambushed, facing a daunting score of 0-4, which unbalanced their mentality. While one side faltered, unsure of their offense and defense, the other played with lightness and a buoyant spirit. As the match progressed, Real Madrid's errors began to multiply, accompanied by an increase in fouls, most of which were directed at opponents. The referee became the busiest person on the field. His presence felt everywhere as the incessant whistle fragmented the game. The yellow cards were being brandished. Within 20 minutes, 5 Real Madrid players had received cautions, while 2 from Barcelona were similarly admonished. However, the 7 yellow cards failed to quell the rising tempers. Instead, the situation escalated. Marcelo, after Messi evaded him, succumbed to a moment of aggression, viciously sliding into Messi's heel and sending him crashing to the ground. The Bernabéu Stadium erupted in deafening boos, though it was unclear who the crowd was directing their ire towards. Messi clutched his ankle, his face pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Lee Mingyu rushed across the field, kneeling beside Messi, anxiously asking, "Captain, how are you?" Messi could not respond, the pain causing him to pound the ground in frustration. This did not bode well. It seemed the injury was serious. The referee stood nearby, and before the Barcelona players could surround him, he withdrew a red card from his pocket, sending Marcelo directly to the locker room. Marcelo, aware of the wrath he had incurred, dashed away from the crowd towards the locker room. Witnessing Marcelo's retreat, Lee Mingyu rose in fury, ready to confront him, only to be restrained by De Jong. "Lee, the captain is injured. If he gets sent off, we are finished." Though De Jong harbored a deep-seated hatred for Real Madrid, he knew the necessity of remaining calm. With Messi down, Lee Mingyu had become Barcelona's sole hope. As the first player to score 5 goals at the Bernabéu, Lee Mingyu, as the team's beacon of hope, could not engage in violence. However, the others could not hold back. Messi, the emblematic player of Barcelona and one of the hottest superstars in world football, had been subjected to such a vile act, regardless of the perpetrator's identity. The players from both sides erupted into a chaotic shoving match and verbal exchanges. Yet they understood the gravity of the situation. After all, if a brawl led to player expulsions, both teams could face severe penalties, a scenario that would delight Atletico Madrid, who would gladly benefit from the discord. The Barcelona medical team rushed onto the field to assess Messi's condition. Fortunately, they determined that Messi's Achilles tendon was intact, though there seemed to be some ligament tearing. However, the true extent of the injury would require further evaluation at hospital. Messi was quickly placed on a stretcher and transported to the nearest hospital for examination. Following the restart, Dembélé replaced Messi, while Lee Mingyu took up position on the right flank. With Real Madrid down a man, their anxiety intensified. Benzema flitted about the front line like a headless chicken, yet the ball never found its way to him. The midfield of Real Madrid became disjointed, succumbing to Barcelona's dominance in the center. In the 76th minute of the second half, a long pass from Real Madrid's defense found its way to Benzema. After finally receiving the ball, he turned to evade Busquets, successfully slipping past him, but the ball was intercepted by Busquets' long legs. Busquets executed a short pass to De Jong, who unleashed a precise 30-meter through ball to Lee Mingyu. With Marcelo sent off, the left flank was left vulnerable. Driven by a desire for retribution against Real Madrid, Lee Mingyu surged forward with great strides into enemy territory. Casemiro, who approached him, was left behind as Lee Mingyu accelerated past him. The Real Madrid defense now lay bare before Lee Mingyu. 3 defenders, Vizquez, Varane, and Ramos, stood in his path. However, Lee Mingyu was not alone in the Barcelona attack. Griezmann raced towards the opponent's penalty area, while Dembélé arrived from the left flank. The 3 defenders found themselves in a precarious position. Ramos, with a fierce expression, charged at Lee Mingyu, attempting to intercept him before he could enter the box. Lee Mingyu faced Ramos's defense head-on, unflinching despite the intimidating presence before him. He executed a move that feigned a breakthrough along the baseline, shifting Ramos's weight to one side, then elegantly flicked the ball back. Despite Ramos's top-tier defensive skills, he quickly regained his balance and turned to challenge Lee Mingyu for possession. Lee Mingyu's left foot blocked the ball that had ricocheted back. Then he pulled the ball back with his left foot, evading Ramos's attempt to tackle him. He then shifted the ball to the left, preparing to shoot with his left foot. Ramos, not to be outdone, lunged forward, ready to use his body to block Lee Mingyu's strike. However, to his astonishment, Lee Mingyu's action was merely a feint, as he was not a left-footed shooter, and thus the likelihood of success was considerably low. Lee Mingyu executed a deft spike, directing the ball onto his right foot. At that moment, in an attempt to thwart Lee Mingyu's striking motion, Ramos had already lunged forward, half kneeling on the ground, completely losing his defensive position. With a gentle flick of his right foot, Lee Mingyu aimed to slip past Ramos. However, Ramos was not one to yield so easily. A grimace crossed his face as he forcefully pushed off with his trailing foot, intending to kick Lee Mingyu's leg. If Lee Mingyu had been unprepared, such a blow could have resulted in injury. Yet, the blue bracelet on Lee Mingyu's wrist glimmered slightly, and with a sudden intuition, he deftly evaded Ramos's deliberate kick. As he descended, his body swayed, purposefully landing near the heel of Ramos's foot, nearly losing his balance. Ramos let out a cry of anguish as Lee Mingyu regained his footing and controlled the ball. In an instant, as Courtois charged forward, Lee Mingyu executed a precise shot, sending the ball through Courtois' legs and into the net. The score stood at 0-5, with Lee Mingyu single-handedly scoring 5 goals, thereby branding Real Madrid with an indelible mark of disgrace. Never before had a player managed to score 5 goals alone at the Bernabéu Stadium. Yet Lee Mingyu accomplished this feat after scoring. He dashed toward the section occupied by Real Madrid fans, making a gesture for silence. In an instant, the entire Bernabéu fell silent, with only the cheers of Barcelona supporters resonating. The Real Madrid fans were left speechless by the prowess of this young player. Their admiration for him began to grow, even as his actions were tinged with provocation. Spontaneously, the Real Madrid fans began to applaud. Lee Mingyu, momentarily taken aback by the warmth of the crowd, gazed at the fans rising to applaud him, bewildered. What was happening? The fans found a contrast between the initially intimidating Lee Mingyu and his now endearingly naive demeanor amusing, and laughter erupted among them. The referee, having confirmed the goal, approached the outskirts of the Real Madrid penalty area, where Ramos was grimacing in pain, clutching his ankle. With a sympathetic expression, he gestured to the sidelines, indicating that he could offer no assistance. The team doctor quickly rushed over to examine Ramos's injury, his expression turning grave as he shook his head at Zidane, signaling that Ramos could no longer continue the match. Zidane's face darkened, nearly dripping with despair, for this was undoubtedly the most humiliating match since he began coaching Real Madrid. To be bested by a mere 19-year-old, conceding 5 goals at home, felt like a slap across the face with each score. Both teams made substitutions. Real Madrid replaced Ramos, while Barcelona substituted Lee Mingyu. As they exited the field, one stood tall while the other lay prostrate. Lee Mingyu cast a disdainful glance toward Ramos, his contempt unmistakable. In the final moments, Griezmann received a through ball from De Jong, netting Barcelona's last goal. The final whistle blew, and the Bernabéu erupted in boos. The score of 0-6 was intolerable for the Real Madrid fans. A glance into the annals of Real Madrid's history reveals that the last time they conceded 6 goals at home was during the 1950-1951 season in a derby against Atletico Madrid, where they lost 3-6. However, at least in that match, Real Madrid had managed to score 3 goals. Today's match firmly affixed them to the pillar of shame. Moreover, 2 individuals also stood condemned: Marcelo, who caused Messi's injury, and Ramos, who was injured himself. Following the match, it was reported that Messi's injury was not severe. As the foot he was tackled on was not his supporting foot, he only suffered a mild ligament tear. Nonetheless, he would require at least 3 weeks of recovery, potentially missing the crucial clash against Atletico Madrid. Less than 2 hours after the match concluded, the Spanish Football Federation announced subsequent penalties, a fine of €10, and an 8-match domestic suspension for Marcelo. This meant he would miss the remainder of the La Liga season, but he could still participate in the upcoming Champions League matches. Marcelo, having just returned from injury, found himself embroiled in controversy once again due to a red card. Ramos, the other focal point of the controversy, was diagnosed with a severe rupture of his left Achilles tendon, effectively ending his season. Following the match, commentators began analyzing the circumstances of Ramos's injury. Despite reviewing the footage frame by frame, it remained difficult to ascertain whether Lee Mingyu's actions were deliberate. After all, Ramos's own retaliatory kick was a clear foul, and as Lee Mingyu leapt to evade it, he inadvertently landed on Ramos's Achilles. Even the commentators from Real Madrid could only attribute Ramos's injury to fate. However, the aftermath of the match sent shockwaves through Spanish football. Racism emerged as a heated topic, particularly in the Western world. A recording surfaced online 3 hours post-match, igniting outrage. "Hey kid, are you talking to me? Yellow monkey, just be careful in the second half and don't jump too much." Though the recording lasted a mere 10 seconds and contained only 3 lines of dialogue, its implications shook the very foundations of Spanish football. Ramos had allegedly uttered such words, captured on tape. In an instant, Real Madrid was engulfed in a media storm. In the president's office, Florentino angrily shattered his favorite cup against the floor, glaring at the trembling club manager and harshly commanding, "Go, use whatever means necessary to suppress this issue. We cannot have such problems within Real Madrid." The team manager hurriedly exited the office, while Florentino stood at the window, seething as he gazed out at the pitch. Real Madrid's public relations team mobilized all available resources in a bid to contain the situation, especially with an important Champions League quarterfinal looming in 3 days. They questioned the authenticity of the recording, suggesting it may have been edited. Ramos, in the hospital, also offered an interview to the media, vehemently denying any racist sentiments, stating, "I have never been a racist. Such words could not have come from me. I suspect someone is trying to tarnish my reputation." When reporters approached Barcelona's training ground to interview Lee Mingyu, they were met with refusal. For a moment, it appeared that public opinion might shift. However, the following morning, the Spanish Referees Association released a recording from the match referee. In Huampi, it appears that you are far from sincere. "Be cautious, for I shall not grant you any opportunities." These words have been etched into my memory. These brief statements ignited the fury of all present. The evidence is irrefutable. This exchange was fortuitously captured by the microphone on the referee, who was not far from Ramos at the time. Upon reviewing the match, the referee discovered this conversation and promptly submitted it. A former Spanish referee, who wished to remain anonymous, candidly stated during a program that nearly all referees in La Liga are fans of either Real Madrid or FC Barcelona. Those who pursue a career in officiating do so out of a love for football, and it is natural for them to support a team, given that these two are the victors. However, this does not imply a lack of professionalism in their officiating. Ultimately, this former referee provided a clear statistic. 90 are Real Madrid supporters, while 10 are Barcelona fans. The referee for this particular match, Gonzalez, happened to be a Barcelona supporter. Hence, upon receiving the recording, he unhesitatingly submitted it to the Referee Association. Consequently, the matter was unequivocally classified as racial discrimination. In Western societies, this phenomenon is quite prevalent, yet it remains a significant taboo. In essence, one may act, but must not speak. Ramos vocalized his sentiments and was subsequently caught, leaving him with no recourse. The Spanish Football Association swiftly issued another disciplinary announcement, imposing a fine of €20 on Ramos and suspending him for 10 matches. This ruling sent shockwaves throughout Spain and the entirety of European football, as it marked one of the most severe penalties for racial discrimination in recent years. Notably, in 2011 and 2012, 2 infamous racial discrimination cases occurred, one involving Suarez, who faced an 8-match suspension and a 40,000 fine for discriminating against Evra, and the other concerning Terry, who received a 4-match suspension and a 220,000 fine for his remarks towards Ferdinand. As racial discrimination intensified, UEFA finally devised a plan in 2013 to address this issue. Should a player or club officially exhibit racial discrimination, they would face a minimum 10-match suspension. In recent years, thanks to this initiative, incidents of racial discrimination have significantly diminished, with few instances resulting in tangible consequences. Chapter 47. Interview with the World Sports Journal. While receiving treatment in the hospital, Ramos learned of a severe punishment and instinctively hurled his phone to the ground. Once the dust settled, Lee Mingyu accepted an interview with the World Sports Journal. With his skyrocketing popularity, the journal, a prominent pro-Barcelona media outlet, had long sought an in-depth interview with him. However, due to Barcelona's desire to shield Lee Mingyu from media distractions during the crucial points of the season, the interview had been postponed. Following the legendary derby, Lee Mingyu's fame had reached such heights that Barcelona could no longer contain his brilliance and reluctantly agreed to the interview. In the manager's office at the training facility, Lee Mingyu sat down with the Journal's reporter, the captivating Miranda. Upon seeing Lee Mingyu, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Miranda's eyes. She would never forget the first time she encountered him during his debut match. In a dramatic turn of events at Camp Nou, trailing by 2 goals and with Messi sent off, Lee Mingyu was called upon as a substitute. In a mere 8 minutes, he scored 3 goals, completing a hat trick and propelling Barcelona on a frightening journey of goals. After the match, as Miranda eagerly approached him for an interview, an overly exuberant Lee Mingyu dashed past her, ignoring the microphone in her hand, which led to some teasing from the studio commentators. From that moment on, Miranda harbored a grudge against the player who had overlooked her beauty. Miranda smiled gently, saying, "Hello, Mr. Lee. Thank you for agreeing to this interview with the World Sports Journal." Lee Mingyu nodded and replied, "Yes, I previously had no time for interviews due to closed training sessions." Miranda continued, "By the way, I must congratulate you on your unprecedented achievement in the recent National Derby, scoring 5 goals at the Bernabéu. Truly remarkable." Lee Mingyu humbly replied, "It's nothing. Without the support of my teammates, I wouldn't have performed so well." Curiously, Miranda inquired, "Mr. Lee, I find it intriguing that you played in the youth and reserve teams at Barcelona, but did not exhibit the same dominance as you do now. What has changed?" Lee Mingyu scratched his head and smiled. "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps I've simply found my stride." Miranda laughed heartily at his response, and his bashfulness caused him to lower his gaze. Unlike other players who often fixated on her features during interviews, Lee Mingyu seemed oblivious to it. Miranda, brushing her hair back, adopted a serious tone regarding the recent uproar surrounding Ramos's racial discrimination incident. "Do you have any comments?" Lee Mingyu's expression turned grave as he solemnly addressed the camera, stating, "First and foremost, I express my satisfaction and admiration for the Football Association's prompt and fair handling of this matter. Secondly, as we all know, this incident did occur, and I am appalled by Mr. Ramos's remarks. I hope that on the football field, everyone lets their skills do the talking rather than resorting to such base tactics. Ramos's words and actions tarnish the emblem he wears on his chest. He has brought shame to this great club, Real Madrid. This punishment reflects the unwavering stance of the Spanish Football Association against racial discrimination. This is the hallmark of a footballing powerhouse, and I commend the association for it." Miranda gazed at the 19-year-old, impressed by his resolute words. She continued, "In the upcoming matches, with Messi injured and unable to participate, potentially missing the crucial clash against Atletico Madrid, what are your plans as the core of the team?" Lee Mingyu looked intently into Miranda's eyes and confidently declared, "Championship. My mind is solely focused on the championship. Although our captain cannot fight alongside us, the resolve of all Barcelona players remains steadfast. Our only objective is the championship." After uttering these words, Lee Mingyu suddenly smiled shyly and remarked, "I am not a core member. I am merely a substitute player. It is only due to the team's injury troubles that I was thrust into this position. Our team is exceptionally strong, with Griezmann, Dembélé, and De Jong, all of whom are outstanding attackers. They're the true backbone of the squad. I am but a novice." Observing Lee's humble demeanor, Miranda also beamed a radiant smile, and the bright lights began to sway once more. This interview concluded in a remarkably cheerful atmosphere. That very evening, the report aired on television, with Spain's Channel 6 broadcasting the entire interview. This marked the first time Spanish fans had the opportunity to see Lee Mingyu in reality. Portrayed as an innocent youth, Lee occasionally displayed a bashful smile, and his youthful naivety in the presence of the alluring Miranda stirred the hearts of women watching from their screens. The words Lee spoke during the interview prompted enthusiastic nods from fans. He refrained from relentlessly pursuing Ramos and Real Madrid, instead opting for a more respectful acknowledgement, particularly toward the latter. This interview catapulted Lee Mingyu's popularity in Spain to unprecedented heights. Following Ronaldo's departure from the Italian peninsula and Messi's struggles, Spanish football's popularity plummeted. Real Madrid spent 3 years attempting to heal the wounds inflicted by Ronaldo's exit. As Ronaldo thrived at Juventus, the frustration among Real Madrid supporters only intensified. Was this truly the once great Ronaldo who could no longer play? During his 3 years at Juventus, Ronaldo scored a total of 95 goals. While his efficiency could not match his time at Real Madrid, For a player in his 30s, this was indeed a remarkable feat in contrast. The 6 new forwards acquired by Real Madrid post-Ronaldo managed only 35 goals, failing to fill the void left by his departure. Chapter 48. A new contract on the horizon. Additional updates for 2000 collectibles. Today, Lee Mingyu's meteoric rise has once again placed La Liga in the spotlight of European football fans. With 9 matches played, he has achieved 4 hat-tricks, 1 quadruple, and 1 quintuple, totaling 24 goals, a staggering nearly 3 goals per game, outshining the entire world of football. Former Giants, who had previously lowered their flags, have once again turned their attention to Catalonia and this remarkable 19-year-old. Such an exceptional young talent, if willing to remain with the team, could serve as the foundation for that club for at least a decade. The €180 million buyout clause, once deemed a risky venture by some clubs, became inconsequential when Lee scored 5 goals at the Bernabéu. Throughout the annals of football history, no player has managed to net 5 goals on this hallowed ground. Such an achievement undoubtedly signals the arrival of a destined superstar. Barcelona's president, Laporta, found himself in a delightful quandary. Before his old rival Florentino, he laughed heartily 5 times. Despite Messi's injury inciting his anger, Lee Mingyu's extraordinary performance brought him immense joy. Mr. Brida, I believe it is time to revise Lee's contract. The current buyout clause can no longer deter the greedy, Laporta stated with a serious demeanor. Barcelona's manager, Brida, responded with a wry smile. President, I understand, but we cannot revise the contract every month. Lee's contract has already been amended once. Laporta waved his hand dismissively. I do not wish to hear such things. Just ensure that Lee does not leave Barcelona. Brida exited Laporta's office with a resigned smile, fully aware of the pressure weighing on Laporta. The previous president, Bartomeu, had been taken away by the police just 6 days before the current presidential election. Accused of involvement in the scandal concerning last season's bar scandal, Barcelona had hired a public relations firm to monitor public sentiment towards the club. But the firm's actions exceeded mere surveillance. They also included releasing damaging narratives against Barcelona's own players, such as Messi and Piqué, while discrediting former coach Guardiola and ex-players like Xavi, as well as Laporta himself. Furthermore, Barcelona's hiring of this firm was marred by corruption allegations, having paid 10 times the market price and splitting the contract payments to evade internal scrutiny. Following the scandal's eruption, 6 board members, including then Vice President Rosso, resigned. After being elected as president, Laporta employed extensive public relations strategies to restore the club's reputation. However, Barcelona inevitably suffered setbacks, being eliminated from the Copa del Rey by an underdog and experiencing another defeat in the Champions League, failing to reach the final for 6 consecutive years. In the league, the once dominant Barcelona, who had achieved 9 consecutive victories, found themselves trailing Atlantico Madrid, and their championship aspirations faced significant challenges. Laporta felt as though he were perched on the brink of an erupting volcano, overwhelmed by urgency. Thus, Lee Mingyu became not only Koeman's savior, but also a beacon of hope for Barcelona and a lifeline for Laporta. The question of Messi's future had become secondary. Retaining Lee was now the paramount concern for the team. After all, Barcelona had a tradition of legendary players departing the club in their twilight years. The examples of Xavi, Iniesta, and Suarez stood as stark reminders, and it would not be surprising if Messi were to join their ranks. However, when Brida invited Lee's agent, Andrew, to discuss Lee's contract, Andrew resolutely declined Brida's new offer. Although the new contract proposed a salary increase of €2 million, the €300 million buyout clause deterred Andrew from proceeding. After turning down Brida, Andrew earnestly stated, Mr. Brida, I have discussed this with Lee. He will not leave Barcelona before next summer, regardless of the offer. Lee has been a lifelong fan of Barcelona, and now that he fights for the club, it is the realization of his childhood dream. If he fails to achieve the honors he desires of Barcelona, I firmly believe he will not leave, no matter the amount offered. Noticing Brida's contemplative expression, Andrew added, however, I hope Barcelona refrains from employing unnecessary tactics to bind him. As Lee's agent, I understand his character well. He is a kind-hearted young man, but he detests betrayal and deceit. Should he discover any dishonesty from a club, or if any detrimental measures are taken against him, he may indeed harbor resentment, and at that point, I cannot stand by your side. Brida nodded in acknowledgement, but still expressed concern, asking, can you represent Lee's stance? I mean, if another club activates Lee's buyout clause, Can we be assured that he will not leave? Andrew smiled and suggested, why not let Lee speak for himself? That would surely carry more weight. That afternoon, Lee Mingyu was invited to Breda's office. Bokuma, Lee. Breda greeted him warmly, leaving Lee Mingyu somewhat taken aback by the enthusiasm. By the way, Lee, I would like to hear your thoughts. I've had a discussion with Mr. Andrew. What are your reflections? Lee Mingyu accepted a glass of water handed to him by the secretary, thanked her, and after a moment of contemplation, replied, Mr. Manager, I cannot make excessive promises. As Andrew mentioned, I can assure you that I will not choose to leave the team before next summer. If possible, I would certainly like to remain in Barcelona. After all, my entire family are fans of Barcelona, and my home is here. Breda felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Though uncertain of the sincerity behind Lee Mingyu's words, there was little else to be done at that moment. After some casual conversation, Lee Mingyu departed the office. Breda then went to the chairman's office to inform Laporta of the discussion. Laporta sat in silence for a while before asking, do you find Lee's words credible? Breda nodded and replied, he has Chinese heritage. To my knowledge, people from China are known for their integrity. Laporta rubbed his temples and, with a wry smile, said, well, it seems we must accept it then. Chapter 49. Is this not messy? After the 34th round of matches, the standings in La Liga remained unchanged at the top. Atletico Madrid, with 26 wins, 5 draws, and 3 losses, led the league with 83 points. Barcelona followed closely with 25 wins, 5 draws, and 3 losses, accumulating 80 points. Real Madrid, with 22 wins, 7 draws, and 5 losses, stood third with 73 points. Following their defeat in the recent El Clasico, Real Madrid's hopes for the league title had all but evaporated, leaving them solely focused on preparing for the Champions League matches. Atletico Madrid maintained their consistent performance, narrowly defeating Real Sociedad away, thus preserving their lead at the top of the table. In the midweek quarterfinals of the Champions League, both Madrid teams suffered heartbreaking last-minute defeats at home, igniting outrage among Spanish fans. With 2 disheartening scores of 0-1, Real Madrid was undone in the dying moments by a stunning strike from Liverpool's Sulla, who secured a vital away goal at the Bernabéu. Similarly, Atletico Madrid fell victim to a long-range effort from PSG's Mbappé during stoppage time, also conceding a crucial away goal. The atmosphere within Spanish football was notably somber. Amidst this gloom, Lee Mingyu led the Barcelona team, now bereft of Messi, as they faced Villarreal, known as the Yellow Submarine. Villarreal, a formidable presence in La Liga, may not have clinched the championship but boasted a commendable record, including a second-place finish, a Champions League semi-final, and a UEFA Cup semi-final, along with a triumph in the Intertoto Cup. Currently, Villarreal had surged to 5th place in the league, riding a wave of 3 consecutive victories. Yet still found themselves 5 points adrift of 4th-place Sevilla. With only 4 matches remaining, their chances of reaching the Champions League seemed slim. Nevertheless, this motivation spurred Villarreal to adopt an attacking approach against Barcelona. Without Messi, Barcelona's offensive strategy had lost a pivotal anchor, diminishing their threat significantly. However, his absence also emboldened opponents to challenge them more aggressively. In the 15th minute of the first half, Lee Mingyu received a 30-meter through ball from De Jong. After deftly maneuvering past an opposing defender with a quick feint, he faced the advancing goalkeeper and executed a mesmerizing step-over, leaving the keeper on the ground as he slotted the ball into the net. After scoring, Lee Mingyu proudly patted the blue knee brace on his knee, revealing a secretive smile. He had been warned by the coach to minimize such knee-stressing maneuvers after showcasing Ronaldo's step-over in a previous match. Though young and audacious, Lee had begun to feel the strain on his knees after several matches, resolving to refrain from such tactics in away games, confident in the protective measures at home. However, upon entering the match, Lee heard a familiar voice. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Camp Nou and received Ibrahimović's knee brace. Ibrahimović's knee brace provides comprehensive protection for the host's knees, granting you strength akin to Ibrahimović. Incredible. Lee Mingyu marveled, feeling the brace snugly fit around his knee, as if imbued with a mysterious power. During the match, he noticed an invigorating energy coursing through his legs, allowing him to make sharp stops, rapid turns, and dazzling footwork that left the opposing defense in disarray. Meanwhile, Coach Koeman watched anxiously from the sidelines, repeatedly urging Lee to avoid any actions that could elevate his blood pressure. With Messi already injured, another injury to Lee would surely send Koeman into despair. Initially, Lee Mingyu, buoyed by his new gear, played exuberantly, but after Koeman's admonitions, he settled into a more disciplined style of play. Yet, this newfound restraint only frustrated Villarreal further. As the ball seemed perpetually glued to Lee's feet, the Villarreal defense had become increasingly targeted. Now, with Lee beginning to move, support, and pass, the Villarreal players despaired. Recognizing that he resembled Messi, the opening goal arrived predictably in the 15th minute. In the 35th minute, Lee Mingyu executed a quick wall pass with Griezmann in the center. The Villarreal defenders stood like statues, mesmerized by the swift exchanges between the two. Ultimately, Lee Mingyu, within the penalty area, deftly flicked the ball past the last defender before delivering a low shot with his right foot that pierced through the goalkeeper's fingers. The score stood at 2 o'clock. During stoppage time in the first half, Lee Mingyu had an opportunity to complete a hat-trick. Griezmann's forceful breakthrough culminated in a powerful shot, but the opposing goalkeeper made a remarkable save, deflecting the ball out for a corner. As the referee glanced at his watch, indicating that stoppage time was nearly over, De Jong took the corner kick, leading to chaos in the penalty area. The goalkeeper punched the ball away, and just as the referee was about to blow his whistle, he noticed the ball flying towards Lee Mingyu. Positioned just outside the box, Lee controlled the ball with his chest and, as defenders surged toward him, unleashed a thunderous volley. The ball rocketed towards the far corner of the net like a cannonball. The opposing goalkeeper lunged desperately, yet his fingertips failed to make contact with the ball. A resounding thud echoed through the entire Camp Nou, eliciting a collective sigh of regret from the crowd. The angle of the shot was exceedingly acute, striking the junction of the post and crossbar. However, due to its excessive deviation, the ball did not rebound but soared high over the goal line. The referee promptly blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. Lee Mingyu shook his head in disappointment, touching the lucky bracelet on his wrist. Had the charm failed him this time? The Villarreal players, having narrowly escaped disaster, gazed at the young player in awe. His performance had utterly dismantled their defense during the first half. Was he not akin to another Messi? Thankfully, the real Messi was injured. Otherwise, facing two Messis would be an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 50. Barcelona suddenly in adversity. The smooth sailing of the first half had lulled the Barcelona players into a false sense of security. However, as the second half commenced, the tide shifted dramatically. Villarreal seized the moment, launching a sudden attack while the Barcelona players were still finding their footing. Gerard Moreno, Villarreal's key striker, charged forward with the ball, deftly breaching Barcelona's defense and unleashing a powerful shot that pierced through Ter Stegen's goal. In less than a minute, Villarreal had equalized. Frustrated, Coach Koeman kicked a water bottle into the air, having repeatedly emphasized the need for vigilance at the start of each half. Regrettably, the Barcelona players did not heed his warnings, allowing Villarreal to capitalize on their lapse and score a stunning goal. The score was now 2-1. With the gap reduced to a single goal, Villarreal sensed an opportunity to not only equalize but potentially take the lead. Consequently, they exhibited exceptional performance on both offense and defense. In contrast, Barcelona appeared somewhat disoriented following Villarreal's goal. The absence of Messi had finally laid bare their most pressing concerns. Lee Mingyu, despite his talents, could not fill the void left by Messi, who had solidified his status over 17 years with more than 700 goals and appearances for Barcelona. With Messi on the pitch, there was an inherent sense of security among the players, even in silence. Lee Mingyu, though promising, was still too young. His goals alone did not instill the same confidence. Realizing that his teammates were losing their composure, Lee Mingyu ran tirelessly across the field, attempting to rekindle their competitive spirit. However, his relentless efforts failed to restore their momentum. The impact of Messi's injury became glaringly apparent. Villarreal's morale surged as they engaged Barcelona in an open battle. To everyone's astonishment, Barcelona seemed to be on the back foot. Ousmane Dembélé, returning to the starting lineup, was utterly lost on the left flank. Antoine Griezmann in the center could not receive support from midfield, frequently retreating to retrieve the ball, unable to apply pressure on Villarreal's defense. Despite Lee Mingyu's vigorous movements, the ball remained predominantly under Villarreal's control, rendering much of his effort futile. Koeman, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to comprehend how his players appeared to be two entirely different teams between halves. In the 55th minute, Villarreal executed a diagonal long pass from midfield, finding Gomez up front. After receiving the ball, Gomez performed a deft flick to evade the clumsy challenge of Umtiti. Glancing at the situation in the center, he sent in a precise cross. Moreno, having successfully evaded the offside trap, leaped and headed the ball forcefully into the Barcelona net. The Camp Nou erupted in a cacophony of boos. Barcelona's players stood frozen, staring blankly at the ball nestled in the goal. Ter Stegen retrieved the ball and kicked it forcefully into the attacking zone, unleashing a furious roar. The entire Barcelona squad's morale visibly plummeted. Even Sergio Busquets, the captain on the field, shook his head in resignation. "We are Barca." Amid the deafening jeers, a voice suddenly resonated within the ears of the Barcelona players. Busquets looked up in surprise, encountering a fierce expression on Lee Mingyu's face, reminiscent of a familiar drive to win. "We are Barca. This is our home ground. Is this performance worthy of our fans? Are we honoring our captain, who is fighting to recover? What are you doing? We are merely level. We have not lost yet. There is still time to make a comeback. We must show them that Barca is not to be disrespected." Lee Mingyu's demeanor was strikingly unfamiliar to all the Barcelona players. Previously, he had been regarded as humble, with a soft-spoken nature, despite his numerous goals and popularity. Now, however, he stood before them like an enraged lion, hoping to awaken his teammates with his rallying cry. As Busquets listened, he suddenly recognized a transformation in Lee Mingyu. Messi. Yes, it was Messi. Busquets discerned that the desire to win reflected in Lee Mingyu's eyes was identical to that of the young Messi. Never say die. Never give up. Not only Busquets, but all the Barcelona players felt a surge of newfound vigor within them. Congratulations, host. You have grasped the heart of a superstar. The heart of a superstar allows you to inspire teammates through words during adversity, significantly boosting team morale. Lee Mingyu felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him. Witnessing his teammates lift their heads once more, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Barca is not to be disrespected. Barca is not to be disrespected. Barca is not to be disrespected. The entire Barcelona squad united in a chant that would forever resonate in the hearts of their supporters. Coach Koeman exhaled in relief as he observed the revival of team spirit, the weight of anxiety finally lifting from his shoulders. The significance of this match was undeniable. Presently, Barcelona trailed the league leaders, Atletico Madrid, by a mere 3 points. A loss in this game would shatter their championship aspirations, leaving them reliant on Atletico's misfortunes in subsequent matches. However, Atletico Madrid, in their subsequent 4 matches, faces teams ranked outside the top 10, aside from the crucial encounter against Barcelona. Thus, for FC Barcelona, each of these 4 matches is a matter of life and death. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match resumes. The players of Villarreal press forward with fervor, hoping to deliver another devastating blow to Barcelona. Yet, the Barcelona team, having regained their confidence and fighting spirit, is no longer the lamb awaiting slaughter. Chapter 51. The scissor kick. Barcelona seems to have lost their sense of play. Indeed, ever since Villarreal scored at the start of the second half, it appears as though Barcelona has transformed into a different team. The players seem bewildered. Someone surely must step up to rally the spirits. Even the captain, Busquets, appears somewhat lost. This could spell trouble for Barcelona. A diagonal long pass finds Villarreal's left back, Gomez. With a deft touch, Gomez eludes his marker. Alas, Umtiti's reckless charge leaves him completely out of position. Instead of continuing his run, Gomez delivers a precise cross from 20 meters out, arching beautifully toward Moreno, who surges forward. Barcelona's defenders signal for offside, but the referee remains unmoved. Moreno leaps gracefully, executing a splendid header that finds the net. What a sight! This moment evokes memories of Robin van Persie's iconic diving header against the reigning champion, Spain, in the 2014 World Cup. Barcelona is in peril. The score has been equalized, yet I see no solutions emerging from their ranks. In the second half, Lee Mingyu seems to have lost his way, running aimlessly across the pitch, yet to little effect. It is not only Lee Mingyu. Barcelona's midfield is utterly disarrayed, with a disconnect between the forwards and defenders, leaving the attack bereft of support. The significance of this match is palpable. I wonder if Coach Koeman will make any adjustments. However, glancing at Barcelona's bench, it appears there are no immediate impact players available. What do I see? Lee Mingyu is shouting at Busquets, but what is he saying? Is he criticizing Busquets? I believe Lee Mingyu needs to voice his thoughts. As captain, Busquets has failed to inspire the team. But is Lee Mingyu's approach appropriate? Look, Barcelona's players are gathering around. It seems they are listening intently. I am eager to know what Lee Mingyu has said. His words have evidently uplifted their spirits. He certainly possesses the aura of a leader. The match restarts. Villarreal's defense remains tenacious. Yet Barcelona's passing has become more assured. It appears Barcelona has rediscovered their rhythm. Villarreal applies significant pressure, and De Jong passes back to Piku. Faced with an onrushing opponent, Piku executes a delightful feint, showcasing that his form has returned. He passes to Pedri, who navigates past Villarreal's midfielders and advances forward with a splendid 1-2, and the familiar Barcelona style reemerges. Yes, the Barcelona we know, the team that can dictate the game through possession, has returned. Lee Mingyu roams the flanks like a hawk in search of prey, observing Griezmann retreating to combine with Pedri. He draws out Villarreal's defensive midfielder. Lee Mingyu's eyes light up as he accelerates, leaving his marker behind, seamlessly connecting with the ball. After a deft exchange with Griezmann, Pedri spots Lee Mingyu's run and delivers a perfect through ball into his path. Villarreal's defense has not faced such an attack for Barcelona in a while, and their vigilance seems to have waned. Upon receiving the ball, Lee Mingyu strides forward, encountering Villarreal's backline. He does not slow down. Instead, he drives towards the byline. Villarreal's left back, Estupiñán, cannot afford to be lax and pursues Lee Mingyu, attempting to impede his progress. Lee Mingyu glances toward the center, noting that Griezmann is still a few meters shy of the penalty area. He feigns a cross, but Estupiñán, unaware of the situation behind him, rushes to block what he believes will be a delivery. However, Lee Mingyu executes a feint, suddenly halting his sprint. He deftly controls the ball with a light touch. Estupiñán, lacking the agility to adjust, rushes past, watching helplessly as Lee Mingyu advances into the penalty area. At this moment, Griezmann is nearing the box, and Demel is making a rapid run, drawing the attention of Villarreal's defenders. Yet, it is imperative that someone mark Lee Mingyu as he enters the box. As Estupiñán is sidestepped, Villarreal's center back, Foyth, immediately closes in. But being in the box, Foyth hesitates to commit and instead seeks to block Lee Mingyu's angle of attack. With a deft touch, Lee Mingyu feigns an attempt to continue along the byline, prompting Foyth to close the gap. Yet, Lee Mingyu swiftly repositions the ball back to his left foot. Foyth reacts quickly, attempting to intercept, but his slight touch causes the ball to bounce away from Lee Mingyu's control. As the ball threatens to slip from his grasp, Villarreal's defenders converge. Lee Mingyu, sensing the encroaching pressure, takes a decisive step to his left, drawing closer to the ball. Then, with a swift scissor kick, he strikes the ball, sending it on a deceptive arc, narrowly evading the outstretched toes of the defenders and nestling into the net behind the goalkeeper. The Villarreal goalkeeper, caught off guard, can only watch in disbelief as the ball sails past him. The crowd erupts in a thunderous cheer. Villarreal's players stand frozen, gazing at Lee Mingyu in astonishment. He rushes towards the stands, turns, and raises his thumbs toward his back, proclaiming his triumph. Lee. Chapter 52. The Pichichi Trophy is within reach. Griezmann was closest to the scene and had the clearest view. As the ball rolled past Lee Mingyu, he instinctively knew it was lost. Adjusting his running direction, Griezmann sprinted towards Lee Mingyu, preparing to reclaim possession after the opponent's interception. To his surprise, Lee Mingyu executed an acrobatic maneuver, striking the ball with a deft flick. Caught off guard, the ball found the net. Griezmann, clutching his head in disbelief, chased after Lee Mingyu, who had rushed to the corner flag. He enveloped Lee Mingyu in a hug, exclaiming excitedly in his ear, "Lee, you are incredible. How did you think of that?" Lee Mingyu grimaced at the volume, pushing Griezmann away with a look of disdain. Unperturbed, Griezmann laughed heartily, draping his arm over Lee Mingyu's shoulder. Lee Mingyu's goal thoroughly relaxed the entire Barcelona team. Players surged towards him, celebrating fervently. Villarreal's players, however, shook their heads in bemusement. Such a goal was truly surreal. Yet, falling behind again had dampened Villarreal's morale. They recognized that Barcelona's form had returned. In the 73rd minute, Lee Mingyu and Griezmann combined in a series of intricate 1-2s, outwitting Villarreal's defense. When faced with the goalkeeper, Lee Mingyu executed a back pass, allowing Griezmann to score into an open net. 4-2. In the 84th minute, Griezmann reciprocated, receiving the ball in the center, turning to evade a defender, and with a deft flick of his outside foot, passed the ball between two defenders. Lee Mingyu rushed in, and as the goalkeeper lunged but missed, Lee Mingyu delicately nudged the ball through the keeper's legs into the goal. 5-2. In the 92nd minute, just before stoppage time was to end, Lee Mingyu unleashed a powerful shot that struck the crossbar. The rebound fortuitously struck Dem El Shin as he entered the penalty area, ricocheting into the net. 6-2. The opposing goalkeeper and Dem El were both left in shock. Did that really go in? Dem El, unbothered by luck, celebrated joyfully with Lee Mingyu, acknowledging that much of the credit belonged to him. Villarreal's players slumped to the ground. The dream had shattered. They had hoped to challenge Barcelona, but now, with a jarring wake-up call, they had been thoroughly dismantled. Lee Mingyu's performance was remarkable. 1 assist for goals and an indirect assist, another flawless match. His tally had risen to 28 goals, now just 6 behind Messi's 34. Without Lee Mingyu, Messi's tally would have been enough to secure the Pichichi Trophy, as Suarez, in third place, had only 22 goals. With such a terrifying scoring rate, one could only wonder if Lee Mingyu might net at least 7 goals in the final 3 matches. As the 35th round of La Liga concluded, the top 3 teams had all secured victories, leaving the standings unchanged. However, Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid faced an uphill battle in the Champions League quarterfinals, having conceded a goal in their respective home matches. Their situation was precarious, as they represented La Liga's last hopes in the tournament. It had been 2 years since a Spanish team reached the Champions League final. Notably, from 2011 to 2018, Barcelona had claimed the title twice, while Real Madrid had done so 4 times. Following their defeat to Barcelona, Real Madrid had shifted their focus entirely to the Champions League, hoping to reclaim the coveted trophy. In their last match against the lower-tier Huesca, they fielded a mixed squad and managed a narrow victory. Fortunately, Sevilla's loss ensured that Real Madrid maintained a solid 3rd place. After the match, Lee Mingyu received a call from Messi, who praised his performance and encouraged him to continue leading the team. Lee Mingyu assured him, eliciting a sense of pride from Messi. Coach Koeman recognized the issues that had arisen during the match and convened a meeting to unify the team's mindset. It was a successful assembly, instilling motivation and clarity regarding future tactics, with Lee Mingyu positioned as the new focal point of the strategy, essentially replacing Messi in that role. Due to Lee Mingyu's outstanding performance, all Barcelona players, including veterans like Busquets and Piqué, openly expressed their support for him. The atmosphere within the team grew harmonious once more. As the weekend approached, Barcelona traveled by private jet to Valencia to face the relatively lesser-known Levante. Founded earlier than Valencia, Levante had long participated in the Segunda División, only ascending to La Liga in the 2005 to 2006 season. They generally hovered mid-table in the league. The Valencia City Stadium, with a capacity of 25,354, was filled to the brim by 6 p.m. on match day, as Levante fans, devoid of any psychological pressure, celebrated enthusiastically. Upon arriving near the stadium, the Barcelona players noticed numerous fans in Levante jerseys waving Barcelona shirts, highlighting the unique nature of Spanish football, where many fans support both local teams and giants like Real Madrid and Barcelona. Chapter 53. A powerful strike injured, Messi did not accompany the team to Valencia, choosing instead to remain at home with his wife and 3 sons, watching the players' entrance ceremony on television. The broadcast lingered on Lee Mingyu's youthful yet determined visage, a striking contrast to his age. Antonella Rocuzzo, Messi's wife, cradled their youngest son in her arms. This little fellow has just turned 3 this year, and his name has become a subject of incessant banter among football enthusiasts worldwide. The pronunciation of this name in Chinese bears a striking resemblance to that of Cristiano Ronaldo. Messi and Ronaldo are often hailed as the unparalleled twin stars of the football realm. Could the name Cristiano be an attempt to merge these 2 extraordinary figures into one? As Antonella soothed young Cristiano, she inquired, "Leo, is this your teammate, Lee? He appears so young." Messi, slicing a piece of apple, offered it to Antonella and replied, "Indeed. He has just turned 19. He is quite an impressive young talent." As Messi gazed at the television where the match was about to commence, he silently prayed. In the previous game, Barcelona had nearly faltered, but fortunately, Lee Mingyu had emerged at a critical moment, not only uplifting the team's spirit, but also securing the victory, thereby preserving Barcelona's hopes for the championship. Messi, feeling a pang of disappointment, lightly tapped his right leg and shook his head with a wry smile. In such a crucial moment, feeling powerless to assist his team was perhaps the most agonizing ordeal for Messi. Antonella rested her head on Messi's shoulder and gently said, "Do not be disheartened. Have faith in your teammates. They are Barcelona, after all." A whistle from the television signaled the official start of the match. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at Valencia City Stadium and acquired the active skill, Cruyff turn. Is this the Cruyff I know? When did he play for Levante? Unless one is particularly well-versed in that era, few would be aware that Cruyff once played 10 matches for such a modest club as Levante. In 1978, Cruyff announced his retirement, but soon after, due to a failed investment that drained his finances, he was compelled to announce his return. He chose to resume his career in the North American Soccer League. In March 1981, he was loaned to Levante, which was then competing in the Spanish Segunda División. Cruyff's playing career was illustrious. However, he did not lead the Netherlands to significant achievements, which affected his standing in the football world. Nevertheless, after becoming a head coach, particularly during his tenure at Barcelona, he established a football system that sustained the club for decades, ultimately earning him the respect as a football patriarch. For Lee Mingyu, a lifelong Barcelona supporter, Cruyff is credited with enabling Barcelona to dominate the 21st century, earning the title of the Universe team. As the match commenced, Levante withdrew their formation, adopting a posture that seemed to challenge Barcelona. Lee Mingyu's position was no longer fixed on the right. He roamed near the midfield, aiding his teammates in creating space. Levante's midfielder Vukcevic shadowed Lee Mingyu closely, preventing him from easily receiving the ball. However, Barcelona's seasoned players were adept at navigating such dense defenses, remaining calm as they circulated the ball swiftly around the perimeter, seeking to disrupt Levante's formation. Coach Koeman on the sidelines nodded approvingly. Barcelona was employing their most familiar tactics, leveraging the width of the field to stretch Levante's players, exhausting their stamina and patience in defense. It is well known that teams in La Liga must adopt a stringent defensive posture against Barcelona, yet many falter under the relentless pressure. Barcelona's style of play rapidly depletes both physical endurance and patience, maintaining control of the match tempo at will. Thus, once the midfield is lost, a fully contracted defense against Barcelona merely awaits defeat. Unless Barcelona's attackers are devoid of their shooting boots, conceding a goal becomes an inevitable outcome. Repeatedly, Barcelona pressed Levante's defense with incisive passing, forcing them to tighten their backline further. In the 15th minute of the first half, Lee Mingyu received the ball near the center circle, feigning a backward pass that misled Vukcevic. In an instant, Lee Mingyu pivoted, bypassing Vukcevic effortlessly. Like the sound of a clarion call, Barcelona's pace surged dramatically. This sudden acceleration caught Levante off guard. After maneuvering past his marker, Lee Mingyu released the ball with a precise pass to the advancing De Jong. De Jong executed a through ball to Griezmann, who had positioned himself against the opposing defender. With a deft flick of his ankle, Griezmann directed the ball to his left. Demel, making a swift run, faced Levante's defense, performing a stunning bicycle kick that left the defender momentarily disoriented. Demel then surged to the byline, assessing the situation in the center. Griezmann had already drawn two center-backs into the box and was nearing the small area. At that moment, a low pass between the goalkeeper and defender could easily result in a goal, as either Griezmann or the defender might inadvertently redirect the ball into the net. Suddenly, Demel spotted a yellow figure surging in from behind, with no defenders in sight. With a powerful flick of his left ankle, he executed a low, triangular pass that grazed the returning defender's toes, sending the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Lee Mingyu arrived at full speed, opting not to control the ball, but to unleash a fierce strike. The sound of the impact reverberated as the ball soared through the air without any spin, crashing into the net. By the time the goalkeeper lunged, it was already too late. 0-1, Lee Mingyu's powerful shot altered the scoreline, giving Barcelona the lead away from home. Once Barcelona scored, they became an unstoppable force. Levante, after merely 15 minutes of play, conceded defeat. With the goal already conceded, Levante had no choice but to alter their tactics. However, engaging Barcelona in an open contest was a daunting prospect, aside from the Madrid Giants. Few teams in La Liga could gain an advantage. In the 25th minute of the first half, Levante, deliberately left exposed by Barcelona, was swiftly countered as Busquets passed to De Jong near the center circle. De Jong executed a swift turn, swinging his right leg to deliver a no-look long pass directly to the advancing Lee Mingyu on the right flank. Positioned near the midfield line during Levant's attack, Lee Mingyu had unwavering faith in his teammates, always poised for a counterattack. Indeed, upon witnessing Busquets successfully reclaim possession, Lee Mingyu sprang into action. However, a Levant defender consistently shadowed him. De Jong's pass was exquisitely timed, perfectly anticipating Lee Mingyu's sprint. Yet, Vukcevic, having been outmaneuvered by Lee Mingyu previously, heightened his vigilance, utilizing his body and arms to obstruct Lee Mingyu's acceleration. Additionally, the left back, Klefk, was closing in from the front. If Lee Mingyu cannot extricate himself from Vukcevic's grasp, he will inevitably fall into the trap set by Levant. The Levant coach, Lopez, wore a triumphant smile after the first goal. Following that, he adjusted Levant's defense in an attempt to isolate Lee Mingyu. It appeared that this defensive strategy would indeed succeed. Lee Mingyu, with his relatively slender physique, shielded the ball, but his speed advantage was rendered ineffective in such close quarters. Vukcevic, seasoned and formidable despite lacking speed, leveraged over a decade of competitive experience and his robust build to exhibit aggressive defense. Watching the live broadcast, Messi furrowed his brow. He was all too familiar with Vukcevic, having endured his challenges in several matches against Levant over the years. As he saw Lee Mingyu teetering on the edge of Levant's defensive peril, Messi instinctively clenched his fists. Beside him, Antonella noticed her husband's anxious demeanor and couldn't help but smile wryly. She had never witnessed him so tense before. Gazing at Lee Mingyu on the screen, Antonella felt an inexplicable pang of emotion. With a deft maneuver, Lee Mingyu propelled the ball forward with the outside of his right foot, enduring pressure and collisions from Vukcevic, pushing dangerously close to the sideline. He could see that Klek was nearly in position ahead. If he made a direct move without shaking off Vukcevic, he was uncertain of his ability to seize the ball. Not one to act rashly, Lee Mingyu assessed the situation and executed a sudden stop, attempting to evade Vukcevic's defense. However, Vukcevic, astute in his defensive tactics, anticipated Lee Mingyu's intent to halt and immediately closed in, attempting to disrupt him. With remarkable agility, Lee Mingyu performed a pullback motion, executing a stylish 180-degree turn followed by a Marseille turn, creating space between himself and Vukcevic. Although he had successfully distanced himself, he lost the opportunity to advance. Vukcevic surged forward, blocking Lee Mingyu's path. Lee Mingyu feigned a move towards the center with his right foot, but Vukcevic immediately shadowed him like a persistent shadow, preventing any attack towards Levant's goal. Seeing Lee Mingyu restrained, De Jong hurried from midfield to offer support. Lee Mingyu protected the ball with his body, feigning a pass with his left foot. Vukcevic beamed with self-satisfaction. He had successfully contained one of La Liga's hottest strikers. This match was certainly being watched by many, and Vukcevic felt he was on his way to fame. However, as Lee Mingyu shifted his leg and turned, he slipped past Vukcevic with ease. Vukcevic reached out but failed to grasp him, dismissing it as the ball had already been played. But where was the ball? To his disbelief, Vukcevic turned to see Lee Mingyu 2 meters away, the ball comfortably at his feet as he charged towards Levant's backfield. What just transpired? The commentators on the television clarified everything. Vukcevic's defense was indeed impressive, using his physicality within the rules to render Lee Mingyu's speed advantage null. Levant's targeted defense had proven effective. With Vukcevic beside him and Klek ahead, any forward movement could lead Lee Mingyu straight into Levant's trap. Recognizing the situation, Lee Mingyu wisely halted his advance, executing a beautiful Marseille turn to create space from Vukcevic, yet sacrificing the chance to attack. Alas, Barcelona had squandered a precious counterattack opportunity. De Jong arrived to receive the ball, and Lee Mingyu's most rational course of action was to pass to him, allowing De Jong to orchestrate the next offensive play. Yes, Lee Mingyu was poised to pass. Wait, what? My goodness, was that a Cruyff turn? Indeed, it was the signature move of Johan Cruyff. In this dire moment, Lee Mingyu executed the legendary maneuver, effortlessly bypassing Vukcevic. Witness Vukcevic's expression, utterly bewildered. He likely had no idea how Lee Mingyu managed to slip past him. With Vukcevic's defense now absent, Lee Mingyu was free to accelerate with abandon. As the commentator noted, once Lee Mingyu surpassed Vukcevic, his speed advantage was fully realized. Klek had assumed Vukcevic had contained Lee Mingyu, preparing for a defensive setup, and had momentarily relaxed his vigilance. Little did he know, Lee Mingyu executed a Cruyff turn, gliding past Vukcevic and racing toward the defensive line. Cleck had no time to ponder. He could only charge forward to defend. Faced with such formidable defense, Lee Mingyu opted for a straightforward approach, pushing the ball forward and foregoing any feints. Unless Cleck chose to foul Lee Mingyu, he could only watch as Lee Mingyu surged forward. As Cleck attempted to reach out and pull Lee Mingyu back, he realized that Lee Mingyu had already entered the penalty area. In that instant, Cleck hesitated. If he extended his hand, it would surely result in a penalty. With the match only 20 minutes into the first half, a yellow card could lead to dire consequences for his team. In a flash, due to Cleck's indecision, Lee Mingyu surged into the penalty box, confronting the goalkeeper. This time, Lee Mingyu did not attempt to deceive the keeper, as the central defenders were closing in. Goalkeeper Fernandez, visibly anxious, rushed out, arms wide, attempting to appear more imposing to intimidate Lee Mingyu, while also increasing his defensive coverage. Observing the goalkeeper's exaggerated movements, Lee Mingyu struck with the instep of his foot, sending the ball deftly through the narrow gap between Fernandez's legs. 2 goals scored, 0-2. Barcelona led Levante by 2 goals on their home turf. This goal elicited a chorus of discontented boos from the spectators, though it remained unclear whether they were directed at Lee Mingyu, goalkeeper Fernandez, or the returning Vukcevic, who had only just begun to chase back. Speed was not his forte. He was utterly unable to catch up with Lee Mingyu, who had already surged ahead. He could only watch helplessly as Lee Mingyu advanced into the penalty area. Faced with the goalkeeper's approach, he executed a precise shot, effortlessly slipping the ball through the keeper's legs and scoring a goal. A furious Vukcevic remained oblivious to how Lee Mingyu had outmaneuvered him. After witnessing the goal, he angrily shook his arms, expressing his frustration and impotence. De Jong sprinted over to join Lee Mingyu, who was celebrating near the corner flag, joyfully leaping onto his back. "You were magnificent. That Cruyff turn was simply stunning." Among all the players, only De Jong had witnessed the entire sequence of the dribble, which was incredibly smooth and devoid of any roughness. Lee Mingyu feigned a pass to De Jong with his left foot, prompting De Jong to prepare for a reception. He had already plotted out the subsequent moves, 3 directions, 6 stopping techniques, 12 passing routes, and an additional 24 possibilities. However, what Lee Mingyu did next left De Jong utterly astonished. His left foot glided gently above the ball before striking it downward with a decisive touch. The heel of his left foot sent the ball sharply behind him, and in an instant, he executed a swift turn, gliding past Vukcevic, who was completely unaware that the ball had been taken. Vukcevic half-heartedly reached out to tug at Lee Mingyu, knowing full well that at this point, Lee Mingyu was in possession of the ball. A foul would certainly earn him a yellow card. Lee Mingyu was startled by De Jong suddenly jumping onto his back, and soon found himself surrounded by teammates. They tousled his hair, patted his back, and playfully kicked his rear, an unmissable trifecta of camaraderie. The Barcelona players dispersed, revealing Lee Mingyu, who had been thoroughly celebrated. "My impeccable hairstyle, you rascals. Who was it that patted my back so hard I could barely breathe? And the one who nearly kicked me in the front." Lee Mingyu limped back to his half, his mouth twitching in annoyance. "Next time I score, I'll run to the coach's side to see who dares to mess with me under his watchful eye." Levante was clearly demoralized after Lee Mingyu's 2 consecutive goals. Even without Messi, Barcelona remained a formidable force. With Messi absent and Lee Mingyu stepping in, Barcelona's attack was revamped yet familiar. While Messi often played the role of orchestrator, Lee Mingyu was a pure striker. This straightforward attacking mentality allowed him to convert even the slightest opportunity into a lethal offense. In the subsequent match, Levante found themselves utterly defenseless. In the 35th minute of the first half, during a corner kick, Lee Mingyu leapt high within the box, overpowering the opposing center back, and delivered a powerful header that sailed into Levante's net, completing a hat trick. After scoring, Lee Mingyu declined his teammate's celebration, rushing to the sideline camera, pulling his jersey over his head to reveal his training vest. "Captain, we are champions, and we await your return." A large red heart flashed across the screen, eliciting a proud smile from Messi. Antonella gently held Messi's hand, sharing a sweet smile, while Messi's children celebrated at home with exuberant cheers. The joy of football resonated throughout many households in Barcelona, a testament to the sport's deep-rooted presence in Spanish culture. In the 55th minute of the second half, Levante seized a promising offensive opportunity, entering the penalty area with a shot that was thwarted by Ter Stegen, who made a remarkable save. Before Levant's players could lament their missed chance, Ter Stegen scrambled to his feet, launching a powerful throw to the right flank. Lee received it. Regardless of whether Lee Mingyu heard him, Ter Stegen shouted with urgency. The throw effortlessly crossed half the field, landing right in front of Lee Mingyu. With Levant's entire team pushed forward, only the goalkeeper and two center-backs remained in their half. Upon receiving the ball, Lee Mingyu surged forward, passing to himself as he raced against the two defenders. Clearly, the opponents were no match. Like a flash of yellow lightning, he darted toward Levant's goal. The goalkeeper, Fernandez, was caught in a dilemma. Should he remain in position, awaiting inevitable demise? Or should he charge out? Images of goalkeepers flashed through his mind. The reputation of the dribble king was not unfounded. In the quarterfinals of the UEFA Champions League, Barcelona triumphed over Levant with a resounding 5-goal victory at the Valencia City Stadium, where Lee Mingyu, the club's superstar, achieved a remarkable 4-goal performance, dedicating the victory to the ailing Messi at home. The dribble master, Lee Mingyu, executed a series of majestic plays, culminating in a splendid final goal that showcased his incredible agility and finesse. With only 2 matches remaining in the season, Lee Mingyu had amassed 32 goals, just 2 shy of Messi's 34. Given his current scoring rate of nearly 3 goals per match, surpassing Messi seemed merely a matter of time. Messi's injury had thrust Lee Mingyu into the spotlight as the spearhead of Barcelona's attack. The upcoming match against Atletico Madrid would serve as a true test of his mettle. If Lee Mingyu could lead Barcelona to victory, it would undoubtedly herald the dawn of a new era in the club's history. Following the 36th round of La Liga, the standings remained unchanged, with the top 3 teams securing victories. With Real Madrid trailing Barcelona by 7 points, the top 2 positions were effectively locked between Atletico and Barcelona. The upcoming match would be pivotal in determining the league champion. Atletico needed only to draw at home to clinch the title, while Barcelona had no margin for error. They had to win to secure a chance at the championship, needing to maintain their form in the final match to claim the La Liga title. For FC Barcelona, the upcoming week marks a decisive battle for their fate. Meanwhile, for Atletico Madrid, the midweek UEFA Champions League quarterfinal second leg presents a match of utmost significance, as no team is willing to relinquish their aspirations in this prestigious tournament at this stage. Having suffered a 0-1 defeat on their home ground, Atletico is not without hope as they prepare to face their opponents in their territory. Thus, both the Champions League quarterfinal and the 37th round of the league this weekend are critical contests for Atletico Madrid. The stakes are high. Should Atletico Madrid manage to overturn the deficit at the Parc des Princes, they would enter the Champions League semi-finals with formidable momentum, posing a significant threat to Barcelona. Conversely, if they are eliminated by Paris Saint-Germain, it would present a golden opportunity for Barcelona. With Barcelona relentlessly pursuing Atletico, the latter's players are becoming increasingly fatigued after maintaining a lead throughout the season. If Atletico were to be caught by Barcelona at this crucial juncture, it could shatter their morale. In recent years, Atletico Madrid has surged in prominence, establishing themselves as contenders alongside Real Madrid and Barcelona. However, their last La Liga title was 7 years ago, during the 2013-2014 season, when they seized the championship amidst significant transformations at both Real Madrid and Barcelona. Since then, Atletico has not tasted the sweetness of the La Liga trophy again. This year, they find themselves closer to it than ever. Yet the distractions of the Champions League quarterfinals are a pressing concern. Atletico's attacking unit is second only to Barcelona in La Liga, and their impressive performance this season is attributed not only to their potent offense, but also to the fact that they possess the best defensive record among all La Liga teams. Their coach, the well-known Argentine Diego Simeone, is affectionately dubbed El Cholo by fans. Simeone has infused his rugged playing style into Atletico, transforming the team dramatically. Renowned for his tenacity and interceptive prowess, Simeone has worked diligently to strengthen Atletico's defense, employing a balanced 4-1-4-1 formation as their most common tactic. Since Luis Suarez's arrival, he has solidified his position as the central striker, netting 25 goals in 36 matches and firmly securing third place in the scoring charts. At 34, the forward, once deemed past his prime by Barcelona, has rejuvenated his career at Atletico. On Wednesday evening at 1900 hours, In Paris at the Parc des Princes, Atletico Madrid will challenge the French giants Paris Saint-Germain in the second leg of the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals. In the first leg, PSG's Kylian Mbappé secured a stunning away goal through a remarkable solo run. Prior to this match, PSG had already clinched the League One title with 2 matches to spare, entering the encounter against Atletico with a lightened burden. Simultaneously in England, Liverpool's iconic Anfield Stadium is set to host a pivotal clash. The match features Liverpool, currently 6th in the Premier League and fully focused on the Champions League, against Real Madrid, who sit 3rd in La Liga. Both teams have lost their league title ambitions, and Liverpool finds themselves unable to secure a top 4 finish. Without winning the Champions League, they face the grim prospect of missing out on next season's competition, a devastating blow for the storied club. As the referee's whistle signals the commencement of both matches, the tension escalates. Chapter 57. The turmoil on the field, Atletico suffers. Barcelona has already exited the Champions League early. After training, Lee Mingyu sits before the television, eager to gauge Atletico Madrid's form ahead of their impending clash. Right from the outset, Atletico exhibits an aggressive demeanor, compelled to score quickly after conceding. In contrast, PSG remains composed, comfortably holding an away goal, and positions their defense deep, allowing Mbappé to roam near midfield, thus deterring Atletico's backline from pressing forward. At just under 23 years of age, Mbappé is the most valuable player in the world, with a staggering market value of $180 million. His extraordinary athleticism, explosive speed, and precise finishing have made him a prime target for elite clubs, often being compared to the likes of Messi and Ronaldo. However, PSG's financial clout makes it challenging for any team to present an offer that could entice him. Yet, with his contract expiring in the summer of 2022, if this season does not yield a Champions League triumph, he may consider joining a club that offers greater prospects for glory. Recently, PSG has offered Mbappé an eye-watering contract with an annual salary of $30 million after tax. This offer has dealt a significant blow to Real Madrid, who had hoped to replace Ronaldo with Mbappé. It was precisely because Real Madrid was unwilling to meet Ronaldo's salary demands that he departed. With such a lucrative offer, one wonders why Real Madrid would have let Ronaldo go if they had been willing to pay a similar sum. Mbappe's impact on the pitch is undeniable. However, the astute Simeone has devised a comprehensive defensive strategy to contain him. After several unsuccessful attempts to break through, Mbappé appears increasingly agitated. Following a few rounds of mutual probing, both teams have slowed their offensive pace. As the match progresses into a structured battle, PSG stars begin to showcase their unparalleled talents. The returning Neymar is particularly vibrant, relentlessly challenging Atletico's defense. Neymar has long been a focal player in world football, and since the era of the 5-star Brazil team, the national team has faced a challenging predicament in attack. In the 1994 World Cup, Brazil boasted the super duo Romario and Bebeto, while in the 1998 World Cup, they featured Ronaldo and Rivaldo as their dynamic pairing. In the 2002 FIFA World Cup held in South Korea and Japan, the Brazilian team showcased a formidable trio comprising Ronaldo, Rivaldo, and Ronaldinho, culminating in the crowning of Brazil as 5-time champions. However, subsequent performances in the World Cup saw a steady decline for the Brazilian squad. By the 2014 World Cup, the only forward from Brazil playing in one of Europe's top 5 leagues was Neymar, highlighting a significant dearth of attacking prowess. Following the harrowing 1-7 defeat on home soil, Brazil was engulfed in a profound silence. Now nearing 30, Neymar's playing style has matured, yet the flamboyant dribbling remains an intrinsic part of his genetic makeup, unalterable. In a striking moment, Neymar executed a dazzling rainbow flick, attempting to lift the ball over the Atletico Madrid defender, Hermoso. While the ball sailed past, Neymar found himself unceremoniously brought down by Hermoso, igniting chaos on the field. Hermoso, visibly irate, stood over Neymar, preventing him from rising, leaving Neymar to offer a wry smile in response. Kylian Mbappé, closest to the scene, rushed over and, with a swift elbow, shoved Hermoso aside to support his older comrade. Hermoso, seasoned in the art of theatrics, capitalized on the shove, stumbling dramatically to the ground and rolling while clutching his face. Mbappé, momentarily bewildered, glanced at his own hand, incredulous at the unexpected outcome. Soon, however, he regained composure, shouting accusations at Hermoso for his perceived simulation. At that juncture, the referee, having heard the commotion, hurried over, accompanied by the coaches and assistant referees to separate the players. Fortunately, the incident occurred near the sidelines. The referee, his countenance darkened, felt that such occurrences during his officiation were a direct affront to his authority. With only 20 minutes in the match, he found himself in a precarious position, where each yellow and red card could jeopardize a team's aspirations for the entire season, necessitating careful deliberation. After consulting with the video assistant referee, the referee approached the sidelines to review the incident. Neymar and Mbappe stood nearby, their expressions grim as they observed the referee's every move. Mimosa, too, was intently watching the proceedings. After about a minute, the referee made his decision. He summoned Mimosa and Mbappe to the center of the field, firmly dispersing the encroaching players. From his pocket, the referee produced a yellow card, brandishing it at Mimosa, stating that it was issued for deliberately obstructing an opponent's advance. Mimosa exhaled in relief. It was merely a yellow card, after all. However, the referee continued, presenting another yellow card to Mimosa, this time for provoking the opposing team, which led to the ensuing conflict. Following this, the referee brandished a red card, indicating that Mimosa's 2 yellow cards, issued in such quick succession, were unprecedented. Mimosa's expression shifted to one of alarm as he attempted to plead his case. But the referee denied him the opportunity, directing him to exit the field. The referee then addressed Mbappe, informing him that due to his earlier push, despite Mimosa's exaggerated reaction, he must issue a yellow card as a warning, urging him to maintain composure for the remainder of the match. As the game resumed, Atletico Madrid's coach, Simeone, vehemently opposed the referee's decisions, perceiving them as targeted harassment against his team. Standing at the edge of the field, he vociferously condemned the referee's actions. The fourth official rushed over in an attempt to calm him, but Simeone's fiery temperament proved resistant to restraint. A torrent of profanities erupted from Simeone, leaving the fourth official astonished, as he understood the Spanish language and had never encountered such vulgarity on the pitch before. In a decisive move, the fourth official contacted the referee, who approached and, upon understanding the situation, issued Simeone a red card, banishing him to the stands. Meanwhile, Lee Mingyu, watching the match on television, sighed heavily, foreseeing doom for Atletico Madrid with 70 minutes left to play, now reduced to 10 men and without their coach. Simeone, reluctantly guided to the stands by his assistant, finally grasped the gravity of his impulsive actions that had wrought disaster upon his team. Yet, resigned to his fate, he could only scowl and exchange a few words with his assistant before taking his seat. As the match resumed, Paris Saint-Germain, sensing the disarray, aimed to capitalize on their numerical advantage. However, the adversity of 2 red cards galvanized Atletico Madrid, uniting them in a fierce defense. Under the relentless encouragement of the assistant coach and Captain Coke, Atletico Madrid began to hold their ground against PSG. In a surprising turn during the 37th minute, PSG made a perplexing substitution, replacing the informed Gel Di Maria with Leandro Paredes. Di Maria's displeasure was evident, as any player in his position would be discontented with such a decision, despite the coach, Pochettino, attempting to console him with whispered words. Di Maria's expression grew increasingly troubled, ultimately leaving the field in haste, provoking speculation about the unfolding drama. Di Maria's substitution seemed to unsettle the PSG players, who, despite their numerical superiority, found themselves under pressure from Atletico Madrid as the first half drew to a close. Finally, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the half, providing much-needed respite for the rattled PSG team. As Lee Mingyu prepared to stretch and relax, a notification suddenly appeared on his phone. Lee Mingyu picked up his phone and was astonished to find a breaking news alert from the French sports newspaper. The report revealed that Paris Saint-Germain player Di Maria had been substituted due to a burglary at his home, where his family had been taken hostage. Lee Mingyu's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. A burglary at home? His family held captive? It was no wonder Di Maria's expression had been so grim upon hearing his coach's words. With a tinge of sympathy, Lee Mingyu watched the Paris Saint-Germain team exit the field. It seemed likely that the second half would be disastrous for them. Indeed, after a 15-minute halftime break, the players of Paris Saint-Germain appeared utterly distracted. Meanwhile, the Atletico Madrid players, clearly aware of the situation, expressed their sympathy but showed no mercy on the field. From the start of the second half, Paris Saint-Germain players committed numerous blunders. The Atletico Madrid team played fiercely, leaving no room for leniency. With the final whistle, the match concluded, and Atletico Madrid triumphed 3-0 at the Parc des Princes, advancing to the semi-finals with an aggregate score of 3-1. As the match ended, the Paris Saint-Germain players fled the field as if escaping a disaster. Many fans in the stands were oblivious to the unfolding events. They only knew their favorite team had played like a completely different squad in the second half, losing a match they had dominated. The facilities of the Parc des Princes were left in tatters, ravaged by the anger of Parisian supporters. In another concurrent Champions League match, Real Madrid failed to continue their remarkable run, suffering a 1-0 defeat at the hands of Liverpool, thus being eliminated in the quarterfinals. After the match, the president of Paris Saint-Germain attended a press conference to explain the entire incident, causing an uproar in the football world. The fans of Paris Saint-Germain vented their frustrations towards the police, calling them useless. Lee Mingyu also felt a shiver of unease. The neighborhood in Barcelona where his family lived was relatively safe, with the local Chinese community being tightly knit, making such robberies uncommon. However, he still felt anxious and decided to contact his agent. Andrew, I wish to purchase a house to ensure my family's safety. Andrew had no objections to Lee Mingyu's request, as he recognized that Lee Mingyu was currently his most lucrative client. Andrew had been worried, knowing that super agents Jorge Mendes and Mino Raiola had both set their sights on Lee Mingyu, having established his worth in Barcelona. Could he be the next Mbappe or Messi? Regardless of who he might become, Lee Mingyu was now a coveted talent. Nevertheless, he had no intentions of changing agents, as Andrew was not only his representative, but also a distant uncle to his mother, making him family. Soon, Andrew purchased a magnificent villa in Barcelona's prestigious embassy district for €55 million. Originally a private residence of a Barcelona embassy staff member, the villa boasted stunning views and high privacy. Chapter 59, a life-and-death battle approaches. The news regarding Di Maria's home burglary continued to cause waves worldwide. Just a month prior, Di Maria had signed a 1-year contract with Paris Saint-Germain, only for such a calamity to occur. Reports indicated that not only had Di Maria's home been burglarized, but another player from Paris Saint-Germain, central defender Marquinhos, had also experienced a break-in. At the time of the incident, Marquinhos' father was in the yard feeding their dog when 2 assailants pushed him inside. They subsequently held Marquinhos' father and his 2 daughters hostage in the bedroom, stealing items worth €2,000. Marquinhos' 52-year-old father was also physically assaulted, suffering various injuries to his face, chest, and ribs. During halftime of the match, Marquinhos was also substituted by the coach and left the field. Meanwhile, Di Maria's home suffered significant losses. His family was present during the theft but heard no noise. The thieves pried open the safe and took numerous jewels and watches, with Di Maria's losses exceeding €500,000. Fortunately, Di Maria's family was unharmed. This incident quickly garnered global attention, reigniting concerns over the safety of players and their families. Lee Mingyu had already called his parents to inform them of his recent property purchase. Li Jinfei scolded Lee Mingyu over the phone for his extravagant spending. However, upon learning of Di Maria's ordeal, he refrained from further admonishment. Sonia was overjoyed by the news. If not for her journey, still lasting about 2 weeks, she would have flown back to Spain to see their new mansion. 2 days later, at Barcelona's training facility, head coach Koeman looked sternly at all the players. The players, too, bore serious expressions, as tomorrow night they would face Atletico Madrid in a crucial match. With the help of off-field factors, Atletico Madrid had eliminated Paris Saint-Germain in the quarterfinals of the Champions League. Now, buoyed by their morale, Atletico had publicly declared their intention to lift the La Liga trophy at their home ground, the Wanda Metropolitano Stadium. They had every reason for confidence, as Atletico had not lost a single match at home this season. Gentlemen, I need not emphasize the importance of tomorrow's match. Coach Koeman stated gravely, we have not secured any honors this season, and should we lose the league title, I believe we will all face dire consequences. In this match, we have no retreat. We must fight fiercely. A draw is unacceptable. Though we have lost Messi, we still have Lee, Griezmann, Demel, and De Jong. We have many companions. We must seize a piece of victory from Atletico's home ground, because we are Barre. Koeman abandoned his usual composed demeanor, raising his hand and shouting with fervor. Lee Mingyu felt his blood surge with excitement, joining his teammates in raising their hands and chanting, "We are Barre! We are Barre! We are Barre!" Fans outside the training facility heard the uproar and joined in the cheer. Journalists outside promptly captured this harmonious scene. The entire focus of Spain and the football world was concentrated on Atletico Madrid's home ground, Wanda Metropolitano Stadium. On a weekend evening at 1900 hours, the entire Barcelona squad made their timely appearance. As both teams warmed up on the pitch prior to the kickoff, Lee Mingyu noticed that many players from the opposing team were, to varying degrees, paying attention to him. After all, in the current Barcelona lineup, following Messi's departure, Lee Mingyu emerged as the most prominent figure. If they could neutralize him, it would be akin to severing one of Barcelona's legs. Although Atletico Madrid exuded confidence in the media, their coach, Simeone, was quite troubled behind scenes. Lee Mingyu's progress was evident from his debut match. Where he relied solely on speed, he had evolved into a well-rounded player, proficient in both defense and offense, possessing organizational skills and demonstrating a keen ability in aerial duels, leaving opponents at a loss. To curtail Lee Mingyu's influence, Simeone instructed his 5 left flank players to remain vigilant. Should Lee Mingyu dare to encroach upon a 30-meter radius, they would form a barricade, leaving him with no escape. At 2000 hours, the referee's whistle marked the beginning of this crucial La Liga match. Atletico Madrid kicked off first. Greetings, everyone. This is 10 Cent Sports bringing you the 37th round of La Liga, where Atletico Madrid hosts Barcelona at Wanda Metropolitano Stadium. This match, as everyone knows, is pivotal in determining the La Liga champion. If Atletico Madrid can avoid defeat against Barcelona on home turf, the championship trophy will remain at Wanda Metropolitano. As the match commenced, we observe officials from the Spanish Football Federation had already brought the La Liga trophy to the stadium. Conversely, Barcelona must secure a victory to have any chance of claiming the championship in their upcoming home match. Now, let us examine the lineups of both teams. The home team, Atletico Madrid, remains familiar with their 4-1-4-1 formation, featuring goalkeeper Oblak, with defenders Trippier, Savic, Augusto, and Hermoso. The captain, Coke, anchors the midfield, supported by Correa, Llorente, Lamar, and Carrasco, with striker Suarez leading the attack. Meanwhile, Barcelona's lineup has not changed, maintaining the squad that has propelled them to recent victories. Goalkeeper Ter Stegen stands behind a defense comprising Lenglet and Piku centrally, while Umtiti and Alba occupy the flanks. The midfield features Busquets, Pedri, and De Jong, with Griezmann in the center flanked by Lee Mingyu and Demel. As the referee's whistle echoed, the match officially commenced. Chapter 60. Suarez unleashed. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Wanda Metropolitano Stadium, acquiring the passive skill Iron Will from Atletico Madrid legend Diego Simeone. Iron Will, activated when the match reaches a stalemate, low point, or dire situation, granting the host full stamina recovery, significantly enhancing injury resistance, boosting strength by 10, and greatly uplifting team morale. Duration: 5 minutes, can be activated once per half. With the referee's whistle, Barcelona initiated the kickoff. Griezmann passed back to De Jong. From the outset, Atletico Madrid launched a furious press against Barcelona. 5 players clad in Atlético Madrid jerseys surged into Barcelona's attacking third, relentlessly pursuing the ball. De Jong, sensing the urgency, quickly passed back to defender Piku. Suarez, undeterred, dashed past De Jong, continuing his charge towards the ball. Suarez held a deep emotional connection to Barcelona, yet the club's final decisions had deeply wounded him. Since joining Atletico Madrid, he had experienced a resurgence, scoring prolifically, currently ranking 3rd in the scoring charts, trailing only Messi and Lee Mingyu. The notion of such a formidable striker being handed over to Atletico Madrid without charge left Barcelona's upper management regretting their choices. With a burning desire to prove himself to his former club, Suarez approached this match with the ferocity of a descending tiger, relentlessly assaulting Barcelona's defense. Piku, recognizing Suarez's advance, acted swiftly, but with no passing options available, he had no choice but to return the ball to goalkeeper Ter Stegen. Ter Stegen, lacking viable outlets, executed a long clearance that veered off course, exiting the pitch near the halfway line. Possession shifted. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of boos, mocking Barcelona's disarray. Lee Mingyu, stationed in the front line, hurried back towards midfield, sensing a wave of anxiety among his teammates. In the face of a decisive match, the players' mentality had shifted dramatically. The absence of Messi had infused their hearts with uncertainty. Such was Messi's significance. Though he was not one for words or emotional expression, His mere presence on the field provided a sense of assurance to Barcelona's players. Atletico Madrid performed a throw-in, delivering the ball to Llorente. Llorente expertly controlled the ball with his chest, and before it touched the ground, he flicked it with his heel, skillfully bypassing a defender. With a swift turn, he glided past Pedri, executing a beautiful 1-2 maneuver. Llorente, donning the number 14 jersey, a tribute to Simeone, was indeed a remarkable player. He was often referred to as the Prince of Football. His great-uncle, Paco Llorente, had represented Real Madrid for 18 years, appearing 601 times and scoring 182 goals, helping the club secure 6 UEFA Champions League titles and 12 La Liga championships. His family lineage was steeped in Real Madrid heritage. Llorente's father, Paco Llorente, was a renowned winger for Real Madrid, while his uncle, Julio Llorente, had been a right-back for the same club. Additionally, 2 of his uncles, José Luis Llorente and Tonin Llorente, were key players on the Real Madrid basketball team. From the age of 13, Llorente had been enrolled in Real Madrid's youth academy. However, upon joining the first team, amidst a star-studded roster, he found himself without a place. He was subsequently loaned to Allianz in La Liga, seizing the opportunity to establish himself. Yet, upon returning to Real Madrid, he spent another 2 years on the bench, leading to his profound disillusionment with the club. After conferring with his family, Llorente resolutely decided to join Atletico Madrid, his city's archrival. This decision sent shockwaves through the football community, as the Prince of Real Madrid had defected to their adversary, a seemingly unforgivable act. As Llorente found his footing at Atletico Madrid, he swiftly secured a starting position with his extraordinary prowess. Undeterred by the deluge of opinions surrounding him, Llorente resolutely declared that upon learning of Atletico Madrid's interest, he had no hesitation in joining, for this place offered him an unparalleled sense of comfort. He would not leave Atletico Madrid. The scathing criticisms from Real Madrid fans did not affect Llorente's performance. Today, he has become an indispensable presence in Atletico Madrid's midfield, with his market value soaring. Ranking among the top 5 midfielders in La Liga, Llorente's speed was remarkable. After turning, he swiftly approached the area just 30 meters from the penalty box. Busquets, the defensive midfielder, closely shadowed him, attempting to halt his advance. Meanwhile, Suarez, resembling a prowling leopard, maintained a cautious distance from Barcelona's defense, wary of falling into an offside trap. With a feint, Llorente deceived Busquets before deftly pushing the ball through the gap between Barcelona's 2 center-backs. Danger! Piku attempted to intercept the ball, misjudging its speed, allowing it to glide past his outstretched foot. A player clad in the red and white striped jersey surged forward like a shark sensing blood, emerging from behind Piku, Suarez. The instant Llorente released the pass, Suarez instinctively darted forward, arriving precisely when the ball did. Suarez's sudden presence startled Barcelona's entire defense. The stumbling Piku could only despairingly gesture for an offside call. However, the assistant referee's flag remained firmly against his thigh, showing no inclination to rise. The referee, too, made no indication. It was a legitimate goal. Facing this situation, Ter Stegen had no choice but to rush out. Suarez, without hesitation, unleashed a low shot with his right foot, sending the ball past Ter Stegen into Barcelona's net. In the 3rd minute of the first half, Atletico Madrid led Barcelona 1-0. Chapter 61. Simeone, you've been fooled. The Wanda Metropolitano Stadium transformed into a paradise of jubilant cheers. Suarez, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed to the stands, his face contorted with rage as he roared, seemingly releasing all the frustrations he had endured at Barcelona. Fans unable to attend the match, relegated to watching on television, unleashed a torrent of curses upon the previous president of Barcelona. How foolish! Such a talented player, and you let him go? Had you retained him, we would dominate the top 3 scorers. Wouldn't that be splendid? Will we still face elimination in the Champions League or the Copa del Rey? Would the league title be so troublesome? Damn it, it's all Benzema's fault. The Barcelona players were momentarily stunned by the goal. Conceding so early had dealt a significant blow to the team's morale. Fortunately, the captain, Busquets, quickly rallied the players with encouraging words, and they understood the match's importance. So there were no significant issues. Lee Mingyu also breathed a sigh of relief. Had they been caught off guard at the start, the match would have been futile. Upon restarting, Barcelona did not hastily advance, but instead continued to execute short passes in a controlled manner. After 2 minutes of frantic pressing from Atletico Madrid, the players, realizing that Barcelona showed no signs of weakness, abandoned their high-energy pressing and withdrew their lines. Barcelona's coach, Koeman, squinted at Simeone, who sat casually with his legs crossed, wearing a serious expression. Indeed, the cunning strategist had capitalized on Barcelona's initial disarray to snatch an early goal. Soon realizing that the conceded goal had not affected Barcelona, he promptly altered his tactics, reverting to a defensive stance. Astute, a hint of satisfaction graced Simeone's lips. He had rehearsed the opening strategy countless times. At the outset, he employed relentless pressing to disrupt Barcelona's formation, exploiting their relatively weak midfield defense to launch a swift counterattack. If successful, they would continue to probe. If Barcelona remained unaffected, they would withdraw entirely, setting up defensively to waste time and execute counterattacks. Now, the urgency lay with Barcelona, who needed at least 2 goals to secure victory after conceding first. Atletico Madrid, having retreated, lay in wait like a coiled serpent, poised to strike at Barcelona's advances. However, both teams were seasoned rivals. Once settled into a defensive posture, their tactical approaches were well understood. Lee Mingyu continuously dropped back to receive the ball, seeking avenues to penetrate. Yet, Simeone had meticulously devised a trap for him prior to the match. Each of Lee Mingyu's attempts ended in futility. The smile on Simeone's face grew increasingly radiant, as he had complete control over Barcelona's strategies. He cast a disdainful glance at Koeman on the sidelines, finding such an opponent hardly stimulating. However, Koeman, observing the unfolding situation, revealed a glint of cunning in his eyes. For even Simeone had not noticed that after approximately 5 minutes of attacking down the right flank, Barcelona's entire left side became a veritable expressway. In the 10th minute, Lee Mingyu received the ball again, feigning a move to evade Carrasco's defense. Yet Carrasco firmly occupied a strong defensive position, with Coke closing in behind him. Should Lee Mingyu dare to break through, he would find himself ensnared by a 2-man blockade in mere seconds. With no options, Lee Mingyu executed a half-turn, leaning against Carrasco, and with a deft push of his right foot, he returned the ball to De Jong, then turned to continue his run forward. De Jong also made a passing motion, as if the two were about to execute a wall pass combination. Carrasco quickly pivoted to pursue Lee Mingyu, while Coke continued to move, ready to intercept. As Coke, the defensive midfielder, edged dangerously close to the sideline, a troubling signal emerged. Simeone, observing intently from his seat, felt an unsettling sense of something amiss, his brow furrowing slightly. De Jong feigned a kick with his right foot, but instead gently nudged the ball to a halt at his feet, executing a half-turn and delivering a diagonal long pass at a 45-degree angle, finding Demel on the opposite side of the pitch. 10 minutes had elapsed since kickoff, and I had yet to touch the ball. The opposing defenders had nearly forgotten him. Yet at that moment, Demel surged forward, as if liberated from prison, his eyes fixated on the ball like a thirsty man beholding a luscious beauty. Simeone leapt from his seat, his expression one of regret. He had been outsmarted. He had allowed the opponent to mislead him with such a rudimentary tactic, completely diverting his formation with Lee Mingyu. Damn it! Before Demel stood 2 defenders, and Griezmann had already surged forward. With the center-back tasked with marking Griezmann occupied, Barcelona found themselves in a promising 2-on-3 situation in the attacking third, an opportunity too precious to squander. Demel's speed was undoubtedly on par with that of Lee Mingyu, and his physical attributes surpassed those of Lee, allowing him to swiftly advance towards the opposition's defenders. Trippier, positioned just outside the penalty area, angled his body, wary that a sudden acceleration from Demel might see him outpaced. As Demel executed several deft step-overs, Trippier remained steadfast and did not bite on the feints. However, upon Demel's inward cut, Trippier could no longer resist, shifting his weight slightly to the left. This movement was sufficient for Demel, with a graceful pullback. He maneuvered past Trippier on the right. Given Trippier's retreat during the earlier feints, I had already entered the penalty area. Though on the edge, Trippier hesitated to reach out and pulled Demel back, helplessly watching as Demel slipped by him. Goalkeeper Oblak, noticing Trippier's misalignment, promptly positioned himself to cover the near post, bracing for the impending threat. Demel, having evaded the defender, continued his inward run. Seeing that Demel showed no intent to shoot or pass, Oblak advanced, while center back Savic closed in rapidly, leaving Demel with little room to shoot. Nevertheless, I had no intention of taking a shot. Observing the encroaching goalkeeper and defender, he deftly played a low cross along the grass into the vacant center. Suddenly, a cacophony of boos erupted from the Wanda Metropolitano Stadium, as Atlético Madrid's fans seemed to hope this would alter the course of the match. Griezmann surged forward at high speed, closely pursued by defender Augusto, who exerted every effort to disrupt him, preventing a clean shot at goal. Gritting his teeth, Griezmann lunged, extending his foot in an attempt to intercept the ball. However, Demel's pass was swift and low, evading Griezmann's desperate reach. On the ground, Griezmann roared in frustration, turning his gaze toward the ball, only to see a flash of yellow. To his surprise, Lee Mingyu arrived at breakneck speed. Rewinding 5 seconds, after returning the ball to De Jong, Lee immediately pivoted, gliding past the defender. Without any close-marking opposition, Lee's pace was blistering. In the realm of La Liga, his off-the-ball movement could easily rank among the top 3. Atletico's defensive midfielder, Koch, felt a pang of regret upon witnessing De Jong's long pass. Realizing he had been drawn too far wide, a foolish oversight for a player in his position. Ignoring Lee's off-the-ball run, Koch sprinted towards the center, desperately trailing behind Griezmann. Before Lee, only the full-back Hermoso remained. Hermoso had narrowly avoided a red card in the previous Champions League quarterfinal, almost costing Atletico their campaign. Yet, back in La Liga, Hermoso was revitalized. However, facing Lee Mingyu's explosive run, Hermoso appeared resigned. He could only match Lee's speed while attempting minor tactics to slow him down. In a state of play without the ball, he dared not commit a foul, aware that it could result in at least a yellow card. Yet, Hermoso was no match for Lee Mingyu. Lee swiftly broke free from Hermoso's grasp, darting past him. Just as Lee entered the penalty area, he saw the ball slide past Griezmann's foot. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his right foot and unleashed a powerful strike. At that moment, Atletico's goalkeeper Oblak stumbled from one side of the goal towards this side. Oblak leaped for the save, but as he sailed through the air, the ball had already nestled into the net. 1-1. In the 11th minute of the first half, Lee Mingyu equalized for Barcelona. The Wanda Metropolitano erupted in a deafening chorus of boos, directed at the jubilant Lee Mingyu. After scoring, Lee roared in exhilaration, rushing to the edge of the pitch to celebrate passionately, eager to share his fervor with his teammates. Griezmann, transitioning from disappointment at missing a shot to excitement at witnessing Lee's goal, joined him at the pitch's edge, joyfully embracing Lee and playfully ruffling his hair. "Lee, you're incredible. That shot was magnificent." Other teammates soon gathered, showering Lee with affectionate gestures. Lee, overwhelmed, sought to escape from their exuberant clutches. Yet, with his stature, he was no match for the collective might of his teammates. Amidst playful hair tousles and backpats, he wondered, why has the usual butt slap been omitted today? Has the notorious butt slapper had a change of heart? Just as Lee felt relieved, a familiar sensation grazed his backside. Of course, it had to come back. He lamented, returning to the midfield, casting wary glances at his teammates, each resembling a mischievous villain. With the sound of the whistle, Atletico Madrid initiated their attack. The recent goal had not dampened their spirits. Rather, it infused them with a sense of indignation, feeling as though they had been toyed with by Barcelona. Coach Simeone, no longer the composed figure seated with crossed legs, was now animated, embodying his nickname, the Bandit. He loosened his tie and vociferously directed his players, his shouts echoing even to the nearby Barcelona bench, where Koeman scoffed at the commotion. Simeone's fervor ignited his players, who responded with heightened aggression. Caught off guard by Atlético's sudden burst of attacking fervor, Barcelona relied heavily on goalkeeper Ter Stegen's remarkable saves to avoid falling behind again. Koeman, startled by Atlético's relentless onslaught, hastened to the sidelines to offer tactical guidance. As Atlético earned a corner kick, Lee Mingyu positioned himself just outside the penalty arc for support. The corner was taken, landing perilously close to the center of the goal. However, due to the throngs of people surrounding him, Ter Stegen found himself unable to act immediately, forced to remain on the goal line, intently watching the ball. Suddenly, a figure of modest height leapt from the crowd, confronting a football that had a slight spin. With a somewhat desperate header, he redirected the ball, sending it hurtling towards Barcelona's goal. Danger! Ter Stegen felt every hair on his body stand on end, his eyes fixed on the ball. He dove to the side, Sensing his fingertips graze the surface of the ball, a surge of joy swelling within him. Yet, when he turned to follow the ball as trajectory, he was horrified to see it ricochet off the goalpost after his touch, bouncing back toward the goal. Ter Stegen's reaction was remarkably swift. Upon landing, he utilized the explosive power of his gluteus maximus and lateral thigh muscles to spring back into action for a second save. He grasped the ball and pulled it into his embrace on the goal line, pressing it firmly against the ground. At that moment, all Atletico Madrid players raised their hands, signaling that the ball had crossed the goal line, claiming it should be counted as a goal. Chapter 63. Another conceded goal. Igniting iron will. The referee also blew the whistle, gesturing to indicate that a goal had been scored. The Barcelona players were visibly displeased, surrounding the referee to protest. However, their appeals were in vain, for this was no longer an era plagued by goal line controversies. Modern technology had advanced significantly, and the implementation of goal line technology had diminished such disputes. A chip embedded within the ball would trigger sensors in the goal area, sending a signal to the referee's watch when the entire ball crossed the line. Thus, the referee pointed to his watch and stated, "The ball has completely crossed the goal line. I have confirmed it." Meanwhile, viewers at home witnessed another application of goal line technology, the Hawkeye system. On their screens, they saw that as the ball crossed the line, Ter Stegen's hands were already cradling it, pulling it back. Yet, the high-speed camera replay confirmed that the ball had entirely crossed the line before being retrieved by Ter Stegen. Consequently, the screen displayed the message that the goal was valid. In less than 3 minutes following Lee Mingyu's equalizer for Barcelona, Atletico Madrid regained the lead. 2-1, Atletico Madrid surged ahead once more at the Wanda Metropolitano Stadium, plunging the venue into a frenzy. The team's performance exhilarated the fans. As the referee signaled the goal, all Atletico Madrid players gathered around Luis Suarez, erupting into jubilant celebration. The powerful header that had secured the goal was indeed the work of the Uruguayan striker, Suarez, whose excitement radiated as his iconic smile gleamed brilliantly. This goal weighed heavily on Barcelona, as they had just equalized, only to be surpassed moments later, leaving them with a tumultuous, emotional roller coaster. Upon restarting the match, they found themselves further distressed as Atletico Madrid withdrew into a defensive posture, even Suarez retreating to his own 40-meter area, allowing Barcelona's players to pass amongst themselves without any challenge. The impenetrable defense was one of the most arduous to counter on the football field. Moreover, with Atletico Madrid now possessing a goal advantage, their defense became even more resolute. The lone striker, Suarez, occasionally drifted toward the midfield, ensuring Barcelona's defense remained cautious and hesitant to press forward. The threat posed by Suarez was well understood by the defenders. As the first half approached the 40th minute, the score remained unchanged. The Barcelona players grew anxious, their actions becoming increasingly erratic. The referee, after blowing his whistle, approached the scene of an incident, brandishing a yellow card toward Demel, visibly displeased, shook his head and walked away dejectedly. His earlier attempt at a breakthrough had been thwarted by a well-timed interception, leading him to foul the opponent from behind as they prepared for a swift counterattack. The yellow card was justified. Had the ball been released, it would have resulted in a significant attacking opportunity. This incident illustrated Demel's fraying mentality. Lee Mingyu observed this, feeling urgency within. The tactics employed at the beginning of the half could only be utilized once, as their effectiveness diminished with repetition. Lee Mingyu felt himself constrained. Yet the opposing defense maintained a balanced focus, not shifting their attention. One must commend Coach Simeone for his stringent tactical demands. The Atletico Madrid players executed their coach's strategies with utmost fidelity. As the team's morale plummeted, an automatic activation of iron will surged through Lee Mingyu's body, replenishing his strength and revitalizing him after moments of discomfort and fatigue during the tussle. The opponent initiated an indirect free kick, launching a long pass towards Barcelona's right flank. The Atletico midfielder Lamar expertly controlled the ball with his chest, and, as Alba lunged to intercept, Lamar deftly maneuvered past him with a skillful nutmeg. After bypassing Alba, Lamar sprinted towards the baseline, simultaneously surveying the situation in the center. Suarez had once again positioned himself in a dangerous area, yet this time, Barcelona's defenders were acutely aware of his presence, making Lamar hesitant to deliver a direct cross. As Lamar approached the baseline, he heard a flurry of footsteps behind him, but he dismissed it, assuming it was Alba chasing him down. A brief glance over his shoulder revealed a figure darting past him with alarming speed. Panic surged within Lamar as he instinctively leaned into the approaching player, determined to protect the ball. However, upon colliding, he felt as though he had struck a wall. The individual, with a firm shoulder, shoved him aside and seized the ball, passing it swiftly to Busquets before dashing toward Atletico Madrid's offensive zone. Lamar, watching the figure retreat, noted the glaring 36 jersey number diminishing in the distance. It was Lee Mingyu. How could this be? It felt as though he had collided with a robust defender. How could Lee Mingyu possess such strength? While Lamar grappled with disbelief, Barcelona's offensive onslaught had already commenced. All players, aside from Lamar, had witnessed the entire pursuit by Lee Mingyu. After Atletico Madrid executed a free kick, a long pass found its way to the right flank of Barcelona. Lee Mingyu began his sprint from the defensive half of Atletico Madrid, covering an impressive distance of approximately 35 meters before intercepting Lamar in his own half. This act of interception left the players on the field in utter astonishment, as he used his body to physically displace the robust Lamar, seizing the ball from beneath his feet. This audacious tackle infused the Barcelona players with an exhilarating surge of adrenaline, compelling them to unleash their excitement in jubilant shouts. Busquets received Lee Mingyu's pass and delivered precise through ball to De Jong. Chapter 64, Equalizing Again. Upon receiving the ball, De Jong executed a deft touch to evade an Atletico Madrid player and surged forward down the central avenue. The Barcelona players, seemingly invigorated by Lee Mingyu's previous tackle, advanced collectively with remarkable speed, while Atletico Madrid appeared somewhat disoriented in their defensive efforts. The half of Atletico Madrid transformed into a picturesque scene, with 5 players clad in yellow jerseys charging towards their goal, their movements harmoniously coordinated. In contrast, for players in red and white struggled to retreat, caught off guard by the fluid runs of the Barcelona contingent. Remarkably, the number of Barcelona players in the Atlantico half equaled that of the Atletico players, including their goalkeeper. After crossing the midfield, De Jong executed a diagonal short pass to the rapidly advancing Lee Mingyu. The seasoned defender, Emoza, recognized Lee Mingyu's swift approach and anticipated that the ball would soon be at his feet, prompting him to shift in that direction. Indeed, De Jong's pass arrived promptly, but Emoza stood directly in front of Lee Mingyu, making it nearly impossible for him to advance. However, Lee Mingyu, with keen foresight, did not halt the ball, but rather executed a lateral pass, sending it toward the center and leaving Emoza bewildered. As Emoza turned to track the ball, Lee Mingyu deftly maneuvered around him. Just as Emoza prepared to regain his footing to challenge Lee Mingyu, the latter had already evaded his defensive grasp. In the center, Griezmann positioned himself against the defender and orchestrated a brilliant wall pass with Lee Mingyu, whose agile movement allowed him to cut inward at high speed. Directly facing the opposing goalkeeper, Oblak rushed out, attempting to close down the angle for Lee Mingyu's shot. With the grace of a pendulum, Lee Mingyu swayed left and right twice, leaving Oblak in a state of despair as he succumbed to the feints. Collapsing onto the ground and watching helplessly as Lee Mingyu glided past him to execute a precise shot into the net behind him. The goalkeeper's trickster had struck again, this time overcoming the formidable Oblak, the mainstay of Atletico Madrid. The Wanda Metropolitano Stadium fell eerily silent, as if time itself had been halted by Lee Mingyu's brilliance, leaving only the sound of his triumphant roar echoing through the air. Having taken the lead twice, only to be equalized each time, the mental state of the Atletico players had shifted dramatically. This young man was truly exceptional. Observing Lee Mingyu being celebrated by his teammates, Simeone's expression darkened once more. Meanwhile, Koeman, witnessing Lee Mingyu's deft maneuver against Oblak, raised his arms in celebration. The Barcelona bench erupted in joy, with several players rushing onto the field to partake in the exuberant celebrations surrounding Lee Mingyu. After the restart, Barcelona's energy was palpable, as if they had just stepped onto the pitch anew, leaving Atletico Madrid momentarily bewildered. Barcelona regained firm control of the midfield, forcing Atletico Madrid into a defensive retreat that felt compelled rather than strategic. Nevertheless, Atletico's defense remained formidable, As they were renowned for conceding the fewest goals in La Liga, a reputation well-deserved. Despite the pressure they faced, Barcelona found it challenging to breach the opponent's defenses with ease. Following a powerful long-range attempt from Lee Mingyu that soared over the crossbar, the referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the first half. The score stood at 2-2, with both teams locked in a stalemate. Thanks to Lee Mingyu's extraordinary performance, Barcelona still had a fighting chance against Atletico Madrid. Upon returning to the locker room, Koeman first commended the attacking players for their efforts, especially praising Lee Mingyu, who bashfully scratched his head in response. However, Koeman's demeanor shifted as he expressed dissatisfaction with the defensive lapses and errors. Piku, as a stalwart of the backline, had evidently seen a decline in form over the past 2 years. Prior to Lee Mingyu's arrival, Barcelona's defense had consistently faltered in nearly every match. However, with Lee Mingyu's introduction, their formidable attacking prowess had overshadowed the frailties of their once weak defense. Yet, when facing equally matched opponents, this vulnerability became glaringly apparent, particularly against former Barcelona player Suarez, who possessed intimate knowledge of Barcelona's defensive structure. In the first half, Suarez thrived, effortlessly netting 2 goals as if strolling through the Barcelona backline. Had it not been for Lee Mingyu's extraordinary display, Barcelona might have been compelled to concede defeat. Koeman reiterated the importance of defense, emphasizing that without it, the efforts of the attacking players would be in vain, regardless of the number of goals scored. Halftime always felt fleeting. Observing Lee Mingyu munching on his 5th banana, Koeman frowned and advised, "Lee, ease up a bit, or you may not feel well on the pitch." Lee Mingyu quickly finished the last banana, chewed vigorously, swallowed, and cheerfully replied, "Sir, I'm fine." Koeman shook his head, choosing not to press the matter further. He clapped his hands and declared, "All right, gentlemen, we must secure victory in the second half. Can you bear to watch Atletico Madrid lift the championship trophy before your eyes?" If the score held until the end of the match, Atletico Madrid would raise the La Liga trophy on their home ground, something the Barcelona players could not accept. "No way," Lee Mingyu shouted, still clutching the banana peel in his hand. The others joined in a chorus of anguished cries. Witnessing the unwavering spirit of the Barcelona players, Koeman felt a sense of assurance. The morale was high. As the referee's whistle sounded, the crucial clash between Atletico Madrid and Barcelona resumed on the latter's home turf. Suarez struck the ball powerfully towards his own half before gradually making his way toward Barcelona's half. The players of Barcelona displayed remarkable focus, refraining from recklessly launching themselves at their opponents from the outset. Instead, they meticulously established a disciplined defensive line, patiently awaiting an offensive maneuver from Atletico Madrid. Chapter 65, Offside? Misjudgment? The crucial goal. Both coaches stood within their designated areas, observing the unfolding dynamics on the pitch. Unlike the dazzling goals of the first half, the second half saw an intense battle in midfield, with possession oscillating between the two teams. Dominance in the midfield is paramount, a strategy previously employed by Barcelona to reign supreme in world football. By controlling the midfield, the opposing team loses the most fundamental means of counterattack, unable to connect their forwards and defenders through this critical zone. To launch a counterattack, they can only rely on long passes, which are challenging for the forwards to capitalize on. Thus, the significance of the midfield is unequivocal. As moments ticked by, the situation on the field remained largely unchanged. However, this scenario was precisely what Atletico Madrid desired. Simeone wore a slight, defiant smile, his strategy aimed at pushing the battle toward midfield, away from his own goal. While this tactic would demand considerable stamina from the midfield players, it equally affected Barcelona. Furthermore, with both sides exchanging blows, Atletico's defense was afforded ample respite. Not to mention, Barcelona was certainly reluctant to remain entangled in such a stalemate. Indeed, 10 minutes later, Barcelona made the first move. Koeman substituted the out-of-form Piku with Dest and restructured his formation. Oh, Koeman has made a substitution, bringing on the full-back Dest for the lackluster Piku. This change seems rather peculiar. What formation is Koeman preparing? Let us observe Barcelona's current positioning. Although it is not yet clear, what is De Jong doing in the backline? Is he to play as a makeshift center-back? My goodness, what is Koeman scheming? De Jong in defense, flanked by Lenglet and Mingueza, creates a 3 center-back setup. In front of them are Busquets and Pedri, with Alba and the newly introduced Dest on the wings. Griezmann and Dem I have slightly dropped back, positioning Lee Mingyu at the forefront. This marks his debut as a center forward. This is a peculiar 3-4-2-1 formation. A hidden strategy that Koeman had kept under wraps until this moment, possibly hoping for a miraculous effect. Standing at the sidelines like a statue, Koeman gazed at Barcelona's formation, which he had practiced for a month, originally intended to counter Real Madrid. Who would have thought that Real Madrid would falter so easily, falling to Lee Mingyu alone? Facing Atletico Madrid today, Koeman initially hesitated to employ this risky tactic, but with the game threatening to be bogged down by Atletico, he had no choice but to unveil this unconventional setup. De Jong as a center back was an unexpected twist, yet he had previously played that position for other teams with notable success. Placing De Jong in defense liberated the midfield. His ability to intercept is undoubtedly underestimated. This substitution immediately disrupted Atletico's tactical arrangements. On the sidelines, Simeone appeared momentarily bewildered, glancing at the seemingly cool Koeman. What is this old fox up to? However, Simeone refrained from making substitutions, as he could not discern any targeted strategy for Barcelona's current lineup, and decided to wait. Yet, Barcelona's players did not afford Simeone the luxury of time. Following the substitution, Barcelona swiftly asserted dominance in midfield against Atletico Madrid. With an extra man in the midfield, their pressing became increasingly fierce. Atletico Madrid conceded possession. Busquets, in conjunction with Pedri, seized the ball from Suarez's feet. Suarez tumbled to the ground, raising his hands to signal a foul to the referee, but the referee paid him no heed, turning away as the ball was already passed by Busquets. Lee Mingyu, having retreated to midfield, received the ball and, as the opposing defender approached, he returned it to Pedri. Subsequently, Lee Mingyu began his sprint towards Atletico's attacking zone. Barcelona sounded the trumpet for another offensive. Pedri, Alba, Dest, and the three forwards surged toward Atletico's defense like 6 sharp arrows. This time, Atletico's defense managed to regroup relatively quickly. However, under the strain of Lee Mingyu and his 2 companions, gaps began to emerge in Atletico's backline. Pedri executed a precise through ball, bypassing the defenders and landing it at Dem's feet. Demel, glancing up, noticed Lee Mingyu positioned perfectly in the center, with a significant gap between Atletico's 2 center backs. Without hesitation, he delivered a beautiful curling ball over the center back, directly to Lee Mingyu. A clear shot on goal. After receiving the ball, Lee Mingyu, at the edge of the penalty area, made no adjustments and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball soared through the air with almost no spin, piercing into Atletico's net. The goalkeeper Oblak could only helplessly wave his hand, failing to make any attempt at a save. This all transpired too swiftly. Just as Lee Mingyu was about to celebrate, he heard the sharp sound of a whistle. Turning to see the referee raising his right hand high, signaling an indirect free kick. What is happening? A surge of shock coursed through him as he glanced at the linesman, who also had his flag raised. Offside? Did I just go offside? Impossible. Lee Mingyu was certain that, at the moment Dem passed the ball, he was at least a shoulder's distance from the opposing center back. There was no way that was offside. Filled with fervor, Lee Mingyu rushed to the referee, asserting that it was a legitimate goal. However, the referee shook his head, indicating that it was indeed offside. Yet, more and more Barcelona players surrounded the referee, urging him to reconsider. The referee hesitated, acutely aware of the match's importance. A misjudgment could be a heavy burden for him. Ultimately, he sought the linesman's opinion, who appeared equally uncertain. After conferring with the video assistant referee through his earpiece, the referee made a gesture, preparing to head to the sidelines to review the situation before reaching a final decision. Chapter 66. If you disallow my goal, I shall score again. Sitting in front of the television, Messi could not help but rise, stepping into the screen, his heart racing with anxiety. That goal was crucial. The referee approached the video review area, and a shadowy figure appeared by his side. The chief referee donned his headset and prepared to review the footage when he sensed a shadow fluttering beside him. Turning, he was startled to find Suarez standing nearby, craning his neck to glimpse the video's outcome. Without uttering a word, the referee retrieved a yellow gem card from his pocket and flashed it at Suarez. Bewildered, Suarez gestured to indicate that he had not entered the video review area, questioning the justification for the yellow card. The referee offered no further explanation, merely signaling for Suarez to depart. Thus, Suarez, driven by curiosity, found himself unjustly penalized, feeling entirely aggrieved. From the midfield, Lee Mingyu observed Suarez with an expression akin to that of one who compassionately regards a child with a learning disability. Suarez was known to engage in inexplicable antics at times. The referee, puzzled, wondered what Suarez was doing amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Messi, watching the match from home, couldn't help but smile wryly. He had long recognized that Suarez's thought processes deviated from the norm during their time as teammates. Before long, the video replay appeared on the screen. At the moment Dembele passed the ball, Lee Mingyu and the opposing defender aligned perfectly, their feet tracing two distinct lines. The red line, representing Lee Mingyu, extended slightly beyond the blue line of the Atletico Madrid defender, a detail imperceptible to the naked eye. However, from this angle, it was evident that Lee Mingyu was indeed half a position offside, though the difference lay in the fact that Augusto remained stationary while Lee Mingyu was advancing. After scrutinizing the footage twice and confirming with the video assistant referee, the chief referee finally removed his headset and gestured to indicate the goal was disallowed. Lee Mingyu was ruled offside, granting Atletico Madrid an indirect free kick. They had narrowly escaped a predicament. Andraja, Lee Mingyu Sata. The significance of the goal was apparent to everyone, and he was acutely aware of his position. Was he a victim of foul play? It seemed the Spanish Football Federation was intent on elevating Atletico Madrid, especially since they had reached the Champions League semifinals and appeared poised to secure the coveted trophy for Spain. Moreover, should Atletico Madrid clinch the La Liga title, their momentum could potentially enhance their chances in the Champions League. Not to mention, the disgraceful history of Barcelona's former president had left a stain on Spanish football, leading the federation to seek retribution against the club. Yet, Barcelona's recent performances had been too brilliant for the federation to act recklessly. Originally, the federation had hoped to subtly favor Real Madrid during the national derby, but Madrid's lackluster performance had resulted in their swift defeat at the hands of Barcelona. This time, however, Atletico Madrid's display was commendable, and the offside call teetered on the edge of precision. The referee raised his hand, indicating a valid goal. Yet if he were to enforce strict standards, he could justifiably declare offside without objection. Therefore, the video replay, far from being an advancement in technology for football, had inadvertently granted referees greater control over match outcomes. Regardless of Lee Mingyu's and Barcelona players' indignation, the referee's decision remained unaltered. Quickly, Atletico Madrid executed the indirect free kick. Upon witnessing the restart, Barcelona's players ceased their protests against the referee. Conceding a surprise goal now would spell disaster for them. Fortunately, near the midfield, Atletico Madrid's attempt was intercepted once more. Lee Mingyu retreated for the ball, which Pedri passed to him. Upon receiving it, Lee Mingyu gently halted the ball with the arch of his foot, sensing that the opposing midfielder, Koke, had closed in. With a deft Marseille turn, he pivoted the ball to his right, leaving Koke in his wake. Lee Mingyu surged forward, fueled by the injustice of having a legitimate goal denied. His focus narrowed solely on the opposing goal, dismissing his teammates and opponents alike. Detected host in extreme anger, automatically activating indomitable fighting spirit. Lee Mingyu accelerated with remarkable speed, leaving Barcelona's other players trailing in his wake as he barreled into the opposition's defense. However, due to Lee Mingyu's blistering pace, the defenders could not encircle him. They were left to confront him head-on, hoping to thwart his advance. The first to challenge him was Augusto, who found himself outmaneuvered as Lee Mingyu feigned a rightward breakthrough, causing Augusto to lose his defensive stance while Lee Mingyu surged past him. Seeing Augusto beaten, another defender, Savic, rushed to cover. Lee Mingyu, undeterred, maintained his speed, appearing even faster as he approached the box. Savic extended his foot, attempting to intercept both the ball and Lee Mingyu, but the latter deftly nudged the ball through Savic's legs. With a nimble leap, Lee Mingyu vaulted over Savic's outstretched grasp. Two fullbacks sped in to assist, but it was too late. Lee Mingyu had entered the penalty area. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, Lee Mingyu executed a powerful feint, lifting his thigh as if to unleash a fierce shot. The goalkeeper, Oblak, instinctively lunged sprawled out to cover the angle. Yet in a breathtaking moment, Lee Mingyu relaxed his leg, transforming the powerful strike into a delicate chip shot. Oblak, kneeling, could only watch in despair as the ball arced gracefully over him, landing on the goal line before bouncing into the net. Chapter 67. He resembled a monarch. 2. 3. Barcelona had surged ahead at Atletico Madrid's home ground. Lee Mingyu completed his hat trick, bringing his tally to 35 goals, surpassing Messi's 34 and claiming the top spot on the La Liga scoring chart. This commanding goal rendered the Wanda Metropolitano Stadium utterly silent. All Atletico Madrid players gazed at Lee Mingyu, as if he were a deity. After scoring, he stood tall, head held high, slowly turning as if surveying his kingdom. The Atletico Madrid players surrounding him wore expressions of despondency. A dragon surged through the central lane, effortlessly bypassing the defensive midfielder, Coke, while the two central defenders appeared as mere obstacles before him. Faced with the goalkeeper, the previously volatile young man, akin to a volcanic eruption, executed a remarkably composed chip shot. On the sidelines, Simeone's expression soured considerably. Curse that superstar. Once again, it was a solo performance by a superstar, despite Atletico Madrid's commendable achievements in recent years. Their inability to retain such luminaries is a lamentable fate for a club of their stature. Each time a superstar emerged within the team, as their fortunes began to rise, a lucrative contract from a prestigious club would whisk them away. Simeone's ability to position Atletico Madrid as a contender alongside Real Madrid and Barcelona in La Liga is nothing short of remarkable. Yet, he ultimately succumbed to the brilliance of superstar. With Messi's departure, Barcelona unexpectedly welcomed a new talent, Lee Mingyu. The young man's finishing prowess is undoubtedly on par with Messi's. Simeone felt a twinge of despair. The upheaval at Barcelona and Ronaldo's exit hinted at a potential resurgence for Atletico Madrid. However, Lee Mingyu's emergence shattered that hope. As long as this young talent remained with Barcelona, Atletico Madrid's prospects for ascendance seemed bleak. Much like when Messi first dazzled the scene, the aura of the cosmic team rendered the footballing world breathless for years. Meanwhile, Coach Koeman, witnessing Lee Mingyu's audacious breakthrough, excitedly shed his suit jacket, waving it above his head like a child. He appeared far from the nearly 60-year-old he was. The other Barcelona players, swept up in exhilaration, surrounded Lee Mingyu. Griezmann, in a display of admiration, knelt before him, placing Lee Mingyu's right foot on his knee in a gesture of reverence. Upon witnessing the goal, Messi jubilantly waved his fists, as though he were the one who scored. Alarmed, Antonella swiftly stood and steadied the unsteady Messi, chiding him to sit down, reminding him that he was still recovering from injury, and further harm could lead to serious consequences. Messi's foot injury had nearly healed, but he was still in the recovery phase, requiring utmost caution. Embracing Antonella, Messi exclaimed, "Lee is extraordinary. Seeing him is like seeing my younger self. This goal is monumental. It has saved Barcelona." Antonella could only smile helplessly at Messi's uncontainable excitement. The room erupted with cheers, as Messi's three sons were left speechless with joy following Lee Mingyu's goal. They had missed witnessing their father's legendary goal that mirrored Maradona's iconic five-man dribble. However, today, Lee Mingyu's mesmerizing run and exquisite chip shot were equally remarkable. The three young ones instantly became fervent fans of Lee Mingyu. Lee Mingyu's goal had utterly demoralized Atletico Madrid. Had that goal not been disallowed, the score would have been 4-2 by now. Following the kickoff, Atletico Madrid faced significant issues in both attack and defense. With the scoreline against them, defending was no longer an option. Yet pressing forward meant contending with the formidable presence of Lee Mingyu near the center circle. A resigned Simeone began to make tactical adjustments. The 4-1-4-1 formation no longer posed a threat to Barcelona, leading him to substitute two attackers and shift to a 3-4-3, bolstering the front line while preventing midfield collapse. Simultaneously, Barcelona also began to shuffle their lineup. Under the new regulations allowing 5 substitutions per match, but limited to 3 instances, Koeman opted for a triple substitution, bringing on Phoenix for Pedri, Busquets, and Demel, all of whom had begun to show signs of fatigue due to the intense midfield battles. Lee Mingyu remained at the forefront, unencumbered by physical fatigue. At this juncture, his presence was crucial for instilling a sense of trepidation in Atletico Madrid's defense. With 2 defenders substituted in, De Jong was liberated to return to midfield, assuming the role of a defensive anchor to safeguard the backline. Griezmann repositioned himself as an attacking midfielder, leaving Lee Mingyu as the sole forward. Barcelona's formation transitioned to a 4-1-4-1, reflecting the reversal of fortunes for both teams. Now, Barcelona felt no urgency. It was Atletico Madrid that was under pressure. If the score held until the final whistle, Atletico Madrid, who had led for much of the season, would find themselves relinquishing their advantage to others. With their mindset relaxed, Barcelona's defensive capabilities were nothing short of impressive. De Jong, now stationed as a defensive midfielder, showcased his exceptional interception skills, effectively serving as a dam against Atletico Madrid's onslaught, preventing them from advancing even a step. His remarkable sweeping and intercepting abilities shone brilliantly in that role, undeniably rivaling Busquets, marking him as a versatile midfielder adept in both attack and defense. Chapter 68. The enraged Suarez finally erupts in the 75th minute. Simeone made his final tactical adjustment, substituting a midfielder for the forward Phoenix, lining up 4 attackers in a formidable front. However, this gamble was a double-edged sword. Should Barcelona regain possession, their backline would be as fragile as paper, easily breached. The Barcelona players recognized this and intensified their defensive efforts, aiming to force errors and initiate rapid counterattacks. Lee Mingyu prowled near the center circle, poised to signal the counterattack. After a period of adjustment, Atletico Madrid's players began to regain their composure. Acknowledging their deficit, they understood the urgency of scoring to equalize. Nevertheless, as professional athletes, they settled into Simeone's strategy, methodically infiltrating Barcelona's territory. Suarez had squandered several golden opportunities, despite his intimate knowledge of Barcelona's defensive line. The newly introduced center-back, Araujo, closely shadowed Suarez, denying him any chance to receive the ball. In the moments leading up to his substitution, the young Araujo had already been instructed by Koeman to closely mark Suarez, denying him any space to maneuver. Upon entering the match, Araujo executed this directive with remarkable precision, frequently tugging and pulling at Suarez, leaving the latter frustrated and thwarted, all while cleverly avoiding a yellow card. This infuriated Suarez, who found himself at a loss, questioning when he had ever endured such indignity. As Atletico launched yet another attack, a midfielder distributed the ball to the flank and, glancing at the positioning in the center, delivered a cross. Noticing the favorable trajectory, Suarez sprinted forward, eager to contest for the ball. However, just as he picked up speed, he felt a firm tug on the back of his jersey that momentarily halted him, leaving him unable to react in time as the ball was intercepted by Ter Stegen, who swiftly deflected it out of play. Turning to confront Araujo, who innocently raised his hands in protest, Suarez, resembling an enraged lion, approached him, their foreheads nearly touching as he unleashed a torrent of profanities aimed at Araujo's family. A glint of mockery flickered in Araujo's eyes as he recoiled in a feigned display of fright, retreating as if he dared not engage in a dispute. This only fueled Suarez's anger further, compelling him to pursue Araujo with the intent to hurl insults. The referee's whistle pierced the air, momentarily bringing clarity to Suarez's mind. As the referee approached with a furrowed brow, Suarez exclaimed, "Sir, he just yanked my shirt from behind. This is not the first time. Can you not see it?" The referee, maintaining a serious demeanor, cautioned him to mind his language, asserting that he would notice any foul play. Although Suarez wished to protest further, the stern look from the referee, coupled with his hand moving toward his pocket, compelled him to spit in frustration and turn away. The referee then summoned Araujo, sternly informing him that he had witnessed some of his actions and urged him to refrain from such antics, lest he consider issuing a yellow card. Araujo protested his innocence, but the referee offered no further comment, signaling for the match to resume. As Atletico took a throw-in, Suarez and Araujo found themselves entangled once more near the penalty area. The ball quickly made its way from the sideline, catching Barcelona's defense off guard as Atletico executed a swift 2-on-1, slicing through their flank. Llorente charged towards the baseline like a galloping steed, while Suarez desperately sought to shake off Araujo and position himself in the box. Yet Araujo was determined to deny him this chance, wrapping his arms around Suarez's waist and bringing him down outside the penalty area. The referee observed the incident, but, with other Atletico players encroaching into the box, chose to allow play to continue. Llorente, noticing Barcelona's rapid defensive recovery, delivered a low, sharp cross into the penalty area. Such a fast-moving ball often leads to deflections or own goals, prompting Barcelona's players to remain vigilant. Alba, having retreated in time, slid to clear the ball off the goal line, averting a dangerous situation. However, the referee's whistle suddenly pierced the air, indicating a disruption on the field. After being brought down, Araujo had fallen beside Suarez, and as a prime scoring opportunity slipped away, Suarez's fury overwhelmed his reason. Rising from the ground, with his eyes ablaze, Suarez confronted Araujo, opening his mouth wide to bite down on Araujo's shoulder, who appeared utterly bewildered. A cry of pain escaped Araujo as he struggled to push the ferocious Suarez away. The other players on the field were taken aback, shocked by the return of the infamous biting Suarez. Barcelona's players swiftly intervened, pulling Suarez away, while Araujo, having tugged down his shirt to reveal the bloody bite marks, wore a look of lingering fear. "Coach, you have put me in a terrible position." The expressions of both coaches starkly contrasted. Upon witnessing Suarez's act of biting, Simeone buried his head in his hands, crouching on the ground in despair. Meanwhile, Koeman, momentarily stunned, soon wore an expression of anger as he rushed towards the fourth official to denounce Suarez's actions, though a hidden smirk lingered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Suarez, separated from the fray, stood in disbelief, grappling with the reality of his actions, an instinctive response that could have dire consequences for his career and the team. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, having just missed a crucial scoring opportunity, and with the referee silent on the matter, his mind raced with confusion. In that moment, he failed to recognize how utterly consumed by rage he had become, allowing his primal instincts to dictate his actions once again. Chapter 69. A step away from the La Liga championship, the referee promptly brandished the red card, expelling the biting Suarez from the match. Without a word of defense, Suarez removed his jersey, clutching it in his hand, his expression blank as he trudged toward the sidelines. The referee then approached Araujo, inquiring about his injury and instructing him to exit the field for treatment, before displaying a yellow card for the earlier foul on Suarez. Although Araujo did not contest the decision, acknowledging that his actions warranted a caution, the exchange of a yellow for a red card, particularly to dismiss the opposing team's key player, was a significant gain. As Araujo reached the sidelines, the team doctor promptly attended to his wounds. The match remained at 10 players per side, but the momentum had shifted decidedly in Barcelona's favor. With Atletico's most potent attacker removed in such a humiliating fashion, the psychological impact on Atletico's players was profound. Barcelona would undoubtedly seize this rare opportunity. Koeman had already summoned several players to his side, imparting tactical adjustments for the unfolding scenario. Indeed, as Barcelona executed a throw-in during a moment of disarray for Atletico, De Jong delivered a precise through ball, allowing Griezmann to evade the offside trap and score, sealing the match at 4-2 and plunging Atletico deeper into despair. In the subsequent moments, Coach Koeman utilized his final substitution, replacing the exhausted Lee Mingyu. In this match, Lee Mingyu's contributions were nothing short of monumental. He single-handedly intimidated the entire Atletico Madrid defense, compelling them to refrain from aggressive forward movements, thereby leaving their midfield severely undermanned. In the 90th minute, De Jong unleashed a stunning strike from 35 meters, piercing through Oblak's grasp. The Wanda Metropolitano Stadium was enveloped in a profound silence. A glimpse at the stands revealed a group of Atletico Madrid supporters, clad in red and white jerseys, reduced to tears. They were but a step away from the La Liga championship, helplessly watching Barcelona seize the trophy on their own turf. In the 93rd minute, Atletico's young talent Flick dribbled past 3 Barcelona players and struck the ball into Ter Stegen's net. Following the restart, the referee promptly blew the final whistle. The match concluded with a score of 3-5, as Atletico Madrid succumbed to Barcelona on their home ground. After 37 rounds, both teams were level on points, yet Barcelona's goal difference exceeded that of Atletico by over 20. In their final match, Barcelona faced Eibar, who were languishing in the relegation zone, just 1 point above the fourth-from-bottom Elche. If Elche were to lose their last game, Eibar could secure their stay in La Liga with a draw against Barcelona, thanks to their superior goal difference. Thus, Barcelona's concluding match would not be a mere formality. Nevertheless, securing victory at Atletico Madrid Stadium was a commendable feat in itself. In this match, Lee Mingyu achieved a remarkable hat-trick, surpassing Messi to claim the top spot in the scoring charts. In just 12 matches, he accomplished this extraordinary feat, setting a new record for La Liga. Lee Mingyu's name was indelibly etched in the hearts of all fans. Amidst turmoil, He single-handedly revived Barcelona, steering the ailing ship back onto its course. Ready to set sail once more. Confronted with Real Madrid's 5-goal barrage and Atletico Madrid's hat-trick, Lee Mingyu emerged as a beacon of strength, reaffirming that Barcelona remained a formidable force, albeit having briefly dozed during the first half of the season. Upon awakening, the silence was deafening. The mighty Barca had returned, and I eagerly anticipate whether this team, boasting both Messi and Lee Mingyu as superlative attackers, would once again cast a shadow over all of Europe. However, the current defensive lineup of Barcelona is unlikely to carry them far in the Champions League, and I hope the management will provide Messi and Lee Mingyu with a squad worthy of their talents. Following the match, European media lavished praise on Barcelona, particularly extolling the new La Liga top scorer, Lee Mingyu. The staggering buyout clause of €1.8 billion for such a superstar has prompted various clubs to take action. Yet, they were met with disappointment, as Lee Mingyu unequivocally stated his intention to remain at Barcelona. His stance left the clubs that had been preparing to tighten their belts in a state of both dismay and relief. Only Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid felt a palpable sense of threat. Real Madrid had their sights set on Dortmund's prodigy Haaland. Thus, Lee Mingyu did not occupy their thoughts. Conversely, Atletico harbored a complex mix of admiration and envy towards Lee Mingyu, yet lacked the financial means to pursue him. After this match, the entire Barcelona squad was granted a day off to relax. The atmosphere in Barcelona was one of joy and laughter. Before 2021, few believed Barcelona could clinch the league title this season. They had suffered defeats against both Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid in their initial encounters. The narrative of an aging Messi and a faltering Barcelona was rampant. Over the past 2 years, Barcelona faced numerous challenges. The former president's unexpected betrayal, Messi's decision to request a transfer, aging key players, and high-profile signings failing to live up to expectations. Additionally, with Ronaldo's departure from Real Madrid, the attention on La Liga diminished, leading to the English Premier League usurping its title as the Premier League in Europe. Barcelona's visibility had been declining annually. The intensity of La Liga was undeniably low. Aside from the top 3 teams, others struggled against clubs from other leagues. Even Barcelona had not reached the Champions League final in 6 consecutive years, a bitter pill for such a storied club to swallow. The emergence of Lee Mingyu served as a vital lifeline for the ailing Barcelona. Chapter 70. The final round of La Liga. 2 days following the match between Barcelona and Atletico Madrid, UEFA issued a shocking punishment, a 20-match ban for Suarez, prohibiting him from participating in any football-related activities for 6 months, alongside a fine of €200,000. This 20-match suspension included League and Champions League matches. The 6-month prohibition meant Suarez would be barred from appearing at any stadium or engaging in football-related endeavors from this day forth. Subsequently, FIFA extended the ban to national team competitions. The announcement of these sanctions left not only Atletico Madrid in despair, but also struck a heavy blow to the Uruguayan national team, which was eager to reclaim glory in the upcoming Copa América. However, this ruling cast a shadow of hopelessness over their aspirations. In the Champions League semifinals, Atletico Madrid, playing at home, was profoundly affected by Suarez's suspension. The entire team appeared soulless, succumbing to a 3-goal onslaught from visiting Bayern Munich, departing the Wanda Metropolitano Stadium with a 1-3 defeat. In a flash, Suarez became the target of widespread criticism. A tweet read, "Suarez has single-handedly derailed Atletico Madrid's double crown." This post quickly ascended to the forefront of social media. Over the weekend, Barcelona hosted their final league match at Camp Nou. The Spanish Football Association had dispatched representatives to deliver the La Liga Championship trophy to the venue, along with a replica sent to Atletico Madrid, just in case. In football, the outcome is often unpredictable. Eibar would not simply capitulate. They were determined to fight with every last ounce of strength to secure their place in La Liga. Meanwhile, champions had already been determined in the other 4 major leagues. The gaze of all Europe is fixated on this match. Greetings to the viewers of Tencent Sports. Welcome to the live broadcast of the final round of the 2020-2021 La Liga season. This is the most pivotal match of the season, featuring the currently top-ranked Barcelona facing off against the relegation-threatened Eibar. Barcelona is currently tied on points with second-placed Atletico Madrid, but their superior goal difference gives them an edge. If Barcelona secures a victory today, the La Liga championship will belong to them. However, Eibar, despite being outmatched in strength, still harbors a glimmer of hope for survival. And their potential outburst of energy is something we cannot currently predict. In this final round of La Liga, all matches are being played simultaneously. In another stadium, Atletico Madrid is confronting Valladolid, who, being safe from relegation, will likely not engage in a fierce contest. As the referee's whistle sounds, this highly anticipated clash officially commences. On May 20th, 2021, at 1600 hours, Barcelona, adorned in their traditional red and blue jerseys, launches an offensive from left to right in a familiar 4-3-3 formation, immediately besieging Eibar's half. This match appears starkly one-sided. Although Eibar may find motivation in their slim chance of remaining in La Liga, Barcelona's desire for the elusive championship trophy is equally fervent, suggesting that both teams share a relentless fighting spirit. However, after the first 15 minutes, both the fans in the stadium and those watching at home are left astounded by Eibar's tenacity. Barcelona's players struggle to break through, their composure beginning to falter. Coach Koeman, observing from the sidelines, wears an expression of concern. It is not that Eibar's players are particularly formidable, but rather that Barcelona's players seem off-kilter. Dembélé, lost on the left flank, finds himself increasingly hesitant after several failed attempts to dribble past defenders. In such a critical match, where victory secures the coveted championship, it is natural for the player's mental state to shift. Lim Mingyu remains unfazed, maintaining his ever-spirited form at Camp Nou. However, Eibar's relentless pressing disrupts Barcelona's midfield balance. In the 20th minute, Busquets suffers a thigh strain during a challenge, burying his face in his hands in agony. Fully aware of the calamity his departure would bring to the team, Koeman's face darkens. While Busquets may not be as dynamic in attack as he once was, his presence is akin to a stabilizing force for Barcelona. Losing him, alongside Messi, raises grave concerns about their ability to triumph in this match. Koeman substitutes Araujo for Busquets, restructuring the formation to 3-5-1, with De Jong assuming Busquets' former role. The impact of Busquets' exit begins to unsettle the players, shaking their pre-match resolve. In the 37th minute of the first half, the newly introduced Araujo commits a handball in the penalty area, earning a yellow card and conceding a penalty. Eibar's forward, Bryan Gil, capitalizes without hesitation. 0-1. Eibar leads at Camp Nou, plunging the stadium into a grave silence, as disbelief washes over everyone present. The Barcelona players, disheartened, watch as Lim Mingyu retrieves the ball from the net. A chilling voice echoes in their ears. Do you no longer desire the championship? As the first half concludes, the Barcelona players gaze blankly at Lim Mingyu, who, devoid of anger, calmly asserts, "We are Barcelona. This is Camp Nou. If we win this match, we are champions. We've worked hard all year for this moment. Are you really disheartened by a single goal conceded?" His words resonate deeply, echoing in the hearts of the Barcelona players like a clarion call. Pique, the team's captain, displays a resolute expression, vigorously rallying his teammates. "Yes, gentlemen, lift your spirits. So what if they scored? We can score 2 or 3 in return. From now on, we must not allow them easy access to our penalty area. Let's work together." The chant of "We are Barcelona" reverberates through the air, visibly boosting their morale. Witnessing this from the team box, Messi's expression softens with satisfaction. The fans, too, awaken from their stupor, singing Barcelona's anthem with renewed vigor. Upon resuming play, Barcelona exhibits a marked transformation. In response to their goal, Eibar retreats with disciplined resolve, entrenching themselves within their 30-meter zone to defend their hard-won lead. Barcelona, experienced in dismantling such defensive setups, remains patient, orchestrating their passes to draw out Eibar and exploit the width of the pitch. Pedri and Alba's overlapping runs create dilemmas for Eibar's defense, while Lim Mingyu, in exceptional form, persistently probes their backline. As the fourth official signals 2 minutes of stoppage time, Lim Mingyu feels a surge of strength, noticing that Pedri is being tightly marked, and swiftly moves to receive the ball. Pedri passes it to Lim Mingyu, continuing his run forward. Lim Mingyu executed a feint pass to Pedri, skillfully maneuvering past the defender, trailing him. With a Marseille turn, he propelled forward, holding the ball at the left flank of the opponent's half. As the opposing defenders surged towards him, Lim Mingyu subtly delivered a precise through ball with his left foot, sending the ball to the rapidly advancing Pedri. His feigned inward cut had drawn the left back towards him, leaving Pedri unmarked. Pedri advanced to the byline and delivered a curling cross just before the opponent's full back could close in. However, the cross lacked sufficient height and was deflected by a defender at the near post. Yet, the deflected ball fell right back to Pedri's feet. Recognizing the congestion in the opponent's penalty area, Pedri opted against a forced cross and instead executed a backward triangular pass to the arriving De Jong, leisurely making his way into the opponent's box. De Jong, stationed at the opponent's flank, quickly relayed a pass into the penalty area where Lee Mingyu received the ball with his back to goal. As Pedri and Lee Mingyu brushed past each other, Lee Mingyu suddenly sprang into action, flicking the ball through a defender's legs to Pedri. After controlling the ball, Pedri faced the goalkeeper and unleashed a powerful shot. The goalkeeper, though managing to touch the ball, was unable to prevent it from soaring over his head after making contact, landing just inside the net before being swatted away by the keeper's hand. Griezmann, closest to the action, signaled that the ball had crossed the line, and the referee, receiving confirmation from his watch, signaled the goal. The Camp Nou erupted in jubilation. In stoppage time of the first half, thanks to Lee Mingyu's assist and Pedri's fear strike, the score was finally leveled. Pedri, filled with exuberance, sprinted toward the stands, followed closely by Lee Mingyu and Griezmann, as a group of players celebrated wildly at the sidelines. Coach Koeman let out a sigh of relief, knowing that returning to the locker room with a tie was far more favorable than trailing by a goal, allowing for more strategic flexibility in the second half. On the other hand, Eibar's coach sighed deeply, taken aback by Barcelona's late first-half equalizer, which complicated Eibar's prospects for the second half. The referees soon blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. Back in the Barcelona locker room, troubling news emerged. Atletico Madrid was leading Valladolid 2-0. If the score remained unchanged, the La Liga title would slip into Atletico's grasp. In Eibar's away locker room, however, laughter erupted as news broke that their rival, Elche, was trailing 0-2 against Athletic Bilbao. This revelation was a stroke of fortune for Eibar. Currently, Eibar trailed Elche by just 1 point, but boasted a superior goal difference. If they could maintain their current scoreline until the final whistle, Eibar would leapfrog Elche into safety, ensuring their continued presence in La Liga, a substantial financial relief for the club. The situation was clear. Barcelona needed to intensify their offensive efforts to secure victory in the championship, while Eibar merely had to preserve their scoreline to remain in the league. Both teams faced a do-or-die scenario. Barcelona could only pursue victory, while Eibar's only viable path was to hold onto the draw. In the locker room, Koeman refrained from elaborating on tactics. The significance of this match was already well understood. The 15-minute intermission passed swiftly. Upon returning to the field, the air at Camp Nou was thick with tension. Fans poured every ounce of energy into their chants, rallying behind their team. The championship was tantalizingly close, and no one was willing to relinquish it easily. The most closely watched contests were Barcelona versus Eibar, Valladolid versus Atletico Madrid, and Elche versus Athletic Bilbao, with 2 matches determining the championship and the other 2 affecting relegation. On the benches of Barcelona, Eibar, Atletico, and Elche, an assistant coach monitored the crucial match via earpiece. Just minutes into the second half, Llorente scored a stunning goal for Atletico, extending their lead to 3-0 against Valladolid. Yet, as long as Barcelona could secure a victory, all of Atletico's efforts would be in vain. Suddenly, the assistant coach on Atletico's bench leaped to his feet, nearly tossing his earpiece away in excitement. Observing this, Simeone's expression shifted to one of surprise as he inquired about the development. The assistant coach exclaimed that Barcelona had conceded another goal, with Eibar now in the lead once more. Simeone, filled with exhilaration, clenched his fists and let out a roar, as if releasing the pent-up frustration that had weighed on him for days. Atletico's players, now aware of the news, played with newfound freedom. Meanwhile at Camp Nou, the second half commenced with Barcelona launching a fervent offensive. Eibar's players retreated into their defensive third, leaving only forward Bryan Gil near the center circle, forcing Barcelona's defense to allocate a player to midfield. Lee Mingyu executed a beautiful 1-2 with Griezmann, creating space at the edge of the penalty area before unleashing a long-range shot. The opposing goalkeeper, demonstrating top-tier form, made a stunning diving save, securely trapping the ball beneath his body. Lee Mingyu could not help but ruffle his hair in frustration. The quality of the football was undoubtedly high, Yet the opposing goalkeeper's performance was simply extraordinary. In such a pivotal match, the rival goalkeeper had risen to the occasion, transforming into a nightmare for Barcelona. Eibar's goalkeeper stood up, intending to control the pace of the game, but his gaze suddenly shifted toward the midfield, where his forward was sprinting into Barcelona's half. Without hesitation, the goalkeeper launched a long kick towards the opposing half. Bryan Gil dashed toward Barcelona's territory with remarkable speed. However, Barcelona's central defender, Piqué, had already positioned himself perfectly. Anticipating the ball's descent, he leapt gently, aiming to head it back into Eibar's half. Yet, around 5 p.m., the sun cast its last brilliant rays of light. As Piqué jumped, he was momentarily blinded by the dazzling golden light, causing his complexion to pale. In the stunned silence of the Camp Nou crowd, the ball struck the back of Piqué's head. What was meant to be a clearance toward Eibar's half was inadvertently redirected towards his own goal. Bryan Gil's eyes lit up as he surged past Piqué with unparalleled speed. Upon landing, Piqué turned in shock, only to see the opposing forward racing toward his goal like a galloping wild stallion. Stumbling, Piqué fell to the ground, realizing he had made a monumental blunder. Ter Stegen, equally bewildered, watched as Bryan Gil charged toward him. What had just transpired? How could Piqué have misjudged that ball? Piqué, you have doomed both yourself and the team. Faced with this predicament, Ter Stegen had little recourse but to rush forward to block the incoming attacker once he entered the penalty area. However, such opportunities are rarely squandered by professional players. Helplessly, Ter Stegen watched the ball roll into the net behind him, a flicker of despair crossing his features. 1-2. In the 48th minute of the second half, Eibar had regained the lead, delivering a harsh blow to Barcelona's aspirations. Piqué stared blankly at the direction of the goal, feeling for the first time that perhaps it was time for him to part ways with the team. As a product of La Masia, Piqué had dedicated 13 seasons to Barcelona, achieving remarkable feats. By the age of 25, he had amassed 21 major championships, claiming every honor a professional player could dream of, and becoming the 32nd player in history to achieve a Grand Slam in football. Reflecting on today's blunder that led to the opponent's goal, he was reminded of a similar incident during his time at Manchester United. On November 24, 2007, in a match against Bolton, Piqué had miscalculated a header, allowing the opposing team to score the only goal of the match. This error had cost him the trust of manager Sir Alex Ferguson, resulting in fewer opportunities to play, ultimately leading to his return to Barcelona. The cycle felt eerily similar. Today's mistake mirrored that fateful one, yet the stakes were immeasurably higher now. The league title could be irreparably lost due to a single error. Piqué found it hard to forgive himself. Kneeling on the ground, clutching his head, the fear in Piqué's eyes evoked a sense of desolation. He sensed someone approaching from behind, an arm wrapping around him, lifting him up. "Captain, it's all right. Don't give up. We still have a chance, believe me." Chapter 73, 5 minutes of injury time. Piqué turned, somewhat bewildered, to find Lee Ming's steadfast gaze meeting his. That look restored a semblance of calm to Piqué's scattered thoughts. It reminded him so much of Messi. Whenever the team fell into despair, Messi would convey through his unwavering gaze and actions, "Trust me, we will prevail." Other players gathered around, patting Piqué's shoulder, expressing their faith in their captain. Touched by their unwavering support, Piqué gritted his teeth and shouted, "We cannot give up. Let us push forward. Victory is surely ours. We are Barre. We are Barre. We are Barre." The fans at Camp Nou, witnessing their players undeterred by the setback, erupted in fervent cheers, tears streaming as they sang Barcelona's anthem, rallying behind their team. This goal had invigorated Eibar's players as well, for news from Elche had yet to arrive, indicating that their prospects had brightened significantly. Eibar's coach, Mendilibar, raised his arms to the heavens in gratitude, astonished that his forward had seized such a rare opportunity to regain the lead. With this newfound advantage, the path to survival appeared optimistic. As long as they could prevent Barcelona from scoring twice more, they would secure their place in the league. With a decisive gesture, Mendilibar instructed his team to retreat to their defensive third, their morale soaring, and their defensive resolve intensifying. The game resumed. Despite Lee Ming's efforts to uplift the team's spirits, the situation for Barcelona was grave. With 40 minutes remaining, they needed to score twice while also ensuring that Eibar did not add to their tally. Against Eibar's staunch defense, Barcelona's probing attacks from the periphery proved futile. The opposition remained unperturbed. The tiger does not leave its lair. As long as Barcelona did not penetrate their 30-meter zone, Eibar would remain resolute. Time slipped away. Yet Barcelona struggled to breach Eibar's defenses. In the 75th minute, both coaches began to make frequent substitutions. Barcelona opted to introduce young Fati in place of the fatigued Pedri, who had exerted himself fully and even scored a splendid goal. By the 80th minute, Dembélé received the ball on the left flank, executing a series of stepovers before attempting to break past the opposing fullback. However, the defender remained astute, refusing to be completely deceived and trailing Dembélé to the byline. Dembélé launched a cross, but the defender managed to intercept it, sending the ball back to Dembélé, who, feigning that the ball had gone out off the defender, prepared to take a corner kick. The defender, however, was unwilling to allow Dembélé to succeed, reaching for the ball while vocally appealing to the referee. The ball was clearly in view of the assistant referee standing nearby, who signaled unequivocally for a goal kick for Eibar. However, Dembélé, with an air of defiance, forcefully shoved aside the arm of his opponent and slammed the ball onto the ground. In a fit of rage, he charged toward the assistant referee, incessantly exclaiming, "Are your eyes blind? He clearly kicked the ball out. How could you call for a goal kick? Have you been bribed?" As he spoke, Dembélé made a mocking gesture with his fingers, deriding the referee. This provoked the assistant referee, who felt unjustly accused. "It clearly deflected off your foot and went out of play, and you dare to insult me? I have never accepted a bribe." With a look of indignation, the assistant called the main referee over. "He insulted me and accused me of taking bribes." The main referee, upon hearing this, wore a grim expression. Can such words be spoken lightly? At a time when the entire European football community was cracking down on match fixing, any evidence found could lead to a minimum 1-year ban for players and referees alike. The main referee, reaching into his pocket, produced a red card and gestured for Dembélé to leave the field. Dembélé's face fell as he realized the irrationality of his actions. The Barcelona players, equally astonished, rushed to surround the referee, demanding an explanation. The main referee, with an impassive demeanor, recounted Dembélé's egregious behavior. The Barcelona players were nearly beside themselves. At a time like this, you choose to insult the referee? Do you think your father is the UEFA president? Though they internally cursed Dembélé's foolishness, they still sought to defend him. However, the main referee showed no signs of reconsideration, hastily signaling for the Barcelona players to disperse and not waste any more time. Consequently, Dembélé was compelled to leave the pitch, walking off like a ghost amid a tide of boos from the Camp Nou crowd. Once the darling of the stadium, he had now become a figure of scorn. As he passed by Koeman, the coach ignored him, his face set in a grim expression as he contemplated the next move. With only one substitution left, Koeman replaced the entire defensive line with attackers, as it was now the 85th minute of the second half, and Barcelona needed to abandon defense. Barcelona had put everything on the line. Ter Stegen had ventured far from his goal, standing 30 meters away. All the players on the field, save for the goalkeeper, were positioned in the opponent's half, pressing Eibar back into their territory. Yet Barcelona's relentless assault met the resolute defense of Eibar, crashing against it like waves against rocks. Achieving no success, the fourth official approached the scene and raised the injury time board, indicating 5 minutes of stoppage time. This marked the final 5 minutes of Barcelona's season. In a moment of desperation, Lee Mingyu activated the Iron Will ability and decided to utilize the coveted Rivaldo star card, not hesitating to embrace its power. Instantly, he felt an invigorating strength in his legs, his eyes brimming with determination. As the ball arrived at his feet, Lee Mingyu positioned himself at the edge of the box, 30 meters from the goal, and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball skimmed along the ground, hurtling toward the bottom corner of the opposition's goal. Yet, Eibar's goalkeeper, having performed brilliantly throughout the match, executed a world-class save, deflecting the ball out for a corner. As the goalkeeper rose, he bellowed for his teammates to focus and remain vigilant. De Jong sprinted to the corner flag, ready to take the corner kick. Suddenly, a figure in a different colored jersey charged from Barcelona's half. It was none other than Ter Stegen. In the dying moments, Ter Stegen sought to contribute to the team's efforts. His towering presence in Eibar's penalty area was striking. Without wasting a moment, De Jong delivered a curling ball into the box. Chaos ensued within the penalty area. At the moment the corner was taken, Lee Mingyu, hidden behind Ter Stegen, forcefully pushed the goalkeeper toward the near post while stepping back. This movement caused two opposing defenders to misjudge their positions, both rushing toward Ter Stegen. As Ter Stegen leaped for the ball, he missed it, but his presence had disrupted the defenders' positions entirely. Merely 3 meters in front of the goal, Lee Mingyu found himself unmarked. Calmly, he leapt into the air, executing a splendid diving header that sent the ball into the far corner of the net. No matter how exceptional the opposing goalkeeper had been, he could not have anticipated such a close-range header unless Lee Mingyu had directed it right at him. The ball found the net. 2-2. Lee Mingyu equalized with a golden header. The clock read 91 minutes and 15 seconds. As he landed, he followed the ball into the net, quickly retrieving it and racing back to his half. The other Barcelona players surged behind him, resembling victorious warriors returning from battle. Lee Mingyu placed the ball at the center circle, returned to his half, held his head high, and awaited the opponent's kickoff. Meanwhile, in another stadium, the match had concluded. Atletico Madrid triumphed 5-0 against Valladolid away. None of the Atletico Madrid players left the field. Instead, they gathered near the bench, closely observing their assistant coach's expressions to gauge Barcelona's score. Suddenly, the assistant coach's face fell with regret as he whispered, "Oh no, Barcelona equalized." All the Atletico players wore expressions of unease, and even Simeone, typically composed, loosened his tie, his shirt collar in disarray. Simeone inquired, "How much time is left in the match?" 5 minutes of stoppage time, approximately 3 minutes remaining. Damn it, why is the stoppage time so long? 3 minutes, though not long by some standards, in the world of football, it represented a dreadful span. The infamous 3 minutes, a nightmare for countless teams. Returning to Camp Nou. The match continued, and after a few exchanges of passes, Eibar obediently ceded possession to Barcelona, retreating to their half to adopt a staunch defensive stance. The exuberant Lee Mingyu began to unleash long-range shots from approximately 35 meters out, testing the goalkeeper's reflexes. It must be said that Eibar's goalkeeper was in exceptional form today, successfully thwarting Lee Mingyu's 2 consecutive high-quality attempts. As the clock ticked to the 94th minute, with only a minute remaining in the match, the entire Spanish football scene fell into a hushed anticipation for the conclusion of this fleeting moment. Over at Atletico Madrid, many players knelt on the ground, tracing crosses over their chests in prayer, beseeching divine intervention for their team. At 94 minutes and 30 seconds, De Jong seized the ball in the center, passing it to Griezmann, who had managed to position himself against the opposing defenders. Griezmann was deep within the penalty area, near the penalty spot. Should he turn, he would pose a formidable threat to Eibar's goal. In an instant, all Eibar players surged towards Griezmann. Griezmann executed a swift turn and launched a powerful shot, but he was met with a wall of defenders, rendering his effort ineffective. A foot, whose identity remained unknown, deflected the ball, sending it skyward. Griezmann's expression turned to one of despair. The referee glanced at his watch, the whistle poised at his lips. At 94 minutes and 40 seconds, all eyes were fixed on the descending ball. In the midst of Eibar's players' alarmed gazes, Lee Mingyu emerged at the critical position. However, as he had advanced too far, the ball was above his head. In this moment, should he attempt a header, the distance from the goal would hinder even the best core strength from producing a remarkable strike. With a deft half-turn, Lee Mingyu faced away from the goal, eyes fixed on the descending ball. He gently cushioned it with his chest, and then, in an astonishing display of agility, he leapt into the air, executing a spectacular bicycle kick with his right foot. The ball soared like a guided missile, tracing an elegant arc before finding the back of Eibar's net. The once impeccable Eibar goalkeeper, who had performed heroics throughout the match, stood frozen in disbelief, his eyes the only part of him registering movement. At 94 minutes and 50 seconds, Lee Mingyu completed the stunning last-minute goal. The Camp Nou erupted in a cacophony of jubilation. This goal was nothing short of spectacular, evoking memories among many Barcelona fans of the Brazilian superstar Ronaldo from 20 years prior. In the 2000-2001 season's final match, Barcelona needed to defeat Valencia to secure a spot in the following season's Champions League. It was in that match that Ronaldo netted a hat-trick, delivering a last-minute winner that earned Barcelona their Champions League berth. The second goal from that match bore an uncanny resemblance to Lee Mingyu's bicycle kick today. Chapter 75, League Champions, La Liga Golden Boot, for 4,000 bookmarks, an additional chapter. After scoring, Lee Mingyu tumbled to his feet and rushed towards the stands, ripping off his jersey and spinning it in his hands before hurling it into the crowd. In an instant, What had been a pristine jersey was torn into shreds by a group of ecstatic fans. Tears of joy streaming down their faces as they kissed the fragments in a gesture of utmost reverence towards Lee Mingyu. The entire Camp Nou was engulfed in celebration. Eibar's players, as if drained of their very essence, collapsed onto the ground, with several unable to withstand the psychological toll of the abrupt shift from heaven to hell. Bursting into tears, the Eibar goalkeeper remained rooted to the spot since Lee Mingyu's goal, unable to comprehend the events that had transpired in those final 5 minutes. He had performed exceptionally well, yet the outcome was utterly unfathomable. On the sidelines, Koeman covered his chest with his hand, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Securing victory in the dying seconds to clinch the championship felt like a narrative plucked from the pages of a novel. And yet it had occurred. Meanwhile, on another pitch, the assistant coach dropped his headset, tears in his voice as he lamented. Barcelona's Lee has scored a last-minute winner against Eibar. We have lost. Atletico Madrid's players were left in stunned silence, having prepared to celebrate their first league title in 7 years just 5 minutes prior. But in that brief span, their dreams crumbled, and several young players succumbed to the emotional fallout, quietly weeping. Simeone sat in his seat, feeling suddenly aged, questioning why he had dared to hope. Why life had to be so cruel. Barcelona truly is a formidable adversary, he mused. On another pitch, Elche's players transitioned from despair to exultation, celebrating as if they had won the La Liga title on their home ground. Back at Camp Nou, Lee Mingyu was hoisted aloft by his teammates, parading around the stadium. At each section of the stands, fans bowed in adoration, utterly captivated by Lee Mingyu's performance. In the VIP box, Messi and President Laporta sighed in relief. The league title was a much-needed boon for Barcelona amidst their turbulent times. Messi departed the box to join the field, where the championship trophy presentation awaited. As he raised the trophy high, the entire Camp Nou erupted in a joyous uproar. Barcelona emerged as the victors in the end. The La Liga season concluded after 38 matches, with Barcelona clinching the title, edging out Atletico Madrid on goal difference in the 2020-2021 season. Barcelona, Atletico Madrid, Real Madrid, and Sevilla, the top 4 teams, secured their places in the next season's Champions League. Lee Mingyu, with 35 goals, earned the La Liga Golden Boot. 3 days later, Atletico Madrid faced Bayern Munich, only to succumb to a 1-5 defeat, thus missing out on the Champions League final. Bayern Munich and Liverpool advanced to the final. Lee Mingyu's parents had returned to Spain. The family arrived at their newly purchased mansion, and Lee Junfei couldn't help but sigh in wonder at their beautiful home, never imagining he would live in such luxury. Sonia embraced Lee Mingyu, tears in her eyes as she exclaimed, "My son is finally grown up." Lee Junfei inquired, "How do you plan to spend this summer?" After Lee Junfei spoke, he gazed at Lee Mingyu with a scrutinizing look. Now that the child had come into wealth, he genuinely feared that Lee Mingyu might succumb to indulgence. Lee Mingyu smiled and declared, "I have found an excellent coaching team. This summer, I shall undergo specialized training." Indeed, specialized training. Lee Mingyu's attributes were already approaching those of a top-tier forward, yet his potential had yet to be fully realized. If he were to allow himself to languish, it was likely that his potential would be squandered, leaving him stagnant in his progress. Throughout the annals of football history, how many prodigious young talents have swiftly fallen from grace after attaining fame and fortune? Lee Mingyu was determined not to become one of them. On a small island in Spain, he embarked on his clandestine training. The summer was sweltering, but the sea breeze on Kurt Island alleviated the summer's oppressive heat. Here, Lee Mingyu felt as though he had been reborn. His attributes were as follows: offensive ability, 90-95, shooting, 90-94, heading, 87-92, ball control, 93-99, dribbling, 87-99, speed, 93-99, passing, 86-93, explosiveness, 88-90, physicality, 88-92, strength, 88-91, stamina, 90-91. Lee Mingyu's physical condition now epitomized that of a world-class forward. With a stamina rating of 90, he was well equipped to handle the demanding season ahead for Barcelona. His explosiveness, physicality, and strength ratings of 88 greatly enhanced his threat in the attacking phase. With a speed rating of 93, he could easily elude any defender. This intensive training had allowed Lee Mingyu to unlock a substantial portion of his potential. Upon returning home, Lee Mingyu startled Sonia with his appearance. "My son, you are so tanned." Once possessing a fair complexion, his time on the island had transformed his skin to a healthy bronze. Li Jinfei nodded approvingly, clapping Lee Mingyu on the shoulder, and remarked, "You've tanned and bulked up. It seems you have not wasted your summer." Lee Mingyu struck a muscular pose, exclaiming, "Of course." Then he feigned a pained expression, adding, "The professional training team does not come cheap." On July 1st, 2021, the summer transfer window opened. Barcelona sold several players, including Dembele, who joined Serie A giants Inter Milan for 80 million. Umtiti, Firpo, Coutinho, and Rafinha were also transferred, successfully trimming the squad. The subsequent news was of player signings. Messi signed a new 2-year contract with Barcelona, voluntarily taking a pay cut to create substantial salary space for the team. Under Andrew's management, Lee Mingyu's salary increased by 500, reaching 500, making it the 4th highest in the squad. The buyout clause was set at 250 million, further securing Barcelona's peace of mind. Chapter 76. The new season begins. Champions League draw. Messi and Lee Mingyu's contract renewals brought immense relief to the entire Barcelona organization. The defensive line received encouraging news as Eric Garcia, a center-back from Premier League powerhouse Manchester City, would join Barcelona on a free transfer after fulfilling his contract. Garcia, a native of Barcelona, felt honored to return home and play alongside his idol, Messi. In fact, Barcelona had nearly finalized Garcia's contract back in April, with both parties having reached an agreement long ago. Garcia's arrival would fortify Barcelona's previously fragile defense. Accompanying Garcia was Agüero, an old friend of Messi's from the Argentine national team. Also completing his contract with Manchester City, Agüero signed a 2-year deal with Barcelona. The 33-year-old striker expressed his belief that he still had much to contribute. Midfielder Wijnaldum also joined Barcelona on a free transfer. The club's dire financial situation precluded them from freeing sufficient funds to engage high-profile players, necessitating smaller-scale reinforcements to create a more balanced squad. This summer, the elite clubs were particularly active. After a trophyless season, Real Madrid spent $1.5 billion to acquire Haaland, whose transfer fee became the highest of the market. Real Madrid's aggressive spending evoked memories of the Galacticos era. Lee Mingyu returned to the La Masia training facility, where he was surprised to see Messi and Agüero entering together, laughing and chatting. Upon spotting Lee Mingyu, Messi warmly greeted him and introduced Agüero. Lee Mingyu, having long admired Agüero, shook his hand. "Leo, congratulations on winning the Copa America," he exclaimed. Indeed, during this edition of the Copa America, Messi had showcased his brilliance, leading Argentina to victory and securing the championship. With 8 goals, he earned both the Golden Boot and Best Player awards. This was Messi's first Copa America title, a significant milestone in his career. Now, like the World Cup, the Copa America would be held every 4 years. At 34, Messi was unlikely to participate in the next tournament. The enduring pain for Messi lay in his 3 second-place finishes in the Copa America and 1 in the World Cup, a blemish on his legacy. The label of a system player had long overshadowed him. However, this Copa America triumph dispelled that cloud. Messi's performance on the pitch exemplified the harmonious blend of teamwork and individual heroism, with 8 goals for direct assists and countless threats that left all in awe of him. Once everyone had arrived, Coach Koeman, accompanied by his coaching staff, came to the training facility. Noticing some players had put on weight, Koeman appeared troubled. It seemed that everyone had indulged over the summer. "Fitness test," he called out. Apart from Messi and Agüero, who had participated in the Copa America, all other players failed the fitness tests. Just as Koeman was about to unleash a tirade, his assistant coach handed him a fitness report with a peculiar expression. Upon reviewing it, Koeman nearly exclaimed in astonishment. This was an exceptionally impressive fitness report, and upon seeing the name, Lee Mingyu, he scrutinized him closely. Noticing Lee Mingyu's slightly tanned and polished skin, he remarked, "Lee, it appears you chose not to indulge this summer." Lee Mingyu chuckled softly and remarked, "Sir, I am merely 19. Koeman, shaking his head, replied, "Young man, at your age, and having achieved such remarkable success last season, it is truly commendable that you have not lost your way." Utilizing Lee Mingyu's fitness assessment report, Koeman expressed his discontent towards the entire team with fervent criticism. At present, Koeman has solidified his position as head coach, thanks to last season's accomplishments. The month-long closed training camp has left many of Barcelona's star players lamenting their plight. On August 25, 2021, the UEFA Champions League draw and UEFA awards ceremony took place at the Grimaldi Forum in Monaco, where Barcelona sent both their head coach Koeman and Messi. Due to Barcelona's lackluster performances in the Champions League in recent years, the club left the ceremony empty-handed. Last season's final featured a spectacular clash between Bayern Munich and Liverpool at the Gazprom Arena in St. Petersburg, where Liverpool triumphed 1-0 thanks to a stunning strike from Salah, claiming the title of the 2021 UEFA Champions League champions. This victory also secured Liverpool, who finished fifth in the Premier League, a ticket to the upcoming Champions League season. Consequently, 5 teams from the Premier League will participate in this year's Champions League. Similarly, La Liga will also feature 5 teams, as Villarreal won the UEFA Europa League and qualified for the Champions League. The UEFA Player of the Year award was bestowed upon Salah for scoring the decisive goal in the final. While Liverpool's coach Jurgen Klopp was named UEFA Coach of the Year, Liverpool garnered nearly all the accolades, marking another prosperous year for the club. Following the conclusion of the UEFA awards ceremony, the most exhilarating moment was about to unfold: the draw for the 2021-2022 UEFA Champions League group stage. Watching the live broadcast from home, Lee Mingyu felt a surge of excitement, as this would be his first time representing the team in the Champions League. A favorable group draw would allow him to accumulate invaluable experience through the group stage matches, a most gratifying prospect. UEFA's General Secretary, Marchetti, appeared on screen, having been responsible for the Champions League draws in recent years. Marchetti began to elucidate the rules of the draw, with the most significant being the principle of avoidance. The Champions League playoffs concluded earlier this week, determining 6 teams to join the previously confirmed 26, thus forming a total of 32 teams for today's draw. Chapter 77. The birth of the group of death: the defending Champions League title holders Liverpool, the Europa League champions Villarreal, La Liga champions Barcelona, Premier League champions Manchester City, Serie A champions Inter Milan, Bundesliga champions Bayern Munich, League One champions Paris Saint-Germain, and Russian Premier League champions Zenit comprised this year's seeded teams. The second pot featured Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, Borussia Dortmund, Juventus, Shakhtar Donetsk, Manchester United, Ajax, and Benfica. The third pot included Lyon, RB Leipzig, Salzburg, Olympiacos, Brugge, Sevilla, AC Milan, and Chelsea. The fourth pot consisted of Dinamo Zagreb, Leicester City, Atlanta, Frankfurt Besiktas, CSKA Moscow, Slavia Prague, and Red Star Belgrade. The avoidance principle dictates that teams from the same football association must be kept apart. For instance, Real Madrid and Barcelona cannot be drawn into the same group. This rule applies not only in the group stage, but equally in the first round of the knockout stage. Additionally, teams from countries with strained relations cannot be drawn into the same group, such as Russian and Ukrainian teams. After explaining the avoidance principles, Marchetti announced the commencement of the draw for the 2021-2022 UEFA Champions League group stage. The guests for the draw were illustrious football stars, although their brilliance was eclipsed by the impending draw. In the first round, the groups for the 8 first-seeded teams were drawn: Group A for Bayern Munich, Group B for Liverpool, Group C for Paris Saint-Germain, Group D for Barcelona, Group E for Manchester City, Group F for Zenit, Group G for Inter Milan, and Group H for Villarreal. Barcelona was placed in Group D. However, the first round's draw held little significance. The true importance lay in the second and third rounds, where the notorious group of death often materializes. In the second round of the draw, the first team drawn was Real Madrid, which startled Bayern Munich fans. Unexpectedly, Real Madrid was placed in Group A, forming the embryonic shape of the group of death alongside Manchester City. Viewers at home were left in astonishment. This reflects a subtle, unspoken rule of the Champions League draw. To accommodate broadcasting needs, the 2 strongest teams from the same country are scheduled to play on different match days, necessitating their placement in distinct halves of the draw. Real Madrid and Barcelona have been arranged in this manner for over a decade. Soon, Bayern Munich welcomed its first group member, Shakhtar Donetsk from Ukraine, a favorable draw. Group B's Liverpool also received a fortuitous pairing, drawing Benfica from Portugal. Group C's Paris Saint-Germain was matched with the Premier League's Manchester United. Lee Mingyu's heart raced, for the next draw could determine Barcelona's fate in this year's Champions League. The legendary Italian veteran Paolo Maldini unveiled a ball, revealing a look of surprise. Juventus. As this draw was announced, the camera panned to Ronaldo and Messi, both of whom furrowed their brows in concern. Another showdown between the two. Last season, Juventus and Barcelona were drawn together in the group stage, marking their first encounter since Ronaldo's departure from Real Madrid. Unfortunately, due to a muscle strain, Ronaldo missed their initial clash, disappointing many fans eager to witness the rivalry reignite. However, in their second matchup, Ronaldo scored 2 penalties, leading Juventus to top the group and advance over Barcelona. Now, once again, the two teams found themselves in the same group. One could only wonder if this would indeed become the group of death. Group D, Manchester City, Real Madrid. Group F, Zenit, Atletico Madrid. Group, Inter Milan, Ajax. Group, Villarreal, Dortmund. After the conclusion of the second round of the draw, the positions of many teams for the third round were already determined. Lyon will undoubtedly be placed in the lower half, as they need to be separated from Paris Saint-Germain. RB Leipzig is a formidable opponent. Last year's knockout stage saw them face the eventual Champions League winners, Liverpool, and they were regrettably eliminated. Both groups contain German teams, and no other group is eager to confront this fierce contender. The fourth-place team from La Liga, Sevilla, has limited options and can only choose from these 4 groups. Chelsea and Milan also find themselves in a position where no group wishes to be paired with them. The third round of the draw commenced. The first team drawn was Supremacy, Milan. Thus, the current situation in the group is Bayern Munich, Shakhtar Donetsk, and Milan, which can be described as a near-death group. Group, Liverpool, Benfica, Lyon, for Liverpool. This is an exceptionally favorable grouping. Group, Paris Saint-Germain, Manchester United, Sevilla. The fourth-place team from La Liga is no weak contender, making this group another near-death group. Maldini produced a spherical ball, opened it, and extracted a slip to showcase to everyone. Chelsea. Astonishingly, the death group has emerged. Group, Barcelona, Juventus, Chelsea. The mere combination of these 3 names signifies the establishment of a death group. On the sidelines, Koeman and Messi could not help but bury their heads in despair. Meanwhile, at home, Lee Mingyu scratched his head in disbelief, as his Champions League debut begins with such a hellish start. Group, Manchester City, Real Madrid, Brugge. Group, Zenit, Atletico Madrid. Olympiacos. Group, Inter Milan, Ajax, RB Leipzig. Group, Villarreal, Dortmund, Salzburg. The final round of the draw concluded swiftly, and the ultimate results were unveiled. Group, Bayern Munich, Germany. Shakhtar Donetsk, Ukraine, Milan, Italy, Dinamo Zagreb, Croatia. Group, Liverpool, England, Benfica, Portugal. Olympiacos, Greece, Frankfurt, Germany. Group, Paris Saint-Germain, France, Manchester United, England, Sevilla, Spain, CSKA Moscow, Russia. Group, Barcelona, Spain, Juventus, Italy, Chelsea, England, Besiktas, Turkey. Group, Manchester City, England, Real Madrid, Spain, Brugge, Belgium, Atlanta, Italy. Group, Zenit, Russia, Atletico Madrid, Spain, Lyon, France. Leicester City, England. Group, Inter Milan, Italy, Ajax, Netherlands, RB Leipzig, Germany, Slavia Prague, Czech Republic. Group, Villarreal, Spain, Dortmund, Germany, Salzburg, Austria, Red Star Belgrade, Serbia. With the draw concluded, some rejoice while others lament. Chapter 78. The first battle of a new season, the Chinese Derby. Following the conclusion of the Champions League draw, Barcelona entered preparations. The daunting group did not dampen the spirits of Barcelona's players, as they are accustomed to such challenges. Next month, the new season will officially commence. As is customary before the season begins, Barcelona arranged friendly matches against several European teams. This serves both to blend new and veteran players into the lineup and to help the team acclimatize to match conditions. In the first friendly match, Barcelona invited Sporting Gijón in from the Spanish Segunda División. This team has long lingered in the second division, but has experienced promotions to the top division only to quickly return. Last season, Gijón lost in the playoffs against Almer A, failing to achieve promotion. Nevertheless, their style of play is notably tenacious. Ultimately, Barcelona triumphed at home with a score of 3-1. Despite the victory, the issues within the team elicited a frown from Koeman. The disconnect between the defense and midfield, the slow adaptation of new players, and Griezmann's lack of form were evident. Both Lee Mingyu and Messi performed adequately, yet their teamwork with others felt somewhat disjointed. In the second friendly match, Barcelona once again faced a team from the Segunda División, Girona. This team also has a brief history in the top division, but currently finds itself in mid-table in the second tier. In this match, Barcelona's attack and defense appeared much more fluid, ultimately winning 5-1, which only served to further frustrate Koeman regarding his defense. New center-back Eric Garcia's talent is unquestionable, yet the synergy with Barcelona's style remains a work in progress. The conceded goal stemmed from a lapse in communication between him and Lenglet, allowing the opposing forward to slip between them and score. The two friendlies have laid bare some of Barcelona's shortcomings. The defensive issues remain unresolved. The attacking prowess in the midfield is formidable, yet the aging of Busquets has rendered Barcelona's midfield and defense quite vulnerable. Against weaker opponents, Barcelona's powerful attacking lineup is often sufficient to dominate, but to progress far in the Champions League, the defensive problems must be addressed promptly. New midfielder Wijnaldum has yet to fully integrate into Barcelona's rhythm. However, it is believed that with a month or two more, this season 31-year-old, referred to as Dumu, will firmly establish himself in Barcelona's midfield. On September 27, 2021, the 2021-2022 La Liga season officially commenced. On September 28th, at 1900 hours local time, the first match of the new season took place at Barcelona's Camp Nou. As the new season begins, please rebind the home stadium. Each season, you have one opportunity to rebind the stadium, binding the Camp Nou successful. While playing at this stadium, your condition will always be at its peak, and your injury resistance will be maximized. System update complete. Congratulations on successfully checking in at Camp Nou and acquiring the dual triangle attack of Barcelona legend Xavi. Xavi's dual triangle attack. By constantly moving and passing, he connects the team, being virtually omnipresent and capable of forming a dual triangle tactic with any teammate. Typically, a triangle attack requires 3 individuals to execute. However, Xavi can accomplish this tactic through his movement and passing alone. This means that, after passing, Xavi will position himself at the receiving point of a third player's pass, completing what should be a 3-person maneuver. As the brain of Barcelona's dream team, Xavi is an extraordinarily great player. Yet, most fans' attention is drawn to Messi's dazzling football, often overlooking this quietly dedicated captain, especially concerning the Ballon d'Or. If it were not for FIFA's desire to establish Messi and Ronaldo as the unparalleled icons of football, how could Xavi, through all these years, fail to secure even a single Ballon d'Or? Each time I witness the award ceremony, Xavi is either seen accompanying Messi or Ronaldo, leaving countless fans lamenting the unfairness towards the true mastermind behind Barcelona. Greetings to the audience of 10 Cent Sports. It is a pleasure to have you join us at 3 in the morning to witness the La Liga match of the 2021-2022 season. In yesterday's completed matches, Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid triumphed over their respective opponents. However, due to Real Madrid's superior goal difference, they currently sit atop the league standings, closely followed by Atletico Madrid. In half an hour, the match between Barcelona and Espanyol will commence. Last season, Espanyol finished second in the Segunda División, allowing them to return to La Liga. I have acquired the starting lineup for Espanyol, and I am pleased to see a familiar name. Wu Lei reappears in the starting 11, playing as a right midfielder. Both Li Mingyu and Wu Lei are starting, marking what should be the first ever derby between Chinese players in Spanish football history. I eagerly anticipate their splendid performances in the match. As is well known, both Barcelona and Espanyol hail from the Catalan capital of Barcelona, and the renowned Barcelona derby is the most frequently contested city rivalry in La Liga history. Although the disparity in strength between the two teams is quite evident, matches between them never fail to be thrilling, regardless of their competitive standings. Let us examine Barcelona's starting lineup. Marc-Andre ter Stegen remains in goal, while Eric Garcia partners with Frenkie de Jong in central defense, indicating the coach's complete loss of faith in Lenglet. The two fullbacks are Alba and Dest, while Busquets continues in the defensive midfield role, accompanied by Wijnaldum and Pedri in midfield. The 3 forwards consist of Messi, Griezmann, and Li Mingyu. Currently, Li Mingyu has firmly established himself as a key player for Barcelona, with his remarkable performances last season rendering him one of the most coveted rising stars. Reports suggest that this year's Golden Boy Award is almost certain to be bestowed upon him. In yesterday's match, Real Madrid's new signing and last year's Golden Boy winner, Haaland, made a remarkable impact, scoring twice and leading Real Madrid to a resounding victory at home. One wonders how Li Mingyu will respond in today's match. Chapter 79. The first goal arrives with alacrity upon their return to La Liga. Espanyol did not undertake significant changes to their lineup. Coach Vicente Moreno adapted his favored 4-4-2 formation from the Segunda División to a 4-5-1 to face the formidable Barcelona. Moreno understood that an all-out attacking approach would be futile against such a powerful opponent. However, merely stacking the defense is also unwise. Thus, he deployed 5 midfielders, aiming to effectively curb Barcelona's offensive maneuvers and prevent them from finding comfort near his team's penalty area. Before the match, in the players' tunnel, Lee Mingyu spotted fellow Chinese player Wu Lei. Wu Lei's eyes lit up upon seeing Lee Mingyu. He approached and greeted him in slightly awkward Spanish. "Hello, I am Wu Lei." Lee Mingyu smiled warmly and responded fluently in Mandarin. "Hello, Lega, I am Lee Mingyu," having lived in Spain for several years. Wu Lei was familiar with Lee Mingyu and assumed he had grown up in Spain, speculating that his Mandarin might not be proficient. To his surprise, Lee Mingyu's command of the language was impeccable, leaving no hint of being a foreign-raised child. Wu Lei felt a sense of relief. Hearing his mother tongue in a foreign land was a heartwarming experience. Their conversation was brief, as they were not well acquainted, and given the rivalry between their teams, they refrained from being overly familiar. They agreed to dine together after the match. Wu Lei, having been abroad for so long, was delighted to meet a fellow compatriot. As both teams took to the field, the referee's whistle marked the beginning of Barcelona's season opener. Messi turned the ball back to Busquets, calmly assessing the situation. Busquets distributed the ball to Pedri on the flank as Espanyol's midfielders pressed forward, with De Jong absent as a reliable outlet. Messi had a drop back to orchestrate the team's attack. Pedri passed the ball back to Messi, who swiftly turned and evaded the approaching Espanyol midfielder with finesse. This remarkable maneuver, a near 180-degree spin, left the opposing player nearly off balance. As Messi advanced, Espanyol's defense closed in. However, he did not linger on the ball. Recognizing the defensive shift, he delivered a lateral pass to the supporting Lee Mingyu on the left flank. Upon receiving the ball, Lee Mingyu executed a splendid 1-2 to bypass the defender effortlessly. Like a high-performance sports car, he surged past the opposition. Lee Mingyu's physical prowess had evolved significantly from the previous year. Now, his forceful breakthroughs rendered opponents' attempts to foul him futile. The results of his summer training were on full display at this moment. Wu Lei, rushing to provide support, watched in astonishment as Lee Mingyu accelerated from approximately 3 meters away, only to find himself falling further behind. Despite Wu Lei's considerable speed, Lee Mingyu's was even more remarkable. The roar of the crowd at Camp Nou was deafening. Witnessing Lee Mingyu's pace, fans felt their adrenaline surge, overwhelmed with excitement. It had been months since they had witnessed such a thrilling spectacle. Lee Mingyu's rapid sprint evoked memories of last season's top scorer, and to the fans' astonishment, his speed had noticeably increased. Amidst the cheers, Lee Mingyu executed a deft change of pace, leaving the approaching center-back momentarily disoriented. In the stunned silence of the spectators, Lee Mingyu, near the edge of the penalty area, crafted an angle and unleashed a powerful right-footed shot. The opposing goalkeeper, Oyer, could only make a desperate attempt to save, helplessly watching as the ball slipped past him and into the net. In just 5 minutes since the match began, Lee Mingyu had scored the inaugural goal of Barcelona's new season with a brilliant breakthrough down the wing. Wu Lei had long ceased his pursuit, gazing in astonishment at his Asian friend. The speed, the explosive power, the final cut, and the powerful shot. He resembled a veritable beast. Wu Lei could not help but wonder, if Lee Mingyu were to join him in the national team, might Chinese football once again find its way to the World Cup? However, a wry smile crossed his face as he shook his head, for this topic had already been fervently discussed by countless individuals during the summer. Would Lee Mingyu join the national team and aid in their quest for the World Cup? Yet, a bucket of cold water was thrown over the fans' hopes. Since Lee Mingyu had already represented the Spanish youth team in the U-20 World Cup, he could no longer change his nationality to join the Chinese national team. In the 2019 Poland U-20 World Cup, Lee Mingyu was selected for the Spanish youth team, although he did not make a significant impact during the tournament. It had marked him with the stamp of the Spanish team. It should be noted that only participation in senior-level competitions prevents nationality changes. Thus, adjustments should be made to avoid mentioning Chinese football, as it is a source of discontent. Nonetheless, Lee Mingyu's absence from the latest Spanish national team call-up sparked considerable controversy within Spain. In recent years, Spain's performance in major tournaments have been far from satisfactory. Since 2014, the Spanish national team's results in competitions could only be described as a steep decline. In the 2014 World Cup, the reigning champions were shockingly awakened by a 5-1 loss to the Netherlands in their opening group match. Ultimately, Spain, as the defending champions, failed to progress beyond the group stage. Then came the 2016 European Championship, where the Spanish team, having learned from their past mistakes, fielded their strongest lineup. However, they finished second in their group and were eliminated by Italy, missing out on the quarterfinals. The 10th-place finish in the 2018 World Cup was hardly a source of pride for Spain. In the 2020 European Championship, Spain was grouped with Sweden, led by the 39-year-old Ibrahimovic, Poland, spearheaded by the world-class striker Lewandowski, and Slovakia, known for their robust playing style. Consequently, Spain concluded the group stage with 2 draws and 1 defeat, shamefully exiting the tournament. For 4 consecutive major tournaments, Spain had failed to achieve satisfactory results, much to the dismay of its fans. In the recently held 2022 World Cup European qualifiers, Spain was grouped with Sweden, Greece, Georgia, and Kosovo. Given Spain's strength, they should have been the frontrunners, but after the first round of 4 matches, their record of 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss left fans disheartened. The first match ended in a 1-1 draw against Greece. The second match saw them narrowly defeat the weaker Georgia team 2-1 away. In the third match, they triumphed over Kosovo with a 2-0 scoreline. However, in the fourth match at home, they suffered a 0-2 defeat to Sweden, led by Ibrahimovic. The current standings were unfavorable for Spain, with Sweden leading the group with 3 wins and 1 loss. Greece in second place with 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, while Spain languished in third with the same points but inferior goal difference. Following closely were Georgia with 6 points from 2 wins and 2 losses, and, at the bottom, Kosovo with 4 defeats. The once illustrious Spanish team, now aging and lacking youth, struggled to form a competent squad. It was rumored that Spain's head coach Luis Enrique was contemplating a recruitment plan for Lee Mingyu. Following the restart of the match, the Spanish team launched an offensive. In defense, they adopted a 4-5-1 formation, but when attacking, they reverted to their favored 4-4-2 setup, placing Wu Lei in the familiar forward position alongside their main striker, the Tom S, forming a dual forward line. The Spanish attack was layered and disciplined, resisting the high press from Barcelona without hasty ball distribution. Barcelona's midfield defense posed insufficient threat to the Spaniards. The integration of new players with the team was still an ongoing process. Wu Lei was particularly active in the attacking front, often retreating to receive the ball, aiming to stretch Barcelona's defense. Lee Mingyu also dropped back to just outside the penalty area, using his remarkable speed to compel the Spanish players to hasten their passing. His defensive efforts took the Spaniards by surprise, as last season, Lee Mingyu had almost abstained from defensive duties. However, after specialized training, his stamina now allowed him to endure the entire match. The Spanish attack was forced into retreat by Lee Mingyu, who made them cautious about passing dangerous lateral balls, fearing he might intercept and launch a counterattack. Under Lee Mingyu's pressure, the opposing midfielders inadvertently overhit their passes, resulting in Wu Lei being unable to control the ball as it strayed slightly away from him. Lee Mingyu sprinted forward, colliding with Wu Lei, who felt as if he had bumped into a wall. While astonished by Lee Mingyu's tenacity and strength, he also lost possession of the ball, leading to a throw-in for the opposing side. Lee Mingyu extended a hand to help Wu Lei up, his face devoid of expression, before rushing off to reclaim the ball. Wu Lei, inspired by Lee Mingyu's ferocity, reached out for the ball again. However, the Spanish attack came to an abrupt end, as the surrounded player was successfully dispossessed by Barcelona. Witnessing this, Lee Mingyu immediately dashed toward the Spanish half. Soon, the ball reached De Jong, who had made a forward run. De Jong was diligently responsible in defense, rarely straying from the vicinity of the penalty area. Yet, when an opportunity arose in attack, he would swiftly advance, adding an additional passing option for Barcelona's midfield. De Jong evaded Wu Lei's challenge and executed a clever through ball to Messi. Upon receiving the ball, Messi charged towards the opposing defense. Lee Mingyu and Griezmann had already surged forward rapidly. Griezmann tightly marked the opposing center-back, feigning a request for the ball. With a deft flick of his ankle, Messi passed the ball directly to Griezmann. After receiving it, Griezmann feigned a turn, but the defender behind him remained close, and another defender rushed in to attempt a tackle. Unexpectedly, Griezmann executed a backheel pass, threading the ball between the defender's legs and delivering it into the penalty area. A figure suddenly surged forward from behind the Spanish defense, seizing the football with a single stride. It was a clear one-on-one opportunity. The player in possession was none other than Lee Mingyu, who had stealthily positioned himself within the Spanish defense. Upon realizing the precarious situation, the defenders raised their hands in unison, claiming that Lee Mingyu was offside. Yet, the linesman's flag remained resolutely down, and the referee offered no indication to the contrary. The goalkeeper, Oyer, moved swiftly, attempting to narrow the angle for Lee Mingyu's shot. Employing his signature maneuver, Lee Mingyu swayed his upper body like a pendulum, leaving Oyer momentarily frozen, watching helplessly as Lee Mingyu glided past him, eventually landing on the ground. After deftly bypassing the goalkeeper, Lee Mingyu wasted no time, striking the ball decisively into the net. By the 20th minute of the first half, the score had escalated to 2-0, with Barcelona in the lead. After scoring, Lee Mingyu promptly leaped onto Griezmann's back, celebrating. This goal owed much to Griezmann's exquisite backheel pass, which had concealed Lee Mingyu's opportunity to face the goalkeeper directly. The Spanish players, confronted with this scenario, felt their composure fracture. How could this happen? They had merely returned from a season in the Segunda División, yet now, facing Barcelona, they had to contend not only with Messi, but also with this formidable player. Presently, Lee Mingyu had become a source of considerable anxiety for every La Liga coach. In this year's league, the challenge of facing Real Madrid with Haaland and Barcelona with both Messi and Lee Mingyu had emerged as a significant dilemma. Even Atletico Madrid's coach, Simeone, contemplated resigning. In the previous season, losing the championship at the last moment and facing elimination in the UEFA Champions League had instilled deep self-doubt in Simeone. Had it not been for the club president's fervent insistence, he might have departed from Atletico Madrid. With Suarez suspended for another 2 months, the club was compelled to seek a prominent forward during the summer transfer window. The 39-year-old Ibrahimovic, whose contract with Milan concluded that summer, was lured to Atletico Madrid with a salary surpassing that of Milan. In his debut match, Ibrahimovic showcased his prowess with a powerful strike and a backheel pass, helping the team secure a 2-0 victory. Ibrahimovic's return to La Liga was also fueled by a desire to confront Barcelona, a chapter of his career he regarded as his most regrettable. He had not received the respect he deserved as a superstar, second only to Ronaldo and Zidane, and had spent too long on the sidelines, ultimately departing Spain in disgrace. Since then, whenever he faced Barcelona, he played with a fervor ignited by past grievances. This time, he chose to join Atletico Madrid, not solely for the financial incentive, but to reclaim what he believed was rightfully his. As play resumed, the Spanish side exhibited signs of mental instability. The ball barely crossed the halfway line before Pedri intercepted it decisively. Following his interception, Pedri passed to Griezmann, who executed a quick lateral pass to the advancing Messi. With an air of nonchalance, Messi navigated past 3 defenders in the opponent's penalty area, creating an angle before unleashing a powerful left-footed shot aimed at goal. Fortunately, the opposing goalkeeper was alert, leaping to deflect the ball onto the crossbar. From interception to shot, Barcelona's attack unfolded in less than 5 seconds. The Spanish players felt as though they were on an emotional roller coaster, with defenders rallying before their goalkeeper, offering words of encouragement. Oyer, elated by his previous save, felt he had performed admirably, bolstering the team's morale. As a corner kick was taken, Oyer leapt high amidst the crowd, claiming the ball confidently. Lee Mingyu, positioned just outside the penalty area, noticed Oyer's gaze and instinctively glanced back. Alarmingly, he observed Wu Lei beginning to sprint, mere meters away from crossing the halfway line. Oyer, having spotted Wu Lei's movement, launched the ball towards him with a powerful throw, bellowing as if to expel his frustrations. At this moment, Lee Mingyu was approximately 30 meters from Wu Lei, and regardless of whether he could catch up, he turned and sprinted back to his own half. It was crucial to note that Wu Lei's speed was formidable. On the La Liga stage, his sprinting capability was undoubtedly elite, although his endurance left something to be desired. In other words, Wu Lei could sprint at exceptional speed for 2 to 3 seconds, comparable to many players in Europe's top leagues. However, if he began his sprint from midfield, his speed would significantly diminish as he approached the penalty area. In terms of attributes, Wu Lei's speed was estimated to be around 90. Lee Mingyu, on the other hand, could sustain a high-speed run of approximately 60 meters. This year's fitness test indicated that Lee Mingyu's 100-meter dash time was 10:40 seconds, placing him among the top 3 fastest footballers. Notably, renowned sprinter Bale's peak speed was recorded at 10:37 seconds, with Lee Mingyu's current speed attribute at 93. One couldn't help but wonder how astonishingly fast he would be once it reached 99. Despite Wu Lei's limitations in sustained speed at this juncture, almost all Barcelona players had pressed into the Spanish half, leaving only Garca positioned near the center circle as a last line of defense. Upon receiving the ball, Wu Lei surged forward, deftly maneuvering past Garca. At this moment, Garca hesitated to commit a foul, fully aware that he was the last defender, and a foul would result in a red card. He could only trail Wu Lei, desperately attempting to keep pace. However, as Wu Lei accelerated, the distance between them widened significantly. A clear expanse lay before Wu Lei, prompting goalkeeper Ter Stegen to retreat towards the goal line, wary of the possibility that Wu Lei might attempt a lob. While advancing, Wu Lei carefully observed the goalkeeper's movements. Noticing that Ter Stegen showed no intention of charging forward, he maximized his speed, hurtling towards the penalty area. Lee Mingyu pursued closely from behind, yet the distance between them was so great that it seemed nearly impossible for him to catch up. After sprinting over 30 meters, Wu Lei noticeably slowed down. Behind him, Garcia, who was in hot pursuit, was about 3 meters away, and upon noticing Wu Lei's deceleration, he rushed forward with uncontainable excitement. Wu Lei's reduction in speed was due not only to the exhaustion of his stamina, but also because he had entered the penalty area, facing the goalkeeper. Slowing down enhanced his chances of scoring. Ter Stegen, seasoned and astute, seized the moment Wu Lei slowed to pounce forward, attempting to close off the angle for his shot. Wu Lei, sensing the defender closing in rapidly, remained remarkably composed in the face of the goalkeeper's advance. He planted his left foot firmly within the penalty area, raised his right foot high, feigning a powerful strike. Garcia, unable to react in time, could only watch helplessly as Wu Lei shot. Seeing Wu Lei's movement, Ter Stegen threw himself forward, striving to widen his defensive coverage as he lunged toward the ball. In Chapter 82, Lee Mingyu attempted to orchestrate an attack through the center for the first time. Wu Lei's right foot did not strike the ball forcefully in the center, but rather, he executed a deft scoop at the bottom of the ball, creating a beautiful arc that sailed over Ter Stegen's head and into the net. Ter Stegen turned to witness the ball bouncing within the goal and, in frustration, struck the ground. Following the goal, Wu Lei celebrated exuberantly. Once relegated to the bench in the Segunda División, he had seized a rare opportunity in the final rounds of matches, scoring several pivotal goals and regaining the trust of his coach. Upon returning to Huaxia in the new season, Wu Lei had not relaxed his training. His performance had greatly pleased the coach, earning him a starting position in the first match. Cherishing this opportunity, he exerted himself on the field. After a remarkable 40-meter sprint, maintaining such a positive mindset, he scored with a deft scoop shot, breaking through Barcelona's defense. The Espanyol players surged toward Wu Lei, celebrating wildly together. At the moment of Wu Lei's shot, Lee Mingyu was still over 10 meters from the edge of the penalty area. Witnessing the splendid goal, a bitter smile crossed Lee Mingyu's face. The previous 2 goals had lulled the Barcelona players into complacency. Center-back De Jong had ventured into the opponent's penalty area, preparing to contest a header. Consequently, the opposition capitalized on a rapid counterattack, allowing Wu Lei to execute a thrilling goal. On October 10th, a reservation had already been made. Observing the Espanyol players celebrating freely on their turf infuriated the fans in the Camp Nou, who responded with a chorus of boos directed at both the Espanyol players and Barcelona. The defenders of Barcelona gritted their teeth, particularly Garcia, who felt utterly inadequate after being overtaken by Wu Lei's sudden acceleration. In the role of this season's defensive linchpin, Garcia had been entrusted with great expectations by Koeman, but such a scenario unfolding in the first match caused Koeman's brow to furrow deeply. Thierry Stegen, his Ignat, retrieved the ball from the net and hurled it toward the center circle, shaking his head in a wry smile. As Barcelona's starting goalkeeper, he had grown weary of the state of the defense. Wu Lei's goal had dealt a blow to Barcelona's morale, but also alleviated some of the players' restlessness, especially those in the back line. De Jong, now a center-back, silently returned to his position, needing to temper his desire to push forward. Though he preferred the midfielder role, he had to comply with the coach's arrangement and play where needed for the time being. As play resumed, Barcelona's players regained control of the midfield. Despite conceding a goal moments earlier, the capabilities of Barcelona's midfielders remained superior. The players of Espanyol were diligently confined to their half. Messi and Lee Mingyu flanked the field, persistently probing Espanyol's defensive line. With Espanyol's formation set at 4-5-1, their wing protection was executed with utmost precision. Once settled into a positional attack, it became a test of patience for the attacking side versus the defensive side's concentration. Barcelona excelled in such scenarios, circulating the ball around the periphery like a lion observing its prey from the thicket. The players of Espanyol refrained from exhausting their energy, remaining vigilant to maintain their formation as long as Barcelona stayed outside their 40-meter zone. They would not easily be lured out. Barcelona's attacking system bore little difference from the previous season. Lee Mingyu's presence effectively filled Dembele's position, while De Jong returned to the center-back role, shifting the primary responsibility for orchestrating the offense to Messi. Griezmann had yet to recapture the sharpness he exhibited at Atletico Madrid, instead becoming more of a workhorse in the front line. The most threatening aspect remained Lee Mingyu. However, this was clear not only to Barcelona but also to Espanyol, resulting in a tight marking on Lee Mingyu. Unless he withdrew to retrieve the ball, it was nearly impossible for him to receive it in threatening positions. Growing impatient with the relentless marking, Lee Mingyu made a reverse run back to the midfield. Upon seeing Lee Mingyu return, Messi immediately passed him the ball. Receiving it in midfield, Lee Mingyu assessed the positioning of the opposing defenders, feeling a twinge of frustration. He regarded himself as a forward, yet with the innate ball sense reminiscent of Zidane and the triangular attacking capability of Xavi, how could he not excel in midfield? Positioned near the midfield, the nearest defender was Wu Lei, still 3 meters distant. Lee Mingyu passed the ball to the other side to Pedri and quickly repositioned himself. Upon receiving the ball, Pedri heard Lee Mingyu's call, his eyes lighting up, as Lee Mingyu's positioning was exceptionally astute, rendering the nearby defenders unable to close in immediately. Barcelona players may not boast numerous skills, but their ability to deliver a pass is undoubtedly of world-class caliber. Lee Mingyu received a pass from Pedri. On his left, right? And directly in front of him stood a defender each. If he dared to advance with the ball, the opposing team would only need a simple encirclement to intercept it. Messi, noticing Lee Mingyu's position, quickly prepared to offer support. Lee Mingyu feigned a pass to Messi, causing the 3 defenders to shift their focus. However, he then executed a clever feint, maneuvering the ball laterally towards the center and deftly evading the defender on his left. With precision, he delivered a long pass of 20 meters directly towards the left flank. Originally positioned as a winger on the left, he had pulled back to midfield, leaving that side wide open. Chapter 83. What we lack is Xavi, the new midfielder, which Ronaldo could hardly contain his excitement upon seeing the vast space ahead. During Lee Mingyu's build-up play in the midfield, he spotted Dumu making an advancing run and executed a feigned pass to Messi before delivering the ball to the left flank, where Wijnaldum was making his run. Wijnaldum, thrilled to receive the ball in his first match representing Barcelona, took off with incredible speed, thanks to Lee Mingyu's positioning. Both he and Messi found themselves on the left side, drawing the attention of the Espanyol defense entirely towards that flank. Consequently, the opposite side was nearly deserted. Only after Lee Mingyu's pass did the Espanyol defenders realize their oversight and rush towards Wijnaldum. However, such abrupt changes in defense tested the team's coherence. Unfortunately, Espanyol lacked the necessary synchronization. The threats posed by Lee Mingyu and Messi left the defenders in a quandary, unsure whether to abandon their posts to guard Wijnaldum or to continue their tight marking of the 2 stars. Lee Mingyu's pass showcased his vision and football intelligence, earning him a newfound respect for Messi, as it was undoubtedly a world-class delivery. As Lee Mingyu released the ball, he and Messi began their forward runs. Observing their sudden movement, the defenders ceased their indecision and pursued them. Near the edge of the penalty area, without any prior communication, they executed a cross run. Messi darted towards the center of the box, while Lee Mingyu veered towards the far post. This exchange completely shattered Espanyol's defensive structure. Wijnaldum, recognizing the massive gap in the defense, delivered a high-quality cross into the penalty area. With a strong inward curl, the ball rendered the goalkeeper unable to intervene, forcing him to stand rooted on the goal line, helplessly tracking its trajectory. Griezmann leaped high at the near post, yet the ball slipped just over his head. However, his jump momentarily distracted Messi, who mistakenly assumed Griezmann would make contact. When the ball unexpectedly eluded Griezmann, Messi found himself unable to react in time, watching helplessly as it bounced before him, heading towards the far post. All eyes turned to that spot, where shockingly, no Espanyol defender was present. The cross run between Lee Mingyu and Messi had drawn all the defenders toward the center of the goal, as Messi remained an everlasting nightmare in their minds. From the far post, Lee Mingyu planted his left foot firmly on the ground, raised his right leg high, and assumed an archery-like pose to meet the incoming ball with a fierce volley. The sound of the strike echoed as the ball surged toward the goal with a heart-stopping whistle. The opposing goalkeeper, positioned centrally, began to shift towards the far post upon seeing Lee Mingyu's shot. However, no human movement could ever match the speed of the ball. By the time he dove, the football had already crashed into the net behind him. 3-1. In the 40th minute of the first half, Lee Mingyu completed a stunning hat trick with this exquisite volley, marking the first hat trick of the 2021-2022 La Liga season, achieved in a mere 40 minutes. After the goal, Lee Mingyu excitedly rushed to the sidelines, clutching the emblem on his chest with his left hand, proudly displaying it to the fans in the stands. The crowd erupted in exhilaration. That goal was undeniably powerful, a true testament to masculinity. The stands in Spain are remarkably close to the pitch, and as Lee Mingyu stood at the edge, numerous fans reached out, enthusiastically patting his back. Wow, that was a hard hit. Lee Mingyu felt the affection of the fans and quickly retreated from the edge, embracing his teammates. After exchanging enthusiastic high-fives with them, he adjusted his disheveled hair, casting a wistful glance at the departing crowd. His backside had indeed received a kick. How vexing. In the final 5 minutes of the first half, both teams exchanged attacks, yet no further goals were scored. However, just before the whistle, Wule's long-range shot from outside the box sent a shiver down the spines of Barcelona fans. With the referee's whistle, the first half concluded. Upon returning to the locker room, Messi and Lee Mingyu discussed the earlier goal. Lee, I think you're quite suited for playing in midfield. That pass in the first half was simply magnificent. Lee Mingyu chuckled, replying, it was merely a moment of inspiration, nothing more. At that moment, Koeman entered the room, announcing, in the second half, we'll adjust our formation slightly. Griezmann and Messi, you two will play as a dual forward pair. Lee, you'll return to midfield and orchestrate our attacking play in the second half. Lee Mingyu quickly replied, Sir, I'm afraid I may not be up to the task. Koeman chuckled heartily, patting Lee Mingyu on the shoulder, saying, I have always recognized your progress. You should not be confined to the flanks. Your awareness and ball control are exceptional. I have high hopes for you. Lee Mingyu wanted to say more, but Koeman shook his head, stating, Barcelona does not lack Messi. We already have him. What we lack is Xavi. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, including Messi, who nodded in agreement. Despite the years of Messi's acclaim, those who truly understand the Barcelona system and tactics know that Messi has never been the most crucial player on the team. It is Xavi and others like him who serve as the engine of the team. Since Xavi's departure, Barcelona has not reached the pinnacle of European football again. Johan Cruyff, the father of Barcelona football, once remarked, Messi is the finest footballer I have ever seen, but Xavi is the one most suited to Barcelona. Over the years, Barcelona has remained a formidable team in the hearts of many, yet they no longer instill fear in their opponents due to the absence of their guiding captain, their engine, the great man who once flourished in the shadow of Messi. In Chapter 84, while observing Lee Mingyu's performance in the first half, Koeman was struck by a seemingly ordinary man, Xavi, as he noted Lee's positioning and passing. However, since Lee was stationed on the left flank, further from the coaching bench, Koeman had not fully grasped his contributions. As the game progressed, Lee suddenly transitioned to the midfield and then maneuvered to the right wing, allowing Koeman to clearly witness his skillful movements. Each pass and run Lee executed was designed to provide his teammates with optimal receiving conditions while simultaneously complicating the defensive efforts of opposing players, leaving them vulnerable. Koeman contemplated giving Lee a chance to emulate Xavi's role and style of play. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Why had he not recognized Lee's potential in the 2 previous friendly matches? Lee could not directly disclose that he had only recently acquired such abilities. As the second half commenced, it became evident that Barcelona's formation had undergone some alterations. Lee seemed to have been repositioned to the midfield, with Griezmann and Messi adopting a dual forward strategy. The midfield now featured a classic diamond formation, with Lee positioned as an attacking midfielder, a bold experiment by Koeman, likely inspired by Lee's impressive playmaking in the first half. This tactical approach had not been seen in years since the departure of a pivotal figure. It remained uncertain whether Lee could adapt to this role. Nevertheless, given the team's 2-goal lead and the diminished attacking intensity from Espanyol, Koeman's decision to experiment was understandable. The hope was for Lee to make a significant impact in this new position. In Qatar, the capital city of Doha, a man with a beard sat on a sofa, watching the televised local derby between Barcelona and Espanyol. Xavi Hernandez, currently the head coach of Al Sadd, had taken on this role following his retirement in May 2019. As he watched the brilliant midfield replay featuring Lee Mingyu's orchestrated attack in the 40th minute, he murmured to himself, "This kid shows promise." He recognized a reflection of his younger self in Lee, who, from that very position, initiated each offensive play with purposeful movement and effective passing that exploited defensive weaknesses. Since leaving Barcelona, Xavi had not experienced the thrill of delivering a decisive pass to the opponent's goal. He harbored no resentment toward Barcelona, as his departure was amicable. His physical condition had become misaligned with the club's demands, and his exit was marked by a grand farewell ceremony celebrating his legacy as one of Barcelona's greatest players. As the second half began, Lee Mingyu, now taking on the role of orchestrator, actively moved to connect the team. His presence as an attacking midfielder astonished his Barcelona teammates, who found a newfound ease in their gameplay. They knew that upon receiving the ball, Lee would be nearby, simplifying their decision-making process. This seamless connection was particularly felt by Messi and Busquets, who had long collaborated with Xavi. If one were to disregard Lee's appearance and jersey number, one might easily mistake him for Xavi himself. Not only did Barcelona flourish under this dynamic, but Espanyol also felt immense pressure. While Barcelona's first-half offense relied heavily on individual brilliance, the second half evoked memories of past La Liga encounters, where every team felt as if the game was an extension of their footwork, an embodiment of the football philosophy that had brought Barcelona fame. In a historical context, during the 2006 World Cup, Spanish broadcaster Andrés Montes described Spain's tactics against Tunisia with a term that mimicked the sound of quick short passes on the field. The essence of this strategy revolved around triangular formations, requiring 3 players to occupy different positions, allowing the ball carrier to have multiple passing options. Upon losing possession, this attacking triangle quickly transformed into a defensive triangle, applying pressure to the ball holder. During Barcelona's peak, it was humorously suggested that the best strategy was to keep the ball at Barcelona's feet. If it were at yours, it became perilous. Xavi's brilliance lay in his ability to create these triangles through his movements, facilitating passes among teammates while remaining the sole architect of the play. Lee Mingyu embodied this philosophy, first passing to Pedri, then swiftly repositioning himself to a location that troubled 2 opposing defenders. As he received Pedri's return pass, he quickly released the ball to Messi, maneuvering out of the defensive squeeze to find another pocket of space for Messi's subsequent return. This interplay between the 3 players resulted in a devastating triangular offensive that dismantled the opponent's defense. In Chapter 85, Lee transmitted the ball to Griezmann on the opposite flank. Griezmann gently nudged the ball back to the approaching Lee, who had now positioned himself near the edge of the penalty area, with only the defensive line standing between him and the goal, as the holding midfielder had been left behind in his wake. Lee Mingyu, playing as an attacking midfielder, possesses a remarkable advantage over Xavi: his speed. This allows him to effortlessly evade opposing defenses and position himself optimally. The situation is perilous as a center-back charges forward, intent on thwarting Lee Mingyu's advance. He feigns a long-range shot, causing the defender to lunge forward in an attempt to block his angle. The goalkeeper, fully focused on the ball at Lee Mingyu's feet, prepares for a save. However, with a powerful lift of his foot, Lee Mingyu skillfully flicks the ball with a delicate twist of his ankle, sending it diagonally past the defender. On the opposite flank, Messi, like a wraith, emerges from behind the defender to seize the ball. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, he calmly executes a left-footed shot, sending the ball into the net. After the goal, Messi does not celebrate exuberantly. Instead, he gazes at Lee Mingyu with a look of astonishment, disbelief etched on his face. Messi's run was instinctual, guided by muscle memory, as forwards typically exploit openings. Yet, the player in possession may not always deliver the pass, rendering many runs redundant. Nevertheless, the moment Messi dashed forward, the ball appeared before him. Overcome with surprise, he seized the opportunity and effortlessly found the back of the net. This type of goal is one Messi has scored countless times, but this particular strike brought him immense satisfaction, reminiscent of a style of play he hadn't enjoyed in years. Since Xavi's departure, Messi had not experienced such a seamless attacking opportunity. My Xavi has returned, he mused as he sent the ball into the opponent's net, echoing the once celebrated playing style of Barcelona. However, after Xavi aged and could no longer keep pace with the rapid offensive transitions, the glory days of Barcelona began to crumble. Although they still maintain some dominance in La Liga, the once mighty team has become an easy target in the Champions League. Messi's goal was practically a mere pass into the net. Had Griezmann not continued into the box after failing to pass to Lee Mingyu, Messi could have easily squared the ball for Griezmann to tap it in. Many of Barcelona's previous goals followed this pattern. Following the goal, Lee Mingyu joyously rushed to embrace Messi, exhilarated by the mastery he had just exhibited. The sensation of controlling the football, watching the opposing players flail around like headless flies, was exhilarating. With just a few passes and agile movements, he had completely disrupted the opposing defense. This feeling surpassed even scoring a goal. Xavi's exceptional ability in orchestrating a double triangle attack is truly a divine skill, unmatched in the footballing world. Today, Lee Mingyu has inherited Xavi's legacy, revitalizing Barcelona. On the sidelines, Koeman observed the goal with excitement. He had merely intended to assess Lee Mingyu's performance, but had inadvertently transformed the team dynamics by replacing a wing player with a new engine of creativity. This acquisition proved to be immensely advantageous. As the match progressed, Espanyol found themselves haunted by memories of their past dominance. Lee Mingyu, positioned near midfield, left several Espanyol midfielders in disarray. Wu Lei, attempting to mark Lee Mingyu defensively, struggled against his speed, quickly becoming breathless. What a monster, Wu Lei thought, recalling reports from the previous season that Lee Mingyu's greatest weakness was his stamina. Remarkably, he had overcome this flaw over the summer. What could have transpired during that time? As Espanyol's midfield crumbled, Lee Mingyu's control of the ball became increasingly effortless, deftly orchestrating the movements of the opposing players and leading them into futile defensive runs, further depleting their energy. The importance of ball possession lies in the simple fact that a person can never outrun the ball. The team in possession will always expend significantly less energy than the one forced to defend. Before the 70th minute of the second half, Espanyol began making substitutions. As players showed signs of cramping, a rather unusual occurrence for a La Liga team, highlighting their exhaustion. Seizing the opportunity to hydrate, Espanyol's players congregated on the sidelines, while Barcelona's players also took a moment to replenish their fluids. Both teams were fatigued, but the contrasting mindsets, Barcelona's proactive movements versus Espanyol's reactive defense, were stark. At this juncture, Barcelona began their own substitutions. Agüero replaced the lackluster Griezmann, and young Ansu Fati stepped in for the weary Pedri. The front line reformed into a formidable trio, bolstered by Lee Mingyu's organizing presence, enhancing Barcelona's attacking prowess. As the throw-in was executed, Lee Mingyu received the ball and passed it to the freshly introduced Fati. A product of the La Masia Academy, Fati had been recognized by the first team 6 months earlier than Lee Mingyu. Playing as a left winger, he had impressed as Dembele's substitute. Last year, Fati was nominated for the 2020 Golden Boy Award but ultimately lost to Haaland, who has since joined Real Madrid. Having been sidelined due to injury, Fati had not played for quite some time. In the 86th chapter, the first hat-trick of the new season loomed. Excited to make his debut, Fati was eager to prove himself, especially seeing his La Masia counterpart Lee Mingyu excel in the team. The once cocky Fati found himself in the shadows of Lee Mingyu, who had ascended to the team's core. Noticing Fati's enthusiastic calls for the ball, Lee Mingyu generously passed it to him. After the pass, Lee Mingyu sprinted forward, signaling for Fati to return the ball for a potential 1-2 combination. However, after receiving the ball, Fati opted for a one-on-one confrontation with the defender instead of passing, disrupting Barcelona's rhythm. It felt akin to a flawlessly functioning machine suddenly encountering a hitch. Not only did the players from Barcelona sense the disarray, but even the athletes from Espanyol felt as though they were in a different realm. Fati, clutching the ball, prepared to engage in a one-on-one duel with the opposing defender. Yet Lee Mingyu could not afford to wander aimlessly, for the rhythm had been entirely disrupted, and the defenders had all returned to their assigned positions. This was a siege scenario, one that the attacking side despises on the football field. Initially, had Fati passed the ball to Lee Mingyu, who could then charge forward. Executing a combination play, they would have breached the opponent's defense with ease, creating an opportunity to deliver a cross. At that moment, he could either continue down the flank for a cross or cut in, a task that would have been quite effortless. However, with his momentary hesitation, all opportunities evaporated. A defender had already positioned himself beside Lee Mingyu, rendering a pass from Fadi far from straightforward. After all, Lee Mingyu lacked the same evasion skills that defined Xavi, marking a clear shortcoming in his game. Fadi executed a rather flamboyant nutmeg, cleanly bypassing the defender, yet upon looking up, he was met by another opponent who had already positioned himself. Left with no choice, Fadi continued down the flank, but was closely marked by this vigilant defender. His subsequent cross, lacking in quality, was easily gathered by the opposing goalkeeper. A splendid attacking opportunity was squandered. On the sidelines, Koeman, in a fit of rage, smashed his water bottle onto the ground, soaking his pants in the process. Yet, he paid no heed to his own disarray, instead erupting in furious shouts towards the pitch. Following his pass, Fadi collapsed onto the ground, his face contorted in pain as he cradled his knee. The opposing goalkeeper was preparing to initiate an attack when he noticed his teammate signaling to him. Goalkeeper Oyer frowned, then, with a wry smile, tossed the ball out of play. After all, someone was injured. Even in a city derby, the most basic principles of sportsmanship must be upheld. Initially, Lee Mingyu had intended to fall back, but upon seeing Fadi in distress, he was taken aback and quickly gestured for the medical staff to attend to him. Rushing towards Fadi himself, the furious Koeman, momentarily setting aside his anger, waved for the eager medical staff to hurry onto the field. Everyone's hearts were tightly wound, for Fadi had endured 3 surgeries last season due to a meniscus injury in his knee. The left meniscus had always been a lurking concern, and Barcelona hoped Fadi would undergo a meniscus removal surgery, taking preventive measures to ensure that the medial meniscus would not lead to chronic degeneration in his knee throughout his career. However, the consequences of such a decision were unpredictable, as meniscus removal poses significant risks for a professional athlete. Once, the Spanish golden boy Torres faced a decline in his career due to a similar procedure. At just 19 years of age, Fadi, younger than Lee Mingyu, opted for conservative treatment, enduring pain that most would find unbearable. After spending the summer recuperating, he had nearly returned to full fitness. Following the positive news from the medical staff, Fadi rejoined training, excelling in the left-winger position. In 2 friendly matches, he showcased his remarkable potential, consistently posing a significant threat down the left flank. Koeman was pleased. The prodigious talent on the left was back, enriching his tactical options. However, Fadi's sudden collapse appeared all too genuine, casting a shadow over everyone's spirits. After a brief examination, the medical staff signaled to Koeman for a substitution, indicating that Fadi could no longer continue the match. In a fit of rage, Koeman kicked the water bottle at his feet, splashing water onto his face. Wiping the moisture from his face, he summoned Trink O, jersey number 17, whispering a few instructions before sending him onto the pitch. With less than 3 minutes since Fadi's entry, he was replaced once more. Fortunately, the current regulations allowed for 5 substitutions. Otherwise, the situation could have been dire. This unexpected change caught Koeman off guard, leaving him with only 1 substitution opportunity remaining, albeit allowing for 2 players to be substituted. Nevertheless, as Barcelona maintained control of the match, the situation wasn't overly dire. Fadi's injury further weakened an already fragile forward line for Barcelona. With the transfer window long closed, acquiring new talent was out of the question, leaving Koeman feeling overwhelmed. As Lee Mingyu returned to midfield, Barcelona could revert to a 4-4-2 formation, but they still needed a speedy winger to support the attack. The remainder of the match proceeded without incident. Barcelona firmly established midfield dominance. Under Lee Mingyu's influence, they triumphed at home with a score of 5-1. Lee Mingyu recorded 1 assist and 3 goals, achieving a hat-trick that not only propelled Barcelona to the top of La Liga, but also placed him at the pinnacle of the scoring charts. Messi and AG Aero each netted a goal, with Lee Mingyu assisting Messi, who then played a through ball to AG Aero, who successfully evaded the offside trap and executed a low shot that pierced the Espanyol net, sealing the victory. Chapter 87. First selection for the Spanish national team post-match. An unwelcome revelation emerged. Fadi's left meniscus had encountered complications once more, and this time, if a portion of the meniscus was not removed, it could lead to more severe issues. However, even if the meniscus were to be removed, a successful surgery would not guarantee a swift recovery. It would take at least 2 months for him to return to the pitch. Fati had no choice but to heed the doctor's advice and prepare for the surgery. Barcelona's official statement promptly addressed Fati's injury, expressing unwavering confidence in his ability to recover swiftly post-surgery and rejoin the team. This assurance brought solace to the fans. However, within Barcelona's ranks, Fati's injury dampened the joy of their recent victory. Messi, Griezmann, Agi Aero, Trink O, Braithwaite, and the 19-year-old De La Fuente, who had just been promoted from the youth team, remained as the only forwards. Excluding Lim Mingyu, Barcelona's forward line had dwindled to 6 players. While sufficient for a 4-4-2 formation, it would be inadequate for a 4-3-3 setup. Thanks to Lim Mingyu's stellar performance, Koeman no longer relegated him to a winger's role. Instead, he had transitioned into a more central attacking or playmaking position. "Lee, someone wishes to see you." Andrew's voice sounded somewhat unusual over the phone. In a CAF in the city center, Lim Mingyu met with 2 individuals. Lim Mingyu instantly recognized the 2 individuals: Luis Rubiales, the president of the Spanish Football Federation, and Luis Enrique, the head coach of the Spanish national team. Why would these prominent figures in Spanish football seek him out? "Are you, Lee?" Luis Enrique beamed as he approached and embraced Lim Mingyu. Having once served as both captain and coach of Barcelona, Luis Enrique maintained a close connection with the club. Lim Mingyu's emergence astonished him. With extraordinary individual talent and a knack for scoring, he was precisely the asset the national team desperately needed. However, during the summer, Luis Enrique had chosen not to recruit Lim Mingyu for the national squad, believing his current roster was sufficient. Yet, after the first 4 matches of the World Cup qualifiers, Spain found themselves in a precarious 3rd place with a record of 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. The fans expressed their discontent, fearing that Luis Enrique might lead the national team into a downward spiral. Since the 1978 World Cup, Spain had never missed a single tournament. Could they truly be on the verge of repeating the mistakes of 1974? Although Luis Enrique's contract was set to expire after the 2022 World Cup, he understood that if he did not devise a solution soon, he might vacate his position well before that. Luis Rubiales was also facing challenges, with impending presidential elections and growing dissatisfaction among the public regarding his tenure. The departure of Cristiano Ronaldo to Italy had significantly impacted Spanish football, while rumors of Lionel Messi's potential transfer sent shockwaves through the league. Messi was not merely a player for Barcelona. It had been calculated that his departure could cost the club over €2 billion, as he generated more than €200 million in annual revenue and created thousands of jobs. If he were to leave, all of that would vanish, leading to a substantial decline in interest in La Liga. Once the foremost league in the world, it now risked being surpassed by the English Premier League. The loss of such prestige would result in severe economic repercussions. Moreover, Spain's recent performances in international tournaments had left fans disheartened. Would it cause a nation that had once claimed consecutive titles in both the European Championship and the World Cup to fall so swiftly from grace? It was at this moment that Lim Mingyu's name caught Rubiales' attention. The young player, who had been prolific in scoring last season and crowned the top scorer of La Liga, had once again captured the spotlight with a remarkable performance in the opening match of the new season, contributing 1 assist and 3 goals. After consulting with Luis Enrique, Rubiales decided to include Lim Mingyu in the national team for the upcoming World Cup qualifiers, recognizing that time was of the essence for the Spanish squad. Lim Mingyu was elated to learn he would represent the national team. The following day, the new roster was announced, featuring Lim Mingyu alongside 4 other Barcelona players: Alba, Eric Garcia, Busquets, and Pedri. Only Ramos and Asensio represented Real Madrid. The inclusion of Lim Mingyu in the squad thrilled Spanish fans, who celebrated the arrival of such a prolific goal scorer. The number 24 would adorn Lim Mingyu's jersey for the national team. However, there were still over 10 days until his debut match. Before that, Barcelona had 2 La Liga fixtures to contend with. On October 2nd, 2021, Barcelona traveled to Vigo to face Celta Vigo in the 2nd round of the league. In this match, Lim Mingyu was again positioned as an attacking midfielder, achieving 2 direct assists, 1 indirect assist, and a goal, leaving coach Koeman utterly delighted. The 4-1 victory secured 3 points for Barcelona at the Balados Stadium. With 4 goals and 3 assists over 2 matches, Lim Mingyu rose to the top of the scoring charts, Post-match statistics indicated Barcelona's dominance with 18 shots compared to Celta's mere 3, of which only one found the target, resulting in a goal that left Koeman fuming. In terms of passing, Barcelona utterly outclassed their opponents, registering 1,034 passes to Celta's 256. This marks my first foray into sports writing, and I hope you will forgive any shortcomings. On April 9th at noon, this book will be launched, and I sincerely hope for your support. If you enjoy this work, please consider subscribing and voting. If you're unable to contribute financially, simply subscribing would mean a great deal to me. After the launch, I will commit to a stable update of 8,000 words daily, with additional updates for generous rewards. I am grateful to all who have supported this book and hope for a favorable initial response. Thank you all, and I bow deeply in appreciation.